Chapter 550, You're a New Citizen. Chapter 550, You're a New Citizen. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Perfect emergency brake. Shi Zhiguang heaved a sigh of relief. He was very satisfied with his own performance. During the usual training sessions, he seldom had the chance to push the speed of the pinwheel sword to its limits. He also seldom practiced emergency brake when the pinwheel sword was traveling at its top speed. Furthermore, he was mentally and physically exhausted after traveling such a long distance. However, when he saw the chaotic Thunder City beneath him, where everyone was running in all directions in fear and panic, he was stunned. Not good. Shi Zhiguang's facial expression changed as he knew he had created huge trouble. The camp of the Spear of Heavy Cloud was packed with people every day. Various divisions' leaders and important figures came all the way here to observe Fatty shoot pagoda cannon. Every now and then, alarmed gasps could be heard from the crowd. The power of the pagoda cannon was indeed terrifying. In the hands of Fatty, there was a myriad of attacking styles for the pagoda cannon. An eager look appeared on many people's faces. Will we really not get into trouble? Sang Jijun was slightly worried. Beside her, both Jiang Wei and Yang Xiaodong looked distressed. Things were getting out of hand. Those who did not know what was going might think that this was a popular circus, not a combat division. Every day, there would be a huge number of people coming here from various places. They were here just to witness the might of the pagoda cannons. As such, the Spear of Heavy Cloud's camp was always packed with people. Every now and then, there would also be discussions on how to forge the pagoda cannons and how to improve them. This caused the traveling speed of the Spear of Heavy Cloud to reduce significantly. According to the original plan, they should already have met the Dread Division and Judgment Division, which were escorting the God Subduing Peaks. The thing that astonished Jiang Wei and the rest was everyone's fervor toward the pagoda cannons. The only event that could be compared to the current pagoda cannon craze was when the Elders Guild publicized the blueprint for building elemental energy pools and encouraged everyone to build cities in the wilderness. However, the Elders Guild was a highly revered organization, whereas the Central Pine Valley was just a small power. The craze of the pagoda cannons was fully displayed through the current value of fire elementalists. When the Spear of Heavy Cloud had recruited fire elementalists at Lemon Camping Ground, they had attracted a huge number of fire elementalists. At that time, those fire elementalists were in dire straits. Not too long after the blood catastrophe broke out, the fire prairie was annexed by the blood of God. The prices of fire elemental materials skyrocketed, making them extremely expensive. Fire elementalists could no longer sustain their usual training routines. Facing a similar situation were the earth elementalists. The emergence of snow lava had captured the attention of fire elementalists. All of them went to Lemon Camping Ground to look for opportunities, leading to the grand occasion back then. Shi Shuemon wanted to build the Spear of Heavy Cloud with fire elementalists as its core. The fire elementalists she chose were those that passed the test of the fire reservoir. These fire elementalists were extremely determined. They could endure the extreme pain and never once cried out. They valued the opportunities that were given to them very much. Even though most of them were very low level, they weren't a problem to the Spear of Heavy Cloud at all due to the snow lava production. However, as the pagoda cannons rose in popularity, the demand for fire elementalists skyrocketed. Any fire elementalist could easily find a lucrative job now. Those fire elementalists with outstanding abilities were a hot commodity. Of course, all the fire elementalists needed to be retrained to learn how to use the pagoda cannons. Pagoda Cannon Master became the premier progression path that all fire elementalists wanted to pursue. Jiang Wei and the rest saw with their own eyes how everyone's fervor got out of control in an extremely short period of time. After thinking for a while, Shi Shuemon said bluntly, "I can't think of a better idea." Does anyone have a better idea? The rest shook their heads. Honestly speak, they were not optimistic about publicizing the technology of the pagoda cannons. Everyone in the command department of the Spear of Heavy Cloud had different opinions toward the disclosure of the pagoda cannons technology. However, Shi Shuemon's reasoning eventually convinced them all. Given Shi Shuemon's prestige, everyone trusted her decision. Shi Shuemon blinked her eyes. Furthermore, we still have AI Hui. We won't get the worst of it. Everyone burst out laughing in unison. Shi Shuemon suddenly thought of AI Hui's exasperated curses coming from behind when she flew off from the peak of Blackfish Mouth volcano during that snowy day. Her limpid and ice-cold eyes became gentle in an instant. Her lips curled into a faintly discernible smile. Only those who were very familiar with Shi Shuemon could tell that she was very happy now. Why are you so happy? Sang Jijun was astounded. I am thinking how that fellow will handle this matter. A mischievous look appeared on Shi Shuemon's face. I guess he will have a headache, Jiang Wei said while chuckling. Sure, Shueman swept her gaze across everyone and realized that the worried looks on their faces had unwittingly disappeared. Everyone was probably willing to follow Ai Hui because they could let Ai Hui worry about those troublesome issues. Ai Hui was sitting alone on a rock at the peak of Blackfish Mouth volcano. He did not know since when, but he liked to sit on this piece of rock to gaze into the distance, ponder about matters, or get lost in thought. The only thing that he found lacking was that it had never snowed since that day. In the past, Ai Hui had not liked snowy days since he would be very cold. Now, he felt that a scenery with snow drifting in the sky was quite beautiful and interesting. Whenever he encountered problems, he would sit here alone and ponder over them. He wasn't a quick-witted individual, and the sly Bangwan had yet to complete his secluded training. As such, he couldn't find anyone to discuss his problems with and could only sit here and slowly contemplate. A fat figure climbed up to the mountain peak with great difficulty, panting heavily along the way. And Chaochu sat his fat ass down beside Ai Hui. While panting heavily, he said, "It's very lonely to admire such beautiful scenery alone. Let Chaochu be Brother Ai's companion." Ai Hui felt helpless. Not only was Chaochu fat, he was also thick-skinned. He thought of Fatty, who was also very thick-skinned. Was this a nature all fat people in the world? And Chaochu reclined halfway on a piece of boulder. He did not care about his image at all. Then, he asked, "Is Brother Ai having difficulty in making a decision?" "There's nothing difficult about making a decision." Ai Hui shook his head. "Oh? So Brother Ai has made your decision?" A glint flashed across Chaochu's pea-sized eyes. He smiled confidently and said, "We complement each other very well. This alliance is a win-win situation for both of us. There is a huge number of new citizens, but we lack the resources of aristocratic families. Now that we have Brother Ai's creativity, we are like a tiger with wings. Just like Master Wang, Brother Ai's name will last for all eternity and be remembered by everyone in the world." Ai Hui merely smiled. He did not agree or disagree with Chaochu's words. Ever since Ai Hui's injury, he felt that his mind had become calmer, that he, himself, had become a much quieter person. He did not know whether this was because of the existence of the sword cloud or because his body had become weaker. His mind was pure and limpid. The details that he ignored in the past would occasionally stun him nowadays. They were exquisite and real, making him emotional for some unknown reason. His ferocity had diminished significantly as well. If the Ai Hui of the past was like an unsheathed treasure sword that gave off a cold glint, the Ai Hui now was gentle and tranquil like a sword gleam hidden within the sheath. And Chaochu was in a rather good mood. Filled with vigor, he said, "Brother Ai's way of thinking is creative. You're really a genius. I wonder what that metal basket-like structure is. I can see that it moves unusually fast." Even though there was a casual look on his face, deep down he was awaiting Ai Hui's answer with rapt attention. When he saw the enormous structure fly, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. And Chaochu's eyesight was sharp. He could tell that it was an extraordinary structure with a single glance. Initially, he thought it was a structure like the God-subduing peak. The principle behind the God-subduing peak was developed from the theory of treating the city as a piece of cloth, which was the brainchild of Wang Shouchuan. In this world, other than the Elders Guild, the person who was most likely to build a God-subduing peak was undoubtedly Ai Hui. Previously, there were some people who were doubtful whether Ai Hui had learned one or two things from Wang Shouchuan. However, after the birth of the pagoda cannons, everyone finally knew that Ai Hui was well versed in Wang Shouchuan's theories. The fact that no one was able to imitate and create snow lava up to this point was the best proof. "That's the pinwheel sword." Ai Hui cast a glance at Chaochu. "Brother Cho is also interested in swordsman gadgets?" "Swordsman?" And Chaochu furrowed his eyebrows. He had not expected it to be a gadget for swordsmen. Immediately, he lost interest in it. Swordsmen had enjoyed a rather good reputation for the past few years, but the biggest representative for swordsmanship was still the Karakoram Sword League. In Chaochu's eyes, Karakoram Polaris was Madame Mia's lackey, and not many people would go to the Karakoram Sword League to learn swordsmanship. As such, there were very few swordsmen among the new citizens. These few swordsmen were very low level as well. Only a swordsman can use it. Ai Hui nodded his head. And Chaochu initially thought well of the pinwheel sword's future and usefulness. "At this moment," he said, "it's such a pity. I can see that it moves fast like lightning, so much so that it's faster than any flying devices and structures today. If it was used on the battlefield, it's perfect for long-range raids and sneak attacks." Ai Hui had no choice but to admit that even though Chaochu was ugly and his base level was low, he had an extremely sharp insight for things that he had never seen before. And Xiaochu changed the topic and asked shamelessly, "Can Brother AI build one for New Light City too?" Indeed, not only was his insight top-notch, his shamelessness was also top-notch. AI Hui could not be bothered with this fellow. He knew Xiaochu was someone who asked for a mile when one gave him an inch. Seeing that AI Hui ignored him, Xiaochu did not get angry, merely smiling. On the mountain peak, the wind became stronger and colder. Night gradually descended. "Honestly speaking, I am still not used to nighttime in the wild," Xiaochu suddenly muttered, looking as if he was reminiscing about something. In the past, in the Avalon of 5 elements, everywhere was brightly lit like the stars in the sky when it was nighttime. One could go anywhere at night. There were no dire beasts, and one did not need to fear for his or her safety. There were stores that sold midnight snacks everywhere on the streets. Everyone could have fun until late into the night. There would still be heavy traffic on the streets at midnight. The powerful individuals could fight with each other, while the commoners could still lead a peaceful life. AI Hui remained silent. He thought of Central Pine City. Back then, even the most ordinary small town would be filled with vigor and liveliness. That scene was so beautiful that it resembled a dreamland. When those days still existed, people complained about them being utterly boring. However, when the conflagration of war arrived and every day was filled with life and death struggles and blood, everyone wished they could return to those peaceful and mundane days. "AI Hui, you're a new citizen." And Xiaochu stared at AI Hui with a solemn look on his face. "We, as the new citizens, shouldn't be enslaved and trampled on. AI Hui, no matter what, we have to decide on this alliance before Master's glory is completed. If we drag this decision out until then, everything will be meaningless. Master's glory is much scarier than you expect. That woman is a lunatic." And Xiaochu looked sinister, and his facial expression was distorted. His eyes were filled with deep hatred and resentment. AI Hui was startled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551, The Purest Sword Lineage. Chapter 551, The Purest Sword Lineage. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. When I first saw it, I knew it was extraordinary. It is destined to dazzle the entire sky. Newsmaster Wen Yuming. Wen Yuming was a famous news reporter from the news village, Elemental World. The rise of news villages, which was due to the decrease in the production cost of the Mirage bean pods, happened not too long ago. However, the number of news villages was already growing at a terrifying speed. Everyone was becoming increasingly used to buying newly released Mirage bean pods every day to watch the content they were interested in. Some high-tier news villages were able to distinguish themselves from the rest and expanded rapidly. Elemental World was one of these news villages. The rise of news villages also gave rise to a new profession, news reporter. They were hired by news villages to gather news from various topics. They were an indispensable part of a news village. As a reporter, one did not need to have a high base level, but rather, one definitely needed sharp senses. Knowing how to obtain valuable news from the chaotic world and how to conquer audiences involved a lot of science. Wen Yuming was a well-known reporter, otherwise, he wouldn't have been targeted and hired by Elemental World. He had arrived in Thunder City 1 month ago. His attention was captured by the snow lava. Xiao Meiqi was the only snow lava retailer, and he had a mysterious relationship with the Central Pine Valley. As a professional reporter, Wen Yuming was very interested in everything that had to do with AI Hui. AI Hui's reappearance in the world was orchestrated and hyped up by the new citizen faction using news villages. One could say that the Lightning Blade was the first successful news story for the world of news villages. Unlike those who disappeared without a trace after laying low for a period of time, AI Hui was able to reappear on the world's radar despite disappearing for some time. He then established the mysterious Central Pine Valley. Wen Yuming witnessed with his own eyes how the news of AI Hui's comeback spread and resulted in the grand gathering of the Central Pine faction. Wen Yuming was filled with interest toward AI Hui. All this time, he had been paying attention to various information related to AI Hui in the Central Pine Valley. For example, the Battle of Clearwater City, AI Hui becoming the first ever Lightning Master, the Central Pine Valley snow lava being graded as an A-grade fire liquid, the bloody signboard at Lemon Camping Ground, the Sure Shuaman-led Spear of Heavy Cloud winning 2 battles in a row, the recent Pagoda Cannon craze, etc. The Central Pine Valley was still very mysterious, as if it was covered by a dense fog. Many aspects of the Central Pine Valley intrigued Wen Yuming. For example, the fact that the Central Pine Valley's strength kept on increasing. It was not just one person improving, but rather, everyone in the Central Pine Valley was improving together. Another example was that other powers wished the whole world would know about their feats, but not the Central Pine Valley. It seemed that the entire Central Pine Valley had not appeared on the world's radar at all. No one paid great attention to their existence. Only when certain huge events or conflicts broke out would the long-forgotten Central Pine Valley appear on the world's radar. A low-profile power like them always got on the nerves of other powers. Previously, the Central Pine Valley had very few people. Most of them were from the Central Pine faction. The formation of their combat divisions happened not too long ago. Everyone thought highly of the Spear of Heavy Cloud. After all, Sir Shueman was well versed in military warfare and the Central Pine faction was mainly made up of combat veterans. They had a bright future. However, no one expected Sir Shueman to bring a bunch of unknown rookie fire elementalists to the battlefield and win 2 battles in a row. The Central Pine Valley had a magical allure over Wen Yongming. After waiting for a month, he still did not make any gains. Even so, he wasn't anxious. As an outstanding reporter, having patience was a must. Even if he put in effort, he might not receive any payback. However, if he did not put in any effort, he wouldn't even have the chance to receive any payback at all. Now, he finally received payback from the effort he had invested. From the huge number of customers crowding outside the mayoral residence waiting to buy snow lava, Wen Yongming immediately understood that the pagoda cannon craze would have an extremely deep impact on Beyond Avalon and the entire world. However, at this point in time, he could only look blankly at the oddly shaped structure hovering in the sky outside of Thunder City. He had never seen such an odd-looking structure before. It was like a misshapen ladle or a walking stick. Atop it, there were a few pagodas that were of different heights. Beneath it, countless swords were hanging, resembling wind chimes. At the back of the structure, there was a rotatable pinwheel. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like an oversized handicraft that was made by a child and very stupid looking at that. However, it was this odd-looking structure that struck an unprecedented fear and panic in all of Thunder City. An elementalist descended from it. Oh? Wasn't that Master Huode? Wen Yongming was stunned momentarily. When he returned to his senses, his face flushed with excitement. Master Huode traveled day and night to go to the Central Pine Valley. The Central Pine Valley. This odd-looking structure was from the Central Pine Valley. Wen Yongming forced himself to stay calm. He knew he had gotten himself a big scoop this time around. He took out a Mirage Bean Pod in a flurry. Following which, he pinched and broke its outer shell, revealing 5 sparkling, translucent, and dark green beans. He inserted a trace of elemental energy into the beans. With a soft pop, the beans became a wiggling ball of light. Within the ball of light, there was an image of the odd-looking flying structure outside the city. Hello everyone. This odd-looking structure that everyone is looking at now is a rarely seen flying device. This is the first time it has appeared in front of the world. We have never heard of it before. It comes from the mysterious Central Pine Valley. That's right. The Central Pine Valley that triggered the pagoda cannon craze. The speed of this flying device exceeds our understanding of speed. When it arrived just now, the violent shockwave it created almost destroyed the defenses of Thunder City. Now, let us take a closer look at it. Wen Yongming controlled the Mirage Bean Pod and talked as he moved closer to the pinwheel sword. Huode descended to calm everyone down while the rest of the Sword of Lightning's members continued to be on alert. Previously, the ruckus they created shocked the entire Thunder City. Sher Ziguan's face was filled with regret. Now, he felt that what he had just done was overly rash. The city gate of Thunder City was absolutely empty, with no one daring to get close to them. It was as if they were a dire beast that would eat people. At the empty city gate, there was a man holding a ball of light. That man was mumbling non-stop to himself as he moved closer to them. What should they do? Everyone looked at Gu Xian. Gu Xian was vexed as well. Clearly, this person was a reporter. The mission that boss gave them was to bring as many reporters back as possible. That meant he couldn't kill this fellow. However, this man kept on recording them, making Gu Xian extremely uncomfortable. He felt something wasn't right. Should he silence this fellow? Luckily, Gu Xian was an experienced veteran. After thinking about it, he still had to bring a batch of reporters back. As such, he couldn't keep the pinwheel sword a secret no matter what. He let Wen Yongming move closer and record them. Turning around, he yelled at the other members, "Everyone, wake up! Have you not eaten anything? Whoever looks unglamorous on the Mirage Bean Pod will receive extra training sessions when we go back." When everyone, including Sher Ziguan, heard the words extra training sessions, they raised their heads and stuck out their chests, releasing a surging ferocious aura. Its shape is extremely odd. It's uglier than the most ugly-looking dire beast. Until now, we still don't know what is it used for. However, the speed that this monster displayed just now is unusually terrifying. It is faster than all azure wings, fiery floating clouds, and dire beasts. Since this monster is from the central Pine Valley, it is destined to be extraordinary. Everyone was already stressed out by the man's non-stop muttering. All of them trained with the pinwheel sword day and night, so they had developed a deep relationship with it. As such, when the man kept on referring to the pinwheel sword as a monster, one of the members could not help but cry out, "It's a pinwheel sword. It's not a monster." When Yang Ming's eyes lit up and quickly raised his volume to explain, "A pinwheel sword. This monster-like flying structure is a sword." "Oh, that's right, Ai Hui is the lightning blade, and his combat division is called the Sword of Lightning. This pinwheel sword no doubt possesses the purest sword lineage. It's completely filled with the aura of swords." Ha! One of the members could not help but laugh. Gu Xian turned around with eyes filled with anger and asked, "What's so funny?" "Boss Gu, the purest shamelessness lineage, filled with the aura of shamelessness." The member's face was bright red from holding in his laughter. Sword and shamelessness have the same pronunciation in Chinese. The rest responded to that member's joke and laughed all over the place. Gu Xian's face turned black. When Xiao Meiqi saw Hu De, his heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me he is also a traitor. The incident with Yang Xiaodong had left a dark shadow in his heart. Moreover, there was no reason for Hu De to be back so soon. He had also never seen the odd-looking flying structure in the sky outside of the city before. Furthermore, he could tell that the odd-looking structure harbored malicious intentions just from its recent display of might. However, when Xiao Meiqi heard Gu Xian's roar, he was stunned. Gu Xian was the vice division leader of Ai Hui, so Xiao Meiqi naturally recognized him. Xiao Meiqi immediately realized that this odd-looking structure was a new creation of the central Pine Valley. His eyes lit up as he took a closer look at it. In his eyes, the central Pine Valley was definitely not the strongest power. However, it was definitely the one that knew how to make the most money. Every new creation they came up with was definitely something good, something that made a lot of money. At this moment, he happened to hear the name of the pinwheel sword. Pinwheel sword? So this structure was called a pinwheel sword. It was so fast. Would it sell well? After thinking about it, Xiao Meiqi knew that it would definitely sell well. Just its speed alone was enough to make people pay for it with essence elemental beans. It was a good product. Xiao Meiqi's eyes were brightly lit. However, when Hu De walked over and told him exactly what Ai Hui had said, his facial expression changed. Xiao Meiqi was an experienced businessman. After Hu De told him what Ai Hui said, he knew that Ai Hui must have something to announce, and that it had to be related to the snow lava and the recent pagoda cannon craze. When he thought more deeply about it, a cold shudder went down his spine. Right, he and Ai Hui were bound together by mutual benefits. If Ai Hui was done for, his good days would come to an end as well. Under a strong sense of danger, Xiao Meiqi's efficiency was exceptional. Very soon, he had gathered all the reporters in Thunder City. However, Thunder City wasn't a huge city like Skyheart City, so it didn't have that many reporters. There were only 7 reporters in total. When Xiao Meiqi thought of Ai Hui's words, how much snow lava he is going to get will have to depend on whether or not he does a good job, his mind went into a daze. He knew that Ai Hui seldom said such harsh words. If he said these words, that meant he was for real. Since he did not have that many reporters, he had to use other people to make up the numbers. The huge number of customers that surrounded the mayoral residence were representatives for various powers. Since Ai Hui had an important announcement to make, it must affect these people as well. Xiao Meiqi was uncertain. He could only console himself like this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 552, Knife. Chapter 552, Knife. Translator, Irene. Editor, X, TYZ. In a simple room, on a red clay stove, sat a steaming silver pot. It was like an angry little monster spouting thick steam. Mist lingered around, keeping the room especially warm. It wasn't easy for Nian Tingfeng to enjoy a leisurely afternoon just reading books and sipping on tea. He was very relaxed. A knock came at the door. Nian Tingfeng's gaze never left the scroll in his hands. He casually called out, "Come in." An ordinary-looking man walked in and bowed respectfully. "Boss." The surveillance division was probably the only combat division that took looks into consideration. Members mustn't be overly handsome, ugly, tall, sturdy, strong, and so on. If you were thrown into a crowd and became impossible to find, then congratulations, the surveillance division needs you. The surveillance division was filled with average-looking members. It was difficult to find someone even a little eye-catching. Nian Tingfeng asked idly, "It's all arranged?" His subordinate reported, "Yes, we've made arrangements with the main news village. Everyone will be able to see how the spear of heavy cloud prevailed over the ardent flower blood division. We were quite far away, but it was a pretty decent spot." Nian Tingfeng continued reading his book and replied, "Pray Sir Shueman more. We must shape her into the hero of elementalists so she can share the burden of our hope. Yes. When the time is ripe, we can discuss the pagoda cannon and make a move from there. Yes." Noticing that his subordinate wasn't in high spirits, Nian Tingfeng diverted his gaze and put his scroll down. "Any problems?" His subordinate kept quiet. Nian Tingfeng picked up the silver pot unhurriedly and filled it with water. "Shaolin, how long have you been working for me?" 16 years, boss." Moved, Nian Tingfeng continued, "Yeah, 16 years. You're the person I worry about the least. You've never hesitated to execute tasks that I have assigned you, no matter how dangerous they were. I did not expect for you to hesitate today." Guilt flashed across Shaolin's eyes. "I just feel they're fighting so hard at the front line." Nian Tingfeng interrupted calmly, "And we're stabbing knives into their backs? You feel uncomfortable?" Exposed, Shaolin answered frankly, "The situation is so dangerous, but the higher-ups are still engrossed in their internal strife. We are at a loss and do not know what stance to take." Nian Tingfeng explained amiably, "You guys aren't the only one feeling this way. I am too, but look at beyond Avalon. It is like a sheet of loose sand with the cities standing alone. Can they obstruct the blood of God? It's true that Sir Shueman is powerful, and it's an amazing feat that the Spear of Heavy Cloud have accomplished by wiping out the Ardent Flower Blood Division. However, the Ardent Flower Blood Division is only one of the 12 Blood Division. There are still 6 God Divisions above them. Can Sir Shueman pull strongly against this crazy tide? No. Can Xinwei and Saijue do it? No, because our forces are all too fragmented. Will Xinwei and Saijue take orders? Will the Spear of Heavy Cloud?" Shaolin kept silent. Nian Tingfeng added, "What we need now isn't 1 or 2 victories. We must look at the overall situation. On a large scale, what do we need the most? We must unify the forces. Only then might we be able to win. Victory is impossible if we all fight our own battles. As for the person who will unify the forces, I'm not really concerned. So far, I think the likelihood of Madame Yi being that person is the highest. If there's really a hero, us small figures won't be able to obstruct him or her. If the so-called hero can't even get past us, then hero is not the right term. I don't actually want to talk about any major principles. There are many reasonings in the world, and they all make their own sense. We are like a knife, so we should just do what knives do. Don't you think so?" Shaolin stayed quiet and hung his head down shortly. "You words are right." Nian Tingfeng waved his hand. "I can't tell when the battle will start. Get everyone to feel at ease. Do things slowly, and look around slowly. We have time. Why be heroic in this chaotic world? This chaotic world is like a sieve, sifting away the unlucky and the weak. We're part of the sieve. How could this sieve get in the way of a true hero?" Shaolin was impressed, his dejected look vanishing. "I'll pass on the message to everybody." Nian Tingfeng warned repeatedly, "It's most important to get things done properly. As long as the knife is sharp and serviceable, Madame will need it and the hero will need it too. If the knife is not useful, what use would it be for Madame or the hero?" Shaolin was convinced. "Yes." Thunder City, 2 hours later. Everyone securely seated? Gu Xian's stern gaze swept across the crowd inside of the Pinwheel Sword. He was having a headache. Boss had instructed him to bring some of the news village's reporters back. By bringing so many of them back, would it be considered mission accomplished or not? He was uncertain. However, he had taken the situation into consideration. Plus, boss intended that the selection should be done by Xiaomeiqi. They just had to transport the people over as fast as possible. Needless to say, the reporters stirred at the news that Xiaomeiqi wanted them to head to the mysterious Central Pine Valley. They quickly packed their belongings and brought sufficient Mirage bean pods along. The guests at the mayoral residence's gate also took the chance to express their interest. The Central Pine Valley was supremely popular, and everyone wanted to be associated with it. Yet, it was like a tortoise, making it impossible for people to make a move. Those who approached the valley would go missing, their fates unknown. Those who wanted to purchase snow lava would have to go to Thunder City. Now that there was a chance to head directly to the Central Pine Valley, no one was going to let it slip by. Agitated, they shouted things like, "Mayor Xiao, how long are you going to make us wait, and this isn't how you do business," in hopes of traveling along. Xiao Meiqi, who was initially worried about the number of reporters, took advantage of the situation and reluctantly agreed. He even took Gu Xian's doubt upon himself, making others look at him with a whole new level of respect. He's an interesting guy indeed. Xiao Meiqi was a wise man. Whether there were sufficient people or not, Gu Xian wouldn't be affected, but this plank was still going to land on his buttocks. He reckoned that 7 reporters wouldn't satisfy Ai Hui. Bringing more people would at least present a greater chance. Everybody boarded the pinwheel sword, looking and touching around. They were full of curiosity. Yet, many of them were also inwardly being mindful. From the snow lava to pagoda cannon, the Central Pine faction had created one trend after another. Could the pinwheel sword be the next craze? It was a rare opportunity for them to experience riding in it. The 7 reporters were even more excited, taking out their Mirage bean pods and recording fervently. Gu Xian couldn't be bothered with them. He declared the 7 pagodas as prohibited ground, sending people to stand guard. As he started operating the pinwheel sword, the elemental energy wave that it emitted was enough to cover its elemental trace, so no one could tell. "Sit tight. We are setting off." Gu Xian was somewhat resentful. There were so few passengers, yet it took 2 hours just to get everybody seated. How slow. Ever since he started leading his own team, his voice had thickened since he was basically roaring the whole time. It looks so strange. Yeah, I wonder why. Big Dipper. It's like the Big Dipper. Swordsmen always have such odd things. Everyone on board discussed enthusiastically as they looked in all directions, full of curiosity and anticipation. Gu Xian's words fell on deaf ears. He wasn't even a master, so why was he yelling? As everyone was in high spirits, no one bothered with Gu Xian. They were just looking and touching everything. Gu Xian didn't look too good. He felt as if he was leading a group of defiant tourists. Due to the Sword of Lightning's training, he had gradually gotten used to a life of strict discipline and tranquility. He wasn't used to clamorous scenes. Luckily, there would not be such missions in future, he consoled himself. He yelled toward Shi Jiguang, who was at the rear, "Set off." Shi Jiguang, too, shouted, "Set off." The pinwheel sword lifted off the ground with a lightness that contradicted of its bulk. It then sped up and pierced through the clouds like an oblique sword ray. Those inside could feel the experience more directly and intensely. Oh my God, oh my mother. Oh father. Ear-piercing shrieks echoed. The sudden and sharp acceleration caught everyone off guard. Many of them there lost balance and fell onto the ground like calabashes. It was a mess. Gu Xian snorted lightly, raising his chin. He had deliberately chosen not to remind them. Ever since he had started following Ai Hui, he had been slightly infected by his badass style of doing things. The passengers were pale, and the more timid ones were trembling uncontrollably in their thighs. They were all familiar with flying, but had never experienced such extreme speed. The scenery on both sides flew by at a speed difficult for the naked eye to catch. It was like a brightly colored optical tape. The rising screen was transparent like crystal, and they could clearly see the light scars and sparks created by the friction between the screen and the violent airflow. Even if they were separated by a layer of light screen, everybody couldn't help but feel alarmed and frightened. Wen Yongmin was rather afraid initially. His mind had been blank since they took flight. The tide-like shrieks drowned him, his face was pale, and his whole body was shaking. When the flight started stabilizing, however, he regained his senses. Excited, the blood returned to his pale face. His first reaction was to check his Mirage bean pod. Luckily, he had it all recorded. He knew he was going to strike it rich. He could imagine how big of a commotion his video was going to cause. He surveyed those around him. Everybody was feeling excited and emotional. As a veteran reporter, Wen Yongmin was an expert at digging for news. He had been presented with an extremely rare chance since the Central Pine Valley had always kept a low profile. Wen Yongmin was determined to cherish this opportunity. He locked his gaze onto Gu Xian. This middle-aged man looked like the leader of these people. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553, Mirage Craze. Chapter 553, Mirage Craze. Translator, Irene. Editor, X, TYZ. Wen Yongmin walked forward and politely greeted, "Hi, I'm Wen Yongmin, a reporter from Elemental World News Village. Can I ask you a few questions?" Upon hearing the words Elemental World, Gu Xian's eyes lit up. He had bought Elemental World's Mirage Bean Pods before, but the second half of the sentence alerted him. You can ask, but I may not answer depending on confidentiality. No problem, Wen Yongmin agreed easily. He started, may I have your name and occupation? Are these confidential? After some thought, Gu Xian felt it unnecessary to conceal these. I'm Gu Xian, a swordsman and vice division leader of the Sword of Lightning. Wen Yongmin jolted. He caught a big fish. The Central Pine Valley was very mysterious and outsiders knew little of it. They knew of its two combat divisions, the Spear of Heavy Cloud commanded by Shi Shueman and the Sword of Lightning led personally by Ai Hui. It was said that the Spear of Heavy Cloud was the Central Pine Valley's backbone, so the outside world thought more highly of it. Shi Shueman and her division's miraculous victory also validated the fact that outsiders had been underestimating their capability. Meanwhile, the other combat division, the Sword of Lightning, was extremely mysterious. Wen Yongmin was experienced and careful. Expressed a cooperative attitude, he continued, is this called a pinwheel sword? Can you introduce it a little? You don't have to reveal anything confidential. Gu Xian thought about it and answered, the pinwheel sword is a creation invented by our division leader. Wen Yongmin's eyes lit up. Sir Ai Hui, Gu Xian nodded, satisfied with how Wen Yongmin had addressed Ai Hui. Wen Yongmin's impression of the pinwheel sword rose a notch. Ai Hui's creations were always pleasantly surprising. Wen Yongmin asked directly, is the pagoda cannon his creation as well? After some thought, Gu Xian believed that this wasn't a secret. That's right. Snow lava too? Again, nothing confidential. Gu Xian answered candidly, right. Wen Yongmin's heart stirred. This was the first time the Central Pine Valley had given direct confirmation that the pagoda cannon and snow lava were made personally by Ai Hui. In the past, there were only conjectures. Wen Yongmin exclaimed in admiration, for being able to innovate so many new things, Boss Ai Hui is simply extraordinary. With an honored look on his face, Gu Xian raised his head and puffed his chest. True, not many can compare to him in this aspect. Are members of the Sword of Lightning all swordsmen? Gu Xian hesitated for a while before answering, yes. Many of them weren't at the beginning, but they all are now. He was uncertain as to whether or not the members were considered swordsmen. He felt that they were entirely different from the traditional definition of swordsmen, but if they weren't swordsmen, what were they? All right, new swordsmen. Wen Yongmin asked directly, what's the pinwheel sword's source of energy? Essence elemental beans? Gu Xian hesitated for a little while but figured that snow lava was no longer a secret substance. Snow lava. Wen Yongmin was shocked. Eyes wide open, he repeated, snow lava? That's right. Wen Yongmin couldn't describe his astonishment. Using snow lava as the fuel, it was no wonder that the Central Pine Valley possessed the recipe for snow lava. But to Wen Yongmin, what seemed obvious would actually impact this era greatly. The pagoda cannon's popularity and the freshly fashioned pinwheel sword were evidence that snow lava's utility far exceeded people's imagination. Furthermore, as the sole producer of snow lava, the Central Pine Valley had a bright future as long as they could defend themselves. Wen Yongmin, who was familiar with the style of powerful influences, knew that many would be lusting over it, however. He suddenly understood why Ai Hui needed to gather the reporters. Could it be that Ai Hui had realized it too? Wen Yongmin became agitated once again. No matter what choice Ai Hui made, it would have a significant impact on this era. No, Ai Hui's impact on this era had surfaced long ago. To a reporter, the opportunity to witness such a historical moment was extremely precious. Suppressing his agitation, Wen Yongmin asked, are we heading to the Central Pine Valley? No. Gu Xian shook his head. We're going to Fishback City. Fishback City? That's right. The place where Master Wang Xiaoshan had his breakthrough, and the place he constructed all by himself. Wen Yongmin was once again in disbelief. Mathagape, he asked, he built it single-handedly? At that moment, they were flying toward the horizon. Far away, at the confluence of heaven and earth, faint rays of light emerged as they flew to the dividing line between day and night. Wen Yongmin and the rest enjoyed the sunrise, but were unaware that in the other corner of Beyond Avalon, a storm was brewing. The sun had just risen from the horizon, its radiance driving away the darkness as cities awoke from their sleep. Although cities nowadays had fewer skyscrapers, no longer had the whirring of 3 leaves bamboo carts and fiery floating clouds to cover the sky, and were less developed than those in the Avalon of 5 elements, there was a kind of never-seen-before change. As long as there were citizens occupying the land, it would quietly blossom with the aura of life. On the streets, steam was hanging in the air above the bun and pastry shops, attracting the gaze of passers-by rushing past. Having starved for a whole night, the best consolation for these empty stomachs would be a bowl of piping hot soy milk to go along with some deep-fried breadsticks. No matter how the air is changed, how trends faded, how three-leaf bamboo carts and fiery floating clouds might disappear from the lives of citizens, this life would live on forever. It wouldn't stop for a rest, just like the sun that rose and set every single day. Still, it was predestined that this wasn't going to be an ordinary morning. Watch how the spear of heavy cloud defeated the ardent flower blood division, from beginning to end. Gruesome. 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 Timid ones stay away. The North Sea's lone girl. A woman not letting a man off. Enlightenment on the battlefield. The first pagoda cannon master releasing deadly white flames. Outside the Mirage Beanpod shop, sales assistants shouted at the top of their lungs, their faces flushed. This scene was replicated throughout all Mirage Beanpod shops in every city. Passers-by stopped at these shops. Like magic, the assistants' shouts pulled them over. Give me a copy. One copy for me. Everyone was filled with curiosity and incited. The spear of heavy cloud's victory had been widely disseminated earlier, but the details hadn't been made public. Now that the details were being revealed, everyone was highly interested. Their enthusiasm far exceeded the news village's predictions. Even before noon, all the Mirage Beanpods had been sold out. News villages had no choice but to increase production of new Mirage Beanpods. He-Min was 14 years old. He was a student of the Hyde Training Hall. The Hyde Training Hall wasn't considered big, but was well known for grooming youngsters. The training hall was responsible for producing quite a few talented individuals, and among them was one who had gone on to become the Wind Male Division's vice division leader. Due to this affiliation, the Hyde Training Hall had also become the division's co-training ground. Each year, the Wind Male Division would go over to the Hyde Training Hall to pick suitable students to replenish its ranks with young blood. In this chaotic world and time, being recruited into a combat division was the best way out. After becoming the Wind Male Division's co-training ground, the skills that the Hyde Training Hall imparted changed somewhat. In this era, there wasn't time for you to slowly instruct your students. If they could not adapt to battles quickly, their future would be very bleak, and the training hall would be renounced by the public since no one would train there. The number of students selected by the combat divisions was in grand yearly test for the training hall. If students were recruited into a well-known combat division, the reputation of the training hall would soar. As usual, He-Min arrived at the training hall and was greeted by excited faces. They gathered around and discussed fervently. He didn't exactly like to join in the buzz, so he stayed apart. He changed into his training garments and went over the imparted content from the previous training in his head a few times. He was very focused and quickly started to sweat. He came from an ordinary family, and before the blood catastrophe, they had managed a small family business and were living quite well. When the blood catastrophe erupted, however, the whole family followed the exodus into the wilderness to rebuild their lives, and they fell into financial straits. The good thing was that his whole family was alive and together. It was the biggest fortune amid the misfortune. During his migration, he had experienced a lot of thrills and had faced the attack of dire beasts quite a few times. As such, he had been sensible since a young age, and his goal had always been to enter a combat division. Now that the training environment was completely different from the past, students with ordinary family backgrounds, like him, wouldn't be able to continue training if they were not recruited by a combat division. Only by entering a combat division would they be provided with a steady flow of training resources. He looked at the time. The lesson was about to start. He-Min stopped to wipe the sweat off his face. With a Mirage Beanpod in his hand, teacher arrived right on time, appearing rather excited. Let's watch this clip before we start training. The best among you guys will be recruited into combat divisions in future, so battling will be inevitable. Teacher hasn't been on the battlefield, so there's nothing I can impart to you guys. The clip that I'm about to show you all is real battle footage. The students stirred restlessly as some even started shrieking out of agitation. He-Min was flabbergasted and somewhat puzzled. Teacher, who was usually stern, did not get angry today. In fact, he was smiling, which was very strange to He-Min. Looks like many of you have already guessed it. That's right, I'll be showing you the classic battle footage of how the Spear of Heavy Cloud, led by Sher Shuaman, defeated the Ardent Flower Blood Division. He-Min quivered. He thought he had heard wrongly. The training hall was already in an uproar. You're amazing, teacher. You actually bought it. I heard it's out of stock everywhere. You moved quick, teacher. Teacher was pleased, but he deliberately put on a straight face. Quiet. Observe carefully. I'm not simply gonna let you guys watch it. I want each and every one of you to submit a reflection report after, The students, who were jumping excitedly just a moment ago, were now whining like geese. Yet, when the clip started playing, everybody automatically sat up straight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554, Entering the Camp. Chapter 554, Entering the Camp. Translator, Irene. Editor, X, TYZ. Along the way, the Spear of Heavy Cloud, which had been delayed, was finally about to join forces with Shunwei and Saijua's combat divisions. From afar, people were already able to catch sight of the God-subduing peaks floating in the sky. Four majestic God-subduing peaks formed a line in the sky, creating a magnificent sight. Light screens lit up and flickered from time to time, contributing to the God-subduing peaks' already mysterious vibe. Those are God-subduing peaks? How spectacular! 2 of those are ours? Oh my, how great! Members of the Spear of Heavy Cloud exclaimed in admiration. Their eyes shone brightly as a look of infatuation and longing flashed across their faces. The God-subduing peak, a top-notch battle weapon forged by the Elders Guild. It played a huge role in assisting the Wall of North Sea in defending against the blood of God. So far, God-subduing peaks were still the most powerful battle weapon in the world. The God-subduing peaks were enormous and bulky, able to station a whole combat division. Each God-subduing peak was unique because they were made by slicing off mountain peaks at their waists. It was said that the selection of mountain peaks was a stringent process, with the first requirement being that they must be over 1.3 kilometers in height. Its defense was extremely shocking. Each God-subduing peak was basically a fortress in the sky. Its offensive power was equally astonishing. It possessed all 5 elements and could quickly change its attacking methods. The God-subduing peak gathered the Elders Guild's most exquisite elemental trace research, the most valuable ingredients, and the top forging methods. Only the Elders Guild had the ability to forge a God-subduing peak since they were the only ones with an abundance of valuable materials and extremely skillful craftsmen. Standing against the God-subduing peak, the blood of God had no choice but to attack forcefully. When facing an Elementalist combat division, a Blood Elementalist combat division had a relative advantage over them. In a 1-on-1 battle, a Blood Elementalist combat division had an 80% chance of victory. However, if the Elementalist combat division had a God-subduing peak, the Blood Elementalist combat division only had a 3-fold advantage in terms of military strength, and this was only if they chose to attack head-on. Even then, they would have to be prepared to pay a heavy price in exchange for breaking through a God-subduing peak's defense. To the Elementalists, the God-subduing peak held the most supreme position. Even Sir Shuemon, who was usually steady and calm, seemed touched. She had been in a God-subduing peak before and had experienced for herself its immeasurable might. 2 God-subduing peaks were enough to place the Spear of Heavy Cloud onto the list of the most powerful combat divisions. Everyone sped up in unison. Even the injured members were excited. There were already people waiting outside the camping ground. Are you sure Shuemon, division leader of the Spear of Heavy Cloud? The speaker was a middle-aged man, 40 or so with average looks. However, the occasional glints in his eyes convinced people that he wasn't someone whose abilities should be underestimated. Sure Shuemon composed herself. Yes, I'm Sure Shuemon. You are? The man made his salutations. Your humble servant, Zhao Mingwei, is from the Surveillance Division. The Surveillance Division. Sure Shuemon became vigilant and asked calmly, I'm here to receive the God-subduing peaks and some resources. Are there any procedures to follow? I've been waiting days for you and thought you weren't coming. Zhao Mingwei smiled. There's no procedure. You'll just have to enter the camp to verify. Sure Shuemon nodded. All right. Where are the 2 division leaders? Shuemon will pay them a formal visit. In terms of seniority, Wan Shunwei and Shiman Saijue were on par with her father, so she spoke as a junior. She walked toward the camping ground as Sang Jijun and the rest followed behind. Halt! Zhao Mingwei spoke suddenly, sorry, everyone. Only division leader Sure is allowed to enter. The faces of Sang Jijun and the others changed abruptly. Members of the Spear of Heavy Cloud put on an unfriendly face, and the atmosphere instantly became one of mutual hostility. Everyone was highly guarded against Skyheart City, and now Sure Shuemon was going to enter alone. How could they not be worried? Sure Shuemon stopped them and looked at Zhao Mingwei, saying coldly, I'll be quick, don't worry. After that, she entered the camp with her head high. Jiang Wei looked murderous at this point. He ordered in a low voice, be on guard everyone. Members of the Spear of Heavy Cloud took out their weapons silently and got into position. With pagoda cannons in place, they pointed them toward the camping ground. A murderous aura filled the air. Thousands of miles away. The Mirage Bean Pod light ray flickered. There wasn't any sound in the room since everyone was holding their breaths. They had forgotten how to breathe. It was evident that the clip had been recorded some distance away from the battlefield, but because of the ample distance the whole battle could be recorded. The wood elementalist who had recorded the clip was so skillful that even the veteran reporters were left sweating from head to toe. The gruesome battle had the audience shaken up and emotionally moved. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere and carelessly right before everyone's eyes. The Ardent Flower Blood Division's head-on attack made their scalps tingle. Even if it was merely a recording, it was enough to evoke intense reactions from the crowd. The dazzling white flames sprayed by the pagoda cannon ripped through the sky. Trampled by the Ardent Flower Night Wolves, the yellow mud on the ground was like a sheet of raised silk, tan in color and carried a devilish luster that flickered non-stop. The close-quarters fight between Shi Shueman and Xing Shan was on full display. Vapor rose from Fatty's body. He was like an iron tower, domineering and sturdy. A sinister look flashed across his face as he mounted a sneak attack on the enemy division leader. Wang Xiaoshan's transformation of the ground into a muddy marsh was a perfect showcase of a master's aura. The remarkable blood elementalist's might and malevolence. The bitterness of the short-range fights and the hysteria of both parties were clearly demonstrated. They were willing to do anything to continue breathing. The cruel sight of fresh blood mixing in with mud made people feel suffocated. Fatty's breakthrough at the ultimate moment, the terrifying fiery rain, and the strangely inextinguishable white flames made their limbs cold and sent a chill down their spines. The Chieftain Wolf's sacrifice, Xing Shan's suicidal counterattack, it was moving and tragic. When the final scene ended, the room sank into darkness, and no one said anything for a long time. Whoosh! The windows were opened and sunlight entered the room. The bright and beautiful sun couldn't provide the room with any warmth. Only fear and shock remained on the audience's faces. Prince Gong couldn't help but exclaim, "I did not expect the battle to be this gruesome." Shi Shueman's victory didn't come easy. Gong Peiyao pursed her lips. Her face was pale and bloodless. She had been thoroughly frightened and felt extremely regretful. She wouldn't have watched it if she'd known how gory it would be. She was definitely going to have many sleepless nights. More so than fear, she felt impressed. It was no wonder that Shi Shueman had always been the one looking after her. How much tenacity and perseverance this battle had required. She had felt happy for Sister Shueman upon hearing about the good news, but hadn't realized how difficult it had been for them to claim this victory. Han Li was out of it and shaken up. He had always been responsible for his own sword mastery. Ever since he became a master, he was convinced that he could go anywhere in this world. Only now did he realize how ignorant he had been. He had been intensely proud of his skills, but how much help would he be when placed on that battlefield? On the contrary, being used to such sights, Venerable Volcano wasn't too affected, but his eyes lit up at that point. What an amazing pagoda cannon! What a strange path of master! I did not think that a master could be born out of a pagoda cannon. This thing has great potential. Prince Gong nodded. Recently pagoda cannons have been popular and Shi Shueman seems to be marketing them as best as she can. I had been led to think that the Central Pine Valley was on short of money. War costs a lot. Venerable Volcano nodded. A combat division's expenditure is no longer like in the past, when they only had 200 or 300 members. It's normal to be short on money. It would be weird if they were not. Prince Gong asked directly, "What do you think about pagoda cannons, Venerable Volcano?" Venerable Volcano answered without hesitating, "Great prospects. Slightly inconvenient when used single-handedly, but for a combat division they're perfect. Fire elementalists are cheap nowadays." Prince Gong interrupted Venerable Volcano with a bitter laughter. "Venerable, fire elementalists aren't cheap anymore." Venerable Volcano was slightly taken aback. "How come?" Prince Gong laughed even louder. Shi Shueman had been demonstrating the power of pagoda cannon on the trip back. She allowed tours and answered all related questions. Pagoda cannons are in high demand now, and the price of hiring fire elementalists is spiking. Every family has a shortage of fire elementalists. A look of realization flashed across Venerable Volcano's face, and he burst into laughter. How unexpected, how unexpected. Here I was thinking that fire elementalists were about to fall into decline, and look what happened in the blink of an eye. Ai Hui is remarkable, remarkable indeed. He was a fire elementalist, so naturally it was happy news. Prince Gong muttered, "Looks like we'll need to polish up the pagoda cannon's techniques. Engaging fire elementalists isn't a problem. It doesn't matter if they're expensive, so just scout them out. However, we will have to purchase snow lava. Doesn't that mean we will be in the hands of the Central Pine Valley?" Venerable Volcano had seen a lot, so he suggested, buy some first and we will study it ourselves. If the pagoda cannon is really that popular and snow lava is really essential, would others simply let those people control them? At that he stopped abruptly. Prince Gon's eyes lit up and were twinkling. They exchanged gazes. Fishback City. The recording had finally ended, and Enchaochu gave Ai Hui a side glance. A pity his face was wrapped up in bandage, so his expression couldn't be seen. Ai Hui would probably have an engrossed look on his face right now. Enchaochu waved his hand. This is my subordinate who just went to purchase this Mirage Bean Pod. If Skyheart City wants to make a move, it would definitely gain support first, and this Mirage Bean Pod is the best way to do it. I had my man be on the lookout, and sure enough, it's out. Ai Hui asked faintly, what does this show? Enchaochu laughed out loud. Why feign ignorance, brother Ai? Things have already come to this point, is there any meaning in concealing and hiding? Ai Hui sighed. Looks like Skyheart City is really about to make a move. You're wise, brother Cho. What should the Central Pine Valley do? Enchaochu smiled. It's just a small issue. Surely brother Ai wouldn't be defeated by it? He was full of confidence. It was already set. Skyheart City's first step was as he had predicted. He believed that this would serve as a message to Ai Hui that the situation was under his control. Enchaochu didn't want to talk too much. Ai Hui was a smart man. With his accumulated experience, Ai Hui could always seek out opportunities. Ai Hui's only chance was to cooperate with New Light City. Only by cooperating with New Light City could he intimidate Skyheart City and prevent it from making any reckless moves. Other influences, even the Gong residents, wouldn't be able to do this. Other smaller powers wouldn't even be able to resist against Skyheart City. I can't even earn some money peacefully. Ai Hui sounded helpless. He stood up, walked toward the door, and left Enchaochu with some parting words, it's late. You should rest early. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555, Decoy. Chapter 555, Decoy. Translator, Irene. Editor, X, TYZ. Entering the camping ground. Sure Shuemon saw that it was empty. She narrowed her eyes and stared coldly at Zhao Mingwei. What's going on? Her gaze was bitterly cold. To the Spear of Heavy Cloud, the 2 consecutive bloody battles were like 2 completely transformative tempering sessions, but wasn't it the same for her? Although she did not raise Cirrus in her hand, she still released a frightening aura, which seemed to freeze the air in the camp. However, Zhao Mingwei only smiled bitterly. Please calm down, leader Sure. I wasn't being deceitful, but was left with no choice. Suddenly, 2 figures dashed in. They were Silver Soldier and Karakoram Polaris. Seeing the hostile situation outside the camping ground upon arrival had shocked them. After receiving information from Jiang Wei, they couldn't help but charge in without delay. They were also worried that Skyheart City would harm Sure Shuemon. Silver Soldier looked around and said in a deep voice, what's going on? By now Karakoram Polaris had already rested her sword against Zhao Mingwei's neck. The bitterness on Zhao Mingwei's face intensified. Now that all 3 division leaders are here, my mission is complete. The Dread and Judgment divisions are long gone. As it turned out, Wan Shunwei and Shiman Saijua, while formulating a plan on the road, had decided to change their route. They had ordered Zhao Mingwei to advance according to the original plan and to put forth a great display, allowing everyone to have a look at the 4 majestic god subduing peaks. Yet, the Dread and Judgment divisions had long since disappeared. All 3 division leaders made eye contact. Silver Soldier asked, did the 2 leaders say where they were going? Zhao Mingwei cried, I did ask, but they ignored me. You sirs are finally here. I was in fear the whole time. We're talking about 4 god-subduing peaks in endless supplies. If I had lost them, even 9 lives wouldn't be sufficient for me to compensate. I haven't had a peaceful night of sleep and have been traveling in trepidation this whole journey, Silver Soldier inquired once again about the details of the Dread and Judgment Division's departure. After a while, the 3 of them gathered again. Silver Soldier said in a low voice, he's not lying. Sure Shuemon asked, if this was a decoy employed by them, where would they be targeting? Silver Soldier shook his head. I don't know yet. Perhaps they would attack the enemy headquarters directly or the Blood of God's territory. The former is most likely. How bold of them. Sure Shuemon looked impressed too. The enemy would never expect it, but they still have a narrow window. Everyone kept quiet. Such a dangerous war strategy was greatly avoided and employed as a last resort. This also meant that the two division leaders were pessimistic about the situation. They were convinced that ordinary methods would give them little chance of victory, thus, they chose to risk it. Worry flashed across Sir Shuaman's eyes. We have to make full use of this time. The enemy's counterattack might be too aggressive for us to handle this time round. They had initially thought that with the two central combat divisions, Dread and Judgment, there would not be any problems even if the enemy attacked more forcefully. After all, they were the two strongest combat divisions in the Avalon of 5 elements. They believed that while an ordinary combat division would be unable to resist the Blood Elementalists' retribution, it would at least have sufficient members to exhaust a significant portion of their energy. Plus, they would have the Dread and Judgment divisions as the core, while the Spear of Heavy Cloud, Infantry, and Sky Edge would assist by forming a new defensive line to obstruct the enemy. But with the Dread and Judgment division's sudden change in attacking route, their plan had already failed before it even started. This also meant that the situation had become extremely dangerous. Having battled with Blood Elementalists, the three of them were clear that an ordinary Elementalist combat division was no match for the enemy. They were most worried that the combat divisions charging toward the front line would keep getting defeated and eventually collapse. With the entire front line collapsing, there would be no chance of victory. Everyone was speechless. Suddenly, Beyond Avalon's fate had fallen onto their shoulders, and the immense pressure rendered them breathless. In reality, they were merely three nobodies and their combat divisions were completely new. Looking around, however, they realized that there wasn't anyone else. Silver Soldier exclaimed, "We must obstruct them." Sir Shuaman raised her Cirrus up. A snow-white longsword was raised. An iron fist was raised. To the death! To the death! To the death! Central Pine Valley. Ai Hui, Lulan, Blind He, and Mr. Do sat together. They listened carefully as Ai Hui went through his whole plan. That's about it. Any problems? Mr. Do was the first to speak. In a worried voice he asked, "Can we really succeed?" Ai Hui replied calmly, "This is the best solution I can come up with. Whether or not it will work, I'm not sure. Lulan has tested this hypothesis, and theoretically speaking, it should work, but no one has done it before, so nothing can be guaranteed." With an exceptionally grim and assured tone, Lulan exclaimed, "Lulan believe it will definitely succeed." Mr. Do sighed. "It's too much of a risk." Ai Hui said in a low voice, "A loosed arrow cannot be retrieved. The tigers and wolves are watching all around, so we have to defend ourselves." Mr. Do couldn't help but sigh and remain silent. When compared to the serenity within the valley, the fire of war outside was like a whole different world. He was no longer a leader in the underworld, but an average old man who enjoyed teaching a bunch of kids every day. He sighed deeply. He'd hoped for these kids to grow up safely, but judging from the current situation, it was an extravagant wish. The chaotic world was like a copper furnace that trapped everyone in it. There was no hope of escaping. The Central Pine Valley was also unable to stay out of it. He closed his eyes and envisioned many small and weak figures fighting through the war amid the wind and rain. Some fell while others gradually grew stronger. This was the chaotic world. "Blind," he said faintly, "it's fine on my side. I can make whatever is needed. The rest can be put aside for now." Ai Hui added, "Regarding manpower, I will engage all the members of the Sword of Lightning and all of the kids from the valley. Lulan will be in charge of coordinating and rectifying the situation, but..." "No problem, Ai Hui. I'll work hard." Lulan answered enthusiastically before asking, "What about Bangwan?" "Don't disturb him." Ai Hui continued, "Bangwan's spontaneous enlightenment has been going on for such a long time. I have a feeling that he will be at a totally different level when he awakens." Mr. Do opened his eyes, revealing the depth of his empty eye sockets. With a disdainful expression, he commanded, "Just leave the northern underworld king tree to me." Ai Hui watched him attentively and bowed. "Thank you, sir." Mr. Do laughed. "You need not be so polite with me. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Just the thought of it makes my blood race. 1 foot already in the grave yen, but still able to go down in history. How lucky am I? There are no regrets left in life." His long gray hair fluttered in the air. Despite the emptiness and haggardness on his face, he spoke heroically, "Remember to prepare some good wine, but..." Ai Hui spoke solemnly, "On the day of victory, we will have a drink together." Pinwheel sword. As everyone gradually got used to the speed of the pinwheel sword, their excitement cooled off too. Nevertheless, they never stopped pondering over it. Xiao Meiqi wondered if he should get a pinwheel sword from Ai Hui. From what he saw, circulation was the essence of business, and in the circulation of money and goods, speed was always crucial. Even if placed in the era of the Avalon of 5 elements, the speed of the pinwheel sword would be incomparable, let alone the load basin beasts that were currently the main mode of transport. As for the fact that the pinwheel sword ran on snow lava and was therefore extremely costly, Xiao Meiqi did not see it as a problem at all. Now was the time of wars and chaos. Who would care about costs when it was a matter of life and death? As for the swordsman needed to operate the pinwheel sword, he could simply pay AI Hui to train them. With his understanding of AI Hui, any definite benefits would effectively convince him. There was no difference between chasing a duck or a flock of ducks. He wasn't expecting those swordsmen to fight his war, but to transport his goods. After a while, he realized that only Shi Ziguang was operating the pinwheel sword while the other swordsmen were merely standing guard. Xiao Meiqi's eyes became even brighter. Wouldn't that be even easier? A pinwheel sword being attacked? With such speed, enemies would only be eating the dust coming out of it. Not even dire beasts would be feared. Practically all the dire beasts that could catch up to the pinwheel sword's speed lived in the upper atmosphere. No matter how he saw it, the pinwheel sword was the perfect transportation tool. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. What he had thought of wasn't anything special, but at this moment, no one could imagine the enormity of the storm that the pinwheel storm could possibly raise. No one knew how deep of an impact it could bring to this world. Everyone was aware of the advantages of the pinwheel sword, but its disadvantages were similarly evident. The high cost of snow lava greatly limited its suitability. Only the wealthy, like the Central Pine Valley, would spend so recklessly. How were others going to afford it? Even if they could, they would only have enough for one or two. Throughout the journey, Hua De had been by Shi Ziguang's side. Shi Ziguang was feeling uneasy after being stared at for a long time. What are you looking at? Hua De replied truthfully, looking at how you control the pinwheel sword. Shi Ziguang laughed out loud. Is this something you can learn just by looking? It's not so easy being a sword operator, Hua De questioned, sword operator? Specializing in the pinwheel sword? Shi Ziguang had been piloting the pinwheel sword in a fanciful manner and had been totally enjoying the process. Upon executing an emergency brake maneuver outside Lightning City, he had almost caused an uproar, but became significantly more well-behaved on the route back. However, merely operating the pinwheel sword at full speed required little effort, and he quickly got bored. Hua De's words easily got him excited. He was, after all, a young chap in his 20s. Seeing a master who was looking at him in such an inquisitive manner immediately fed and satisfied his vain heart. In high spirits, Shi Ziguang started bragging about the importance and power of sword operators. That's right. A sword operator holds the most important position on the pinwheel sword and has complete control over its flight. He decides how and where it flies. Think about it. All lives on board are in your hands, so how can you not be important? Hua De nodded his head in agreement. With slight astonishment he cried, that's really good. Hua De's compliment excited him even more. Now that you have experienced the pinwheel sword's speed for yourself, how do you feel? Hua De replied sincerely, fast as lightning. It's incomparable. That's right. Shi Ziguang hurriedly added, with this speed it is extremely challenging to alter its direction. You must find a loophole in the enemy's troop disposition and seek a suitable path to cut in. All of this has to be completed in a second. I'm not lying. It must all be done in the blink of an eye or else you'll overshoot. Hua De knew that Shi Ziguang was speaking the truth since Hua De was also an expert in flying. His comet wings were known for their speed. He had rich experience in flying and knew that the faster the speed, the harder to control. With the pinwheel sword's speed, it was true that Shi Ziguang would only be given a split second to react. Hua De exclaimed, you must have trained for a long time. Shi Ziguang opened his eyes wide. Definitely. I've been through some vigorous training. There's no other way. There were so many times that I felt like I was going to die. Hua De asked curiously, how do sword operators train? Shi Ziguang's face instantly turned red. After a short while he stammered, embroidery. Hua De was utterly shocked. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 556, Open Conspiracy. Chapter 556, Open Conspiracy. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ. And Xiaochu faced the mirror, looking at the figure in it. A look of satisfaction flashed across his face. He had come forward personally, not hesitating to take risks, in order to express his sincerity. To form an alliance with Central Pine Valley was, for New Light City, a game of chess, of life and death. To date, despite New Light City's development, it was unable to get rid of its status as a big but powerless city. It had the most people but lacked powerful players. It had the most craftsmen, but they weren't highly skilled. Everything was related to new citizens. In the past, in Avalon of 5 elements, new citizens were of lower middle class. While they had a great number, they lacked accumulation. Aristocrats were the exact opposite. They were small in number but wealthy, had inheritance and profound accumulation. And Central Pine Valley was like an enormous treasure chest. Be it pagoda cannons, snow lava, or the pinwheel sword, they all had Enchachu drooling with desire. Especially snow lava. If he could just get its recipe, New Light City would undergo a complete transformation and it would be able to make up for its biggest weakness. As long as Central Pine Valley became New Light City's ally, the latter would be in control of the situation. Central Pine Valley was powerful indeed, but they had too few people. In time, AI Hui and gang would find themselves being outnumbered, ultimately needing to join New Light City to become new citizens or lose their controlling power. It was an open conspiracy. Because New Light City was AI Hui's only choice. Forming an alliance with Skyheart City? The disparity in abilities of both parties was simply too huge, such that Skyheart City could effortlessly swallow up Central Pine Valley. And Chaochu was even convinced that if Master's Glory was a success, the first batch of Masters would be ordered by Madame Yi to first target Central Pine Valley and not New Light City. Destroying Central Pine Valley and gaining ownership of Snow Lava would mean that whether she threw it aside or used it, Madame Yi would be able to sleep peacefully at night. And Chaochu had even more inside information. He knew that Master's Glory was Madame Yi's real foundation. For it, she had even put her own son inside. Anything that could threaten Master's Glory in the slightest was a thorn in her flesh. AI Hui, who was able to create snow lava, should be buried in the Lus. And Chaochu studied AI Hui before. No matter the time, AI Hui was able to recognize the state of affairs. It seemed that he was especially able to seek opportunities amid despair. He never pinned his faith on luck and his hope on others. This was an intelligent and pragmatic young man. And Chaochu pushed open the windows and saw a descending pinwheel sword. He walked out, full of confidence. Those in the pinwheel sword, which had just landed, were absorbing the sights of Fishback City. In all honesty, Fishback City was small and ugly, but there was only respect on their faces. Because this city was built single-handedly by an Earth elementalist. Just this fact alone was sufficient to evoke veneration and admiration. When Yongmin and the other reporters started recording, they hadn't forgotten about their job and definitely weren't going to waste such a rare opportunity. No one knew what was up with AI Hui and why he would actually invite them over. Some adaptable reporters were already wondering if they could get a chance to apply for a tour around Central Pine Valley. In Beyond Avalon, Central Pine Valley was simply too mysterious, and it was said that even Xiao Meiqi hasn't been inside. It was a restricted area. Some people were admiring the galaxy of talent within Central Pine Valley and the fact that yet another Earth Elementalist master had been born. Central Pine Valley was like a treasure land with good feng shui, consistently producing capable talents. I heard that they're all survivors from Central Pine City. Sometimes we really gotta admit that marvelous things do happen. Look at them. Survivors of Central Pine City uniting to form a pool of great talents. Yeah. AI Hui, Shi Xueman, Chen Dai, Wang Xiaoshan, and Lu Mingxiu. 5 masters. Heaven really is spoiling the Central Pine faction. One is bound for good fortune upon surviving a great disaster. AI Hui heard people gasping from afar, and in that instant it was as if he'd been isolated from the world. To those people, they were already being regarded as talents. In the past, who would have thought that Fatty, who was lazy, unreliable, and needed Lu Lan to supervise his daily training, would have accomplished this much? Also, other than playing with mud, Wang Xiaoshan had no other skills, and he even felt guilty for not being able to contribute to the team. Iron Lady had always been that brilliant and lofty Iron Lady. And himself? He was a pauper who had to clean up the training hall and even owed his mistress a large sum of money. He made daily visits to the suspending golden pagoda to temper his body and would be very happy whenever he managed to earn a little bit of money. At that time he hadn't known Lu Lan for long and teacher and mistress were still alive. His thoughts grew further and further away into the olden days of the gentle and warm sunshine. Boss, the people are here. Gu Xian's words pulled him back to reality. Behind that fresh, red crystallic sheet, a faint trace of tenderness and sorrow flashed across his eyes before he regained calmness. Xiao Meiqi came over, asking, "What happened exactly, my boy? Why such a big troop?" AI Hui smiled slightly. "You'll know soon." Coincidentally, and Xiaochu came over and called out with a smile, Mayor Qiao. Somewhat puzzled, Xiao Meiqi asked, "This is?" AI Hui introduced, New Light City, and Xiaochu. Xiao Meiqi's face changed. He was overwhelmed with shock, countless thoughts rolling within his mind. Even though he had been doing business for a long time and was extremely experienced, his mind went black and he actually forgot to greet Xiaochu. And Xiaochu chuckled without getting angry. He was somewhat pleased. He raised his head slightly, a confident smile appearing on his face. And Xiaochu's identity was quickly revealed to the rest, and those present cried out in surprise. They looked doubtfully at Xiaochu and AI Hui, wondering to themselves what was going to happen that day. When Yongmin and the other reporters were busy recording, they had a feeling that a piece of sensational news was about to arrive. Central Pine Valley, a few miles away from Fishback City, was in a frenzy at that moment. The members of Sword of Lightning and all the children had been mobilized. They were working hard under the command of Mini Lulans, who covered the mountains and plains. Mini Lulans waved their little flags, running here and there and occasionally shouting in their high voices. "Go, go! Everyone go!" Some had stern faces as they stood at the end of a moat, gesturing and instructing in a serious tone. "Here, here, not aligned. Not deep enough, a foot short." Others floated in the sky, forming different words made of sand. "Work harder, everyone, we're about to finish. Thanks for the hard work, everybody." A white light ray, unique to white cluster flames, illuminated Blind He's expressionless face. The eye on his palm emitted a golden light that shot onto the materials that were piled like a mountain. By his feet lied a freshly casted component. Its red glow had yet to fade and it was emitting hot steam. Su Qingye asked in a low voice, while burying his head in work, "Know what this is for?" Hua Xiaoyun bit her lips, answering softly, "No idea." Teacher Dou refused to answer. "You got news?" Among the many children, Teacher Dou doted on the sensible and adorable Hua Xiaoyun the most and was much more strict toward boys. Mischievous ones would definitely get caned, but when Hua Xiaoyun made a mistake, he would just laugh it off. Zhou Wen added, "Why do you ask so much? Just do what you're told." Su Qingye knew Zhou Wen's character well. Without getting angry, he said, "From what I see, something big's about to happen." "What do you say, little un?" Weiyan was brought back by AI Hui and could be considered his student. Weiyan was naturally cautious, different from the three kids who had been following AI Hui for many years. AI Hui didn't have time to guide him, so Weiyan felt slightly lost. I don't know. Don't bully little un." Hua Xiaoyun glared at Su Qingye. Weiyan's awkwardness and uneasiness had evoked the kind-hearted Hua Xiaoyun's sympathy. She added, "Only Skyheart City would dare to find trouble with us." Su Qingye rolled up his sleeves and rubbed his fists. Skyheart City's looking for death. The kids had already gotten used to the valley's power. To them, Central Pine Valley was the world's most powerful and safest place. "Everyone, have a break. Elemental soup is here." When Lu Lan's voice was heard, cheers followed. All problems and doubts were thrown to the back of their minds. There wasn't anything Lu Lan's elemental soup couldn't solve. If there was, then it was a sign that another bowl must be served. Hemin had been out of it for the past few days as the gory scenes from the Mirage Bean Pot appeared in his mind from time to time. Not only him, his classmates were in a worse state. Quite a few timid students had been absent from training. Even the teacher had been feeling slightly depressed these few days. The weather that day was pretty good, the bright sunlight providing them with much needed heat. The atmosphere had lightened up a little. For the past few days, even the sunlight couldn't warm their cold bodies up. It was a pity the Spear of Heavy Cloud never recruited members here, or else Hemin would definitely apply. On second thought, Hemin felt he was indulging in fantasy. Countless people were trying to squeeze their way into the Spear of Heavy Cloud, so he would never get his turn. As he was passing by the Mirage Bean Pod shop, Hemin stopped. He had very little change with him, but he still ran over to ask, "Do you have the latest Mirage Bean Pod of the Spear of Heavy Cloud, boss? There are some master's analyses of that battle, do you want it?" Hemin clenched his teeth. Yes. Surprisingly, Hemin didn't feel much of a heartache for having spent money on it. He was very curious as to what the masters had to say about the battle. He looked at the time. It was still early, so he found himself a remote place to enjoy the clip. In that battle, it can be said that the Spear of Heavy Cloud's performance was perfect. There were a few key areas. First would be the disposition constructed by Master Wang Xiaoshan. In past battles, while Earth Elementalistal Masters were of significant use, Master Wang Xiaoshan was completely different from them. According to our materials, he used to be very good at building camps. And constructing battlefields is a new discovery and development for Earth elementalists. Master Wang Xiaoshan's quicksand paste played a huge role in delaying the enemy's attacks. Second would be Shi Shuemon's outstanding performance. On fighting Xingshan one-on-one, she didn't fall into a disadvantageous position at all. Plus, after a few crucial collisions, she had greatly boosted the team's morale. But the most crucial parts would be the pagoda cannon's execution and Shen Dai's breakthrough. It's no doubt that him becoming a master was a chance occurrence, but pagoda cannons are undoubtedly the most powerful weapons to deal with the blood elementalists. He Min continued viewing only to find more promotion about the pagoda cannon. He was somewhat disappointed. He wasn't a fire elementalist, so he couldn't become a pagoda cannoneer. He shut the clip off and jogged toward the training hall. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557, New Pagoda Cannon. Chapter 557, New Pagoda Cannon. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ. It was a bustling day at the Spear of Heavy Clouds encampment. The two gigantic God-subduing peaks were absolutely eye-grabbing. The people on it were like little ants. Everybody was familiarizing themselves with the God-subduing peaks. After all, the God-subduing peaks were big fellows that weren't easy to operate properly. The Spear of Heavy Cloud breaking into the God-subduing peaks was rather smooth since Shi Shuemon and Sang Jijun had been stationed in them before and were very clear about the procedures. In comparison, the infantry and the Sky Edge division were in a much worse state. They had never been in direct contact with the God-subduing peaks, so they had to send people over to the Spear of Heavy Cloud to learn. With Sang Jijun leading the team, Shi Shuemon had more time to recuperate from her injuries. Her internal injuries were due to an overabsorption of impure water elemental energy. These impurities, upon entering the body, would settle within and become very difficult to eliminate. The longer time dragged on, the more harmful it became to the body. Furthermore, this type of injury was permanent and incurable, so elementalists wouldn't do what she did unless they absolutely had no choice. Shi Shuemon composed herself and with rapt attention she held onto the cirrus, her legs slightly apart and her gaze seemingly fixed on the spear tip. Time passed and she remained motionless, just like a statue. Gradually, a gray, hair-like mist rose from the spear tip. It was very peculiar and did not disperse. Who? Shi Shuemon slowly kept her spear. There still weren't any good solutions to heal an injury like this. However, Shi family was rich and powerful after all and had collected all kinds of strange things. By influence, Shi Shuemon naturally knew much more than average people. She had just executed a move from a remnant piece of writing, Dirtless Sheet. She had been flipping through her family's ancient books, so this was very helpful to her. Dirtless Sheet was just a piece that survived time and had no beginning or end. Remnant pieces like this could be found in every family. They were basically items passed down from the cultivation era. Some contained exquisite knowledge, some were interesting, while others could be used as references even when it came to elemental energy. While every family had its own collection, only a few specialized in studying these remnant sheets. A remnant sheet of writing was usually cryptic and difficult to comprehend. Also, these pieces weren't systematic, everything was broken and in disorder. Some were even preposterous and unimaginable. A lot of energy had to be invested, but not much benefit could be reaped, so naturally, families wouldn't waste time on these remnant writings. If not for the fact that Shi Shuemon had been diligent since young and had a solid foundation, she would have forgotten the contents. Dirtless Sheet talked not only about refining the body but also about the state of mind, so it was somewhat marvelous. Shi Shuemon had tried it since there was nothing to lose, but she realized that it actually worked. She extended her palm, and her skin felt as though there was an additional layer of moisture. A significant amount of impurity had been eliminated, but according to this speed she would need a lot of time. Unfortunately, her schedule was extremely tight at the moment since there were a lot of things to do at the Spear of Heavy Cloud and there was going to be another fierce battle soon. Where was she going to find the time to recuperate? It would be good enough if she could just prevent her injuries from worsening. Her abilities had deteriorated by 10%. It was extremely difficult for newly promoted masters to see any slight improvement. She walked out from the room and quickly noticed that people were gathered and were making noise. She walked over silently and saw them watching the Mirage Bean Pod. Its contents had her stunned. They didn't capture my face, what a loss. I've lost the chance to become famous. At least I can see your rear view. I got blocked by AD*MN tree. Master Fatty's last shot was really amazing. Yeah, if he hadn't undergone a breakthrough at that critical moment, we would have all been in big trouble. Everyone was having a lively discussion, and unlike outsiders who viewed the clip, they weren't shaken up. They had already broken free from the battle trauma and were better able to face that cruel battle calmly. Sang Jijun and Jiang Wei noticed Shi Shueman's entrance and walked to her side. Shi Shueman retracted her gaze and asked, somewhat puzzled, "From where?" Sang Jijun smiled. "We went to the nearest city to buy some things and found a lot of Mirage bean pods involving us. We then realized that we have all become a hot topic, so we bought one of each clip. There are still many others, but they are all master's analyses. This is the only one that recorded us." Jiang Wei added, "I wonder who recorded it. We didn't detect any ambusher. AI Hui had more information, so she answered, it's surveillance division." Sang Jijun was stunned. Why would surveillance's clip be on the market? Yeah, why would surveillance's clip circulate? Logically speaking, it's strictly confidential content. Fatty asked, could it be that they are thinking of giving us yet another God-subduing peak? The mention of a God-subduing peak had everyone excited. They had thrown themselves on it the moment it arrived and finally experienced its might for themselves. Jiang Wei laughed. You really think it's that easy? These 4 God-subduing peaks are probably Skyheart City's whole fortune. If not for the fact that we were moving together with the Sky Edge and the infantry, our merit would simply be too huge. Skyheart City wants to lure the talented ones, so it won't be our turn. Fatty chimed in, who cares? The God-subduing peaks are now in our tummies, and no one's going to seize them. There was no joy on Shi Shueman's face. She asked Sang Jijun, what about other bean pods? Sang Jijun hurriedly took out a bag of bean pods. They're all in here. We haven't had time to view them yet. Shi Shueman crushed one of them, and in the clip the master kept on going on about how powerful the pagoda cannon was and how it was the #1 weapon to deal with blood elementalists. Following that, Shi Shueman kept crushing more bean pods, and the smiles on everybody's faces vanished. Practically all of the clips talked about how the pagoda cannon was the key to tackle blood elementalists. Even those who weren't as sharp sensed an unusual atmosphere rising. Just then, a scout rushed over. He cried out, "Boss! The front line has been defeated. Blood of God broke in and got in deep, and our combat divisions have suffered heavy losses. 6 combat divisions have already been scattered." Everyone's faces changed. Thinking back to the sentence that the pagoda cannon was the key to tackle blood elementalists, they felt a chill spreading all over their bodies. Fatty burst into a rage. Skyheart City. It must be them. Sang Jijun looked at Shi Shueman anxiously. What now? Continue familiarizing yourselves with the God-subduing peaks. There's not much time. Shi Shueman remained calm as her gaze swept across the room. We're dead if we lose, so let's not care so much. Focus on battling. We'll leave these things to AI Hui. He'll handle them well. She then added, no one can do it better than he will. Her words calmed everyone down slightly. Fatty nodded continuously. That's right, don't worry. I know him. He has a pretty black heart too, it doesn't lose to anyone else. After some thought, Shi Shueman instructed, Jijun, get Master Yang to bring these Mirage bean pods and this report to AI Hui as soon as possible. At that, Sang Jijun hurriedly left to look for Yang Xiaodong. Shi Shueman turned around to face Fatty. How's the modification coming along? Fatty's eyes lit up. The prototype is more or less completed. Old Lee is forging it now. He should be almost done. Old Lee was a decently skilled craftsman that they had recruited. His words caught everyone's interest. Let's go take a look. Fatty behaved like a pagoda cannon expert now, but as the first ever pagoda cannon master, he did have that right. No one, including AI Hui, could say with certainty that they knew more about it than Fatty. Old Lee had a coal-like face. When he spotted Shi Shueman and gang, he instantly became overcautious. Fatty cleared his throat. Old Lee, is it done? Yes, I was about to look for you. With a wave, Fatty called out, quick, let me have a look. Have a look, he said as he carried a box that was bigger than him. Without a word, Fatty opened it, and the rest gathered around quickly. Upon hearing that Fatty's new pagoda cannon was done, the people who had been watching the clips threw them aside and rushed over. Even Zhu Yan was there. Everyone was very curious to see how Fatty's modified pagoda cannon would look like. He had, after all, made a single-person pagoda cannon by himself. No one cared much when he took out his single-person pagoda cannon. They thought that Fatty was just having fun and hadn't expected him get rid of a remarkable blood elementalist with it. It wasn't wrong to say that Fatty was the Ardent Flower Blood Division's greatest jinx. Two outstanding blood elementalists had died by his hands, and his last shot was the final fatal blow. Fatty took strangely shaped components from the box and started assembling them. Although it was his first time installing them, Fatty didn't seem the least bit unfamiliar. His hands worked nimbly, as if he'd practiced it many times before. Sure, Shuemon couldn't help but feel moved. Each master had his own talent, and even such a lazy person like Fatty had extraordinary passion when it came to pagoda cannons. She could still remember the time in Central Pine City when Lulan had to supervise Fatty's training. No one had expected him to successfully become a pagoda cannon master one day. Fatty was completely focused, his plump fingers moving quickly. In his hands, a whole new pagoda cannon emerged before everyone's eyes. It was much more bulky, but the trestle had been simplified. The position of the fire reservoir had also undergone a major change and its volume had increased significantly as well. The most eye-catching part would be the thick and solid red cannon tube. The modified tube was about 3 times thicker and twice as long. Its entire body was now bright red in color, appearing like an enormous city-attacking hammer. There were 2 small, wing-like structures at the tail of the tube, formed from stacked layers of black metal. This is the new pagoda cannon. I call it the Beehive Heavy Cannon. Pride was evident on Fatty's face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558, Improving the Fort. Chapter 558, Improving the Fort. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. We created the pagoda cannons and snow lava. However, the one who truly promoted and developed pagoda cannons was his good friend, Chen Dai. Chen Dai, who was timid and hated close combat, had an exceptional talent with pagoda cannons. Not only did he become the first pagoda cannon master, he also relentlessly improved the pagoda cannons relentlessly. The pagoda cannon craze that he single-handedly promoted had an extremely deep impact on the war back then. These 2 laborers from the wilderness joined hands to start a brand new era. In the history of pagoda cannons, no other invention's glory could be compared to theirs. We have benefited from both of them, we are trapped by them, and we can't escape from them. The history of pagoda cannons. Fatty was enjoying the limelight and the respectful looks he received. He was curious and hopeful, feeling as if something in his body was leaping, boiling, and bursting forth. This was a very unfamiliar and new experience for him. He had never experienced this feeling before. He coughed softly and said, "When the division leader asked me to improve the pagoda cannons, I actually already had a few design plans in mind." A few soft laughter broke out in the crowd. Fatty became worried in an instant. He replied, Hey, I am not boasting. I came up with those design plans when I had free time. There were even a few of them. However, eventually, I felt that these pagoda cannons should be equipped on the God-subduing peak. I have looked through a few design plans, but I was not really satisfied with them. Therefore, I decided to come up with another new design. Everyone was very quiet as they listened to Fatty attentively. Fatty also gradually went into a zone as he continued to talk. His plump face had a glint that radiated. I have never been on a God-subduing peak. After I boarded it this time, I realized that the God-subduing peak is really a treasure. It is an air fort that can fly in the sky. Since it is an air fort, what attributes do the pagoda cannons equipped on board need? The first attribute I thought of was long range. The longer the range of the pagoda cannons, the safer we are. Since there is so much space in the sky, we should make good use of it. Everyone nodded their heads. This logic was simple to understand. The next one is high attack speed. The God-subduing peak will definitely be surrounded by enemy forces. Since the enemy forces will surround the God-subduing peak, we will be attacked from all directions. If the attack speed of the pagoda cannons are too slow, they will be useless to us. The third attribute is area of effect attacks. Since the God-subduing peak was destined to be surrounded by enemy forces, we will have to fight many enemies at once. If one shot only kills one person, how many shots will we have to fire? This will not have too much of an impact on the overall battlefield either. Actually, I was inspired by the previous battle. The last shot was rather effective. If we can't kill an enemy soldier with a single shot, we can compensate with a huge number of shots. After all, the God-subduing peak has a huge surface area and we can equip it with a sufficient number of pagoda cannons. Zhu Yan was overwhelmed with shock. Was this really Fatty? Fatty's explanations were clear and precise. Every part was well thought out. Furthermore, he explained with assurance, looking as if he had become a completely different person. Was this the same Fatty that kept on yelling he was tired and hungry whenever they went out to scout? An absolute silence descended upon the room. Everyone was listening to Fatty attentively. Everything he said had substance. A look of surprise flashed across Sir Shuemon's eyes. She had only casually mentioned improving the pagoda cannons and had not placed too much hope on Fatty. She hadn't expected for Fatty to give her such a huge surprise. What everyone is looking at now is a scaled-down version, Fatty smiled. Everyone cried out in alarm. The size of the pagoda cannon they were looking at now had already exceeded the size of any pagoda cannons they had ever seen before. This was considered the scaled-down version? How big would the actual beehive heavy cannon be? As for the actual version, everyone will get to see it in the future. Fatty kept everyone in suspense. Let's try this out. Master Fatty. Show us a thing or two, someone yelled. Sir Shuemon, Jiang Wei, and the rest felt anticipation. Being the first ever pagoda cannon master, no one doubted Fatty's talent with pagoda cannons. After Fatty bragged so much about the might of the beehive pagoda cannon, everyone was looking forward to it. After pouring the snow lava into the fire reservoir, Fatty stood behind the pagoda cannon. His facial expression was solemn and his legs were spread apart. His plump and huge body was a fleshy mountain. Using his shoulder to support the back of the pagoda cannon, he then placed both his hands on the cannon barrel. In an instant, the snow lava in the fire reservoir was sucked dry. The surroundings were so quiet that one could even hear the sound of a pin dropping on the ground. Everyone held their breaths while widening their eyes. They were afraid to miss out on any details. Fatty's stance began to change. His left leg extended forward while his waist was lowered, forming a bow stance. Elemental energy was inserted into the pagoda cannon from Fatty's palms. The beehive-like inner chamber of the pagoda cannon began to spin rapidly. It was only at this moment that everyone noticed the new pagoda cannon was double-layered. The inside of the pagoda cannon could actually rotate. The beehive-like inner chamber spun faster and faster. It was like steel heated by fire, emitting a bright red glow. If one looked inside the cannon barrel, he or she would see the dazzling red light in the center of the beehive-like inner chamber gradually becoming white in color. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A sound that resembled countless snakes hissing together was produced by the pagoda cannon, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. A beam of red light shot out from the cannon barrel. A powerful shock wave erupted from the pagoda cannon. Fatty's body suddenly sank into the ground. His eyes were angrily dilated, and his muscles became taut with veins popping out, making him look very muscular. Boiling hot steam engulfed his body. The beam of red light was spinning extremely fast. On the contrary, its flying speed did not look fast at all. A disappointed look appeared on many people's faces. This speed was too slow, and the enemy forces would have enough time to dodge the pagoda cannon's attacks. At this moment, the single beam of red light suddenly scattered into countless beams. Densely packed beams of red light flew in all directions, resembling an enormous red dandelion. Its diameter was more than 150 meters. Pop! One of the beams of red light suddenly inflated and burst, transforming into a streaking tongue of white flame that was more than 60 meters long. Pop, pop, pop. A sound like that of beans popping could be heard incessantly. The enormous red dandelion exploded all at once. Countless white tongues of fire crisscrossed in the air, forming a gigantic blazing net. It burned for more than 10 seconds before vanishing into the air. Phew! Fatty heaved a breath of air. The breath of air he exhaled gave off sparks, making him look like a fire-breathing dragon. Oh? Can all of you show me some reactions? Where is the round of applause for me? How come there are no reactions at all? Did I mess it up? Fatty was baffled. Suddenly, a clamor erupted. Fatty was so scared that he almost threw away the pagoda cannon and ran away. Formidable! White-hot flames! It looked slightly like the shot that Master Fatty fired last time. The elemental energy undulations are really scary. I thought a volcano had erupted. Yes, yes. Master Fatty is becoming more and more powerful. Jiang Wei's eyes were brightly lit. He spat out a series of questions in quick-fire succession. How big is the actual version of the beehive heavy cannon? How large of an area can the explosion cover? Can the range of the explosion be altered? How much snow lava will it consume? Upon seeing such strong reactions from everyone, Fatty became pleased with himself in an instant. He coughed melodramatically and replied, "There are so many questions from everyone. I still don't know the answers to most of these questions yet, but I can tell all of you my opinion on this new pagoda cannon." Everyone gradually quieted down. The elemental energy undulations from that shot had displayed to everyone the might of the new pagoda cannon. Why is it called heavy cannon? That's because it is extremely powerful, far more powerful than other types of pagoda cannon. I have looked through all the other design plans. They don't have the God-subduing peak, so they don't have the advantages that we have. What are the advantages of the God-subduing peak? It can fly and has a huge amount of space. Therefore, we can make the pagoda cannons equipped on the God-subduing peak larger. This is why I named it Heavy Cannon. The Beehive Heavy Cannon is equipped with a Z-Mu fire reservoir. What you're seeing now is a Z-fire reservoir. A Mu fire reservoir has a larger volume and can contain more snow lava. As for the snow lava, I also have some ideas. I feel that if we purely use snow lava, our consumption of snow lava will be too great. After the previous battle, I realized that the pagoda cannons are more effective if there were more of them. In the future, when we equip a God-subduing peak with a huge number of pagoda cannons, we will not have enough snow lava. I think we have to look into a new type of fire liquid as well. A mixed one. I feel that a fire liquid blend is the future. The fire liquid blend will reduce the power of the Beehive Heavy Cannon, right? Jiang Wei asked. That is for sure, Fatty replied. However, I think we can split the blood elementalists into two groups and use two different types of pagoda cannons against them. The Beehive Heavy Cannons can be used to deal with ordinary blood elementalists. We can build enough of them to deal with the sieging enemy forces. If we are dealing with blood elementalists who possess the ability of God, we can devise a new type of pagoda cannons and use pure snow lava. However, we don't need too many of this type of pagoda cannons. Snow lava is so expensive that only those blood elementalists who have high statuses deserve it. Everyone burst out laughing. I will leave the new type of pagoda cannons to you then, Sir Shueman said. Division leader, what about my reward? Fatty intentionally put a pitiful look on his face. No problem, Sir Shueman replied bluntly. Then, she added, I will have AI Hui pass it to you. Fatty shivered in fear. Immediately, he spoke with a solemn tone, I was just joking. I was just joking. As a member of the Spear of Heavy Cloud, it is my responsibility to shoulder the honor of the Spear of Heavy Cloud. This is my job. Furthermore, what does the Spear of Heavy Cloud's business have to do with the Sword of Lightning? Sure Shueman nodded her head and replied, I will also tell him what you said. Big sister, boss, great aunt, please let me off. Fatty looked like he was going to cry soon. Everyone laughed heartily. Sure Shueman could not help but smile too. Everyone, especially those from the Central Pine faction, saw with their own eyes how Fatty was tortured by AI Hui in the past. The shadow cast on his mind was as dark as the night. Subsequently, Fatty returned to his usual self and continued, the Beehive Heavy Cannon is powerful, but its consumption of snow lava is huge too. We need to replenish our stores of snow lava. Moreover, the Beehive Heavy Cannon needs more people to operate. According to my estimation, one Beehive Heavy Cannon will need at least 20 people to operate. Only the main gunner needs to be a fire elementalist. The rest of the crew can be of any elemental type. One God-subduing peak will need at least. Fatty tilted his head and thought about it for a while before continuing, 50 Beehive Heavy Cannons? SSSS. Everyone gasped. All of them were shocked by this number. Fatty's plump and sweaty face smiled. He did not seem crazy at all. However, everyone knew how crazy this number was. Right now, the Spear of Heavy Cloud only had 12 pagoda cannons. If both God-subduing peaks were to be equipped with 50 Beehive Heavy Cannons, they would need a total of 100 Beehive Heavy Cannons. 100 Beehive Heavy Cannons. The terrifying, blazing, white flame net just now was a scaled-down version. Wouldn't 100 full-sized, blazing, white flame nets form a sea of fire? But when everyone imagined the sight of a sea of white fire covering the sky, they became extremely excited. 100 Beehive Heavy Cannons need 2,000 men. We need increase our manpower then, Sang Ji-jun was already doing the calculations. Fatty continued, that's right. We have to make some early preparations or else it will be hard to recruit people at the last moment. If we have too many empty positions, it will create another issue. Fatty looked at Sher Shueman. Speak, Sher Shueman said. After witnessing the might of the Beehive Heavy Cannon, she had already decided that they needed to equip the God-subduing peaks with Beehive Heavy Cannons no matter what. If they really equipped the two God-subduing peaks with 100 Beehive Heavy Cannons each, they would look like two enormous porcupines. The enemy forces would not know how to deal with them. She knew that this plan was not easy to implement. However, she had a decisive and determined character. Once she decided to do something, she would do it at all costs without fearing the difficulties. Since she already made up her mind on equipping the God-subduing peaks with Beehive Heavy Cannons, she would overcome any obstacles along the way. Not only do we have a problem with the manpower, we also have a problem with the number of smiths. Oldly alone is not enough. We need to recruit more smiths. Otherwise, I don't know when can we finish equipping the 100 beehive heavy cannons for each god-subduing peak, Fatty said. After thinking about it for a while, Shueman made a decision and said, Skyheart City has allowed us to conscript elementalists from any local places to replenish our manpower. Jiang Wei, Zhu Yan, both of you bring some men and go to the surrounding cities to recruit elementalists and smiths. For the elementalists, follow the usual procedure. As for the smiths, tell them we have the conscription authority first, and then give them some snow lava in exchange for their service. We will set off immediately. Jiang Wei was filled with admiration toward Shueman. By telling the smiths that the Spear of Heavy Cloud could conscript them by force first and then giving them snow lava in exchange for their service, they would not make things too difficult for the smiths. As for Zhu Yan, his task was to hold the line. Without a master among them, people would not take them seriously. Shueman turned around and said to Fatty, I shall leave the new type of pagoda cannons to you. Time is running out. In the future, you will be responsible for anything that has to do with pagoda cannons. An unprecedented feeling extended throughout Fatty's body like an electric current. His face flushed as he replied emotionally, I will do my best. This was the first time he had been entrusted with such a heavy responsibility in the Central Pine faction. At this moment, his eyes became slightly red. It was a pity that Ai Hui wasn't here. The fatty who shivered with cold in the pool of mud, the greedy demon who liked to steal money, the coward who hid behind Ai Hui, the lazy bum who did not like to train or bear hardships had finally been entrusted with a heavy responsibility. He could finally stand tall and proud in front of everyone. The cowardice, laziness, and shame had become a page from yesterday. The new page was shining brightly. Life was like flipping through a book. Every page was different. It always waited for a better version of itself to appear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559, The Time Has Arrived. Chapter 559, The Time Has Arrived. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. The reporters in Fishback City were feeling very weird. After staying here for so many days, when they saw in Xiaochu, they had a feeling that a hot piece of news would break out soon. However, up till now, no news had been announced. All of them were puzzled. When Yongming guessed that Ai Hui was waiting for the right chance to do so. As such, unlike the other reporters, who stayed in the courtyard drinking tea and chatting every day while waiting for Ai Hui to announce the news, he went around interviewing the people of Fishback City. He was filled with curiosity toward the Central Pine faction. He tried to gather any information that was related to the Central Pine faction, but made little progress. There was very little information about the Central Pine faction circulating outside. These people had almost zero communication with the outside world and had never released any information about themselves to the outside world. Therefore, the Central Pine Valley was unusually mysterious to the rest of the world. Even though when Yongming was in Fishback City and not the Central Pine Valley, it was still an extremely rare opportunity for him to observe the Central Pine faction, the Sword of Lightning, and Ai Hui from such a close distance. He clearly knew that no one in Fishback City trusted him at all. Any sensitive or out-of-line questions would put them on high alert against him and would cause them to be annoyed with him. As such, no matter what he did, he would always ask Ai Hui for permission first. For some unknown reason, Ai Hui agreed that he could interview the Sword of Lightning's members on the condition that he did not disturb the members' daily training sessions. However, when Yongming asked for an interview with Ai Hui himself, he was simply rejected by the latter. Ai Hui seemed very busy and was seldom in Fishback City. No one knew where he went. To be able to interview the members of the Sword of Lightning, Yongming was also very excited. As compared to the other combat division of the Central Pine Valley, the Spear of Heavy Cloud, the Sword of Lightning did not have much of a reputation yet. The outside world did not think too highly of them. However, Yongming was filled with expectation for the Sword of Lightning sword. He firmly believed that a combat division built by Ai Hui would definitely be extraordinary in the future. With Ai Hui's approval, the members of the Sword of Lightning cooperated very well with Yongming for the interviews. All of them were youngsters. Who did not want his face to appear in front of the world? Be it Ai Hui, Yongming, or the members of the Sword of Lightning, none of them probably expected that this information would be passed down forever. These accounts would become the most important historical evidence that the later generations used to study Ai Hui, the Central Pine faction and the Sword of Lightning. Due to this, Yongming's name would be remembered forever. At this point in time, Yongming had no knowledge that the contents he recorded would bring so much shock to the later generations. Thanks to his reporting, this fog-covered period of time could be presented to the later generations. During this period of time, the king had yet to wake up. Lu Lan was still wearing a cooking apron, the legendary combat division was still in its embryonic stage, and the world-shaking names who accumulated countless outstanding military merits were still shy youngsters. Wen Yongming specialized in socializing and was able to easily mix with this group of innocent youngsters in a short period of time. The Sword of Lightning also gave him a pleasant change of environment. In this place, no one cared about status or fought and schemed against each other. Everyone sweat with all their might. Their daily training sessions had a terrifying intensity. In a notebook that was passed down to the future generations, the few pages that mentioned the daily training sessions of the Sword of Lightning stunned the future combat divisions. Those future combat divisions underwent training that paled in comparison to the Sword of Lightning's. There were many minor details mentioned, such as the sword operator who would practice embroidery. In the future, one had to practice embroidery before becoming a sword operator. As such, many people also referred a male sword operator as a male seamstress. The praises for Lu Lan's elemental soup mentioned in the notebook were enthusiastically talked about the most by the future generations. The number of compliments Lu Lan received per day was directly linked to the number of times he had served his elemental soup that day. If he served his elemental soups 3 times in a day, he would definitely receive more than 3 compliments for that day. The number of times that the elemental soups was served had a direct correlation with the amount of praise Lu Lan would receive. However, the thing that left the deepest impression on Wen Yongming was the unity and diligence displayed by this small combat division. All of them were filled with vitality, behaving differently from the people in the outside world. This group of people was extraordinary. It was a pity that he did not get to see the Spear of Heavy Cloud. As usual, after the members of the Sword of Lightning had finished their training session, Wen Yongming eagerly went over to chat with them. At this moment, he felt slightly puzzled. The duration of the training session today was shorter than usual. By now, he was already very familiar with the members of the Sword of Lightning. They would greet each other, and he would even tease those members who were tired to death. Today, however, everyone responded to him absent-mindedly. Usually, they would burst out laughing and cheer him on. Wen Yongming could sense that the atmosphere was becoming tense. Had the time arrived? At this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. All the members could not help but stand up. Upon noticing this minor detail, Wen Yongming knew something was up. When he saw who the figure was, his mind shook. Yang Xiaodong. Being curious about any information that was related to the Central Pine Valley, Wen Yongming could recognize any important figure of the Central Pine faction. Yang Xiaodong used to be a master hired by Thunder City. Subsequently, he betrayed Thunder City, but was defeated by Ai Hui and his counterparts. Eventually, he and Mr. Do became captives of the Central Pine Valley. After Yang Xiaodong joined the Spear of Heavy Cloud, he became an important figure in the combat division and displayed outstanding performances under Shi Shuaman's leadership. Yang Xiaodong had returned from the front line. Indeed, after a while, the mysterious Ai Hui appeared in Fishback City. After approximately 4 hours, Yang Xiaodong left hurriedly. Fishback City was very small. Almost everyone saw Yang Xiaodong arrive and leave. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Whether it was the reporters or the snow lava buyers who had followed along, all of them understood that the time for the announcement was arriving soon. Mayor Qiao, the division leader wants to see you. Xiao Meiqi was slightly surprised that his name was called first. Deep down, he felt anxious. No matter how he looked at it, Ai Hui was going to do something astonishing this time around. Right now, almost 60% of the profits that Thunder City made came from the snow lava. If anything was to happen to this business deal, Xiao Meiqi would suffer huge losses. Unfortunately, he had no say in this issue. In the past, the Central Pine Valley needed to worry about how to sell the snow lava. Now that the demand for snow lava had skyrocketed, the Central Pine Valley could easily sell its snow lava. The only thing that made Xiao Meiqi felt at ease was that both of them enjoyed a pleasant collaboration. Ai Hui was someone who valued old relationships. However, he was also a businessman. If he knew there were no mutual benefits for both sides, he wouldn't care about the relationship between them. He did not know Ai Hui's plan and felt uncertain. When Xiao Meiqi walked into Ai Hui's office, Ai Hui was looking at a map on the wall. When Xiao Meiqi took a closer look at the map, his body shivered. It was a map of the front line. The most eye-catching position on the map was where the Spear of Heavy Cloud was currently stationed. Xiao Meiqi could not help but ask, "Brother, are you preparing to go to the front line?" Ai Hui shifted his gaze from the map and nodded his head at Xiao Meiqi. "Yes, we will be going to the front line very soon." Upon receiving a confirmed answer from Ai Hui, a cold tingle went down Xiao Meiqi's spine. Even though Ai Hui's face was covered by bandages and his eyes were blocked by the crystal chips, Xiao Meiqi could still sense Ai Hui's resolution. Suddenly, Xiao Meiqi asked, "What about the Central Pine Valley? Who will protect it?" "I have already made arrangements for it," Ai Hui replied calmly. He was too calm. Ai Hui was so calm that Xiao Meiqi felt panic. He had been through countless difficult negotiations and had rich experience in this aspect. However, at this point in time, the experience he had was of no use to him at all. Ai Hui was calm like a silent sword, but released a sharp glint. This implied that Ai Hui had already made a decision and possessed the overwhelming determination to carry it out. This was what Xiao Meiqi was most afraid of because Ai Hui was a businessman. Xiao Meiqi was so nervous that he did not even notice his trembling voice. "Brother, don't do anything rash. After all, you're someone who has a stable business now. You must be careful with any decision you make." Ai Hui picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Xiao Meiqi. Then, he replied, "The reason I asked you come today is because I want to talk about our future collaboration. Whether you agree with my choice or not, it will not affect our relationship." In the end, Xiao Meiqi was an experienced businessman. He quickly regained his composure and said, "Brother, speak your mind. Very soon, I will bring the Sword of Lightning to the battlefield. However, my relationship with Skyheart City will completely collapse as well. I hope that brother can help me, but I also clearly know the risk that you will face if you help me. Therefore, I can understand the worries you have," Ai Hui said calmly. Ai Hui's relationship with Skyheart City would completely collapse. Xiao Meiqi, who had just regained his composure, almost jumped out of his seat when he heard these words. Had the relationship between the Central Pine Valley and Skyheart City already deteriorated to this stage? Xiao Meiqi forced himself to stay calm and replied, "If I don't agree, our snow lava business deal will no longer continue?" "Yes, I will have other plans for the snow lava," Ai Hui replied bluntly. Xiao Meiqi admired Ai Hui's straightforward character. At this point in time, he had already calmed down completely. He asked bluntly, "If I agree to help you, what can I do to help you? And what will I get in return?" Apparently, Ai Hui was already prepared for this question. He continued, "I want brother to be in charge of our logistics. This war will continue for a long period of time. Our relationship with Skyheart City will deteriorate rapidly, so it is impossible for us to get any resources from them. Therefore, I hope brother's enterprise can provide resources for us. We will hand over our spoils of war to you. Other than this, brother will continue to be the only channel where the outside world can get snow lava. So we are like an exclusive resource convoy that supports the Central Pine Valley's combat divisions?" Xiao Meiqi palpitated with eagerness. "That's right." Ai Hui nodded his head. Xiao Meiqi was incited by Ai Hui's words. Of course he knew of the risk that came along with it. From the look of it, Skyheart City was naturally the most powerful at the moment. If he offended Skyheart City, he would have bad days ahead. However, the profits that Ai Hui could provide him were immense. Being the sole retailer for snow lava was like having a gold mine. Similarly, the profits from being the resource supplier that supported the Central Pine faction enticed him. Spoils of war were usually worth 10 times more than their original value after they were used on the battlefield. The profits he could earn from the spoils of war were immense. Of course, the risk that came with all these benefits would be huge as well. Their lives would be in danger, and the transportation of resources would be filled with danger. They would be prone to sneak attacks by enemies. If it were other people who came up with this proposal, Xiao Meiqi would have rejected it straight away. However, it was Ai Hui who proposed it, causing him to hesitate. He believed in Ai Hui's fighting capabilities. This fellow looked as if he was born to fight. Furthermore, there was still the Spear of Cloud that kept on performing miracles. In his mind, Xiao Meiqi was weighing the pros and cons. If he agreed to the proposal, it would be equivalent to him joining the Central Pine faction. This was something that neither Skyheart City nor the Gong residents, which he had close ties with, could tolerate. "I need to think about it," Xiao Meiqi replied with difficulty. "You indeed have to think carefully about such an important issue. I am sorry, but you will have to stay in Fishback City for a few more days and wait for me to complete my affairs," Ai Hui said understandingly. Xiao Meiqi left Ai Hui's office with a complicated look on his face. Ai Hui's voice was calm and collected the entire time. The aura he displayed was completely different from the past. Xiao Meiqi realized that he might need to reassess Ai Hui. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560, The Central Pine Valley's Declaration. Chapter 560, The Central Pine Valley's Declaration. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. When Enchaochu saw Xiao Meiqi walk out from Ai Hui's office with a complicated look on his face, he felt slightly pleased with himself. Xiao Meiqi's largest business was the snow lava. It was normal to be distressed after losing such a huge piece of pie. And Xiaochu had done some research before. More than half of Thunder City's profits came from snow lava. This was also why Xiaochu came alone this time around. Why wasn't New Light City powerful even though its population was so huge? It was because it wasn't rich. Whether it was inheritances, elemental traces, or the god subduing peaks, the expenditure of resources was astronomical. The aristocratic families controlled a powerful economy. Meanwhile, the new citizens were the low and middle classes of the Avalon of 5 elements. How would they possess such powerful wealth then? Even though Yu Qiba was an elder in the Elders Guild, he still couldn't be compared to those well-known elders from aristocratic families. The snow lava could bring about huge profits. If New Light City could ally with the Central Pine Valley, their economy would skyrocket. And Xiaochu had the confidence that he would be able to bring qualitative changes to New Light City within the next few years. After a while, Ai Hui walked out as well. Then, he nodded his head at Xiaochu. "Brother Cho, I'm sorry for making you wait for such a long time. Brother Ai, are you ready to make the announcement?" And Xiaochu smiled with a calm look on his face. "Ah, yes." Ai Hui turned around and spoke to everyone. "Everyone, I'm sorry for making all of you wait for so long in this desolate place. I am really sorry. However, since this issue is related to snow lava, I had to be prudent about it. Now, I have 2 announcements to make. Everyone became excited on the spot. Were the announcements ready? When Yongming and the other reporters began recording. Suddenly, Ai Hui said to Xiaochu, "Brother Cho, please stand beside me." And Xiaochu gave a confident smile and stood beside Ai Hui. Even though he knew all this time that he would be able to convince Ai Hui, he still felt extremely excited when the moment arrived. Back in the day, when he took over the construction project of New Light City, no one held him in high regard. However, he still completed the project perfectly. The success he had this time around would be the starting point of the rise of New Light City. And because he came alone on this mission, his name was destined to be remembered by New Light City forever. He was extremely confident. Beside him, Ai Hui opened his mouth and began speaking. "I have taken note of the numerous discussions regarding pagoda cannons and snow lava. Moreover, Brother Cho has traveled a long distance to come here and discuss this issue with me. New Light City is a huge city and Brother Cho has great foresight. I have benefited a lot from the discussion we had. I am also very glad that everyone supports the pagoda cannons. The Central Pine Valley's resolution in opposing the blood of God has never changed. From the day the blood catastrophe broke out in the induction ground at Central Pine City, we have been doing this. Our most important mission now is to fight against the blood of God. Having a brave, responsible, and powerful partner is more important than securing a victory on the battlefield. Therefore, I have 2 announcements to make." And Xiaochu tried his best to restrain his emotions, but his lips still curled into a smile eventually. Success! Skyheart City. Shaolin was reading the battle report that was sent to him. He flipped through and finished the first few pages with a glance. Suddenly, he stopped flipping the pages as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. His ordinary-looking face turned fierce and sinister all of a sudden. At this moment, Shaolin looked as if he had become another person. His body emitted a chill, resembling a poisonous snake that was hiding in the dark. He picked out a few pages from the battle report file and placed them within his robe. Subsequently, he turned back to the ordinary-looking man. Following this, he walked out of his room. After making several turns, he set foot on the street. There were not many people on the street. Skyheart City was no longer prosperous like it was in the past. After the bloody night of guillotines, Skyheart City had declined significantly. Madame Yi did her best to govern the city. She disliked extravagant and excessive behavior. The reputable aristocratic families had already cut down on their indulgences by quite a bit. However, there were still a lot of criticisms against Madame Yi. The most widely spread and impactful were Lu Buling's words. On the surface, Lu Buling was talking about the 3 central divisions. However, who didn't know that those words were targeted at Madame Yi in reality? Shaolin knew where the problem laid. Until now, Madame Yi had not personally orchestrated a victory. This was why people lacked confidence in her. In many people's eyes, Madame Yi was more interested in engaging in internal strife than fighting the blood elementalists. Furthermore, Madame Yi's brainchild, Master's Glory, had yet to be completed. Everyone had misgivings about the Master's Glory program. Among the higher-ups in Skyheart City, Shaolin had heard them complain about Master's Glory more than once. They said that if the resources spent on Master's Glory were used to build god-subduing peaks, they would have a lot more god-subduing peaks, and the situation wouldn't be so grim now. With a few more god-subduing peaks, the wall of North Sea also wouldn't have collapsed so easily. Shaolin knew things weren't that simple. However, he did not think about doing anything. What boss told him that day made sense. They were just a knife. They had no say in when they were used or how they were used. It was enough for them to complete the tasks that the higher-ups gave them. Right now, he was completing the task that the higher-ups had given him. After walking past a few blocks, he came to the entrance of a news village. He walked into it, appearing as if he was very familiar with this place. A reporter who was currently refining some Mirage bean pods turned around. A faintly discernible look of disdain flashed across his eyes, but he quickly became all smiles. "Sir, you can just ask us to go over. There's no need for you to come here personally." Shinjin was around 50 years old. He looked like an honest person, but one could tell he was actually a profiteer. No matter how good Shinjin tried to hide his look of disdain, Shaolin, who was specialized in observing body language, could still see it clearly. However, he did not care about it all. So what if this fellow disliked him? He was fine with anything as long as he could complete his task. He took out the few pages of the battle report from his robe and placed them on the table. Then, he said plainly, "It's all right. I want you to take a look at these few pages." When Shinjin picked up the battle report and read the first line, his facial expression changed slightly. "Do you know how to write?" Shaolin asked indifferently. "Sir, please guide me," Shinjin stuttered. Shaolin did not beat around the bush and bluntly said, "Many combat divisions have failed even though they have pagoda cannons. After investigation, we realized these combat divisions lacked snow lava. They used a low-grade fire liquid blend that caused the power of the pagoda cannons to be greatly reduced." Shinjin's facial expression changed again. He of course knew what these words implied. Upon seeing the worried look on Shinjin's face, Shaolin said plainly, "Don't worry, there will be many people supporting you." Shinjin knew he had to comply with Shaolin today. Therefore, he added, "Should we also say that the Elders Guild will pay a handsome sum of money to buy the refinement method for the snow lava from the Central Pine Valley? We can also say that the combat divisions at the front line were sacrificed in vain because they lacked snow lava." A look of admiration flashed across Shaolin's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, someone barged in and yelled, "Old Shun! Old Shun! Big news! Big news!" Shinjin's facial expression changed. Before he could react, that person had already barged in. The person only realized there was a guest after he barged in. He did not know who Shaolin was. He felt slightly embarrassed and said, "Old Shun, I'm sorry. I don't know you had a guest. I will come and find you later." "What's the big news?" Shaolin suddenly asked. The person thought Shaolin was Shinjin's friend and hurriedly said, "Absolutely hot news. It just came out this morning, and I just bought it. I am shocked." "The main point please," Shaolin interrupted emotionlessly. The person looked slightly embarrassed. However, he quickly started talking with excitement again. "The Central Pine Valley has made two important announcements. Let me tell you, when I first saw it." When Shaolin heard the three words Central Pine Valley, his mind jolted. He turned around abruptly and appeared in front of the person. "Hand the Mirage bean pod over." Shaolin's suddenly display of might froze that person in an instant. He subconsciously handed the Mirage bean pod over to Shaolin. Shaolin returned to his original position and crushed the Mirage bean pod. Ai Hui was entirely covered by bandages with two red crystal chips over his eyes, resembling a red-eyed mummy. He looked extremely comical, but Shaolin knew how scary this mysterious man was. Ai Hui was truly a ruthless individual. When Shaolin clearly saw who the fat man beside Ai Hui was, his eye pupils dilated abruptly. And Xiaochu, the mayor of New Light City, and Xiaochu, who was also known as the Ugly Idol. And Xiaochu handled things firmly and carefully. He was honest and sincere as well. With the addition of his body size, he was affectionately known as the Ugly Idol by the citizens of New Light City. The Central Pine Valley and New Light City were going to ally with each other. Shaolin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This result was what Madame Yi least wanted to see happen. He could almost imagine how angry Madame Yi would be when boss meet her later. "I have taken note of the numerous discussions on pagoda cannons and snow lava. Our most important mission now is to fight against the blood of God. Having a brave, responsible, and powerful partner is more important than securing a victory on the battlefield." Eh? Shaolin was stunned all of a sudden. "Therefore, I have two announcements to make. The first one is that the Sword of Lightning will be going to the battlefield to fight alongside the Spear of Heavy Cloud. The second one is that we have decided to open up snow lava and the technology behind the pagoda cannons to the public in order to put up a better fight against the blood of God and to find like-minded comrades. We will form a brand new Pagoda Cannon Alliance. We will provide free snow lava to the members of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance and will share with them our research on pagoda cannons. Our requirements are very simple. First, only those combat divisions that fight long-term on the front line will be provided with free snow lava. We feel that the combat divisions at the front line need the snow lava more urgently. Second, all combat divisions that wish to join the Pagoda Cannon Alliance will have to undergo our assessment and possess enough military experience as well as tenacious willpower. In the mirage, and Xiaochu's facial expression was frozen. The confident smile on his face had disappeared as his face began to turn ashen. At this moment, Xiaolin wanted to burst out laughing. And Xiaochu had been fooled. However, this notion of his was soon gone. He stared at the red-eyed mummy in the mirage. He wished he could tear the bandages off AI Huey's head to see the ambitious look on his face. They had discussed the possible responses that AI Huey would come up with, but they had definitely never thought of this response. How ambitious did he have to be to choose this method? Did he really think that he could use the snow lava to make everyone listen to him? A sneer appeared on Xiaolin's face. Naive. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561, The Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Chapter 561, The Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. He had been fooled. And Xiaochu felt like he was a clown. He was calm toward this outcome. He realized he couldn't blame anyone but himself. He had underestimated AI Hui. AI Hui was far more ambitious than he expected, far more daring than he thought. Deep down, and Xiaochu sighed with sorrow. A newborn doesn't fear the tiger, but did AI Hui really think this was an easy feat to pull off? Was snow lava really that powerful? So much so that AI Hui could use it to command everyone? It was not that easy. Most of the combat divisions that went to the front line were under the Elders Guild's command. They were motivated by Skyheart City's generous rewards. Anyone who joined AI Huey's side would cause his or her relationship with Skyheart City to collapse. How many people were willing to take the risk of falling out with Skyheart City? What gave him the right to think that he could control the situation? To make everyone listen to him? There were many things that couldn't be achieved just by being ambitious. And Xiaochu was very curious about what AI Hui would do next. From AI Huey's past, he could tell that AI Hui wasn't a brainless youngster. On the contrary, the way AI Hui handled things displayed maturity that surpassed his age. He had been stupid to underestimate AI Hui once. He would be worse than stupid if he underestimated him twice. Very soon, and Xiaochu regained his composure and told AI Hui, "Brother AI is really bold." The bandages on AI Huey's face twitched, appearing as if he was smiling behind the bandages. "I'm not bold, but rather, I'm being forced into this situation. I can't possibly resign myself to my fate, but..." And Xiaochu did not believe AI Hui. He felt that AI Huey's words were just civilities. However, he did not wish to linger on this issue and change the topic. What about the Central Pine Valley? Aren't you worried about it? Then, a look of realization appeared on Xiaochu's face, and he continued, the bloody signboard in Lemon Camping Ground has yet to dry. There should be no one that dares to mess with the Central Pine Valley during this period of time. AI Hui declined to say anything about this issue. He merely replied, "Brother Cho will know in 2 days' time." Upon hearing these words, and Xiaochu chuckled. "I will have to be thick-skinned and stay for 2 more days then." Most of the people had left. Hoping that his message could be spread faster, AI Hui used the pinwheel sword to send Wen Yongming and the rest back to Thunder City. The customers who wanted to buy snow lava were sent back as well. AI Huey's announcement had given them a great shock. When the pinwheel sword returned, Gu Xian had an annoyed look on his face. Upon seeing this, AI Hui asked, "What's with that look on your face? Something happened along the way?" Shi Zhiguang interrupted, "These people are too vile. Along the way, they kept speaking ill of boss. All of us were infuriated. They only shut their mouths when we threatened to throw whoever that kept on talking off the pinwheel sword." "What did they say about me?" AI Hui looked interested. Shi Zhiguang was an honest individual. When AI Hui asked this question, he replied frankly, "They said boss is delusional. They also said you have overestimated yourself and that you think you're a very important figure. Why can't everyone survive without your snow lava?" AI Hui laughed out loud. Then, he patted Gu Xian and Shi Zhiguang's shoulders and said to them, "Go and have a rest." After flying such a long distance, both of them were tired. They knew they had a lot of things to do afterward, so they went back to rest. Xiao Meiqi walked over to Ai Hui. Ai Hui was shocked by Xiao Meiqi's appearance. He asked, "Brother, what happened to you?" Xiao Meiqi's eyes were very red, resembling the eyes of a rabbit. His hair was unkempt, and he looked as if he had not slept for a few days. Disgruntled, he said, "It's your fault. You have created such a huge uproar." "Ha, why did I have to fall in? If you want me to replenish your supplies, I will do it for you. Why did you have to trouble me by asking me to fall in?" Ai Hui smiled and did not say anything. Xiao Meiqi clenched his teeth and said, after thinking it through over the past few days, "I feel that I have more prospects for success following you. Anyway, in Skyheart City's eyes, I am on the Gong residence's side. If the Yi family really dominates the world, they will definitely target me as well. If that's the case, I might as well take a gamble with you, brother. What's the worst that can happen to me? At worst, I die." After Xiao Meiqi finished the sentence, he looked as if he was relieved of a burden, calming down in an instant. "Brother thought so highly of us?" Ai Hui cast a glance at Xiao Meiqi. "It's not that I thought highly of all of you," Xiao Meiqi shook his head as his tone changed, "but rather, it's that I think highly of you. You're born to be a troublemaker. The more chaotic a situation is, the more effective you are. I guess you have never noticed this characteristic of yours before. In the past, I was puzzled about why you were willing to stay in a desolate place like the Central Pine Valley. Now that you're going to the front line, I feel that you're back to normal. Can the Yi family solve the chaotic situation now?" "No, I don't think so." "Brother feels that I can solve it?" Ai Hui was extremely surprised. "No, you can't," Xiao Meiqi replied bluntly. "You don't have this capability yet. However, if we talk about who has the higher chance of surviving, I would pick you. I am very confident in you regarding this aspect. Furthermore, with your Snow Lava trump card, no matter who you seek help from in the future, no one will reject you. At worst, I will surrender along with you. Since there's a way out and I can have the opportunity to make big bucks, this little bit of risk is nothing to me." Ai Hui was astonished by Xiao Meiqi's thought process. He was truly a businessman. "Welcome aboard." Ai Hui reached out his hand to Xiao Meiqi. It was only after careful deliberations that he chose Xiao Meiqi to become his partner. Both of them had collaborated for a long period of time, and they had enough trust and confidence in each other. If it was someone else, Ai Hui would not be at ease. He or she would not be on Xiao Meiqi's level either. Xiao Meiqi high-fived Ai Hui's hand delightedly. Following which, he frowned and sighed deeply. "Ha, why do my masters always become your subordinates eventually? Hua De just told me that he wants to be a sword operator and requested that I ask you about it." "He wants to be a sword operator?" Ai Hui was slightly surprised, but soon nodded his head. "Alright, he can follow Shi Zhiguang and train for a period of time first. He is a master and I believe he will master the position very soon. An elementalist who could become a master definitely had an outstanding level of intelligence. A person that solely depended on diligence would never become a master. A master had a deep understanding of elemental energy. No matter what new skill they learned, they could pick it up easily." Ai Hui also had not expected that Hua De wanted to become a sword operator. He hadn't expected the position of sword operator to be so attractive to a master. Immediately, he thought of a brand new opportunity. Currently, Shi Zhiguang was already very competent with operating the pinwheel sword. Shi Zhiguang was still young, so he had more potential than Hua De. However, as a master, Hua De was at his peak now. Hua De would rapidly grasp the trick to operating the pinwheel sword. However, an ordinary pinwheel sword did not have enough room for a master to display his entire might. Being a master at his peak, Hua De was able to manage a higher speed, carry out more complicated maneuvers, endure a more powerful impact, and exhibit a better control over the pinwheel sword. Should he make Hua De a solo pinwheel sword? The image of an enormous sword that was covered with a thick sword gleam disappearing into the sky and then creating a bloody trail in the enemy camp appeared in Ai Hui's mind. Fast and invisible. As long as it was fast enough, it could produce a horrifyingly destructive power. Sword operator was a new profession Ai Hui had made up. A master sword operator was something that he had never thought of. There were many areas that he needed to think about in detail. However, Ai Hui felt that this idea was really worth considering. The addition of Xiao Meiqi was extremely beneficial for the entire Central Pine faction. The Central Pine faction was mainly made up of combat elementalists. If they were asked to handle business deals, they would definitely cause a huge mess. Getting rid of their dependence on Skyheart City for resources was the first step of Ai Hui's plan. With the snow lava, AI Hui wasn't afraid of not having enough money. However, whether it was selling snow lava or buying an enormous amount of resources, they needed people who were capable of doing it. By joining the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, one had to undertake a huge risk and break ties with Skyheart City. However, he or she would have no risk in buying snow lava. Skyheart City's influence was not enough to hinder people from buying snow lava. Now, there was one final issue left. The Central Pine Valley. Lulan ran over to AI Hui and yelled, "AI Hui, the arrangements in the valley have been settled." AI Hui's mind jolted. After Yang Xiaodong returned to the Spear of Heavy Cloud, he repeated everything AI Hui said to Shi Shueman. After hearing the message, Shi Shueman did not say anything. Early in the morning, Shi Shueman sent her subordinate to a nearby city to buy a Mirage bean pod. Inside a tent, Shi Shueman, Fatty, Jiang Wei, and the rest were staring at the Mirage. Fatty was slapping his thigh as he watched the Mirage. "Oh my! This move of a Hui is really beautiful. Did you see the look on Xiaochu's face? Ha ha ha." The rest had their faces filled with shock. They needed some time to digest AI Hui's sudden announcement. Clearly, they understood what AI Hui's declaration implied. From today onward, their relationship with Skyheart City was completely broken. This meant that they were going to establish a power of their own. In the past, the Central Pine Valley was too small, and they had too few people. It was very hard for them to establish themselves as a power back then. Everyone was startled by AI Hui's audacity and resolution. When the Mirage finished playing, there was absolute silence in the tent. Shi Shueman looked around and calmly said, "Let's talk about it." Without hesitation, Fatty yelled, "I support AI Hui. Everything we do, we have to do according to that old witch. Boring. Skyheart City is obviously trying to snatch our snow lava. This is a golden egg laid by our old hen. Even if we die, we are not giving it to them." The rest nodded their heads. Fatty's words spoke for their minds. Madame Yi and Skyheart City were not really popular among the soldiers on the front line. Everyone was limited by the Elders Guild. Deep down, they lacked respect toward Madame Yi. The more battles a combat division fought against the blood elementalists, the more they would feel this way. Why would they respect Madame Yi when she was doing nothing in Skyheart City while their comrades kept dying on the battlefield? I agree. However, we still need to discuss any unforeseen events that we might encounter. For example, will our relationship with the Infantry Division and the Sky Edge Division change? In our original plan, we needed the coordination of 4 God-subduing peaks to form a defensive line. If our relationship with the Infantry Division and the Sky Edge Division drifts apart, do we need to have a backup plan? Jiang Wei spoke with a deep voice. How do we resolve the issue of resource replenishment? Sang Jijun asked. After all, it is obvious that we are trying to form a power of our own. What if no one joins our Pagoda Cannon Alliance? What will happen to the Central Pine Valley? Who will protect it? Everyone broke into a lively discussion. The atmosphere heated up in an instant. AI Hui's audacity had shocked everyone. However, they subsequently felt more excitement than shock. All of them were still young, filled with vigor and courage. Of course, they did not want to stay and hide in a desolate valley. All of them wanted to make a name for themselves. Furthermore, the enmity between them and the blood elementalists was unresolvable. They completely disagreed with Skyheart City's style of handling things. Deep down, they disdained and hated Skyheart City's actions. Now that they could finally expand their power and influence to step onto the world stage, they were filled with hope and expectation. Everyone knew that this path was arduous and dangerous. Even so, this couldn't suppress their fervor or stop them from pursuing what they desired. These invisible restraints had been suffocating them for a very long time. They longed to be free from them. As for the danger and risk that came along with this decision, none of them cared at all. Weren't they in danger every day on the battlefield? No matter what dangers or adverse effects came along with this decision, it couldn't be worse than the dangers and tragedies they faced on the battlefield. We will discuss these issues again when AI Hui is here. I'm not too sure about his exact arrangements either. However, everyone doesn't need to be too worried. AI Hui already has a solution to the issue of the Central Pine Valley. He will give all of you a surprise, Shi Shueman said. Surprise? Everyone looked at each other, feeling even more curious. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562, Skyheart City's Countermeasures. Chapter 562, Skyheart City's Countermeasures. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. The Infantry Division's Encampment. Silver Solder looked silently at the red-eyed mummy who was covered in bandages in the mirage. Other than his voice, Silver Solder couldn't link the person in the mirage with the youth in the embroidery workshop in Central Pine City. Even his voice was slightly different despite it sounding familiar. The tranquility and resolution in his voice were forged by steel-like willpower. It was no longer young and tender like it was in the past. Silver Soldier felt as if a lifetime had passed. After he woke up from his injury, he was suffocated by the devastation caused by the Battle of Central Pine City. When he saw Ai Hui plunge his sword into the body of Wang Shouchuan and Mingxiu's tear-streaked face, he was heartbroken. He felt as if his heart had been slashed by a sword. That night, he was dead drunk. Fate seemed to play a cruel joke on him. It first threw him into the comforting warmth of sunshine, then it ruthlessly threw him into a cold and dark abyss. A slightly warm palm gently held his metallic hand. The texture of the palm wasn't soft since it was covered with calluses from long-term swordsmanship practice. He returned to his senses from the whirlpool of memories. Silver Soldier laughed at himself. How could a person whose life did not belong to himself be qualified to feel sentimental? He smiled at Karakoram Polaris and said, "I am fine. I just didn't expect this fellow to grow to this level." Karakoram Polaris knew that her senior had thought about Central Pine City again. She could feel that her senior had been depressed all these years. Every time he thought about Central Pine City, he would become emotional. She wondered what her senior was like before he was injured. Was he always solemn like this? Did he never smile like he did now? "It seems like Angie has an eye on the snow lava," she said softly. "It's not seems like, but rather, she has had an eye on the snow lava all along. Snow lava is an A-grade fire liquid, and there are many uses for it. With the emergence of pagoda cannons, why would Skyheart City ignore such a powerful weapon?" Silver Soldier replied. "That lad Ai Hui is very crafty. He will not allow anyone to get the better of him. He will definitely fight to his death with anyone that tries to steal from his bowl. Look at his message. He obviously knows that Skyheart City is going to target him, so he struck first and obtained the upper hand," Silver Soldier continued. "Take a look, he is actually taking a shot at Skyheart City with his words. The combat divisions at the front line need the snow lava more urgently than those who aren't at the front line. Skyheart City must be feeling angry and humiliated right now. However, they can't do anything against Ai Hui at the moment. This lad is a bad boy. That's the way he has always been. One has to be very careful when dealing with him. A moment of carelessness will cause one to be eaten by him. I also don't know why a decent girl like Sher Shueman fell for a bad boy like him." The eyes behind Karakoram Savant's veil curled slightly. She liked it the most when her senior pondered over something seriously. It was only in these moments that her senior would forget about all his depressing memories and become focused. "What about us?" she continued to ask. After thinking about it, Silver Soldier replied, "We will carry on what we have been doing until Skyheart City gives us a clear-cut order. I don't think Skyheart City dares to act recklessly anyway. Furthermore, the situation now is critical. If the situation gets out of control and creates a chain reaction, we will not be able to hold off the blood elementalists. Eventually, the enemy forces will be able to attack beyond Avalon directly. This is definitely an outcome that Skyheart City doesn't want to see." Karakoram Savant wasn't a brainless person. After thinking about it, she felt that her senior's words made sense. She knew Angie very well and knew that Angie was very good at practicing forbearance. Karakoram Savant nodded her head and replied, "Senior is right. That's why I said this lad Ai Hui is very crafty. Look at the timing he chose to make this announcement. Skyheart City can't do anything to him at all. Even though I don't know how this lad is going to handle the situation, I know he can do a lot of things during this period of buffer time. This lad is an expert during chaotic situations. He is like a slippery loach that can make the most out of every opportunity. I think Senior actually admires Ai Hui a lot." Karakoram Savant laughed. Silver Savant was stunned momentarily. Then, he nodded his head and said, "There are many unusual aspects about him. He is strong-willed and tenacious. I have never seen someone like him before. To other people, willpower might be a form of persistence with a particular faith. Ai Hui, however, seems to be born with willpower. It's an instinct to him. The words giving up don't seem to exist in his dictionary. Senior has such a high assessment of him." Karakoram Savant was astonished. "Actually, what right do we have to assess him? His achievements today were obtained through his own hard work. We are inferior compared to him." Karakoram Savant tilted her head and thought about it. Then, she nodded her head and replied, "Senior is right." She and her senior became the division leaders of the infantry and Sky Edge divisions only because of her father. Ai Hui became the leader of the Central Pine faction through his own abilities. Even Shi Shuemon became his subordinate. After fighting alongside Shi Shuemon, she rather admired Shi Shuemon's strength and character. Ai Hui was indeed formidable if he was able to make an outstanding individual like Shi Shuemon his subordinate. Let Skyheart City stress over the issue of snow lava. Right now, I am actually very interested in Ai Hui's Pagoda Cannon Alliance. No matter what, this lad is exceptional in combat. He can relieve us of some of our burden, Silver Soldier said. After listening to Senior, even I hope Ai Hui can arrive earlier. Karakoram Savant chuckled. Silver Soldier was right. Skyheart City was stressing over Ai Hui's prestige now. This is what you meant by you are confident of getting it done? This is what you call getting it done? Madame Ye's enraged voice echoed throughout the meeting hall. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Madame Ye had always been graceful and refined. This was the first time they had seen her lose control of herself. She wasn't even this angry when the Dread Division and the Judgment Division had left the city. A layer of perspiration appeared on Nian Tingfeng's forehead without him knowing. He had thought of various possible moves that Ai Hui would make, but he definitely never thought of this response. Ai Hui's style of handling things was indeed surprising. He is slapping our face. By saying the front line needs the snow lava more urgently, he is saying that we are doing nothing at all. He even said that he is going to the front line immediately. A smart move indeed. The slap he gave our face is loud and clear. Now, we can't even do anything against him. Madame Ye's face had turned ashen as she chided everyone. This subordinate is incompetent. Madam, feel free to punish me, Nian Tingfeng summoned his courage and said. Upon sensing the sincerity in Nian Tingfeng's words, Madame Ye's rage lessened. Following which, she snorted, Punish? What's the point of punishing you now? Can I stop the world from mocking us by punishing you? Now that she talked about it, she felt extremely distressed. She always felt vexed whenever she had to deal with issues that were related to the Central Pine Valley. She regretted not razing the Central Pine Valley to the ground earlier. This subordinate deserves to die. Nian Tingfeng lowered his head even more. Madame Yi took a deep breath and suppressed her emotions. Punishment or not, we will talk about it later. Right now, let's discuss what we should do now. And I want to know what Ai Hui's intentions are for making this declaration. Everyone looked at each other. No one was willing to say anything. Upon seeing this, Nian Tingfeng opened his mouth and said, This subordinate has come up with some conjectures. Speak. Madame Yi said coldly. Nian Tingfeng did not speak immediately. It was only after he reorganized his thoughts that he started to talk. Initially, after looking at Ai Hui's declaration, this subordinate was also shocked. However, after thinking about it, I realized this is actually his last resort. He might have found out that we are interested in seizing the snow lava from him and simply used our tactic against us. By using the pretext of going to the front line and fighting, the public can't expect anything from him. Ai Hui also knows that the front line is filled with dangers. The Central Pine Valley alone can't do much to help. Therefore, he thought of the idea of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. He wants to rope in a bunch of people to build up his prestige and influence. This will increase his chance of securing a victory on the battlefield. Ai Hui this bastard. On the surface, he acts as if he is being magnanimous. In reality, he is just a treacherous individual, Madame Yi snorted. A cold shiver went down Nian Tingfeng's spine. Madame Yi spoke the words Ai Hui this bastard with an obvious killing intent. Everyone nodded their heads. Before this incident, no one felt that Ai Hui could pose any threat to Skyheart City. Even though the Central Pine Valley was impressive, it was too small. How could such a small group of people pose a threat to them? Right now, however, the Central Pine Valley was like a fishbone that was stuck in the throat of Skyheart City. It wasn't deadly, but it was extremely unbearable. Madame is wise. Nian Tingfeng flattered Madame Yi first before continuing, From the look of it, it's best that we don't do anything now. There are two reasons for this. First, the situation is critical now. Any reckless moves will cause us to lose this fight. Second, the Sword of Lightning Division is taking the initiative to fight on the front line. We can't find a reason to bring them down now. At the moment, we should cope with all actions by remaining inactive. There are still many obstacles between Ai Hui's path and his goal. He is facing a few problems now. Continue. Madame Yi became excited. First, he has a low prestige. Before this incident, the Central Pine Valley was just a small power. AI Huey's personal strength is rather impressive, but that's not enough to attract other people to join him. Even if there are people joining him, he will face the problem of insubordination. How is AI Huey going to convince the masses? Everyone nodded their heads. What Nian Tingfeng said made sense. Madame Yi clearly understood the problem of insubordination from her personal experience. In the past, no one cared that AI Huey became the leader of the Central Pine faction because the Central Pine faction only had a few hundred of people back then. It was not easy for a power that had such a small number of people to achieve anything. Madame Yi was born from nobility. She was born in the oldest family of the Avalon of 5 elements. Even with the Great Elder paving the way for her, there were still many people who refused to support her. For New Light City, it might appear to outsiders that Inchachu was in charge. In reality, Yuchiba and the other elders were really the ones who called the shots. Once AI Huey formed the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, the issue of authority would arise. On the battlefield, life-threatening situations might arise at any moment. Would people obey him just because of the snow lava? This was something that was not going to happen. Second, since he has already announced to everyone that he is going to the front line, he must secure a victory. Otherwise, he will become a laughingstock. Nian Tingfeng continued, whether there is internal strife in the Pagoda Cannon Alliance or AI Huey fails to secure a victory, we will have enough reasons by then to pick up the pieces for him. When that day comes, the snow lava will naturally be ours. We must encourage those capable combat divisions to join the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Madame Yi softly coughed. Yes, Nian Tingfeng replied. We have to be on the offensive and not the defensive all the time, Madame Yi said. This subordinate will bear this in mind. Nian Tingfeng replied respectfully. Even if we are bound to fail, we have to wait until this issue blows over, Madame Yi muttered. Understood, Nian Tingfeng acknowledged. I hope the Dread Division and the Judgment Division don't let me down, Madame Yi mumbled. Nian Tingfeng did not say anything. He had become the focal point of the entire meeting hall. A few people were looking at him with disdain. He did not do anything and remained calm. After the Dread Division and the Judgment Division headed toward the front line, the Surveillance Division had been mocked by many people. By this point in time, Madame Ye's rage has completely disappeared. Her gaze shifted to Ma Shurji as she said, Master's glory is our brainchild. I'm sorry for troubling Sir over this issue. There's no need to rush it. Stability comes first. Only success is allowed. Currently, Ma Shurji did not dare to hesitate and replied with a prudent look on his face, yes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563, The Transformation of the Central Pine Valley. Chapter 563, The Transformation of the Central Pine Valley. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Unlike Skyheart City, which was anxious over the Central Pine Valley's declaration, heated debates erupted in other cities instead. Everyone discussed the Central Pine Valley's declaration, making it the hottest discussion topic at the moment. The previous craze over pagoda cannons and snow lava allowed AI Huey's declaration to create a sensation the moment it was announced to the world. In short, this was the first time AI Huey took the initiative to step onto the radar of the world, creating and gaining quite a huge amount of attention on himself. Many people also suspected that there was someone in the dark helping AI Huey build momentum for the previous pagoda cannon craze. Everyone argued enthusiastically about the weird appearance of the red-eyed mummy as well as the proposal of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Those who bootlicked Skyheart City were speechless at the formidability of AI Huey's move. It was very hard for them to imagine that such a fearsome and deft move was executed by the hands of a young man. Wen Yongming and the other reporters were very experienced. They did not release all of their recorded content to the world at once. AI Huey's declaration would take away all the attention from the rest of their news stories and overshadow them. When everyone began to debate passionately about AI Huey's declaration, Wen Yongming and the other reported began releasing their additional material. These reports included the odd appearance of the pinwheel sword and its terrifying speed, the magical sword operator, the fishback city that was single-handedly built by a master, the daily training sessions of the Sword of Lightning, etc. These new and odd topics immediately attracted everyone's attention and piqued their curiosity. The lightning-fast pinwheel sword in the Mirage attracted the most attention. Countless people were eager to try it. Those who had traveled in it before boasted about it endlessly. These released Mirage bean pods did not increase everyone's understanding of the Central Pine Valley. Instead, they further increased the mystique of the Central Pine Valley in everyone's hearts. Aside from the pagoda cannons and the snow lava, now there was the pinwheel sword in Fishback City. The Central Pine Valley was like an enormous treasure trove that always gave people surprises. How many things were there in the Central Pine Valley that were unknown to the world? Being a war machine, the pinwheel sword had a terrifying speed, but what about its offensive capabilities? How could it be used to fight on the battlefield? Did it work in a similar way as the pagoda cannons? Countless questions swirled around everyone's heads. All of them were filled with curiosity and expectation toward the sword of lightning's trip to the battlefield. Meanwhile, at Fishback City, the most tense moment had arrived. Even AI Hui, himself, could not help but feel tense. Lu Lan, have you checked everything? AI Hui asked. AI Hui, Lu Lan has already checked everything. On AI Hui's shoulder, there was a mini Lu Lan tilting his head while counting with his fingers. AI Hui, this is the 7th time that Lu Lan has checked everything. When AI Hui saw the look on Lu Lan's face, he could help but feel overjoyed. The anxiousness he felt was reduced significantly. Beside him, Xiao Meiqi felt excited and anxious. Since he had already made up his mind to join AI Hui's side, every success and failure of AI Hui's operations was closely related to him. All along, AI Hui had not wanted to tell him how was he going to protect the Central Pine Valley. The more AI Hui did not want to tell him, the more curious he felt. It was as if there was a kitten that kept scratching Xiao Meiqi's heart. He had asked other members of the Central Pine faction, but none of them knew. Even though they were digging and building things in the Central Pine Valley, none of them knew what they were doing this for. And Chaochu was the only outsider here. He saw that everyone's gaze was directed at a distant valley. Was it possible that the Central Pine Valley was there? Ensuring the safety of the Central Pine Valley was a huge problem that AI Hui faced. After all, the Central Pine Valley was the home of the Central Pine faction. Nobody wanted their home to be thrashed when they were out on a war expedition. From the look of it, it appeared that AI Hui already had a plan. Suddenly, and Chaochu thought of AI Hui's master and mistress. Was AI Hui going to use treating the city as a piece of cloth? The moment this idea appeared in Chaochu's head, he couldn't get rid of it. AI Hui had managed to inherit Wang Shouchuan's legacy. Currently, AI Hui's knowledge of elemental traces exceeded his teacher in many areas. Given AI Hui's abilities, it was possible that, treating the city as a piece of cloth, would reappear. Using this method, even though the people living in the valley would be trapped for the time being, the safety of the valley would be ensured. The more Chaochu thought about it, the more possible he felt it was. His facial expression changed. Then, he heard AI Hui asking again, is Bangwan protected? AI Hui, he is protected, Lu Lan yelled. Are the others out? AI Hui, they have already come out. AI Hui's mood was involuntarily affected by Lu Lan's. Lu Lan always made everyone feel that their lives were filled with valor and sunshine. When the situation finally came to a head, AI Hui actually felt nervous. He could not help but laugh at himself. Then, he spoke with a solemn tone, get ready. The mini Lu Lan standing on AI Hui's shoulder flew into air. A small red flag mysteriously appeared in his hand. The mini Lu Lan waved the small red flag with all his strength and yelled, get ready! Get ready! The mini Lu Lans all over the mountains and valley echoed after him. Everyone held their breath. The air seemed to freeze at this point in time. Begin! AI Hui gave the order firmly. The mini Lu Lan in the air waved down the red flag with a whoosh and yelled, begin! 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 The responses from the mini Lu Lans resounded through the air like a tidal wave. And Chaochu looked at Lu Lan with curiosity. This was the first time he had seen such a sand puppet. However, he didn't really care about it. Fire elementalists were benefiting from the rising popularity of pagoda cannons, so their social status elevated. Meanwhile, the status of earth elementalists was still on the decline. Nowadays, many earth elementalists started learning construction. They hoped they could become a battlefield construction master like Wang Shaoshan. The sand puppets seen today were remnants from the Avalon of 5 elements. The last family who specialized in producing sand puppets, the Sha family, happened to be annihilated by AI Hui. From the look of it, and Chaochu felt that what Lu Lan was doing might just be an ability of a sand puppet. To him, the utility of a sand puppet was very limited. Rumble! A deep and muffled sound came from the ground. The ground beneath everyone's feet was trembling furiously, causing all of them to lose their balance. Crisscrossing streaks of light erupted in the valley. A powerful elemental energy wave swept across the area like a hurricane. And Chaochu was overwhelmed with shock. What was going on? He was not the only one. The others were overwhelmed with shock as well. The scene happening before their eyes had far surpassed their imagination. What was going on? In the Central Pine Valley, all 5 types of elemental energy pools were bursting with radiance. 5 different colored lights erupted at the same time. Along with the dazzling radiance, concentrated elemental energies flowed through the crisscrossing channels in the valley. If one looked down from the sky above the central pine valley, he or she would see a gigantic cycle of 5 elements forming. Rumble! Rumble! The rocks surrounding the central pine valley began to collapse. The mist-covered valley appeared in front of everyone. A gorgeous radiance erupted behind the mist, preventing anyone from taking a clear look inside of the central pine valley. Because of the radiance, the mist that covered the central pine valley became unusually beautiful. Powerful elemental energy undulations kept on muddling the mist. This mighty scene frightened everyone. Rumble! The mountains around the valley were collapsing at a terrifying speed. A colossal crevice appeared around the valley. The only thing that was not affected was a mountain ridge on a particular side of the valley. The crevice around the valley became larger and large, more than 70 meters wide. It was astonishingly deep as well. If one looked at it from afar, he or she would think that it was an abyss that led to hell. The bottom part of the valley was hanging in the air and gave off a brilliant glow. And Xiaochu's brain had completely stopped working. New Light City and the windy resonant pagoda had been personally built by him, but he had never seen such a spectacular sight before. All this time, Ai Hui had been staring at the glow from the valley. Suddenly, he yelled, "Mr. Do!" The others looked as if they had just woken up from a dream and searched for Mr. Do, especially those children from the central pine valley. They were frantically looking for their teacher, but couldn't find him. Suddenly, Su Qingye pointed to the volcanic crater of Blackfish Mouth Volcano and yelled in surprise, "Look over there!" Everyone's gaze followed Su Qingye's finger and shifted to the Blackfish Mouth Volcano. The edge of the volcanic crater had become unusually dark, as if the volcano was devouring all the light around it. Teacher is in the volcano. It's Northern Underworld King Tree. Alarmed cries broke out among the crowd. At the volcanic crater, Mr. Do was standing on a red-hot rock and surrounded by lava. Beside him was the Northern Underworld King Tree that he had planted. His hand held onto a branch of the tree. His facial expression was solemn and the elemental energy undulations released by his body were surging. A dazzling red light was being absorbed by the Northern Underworld King Tree. Indistinctly, the red light was covered with traces of black lines. The stimulated Northern Underworld King Tree was frantically devouring the light surrounding it, causing the weird phenomenon in the volcanic crater. Traces of black light entered the surging lava. The surging lava within the volcano was connected to the earth fire beneath the ground. There was an abundance of lava in the volcano, resembling a hidden sea of fire. Mr. Do felt so insignificant in the face of nature. He suddenly grinned. Mankind had always been insignificant like dust. He had never been a great man before. With such a chance given to someone like him who had reached the twilight years of his life, what more could he ask for? His hollow eyes were as deep as an abyss. Traces of intense black light shot out from the Northern Underworld King Tree and penetrated downward through the lava of the volcano. The traces of black light resembled a black muslin canopy and a huge net at the same time. The traces of black light penetrated the volcano deeper and deeper. Blood started to seep out from the corner of Mr. Do's mouth. The look on his face, however, looked extremely happy. If it weren't for the fact that he had yet to complete his task, he would definitely laugh to his heart's content. After an unknown amount of time, Mr. Do knew he had reached his limit. Instantly, the traces of black light that were penetrating downward through the lava suddenly converged, cutting off the lava within the volcano from the underground earth fire like a sharp knife. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood into the air, entirely dyeing his robes with the color of blood. He did not care at all as he laughed heartily at the top of his lungs. Crack! A crevice suddenly appeared at the base of Blackfish Mouth Volcano. The crevice immediately extended around the volcano at a terrifying speed. Blackfish Mouth Volcano looked as if it had been sliced by a gigantic sword. Surging lava erupted from the crevice and flowed along the mountain ridge. Quickly, the flowing lava cooled down and solidified. It stopped flowing before reaching Fishback City. However, at this moment, no one bothered to pay any attention to the lava. No one could take their eyes off of the Blackfish Mouth Volcano. The crowd gaped with wide eyes. At this moment, their brains had stopped working. In front of their eyes, the Blackfish Mouth Volcano and the mist-covered Central Pine Valley slowly floated up from the ground. Dead silence descended upon Fishback City. It was so quiet that one could even hear the sound of a pin dropping on the ground. The distant, yet overwhelming smell of sulfur, the bubbling sound of the flowing lava, and the sizzling sound of the cooling and solidifying lava could be distinctly smelled and clearly heard. And Xiaochu was dumbstruck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564, and Chaochu's Change. Chapter 564, and Chaochu's Change. Translator, Irene Editor, X, TYZ. What was he seeing? What was he seeing? The mountain peak was flying. Oh God. And Chaochu's head was buzzing, and he felt as if he was being electrocuted while an intense numbing sensation rendered him motionless. Everything he was seeing was beyond his imagination. The surrounding clamor seemed to be coming from afar, and everything felt unreal. Amid the dead silent Fishback City, an explosion abruptly went off. It looked as if an erupting volcano had instantly collided with a thick layer of ice. The chill and the quiet had been shattered and catapulted into the skies by the sudden release of raging passion and agitation. Everyone had gone mad. Completely mad. Shi Ziguang held his head with both hands and kneeled on the ground, his face full of disbelief. Oh my God. It flew up. It flew up. How's that possible? How's that possible? Gu Xian stood at the side, his mouth trembling. He was unable to speak, and unknowingly, tears had filled his face. Xiao Meiqi rushed to Ai Hui's side and roared frantically, God-subduing peak. God-subduing peak. This is a God-subduing peak, right? You did it on purpose, you must have done it on purpose. Oh my God, you actually made a God-subduing peak. What can't you make? Are you human? Are you human or not? You're not. Not human. Choosing Ai Hui had been a tough decision, and Xiao Meiqi had to endure immense pressure and risks. Be it abilities or magnitude, Ai Hui was far behind Skyheart City. Xiao Meiqi thought highly of Ai Hui, but at the same time, his confidence had no basis. Seeing Blackfish Mouth Volcano flying up relieved him of all pressure, thus causing him to act this way. Although Ai Hui felt very emotional, he did a good job of remaining calm. It's not a God-subduing peak. Although I made some theoretical references, they are still very different. When Ai Hui had decided to rush to the front line, the Central Pine Valley's safety became the greatest obstruction that needed to be fixed. The Central Pine Valley contained all the elderly and the young, so just one Mr. Do wasn't enough to resist an enemy invasion. He came up with many possible solutions, but they weren't able to guarantee the Central Pine Valley's safety, so Ai Hui felt that it was better to just bring all of them along. However, danger lurked in every corner of the battlefield, so Ai Hui had to once again think about how to ensure everyone's safety. He then thought about the God-subduing peak. The Central Pine Valley was uniquely shaped and contained all 5 elements. Plus, disregarding costs, they had constructed 5 elemental energy reservoirs to form a circle of life. While a God-subduing peak had all 5 elements as well, its elemental energy reservoirs were much smaller than those of the Central Pine Valley. Plus, the valley's elemental energy reservoirs had already been built for quite some time, and they had constantly been using fire elemental energy to nourish and strengthen the circle of life. As such, the quality and scale of the 5 elemental energy reservoirs were far superior to when they were first constructed. Conditionally speaking, the Central Pine Valley's flying mountain form was much more outstanding than a God-subduing peak's. The former naturally contained all 5 elements, and after Ai Hui's modification, its circle of life became even more perfect. A God-subduing peak, on the other hand, had an ordinary mountain form, and the 5 elemental energy reservoirs were refined by people, so it had to consume an alarming amount of precious ingredients in order to maintain the operation of the reservoirs. Yet, Ai Hui's idea was even bolder. Although the Central Pine Valley had the 5 elemental circle of life, the cycle would gradually disperse from wear and tear if there wasn't a way to replenish it. The same principle applied to a God-subduing peak. As such, Ai Hui thought about using the Blackfish Mouth volcano since it contained an astonishing amount of lava, which was the key to replenishing the fire elemental energy of the cycle as well as producing snow lava. That way, it would not only provide unceasing nourishment, but would also upgrade the Central Pine Valley's 5 elemental circle of life as well as supply the combat division with snow lava. No one, however, listened to Ai Hui's explanation. Fishback City was in a raucous frenzy. The lofty mountain peak ascended gradually as everyone watched in awe. It was much bigger than the pinwheel sword. It was so bulky that the pinwheel sword was like a toothpick before the peak of Blackfish Mouth volcano. The volcano had an unique shape, like that of a blackfish which was halfway out of the water. Beside its huge body was a bright plain enveloped in mist. This was the former Central Pine Valley. The other 3 faces of the valley had been peeled off and exposed. Ai Hui was the first to fly to the mountain peak, and the rest, who were unable to hold back any longer, followed closely behind. Ai Hui did not go to the Central Pine Valley, but flew toward the volcanic crater of Blackfish Mouth volcano. The devilish red glow over the lava lake converged to form a beam that shot into the northern underworld king tree. Next to the tree sat a figure covered in blood. Ai Hui jumped in shock. His figure shook a little and appeared beside Mr. Do. Sir! Mr. Doe appeared much paler and even the wrinkles on his face had deepened. He burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, mission accomplished, mission accomplished, dot. The red glow in Lu Lan's eyes flickered rapidly, and he said shortly after, Mr. Doe's injuries aren't fatal, but he might not be able to engage his elemental energy in the future. Emotions stirred in A.I. Huey's heart, and he extremely guilty. He carefully supported Mr. Doe up. He had considered this matter to be highly challenging, but it seemed that he had still underestimated the difficulty of cutting off the Earth Fire's pulse. Feeling A.I. Huey's guilt, Mr. Doe shook his head. I know my injuries well. It's not a big deal. No worries at all. I'm blind and old, so am I expecting to go into battle? I have no more regrets for being able to accomplish this matter. Ha, this is something never done before, and I can teach peacefully from now onward. Where's the wine? I'm going to drink my fill. Lu Lan did not hesitate to deny him. Eyes wide open, he very seriously said, You aren't fit to drink wine right now, Mr. Doe. A.I. Hui did not waste any more time either. He supported Mr. Doe up and flew outward cautiously. Yeah, listen to Lu Lan. Mr. Doe burst into a rage. With a hand supporting his neck he scolded, How can I not have wine now? How can I not have wine now? Without even turning his head A.I. Hui shouted, Lu Lan. I'm coming. Lu Lan replied loudly, before catching up quickly. He persuaded Mr. Doe patiently, You really shouldn't drink, Mr. Doe. Before your injuries heal you can't drink. Don't worry, it won't take long. About half a year will be sufficient, so before that, not even a drop of alcohol should be consumed since it will severely impede your recovery. It will have 3 negative effects. Firstly, Mr. Doe's face was flushed. He was furious, but couldn't do anything to Lu Lan. After nagging for half a day, Lu Lan tilted his head, saying, Although you can't drink, there are other ways to celebrate. I'll prepare elemental soup, so use that to celebrate, Mr. Doe. Feebly, Mr. Doe started drooling. His anger vanished like a puff of smoke as he said softly, So be it, but since it's a celebration, just 1 bowl won't do. 2 bowls at most. Lu Lan blinked before adding, Your body can't take any more than that. Fill both bowls to the brim then. But Mr. Doe became impatient. Full bowls. I'm not even drinking wine anymore and you're telling me I can only have 2 bowls of soup. If you can't even give me 2 full bowls, what kind of celebration would it be? All right. 2 full bowls it is. Ha 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 ha. I can finally have 2 bowls. Their conversation made A.I. Hui smile. Everybody walked around Blackfish Mouth Volcano in high spirits. Looking down from above was a very refreshing experience. Even Shi Ziguang and the rest were filled with curiosity. Being on board Blackfish Mouth Volcano and the Pinwheel Sword were 2 entirely different experiences. The Pinwheel Sword was as fast as lightning, but very small in size, so the ride was clearly very shaky. Blackfish Mouth Volcano, on the other hand, was absolutely stable and motionless. There was no swaying, and if not for the fact that they were overlooking the ground, they wouldn't even know that they were in midair. To them, this was a whole new experience. The children ran about, excited and unable to stop. On the contrary, Xiaochu was dazed. Standing at the edge of the mountain peak and surveying the ground, it could be seen that the trees had become like little ants. Blackfish Mouth Volcano's chopped side emitted a red glow, like a gradually cooling molten steel. It was a rather shocking sight. Before such an overwhelming force, Xiaochu only felt his body turn cold as an intense fear clasped his heart tightly like a devil's claw that had crawled out from the abyss. He knew that he had once again underestimated A.I. Hui and finally understood why A.I. Hui had allowed him to stay and watch. God-subduing peak. A.I. Hui could forge a God-subduing peak. If this news were to spread, what kind of storm would it raise? Xiaochu saw A.I. Hui walking over. Feeling the bitterness in his mouth, he asked, Is this a God-subduing peak, brother A.I.? A.I. Hui answered calmly, There are some differences, but yeah. Upon hearing A.I. Hui's answer, Xiaochu felt agony. Having just pagoda cannons and snow lava versus having the blueprint for the God-subduing peak were 2 completely different situations. Everyone favored pagoda cannon and snow lava, but other than the spear of heavy cloud, there weren't any other testimonials. The God-subduing peak's might, on the other hand, was known and witnessed by all. Xiaochu was filled with fear. A.I. Hui, who looked like a red-eyed mummy at this point, had become unfathomable. Pagoda cannons, snow lava, pinwheel sword, God-subduing peak. What else did he know? Exactly how deep was his understanding of elemental traces? With a dull, defeated look he cried out, Great work, brother A.I. How unpredictable. I'm impressed. A.I. Hui looked at him. The red crystals and bandage concealed his expression, but his tone remained calm. What do you think about the Pagoda Cannon Alliance? AI Huey's words did not surprise Xiaochu at all. AI Hui had him witness the ascension of Blackfish Mouth Volcano precisely for this. Having already expected this question, Xiaochu wasn't the least bit happy. He was discouraged in fact. Other than this last sentence, he had judged everything else incorrectly. Plus, AI Huey's words left him with no choice. Xiaochu sighed inwardly, Brother AI's capability is immeasurable, and the Pagoda Cannon Alliance's future is inevitably bright. I'll make the announcement when I return. It's going to be a great undertaking, but... AI Hui rose halfway and said, Thank you so much, Brother Cho. Not wanting to stay any longer, Xiaochu bade goodbye. There's a lot of work to do in the city. I'll leave now. AI Hui added, Have a safe journey, Brother Cho. Xiaochu staggered away as the elementalists from New Light City, who had long since been waiting from afar, rushed forward to receive him. From time to time they glanced over at Blackfish Mouth Volcano, their eyes filled with fear and shock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 565, God Wolf Division. Chapter 565, God Wolf Division. Translator, Irene Editor, X, TYZ. Upon receiving the order to pitch camp, the God Wolf Division's soldiers sighed a breath of relief. While their consecutive victories were gratifying, they felt extremely tired and needed to take a breather. The God Wolf Division and the Silverfrost Blood Division's officers were gathered at the leader's tent to discuss some official matters. The God Wolf Division's leader was Helian Tianxiao. He was about 30 years old, had deep-set eyes, and his brown eyes were ice-cold and sharp, as if they could pierce one's heart. The consecutive victories hadn't improved his mood the slightest. Yi Bai had gone all out against the Wall of North Sea, deploying 4 Great God Divisions and 8 Full Blood Divisions into battle. Yi Bai was still unconscious, and after much discussion, the officers decided that the God Spirit Division would oversee the Dawn Blood Division and the Dusk Blood Division. They would defend the camp at the rear while the other combat divisions would split into 3 groups and advance together. The God Tiger Division would lead the Radiance Blood Division and the Bluster Blood Division in one direction. The God Wolf Division would lead the Silverfrost Blood Division in a second direction. The God Devil Division would lead the Birth Division and the Death Division in the last direction. The destruction of their subordinate Ardent Flower Blood Division was a huge disgrace to the entirety of the God Wolf Division, and because of this, the latter had been facing a huge amount of pressure. The first ever destruction of a blood combat division in the whole history of the God Nation had already pinned the God Wolf Division up on a pillar of shame. In order to wash off this shame, they had to secure even greater achievements. As such, the God Wolf Division's thirst for victory was the most intense out of the 3 military contingents. Helian Tianxiao asked coldly, Everyone present? After a headcount, his assistant reported, Everyone is here. Helian Tianxiao waved his hand. Let's watch a clip first. The lights in the tent were dimmed. A person completely wrapped in bandage and wearing red crystals over his eyes appeared before the officers' eyes, effectively catching their attention. Therefore, I have 2 announcements to make. The first one is that, the Sword of Lightning will be going to the battlefield to fight alongside the Spear of Heavy Cloud. The second one is that we have decided to open up Snow Lava and the technology behind the Pagoda cannons to the public in order to put up a better fight against the Blood of God and to find like-minded comrades. We will form a brand new Pagoda Cannon Alliance. We will provide free Snow Lava to the members of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance and will share with them our research on Pagoda cannons. Our requirements are very simple. First, only those combat divisions that fight long-term on the front line will be provided with free Snow Lava. We feel that the combat divisions at the front line need the Snow Lava more urgently. Second, all combat divisions that wish to join the Pagoda Cannon Alliance will have to undergo our assessment and possess enough military experience as well as tenacious willpower. Upon hearing Pagoda Cannon, everybody's faces turned serious. The clip wasn't long and ended quickly. Soon, a discussion broke out in the tent. Who is he? He speaks authoritatively. I know him, he's AI Hui. I think he invented the Pagoda Cannon. Then we gotta be careful. The first Lightning Master, a big threat. Lightning is our bane. Helian Tianxiao allowed the discussion to go on. He wasn't a boss who could decide and act alone. While he felt anxious and impatient, the words Pagoda Cannon also evoked vigilance. Not only him, but the officers and soldiers were discussing with very grave expressions on their faces. Recent battles had been rather smooth sailing, but the new weapon, the Pagoda Cannon, had dealt them significant injuries. Furthermore, they had an encounter with the Blue Flag Division a few days back, and it was precisely their Pagoda Cannons that had dealt the Silverfrost Blood Division a significant blow. It was not until they had gained possession of a Mirage Beam pod recording of the battle between the Spear of Heavy Cloud and the Ardent Flower Blood Division that they started to gain a better understanding of the pagoda cannons. It was also from there that they started coming up with strategies to deal with them, resulting in an improvement of the battle situation. The utilization of pagoda cannons by the combat divisions that they had encountered wasn't at all comparable to those of the Spear of Heavy Cloud. The counter-strategy they had come up with crushed those combat divisions easily, and even the Blue Flag Division, whom the Blood Elementalists had found tricky to deal with, suffered heavy casualties. Yet, they dared not regard AI Huey's declaration lightly. The Spear of Heavy Cloud's mastery of pagoda cannons was the highest thus far. A close analysis of the deathmatch with the Ardent Flower Blood Division had shaken up the Blood Elementalist officers. No other Blood Division would have been confident about securing victory. When the discussion started to die down, Helian Tianxiao spoke up, "All right." The camp quieted down immediately. He scanned through his audience, causing them to shudder. Helian Tianxiao narrowed his eyes, saying, "Tell me, what are your thoughts?" Someone stood out, commenting, "We will face a great threat if an alliance is formed. The Spear of Heavy Cloud's pagoda cannons are much more destructive than those employed by other combat divisions such as the Blue Flag Division." A crisp female voice sounded. "I don't think we have to worry at all. Firstly, we have already found the loophole and flaw of the pagoda cannons. Actual combat has proven that our strategy is effective. Next, the alliance appears to be a good concept, but there are many practical problems, like the supply of snow lava. How is the Central Pine Valley going to supply such huge volumes of snow lava? Also, other than the Spear of Heavy Cloud, the Sky Edge, and the infantry divisions, there aren't any other proper elementalist combat divisions. How is it going to be easy for AI Hui to assemble a bunch of unorganized and scattered groups?" The lady speaker had short hair, a decent appearance, and a cool demeanor. Her armor made her look tall, accentuating her delicate figure. She was Song Xiaoqian, the division leader of the Silverfrost Blood Division. Able to command a combat division on her own, her abilities were naturally unquestionable. Helian Tianxiao nodded his head slightly, a tinge of admiration flashing across his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "I'll lay the plans out. We must defeat and capture AI Hui, Shi Shueman, and the rest. With regard to the Ardent Flower Blood Division's humiliation, we are going to repay it doubly. This is a mission we must accomplish. There's no other way." His tone relaxed, and he said to Song Xiaoqian, "Continue." A light flashed across her eyes as she added, "I have an idea. Why not herd the sheep?" "Herd the sheep?" Song Xiaoqian played with her clothing fringe and smiled. "That's right. Look, aren't these so-called combat divisions like a flock of sheep? They're just a group of mobs, so defeating them is of no use to us. Why not drive them toward the Spear of Heavy Cloud, the Sky Edge, and the infantry divisions? No matter how many big the mob, they are still just rabble. They would become deadweight for Shi Shueman and her compatriots, deadweight that they can't get rid of even if they wanted to. When there are many people, there will be distractions and internal conflicts. Even if they fear Shi Shueman's prestige, with slight external pressure they will reveal their true selves and thoroughly collapse. When that time comes, what use will Shi Shueman and her troops' defensive line be?" Helian Tianxiao immediately captured the ingenuity of it all, and his eyes lit up. "Great idea," he said decisively. "I'll write a letter and send it to the other two god divisions. New Light City." And Xiaochu fixed his gaze on the faraway windy resonant pagoda and was in somewhat of a daze. His journey to the Central Pine Valley had impacted and shaken him up greatly. He even felt utterly defeated. Many people had been fooled by his amiable appearance and weren't aware of his pride and arrogance. In his eyes, New Light City's only enemy was Skyheart City. Now, he knew he had been a frog in a well. What a joke. All that he had seen and heard during this journey had completely shocked him. Even after returning to New Light City, he was unable to overcome his mixed emotions. He was at a loss. What could New Light City and the Central Pine Valley fight together for? His unfocused gaze had ultimately fell upon the windy resonant pagoda. Helpless, he realized that the only chance he had was Elder Yuchi. If Elder Yuchi could become a Grandmaster, all problems could easily be solved, and New Light City would have a better chance against Skyheart City. But becoming a Grandmaster? Even the most optimistic wouldn't be able to pin much hope on it. Tong Gue and Eugene came over together, and Tong Gue asked, "Are we really going to do this, Mayor?" And Xiaochu regained his senses. Upon seeing both of them, his vision regained its clarity. "That's right. It's our only chance. The pinwheel sword is incomparably sharp, but its range of application is simply too small, so it's not employable on a large scale, but the pagoda cannon is different. There are many more fire elementalists than swordsmen, and the former's accumulation is more profound as well. In this case, they have much better prospects, and I think better of the pagoda cannon. We have quite a number of fire elementalists of our own, so that's an advantage we can tap into. Eugene spoke suddenly, then aren't we going to be manipulated by AI Hui? And Xiaochu smiled bitterly. Until Elder Yuchi exits from his seclusion, it remains a fact that we are in a weaker position. Both Tong Gue and Eugene kept silent because they knew this was true. However, there was only a negligible chance for Elder Yuchi to become a Grandmaster. All of New Light City was very pessimistic about this as well. With a change of tone, and Xiaochu added, but the alliance with the Central Pine Valley isn't a bad thing for us. Nominally, it sounds as though we are the weaker party, but the power of speech depends on the respective abilities of the combat divisions. As long as we master the pagoda cannon, we can quickly establish many pagoda cannon combat divisions. The Central Pine Valley's greatest weakness is their lack of people, and it is a weakness that can't be sorted out within a short period of time. Unlike the Spear of Heavy Cloud's previous recruitment, there won't be as many fire elementalists begging to be chosen anymore. This isn't a problem for us at all. Instead, our elementalists are weaker on average, which does not impede the efficiency of pagoda cannon. Tong Gue and Eugene nodded slightly. The best thing about the pagoda cannon wasn't that its cannoneer was powerful, but that it demanded less from elementalists. This meant that it was easier to spread the mastery of pagoda cannons to more people. And Xiaochu's tone became stern. Set off today, head toward the front line, and join the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Remember, it is most crucial to grasp the technique of the pagoda cannon first. Do not worry about other matters. Do not try to seize control or power. It will come naturally when we grow stronger. Plus, when there are more people, it won't be as easy for AI Hui to monopolize the production of the snow lava. Tong Gue and Eugene responded at once, yes. Both of them were highly convinced by Xiaochu's wisdom. New Light City was what it was because of him. Initially, they were worried that he wouldn't be able to recover from that discouraging journey, but upon seeing him snap out of it, they were beyond glad. A guard came forward to report, everything is in order and everyone is present, Mayor. And Xiaochu told both of them, I shall not send you two off. This journey is going to be dangerous. I would not be sending you guys out if this was not our only chance to overturn the situation. Come back alive, no matter what. Leave the rest to me. After that, he bowed, turned around, and left with his head held high and chest puffed out. Tong Gue and Eugene followed in Xiaochu's disappearing figure with their eyes. Eugene commented, I did not expect AI Hui to be this capable. Tong Gue sighed. Yeah, he used to be somewhat famous, but still insignificant. Now, he's the man of the moment, and we have to move according to his actions. What a difficult situation to be in. Eugene looked at Xiaochu's back. He has a strong fighting spirit. Looking pensively, Tong Gue said, he probably met his match? Far away, and Xiaochu said to all the reporters and their respective news villages in an energetic and steady voice, New Light City is the Central Pine Valley's closest ally. The Central Pine Valley's conduct serves as our model. I hereby announce that New Light City is joining the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. We will send our two largest combat divisions to the front line to join the alliance. I'm also calling for the stronger combat divisions to also join the alliance. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566, 1 vs 1 or all vs 1. Chapter 566, 1 vs 1 or all vs 1. Translator, YH Editor, X, TYZ. New Light City's high-profile announcement of joining the Pagoda Cannon Alliance shook the entire Beyond Avalon. The Central Pine Valley was rather well known and had strong abilities as well. However, in the eyes of others, it was only a small power after all. New Light City, on the other hand, was a big player. It was secondary compared to Skyheart City, but was the second largest city with the largest population. New Light City represented an alarming number of new citizens. Although the new citizens were generally not that strong, nobody could belittle the vast number of them. When New Light City publicly announced that they would support AI Hui's decision to set up the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, it momentarily disrupted the combat divisions which were waiting on the sidelines. Everyone was originally worried that AI Hui could not handle this, but with the support of New Light City, they could immediately see the future of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. The Spear of Heavy Cloud, the Sword of Lightning, and New Light City's combat divisions were the core divisions that were capable of forming the foundation of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Previously, many people were worried about Skyheart City's sanctions, but after witnessing New Light City's declaration, they were worried that this opportunity would vanish all of a sudden. With New Light City as their shield, why would anyone be worried? The Pagoda Cannon Alliance, which had yet to form, was already becoming popular. Skyheart City. Madame Yi was fixated on the Mirage Bean Pod and could not take her eyes off of it. New Light City is the Central Pine Valley's closest ally. Just like a hammer's head, and Xiaochu's voice was calm and powerful. Every sentence that came from him was hammered into everyone's mind. The crowd beneath were overwhelmed with shock. The Central Pine Valley and New Light City becoming allies was what worried Skyheart City the most. Although the Central Pine Valley had pagoda cannons and snow lava, their small population eventually limited them. New Light City, on the other hand, had a large population that wasn't strong. They were only strong in appearance, but weak in reality, which was unworthy of Skyheart City's worry. However, when both factions united, it caused Skyheart City to feel utterly frightened. Nian Tingfeng was extremely cautious since he could imagine how furious Madame Yi could get. However, what took him by surprise was that Madame Yi was not the least bit angry. In fact, she replied with a smile, "This Xiaochu is pretty good at using powerful connections to intimidate people. Back then, we were under the impression that the new citizens had new tricks up their sleeves. Never did I expect that he would not even have the boldness to compete with AI Hui today." No one dared to even exhale. From Madame's tone, they were unable to distinguish if she was pleased or furious. Everyone became even more worried, especially Nian Tingfeng. He had already been warned by Madame for following up the previous issues and had not expected that Xiaochu would actually release a statement. Xiaochu has lost his determination, so there is nothing to worry about, Madame Yi faintly replied. As for the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, do you think it is so easy to establish? Let them torment themselves. Nian Tingfeng heaved a sigh of relief. Yes. Madame Yi continued, this problem is beyond our scope of concern. Just let them do as they please. As to what extent, this will be their own doing. What we need at present is the Master's glory. The first batch of Masters are going to leave seclusion. Skyheart City should be on the alert and not mess up at this moment. Everyone replied in unison, yes. Madame Yi's gaze was as cold as ice. I will not blame anyone for the things that they are not in charge of, but do not blame me for being vicious and merciless if anyone does not fulfill their own duties. Everyone uniformly trembled in fear. Madame Yi continued, Tingfeng, what is the situation for the selection of the next generation of Master's glory? Nian Tingfeng quickly replied, reporting Madam, the 40 closest cities to Skyheart City have already completed the selection. Madame Yi faintly replied, is anyone obstructing? Nian Tingfeng immediately replied, no one is obstructing. Madame Yi nodded her head in satisfaction, that is great. Master's glory is the right path for elementalists to resist the blood elementalists. Whoever dares to obstruct will be deemed as the entire Beyond Avalon's enemy and a traitor. Inform them that when it comes to this point, feelings and sentiments will not be considered. Nian Tingfeng immediately responded, I understand. Madame Yi continued asking, how many people have been selected as of this moment? Nian Tingfeng replied, there are currently 76 people selected. 36 of them have arrived at Skyheart City, and the other 40 are still en route. Madame Yi faintly knitted her eyebrows since the number of people selected were far lower than her expectations. However, thinking of the current situation as compared to when Master's Glory first started, it could be said that there was a world of difference. Nian Tingfeng sensed that Madame Yi was displeased and hurriedly replied, we are currently heading toward the further cities to select the most suitable candidates. Madame Yi solemnly warned, this is the most crucial matter. AI Hui and Xiaochu are merely little rascals. Do not mess up your priorities. Nian Tingfeng quickly replied, I understand. Madame Yi restrained the jitters that she was experiencing in her heart as she had to rely heavily upon Nian Tingfeng. Surveillance Division was the toughest and strongest combat division in Skyheart City. Moreover, their ability to dig for intelligence was what she required at present. Even if Nian Tingfeng did not do a good job, she would not reprimand him on a whim, but would rather win him over. Once the Master's Glory program was over, all the difficult issues could be solved easily. I'll just have to endure for a short period. Sure, Shuemon slowly opened her eyes, and Cirrus, which was stationary, started to tremble lightly. A strand of black smoke could be seen emitting from the tip of the spear. Her internal injury was gradually improving. Although the amount of recovery was small, she was already very content. She retracted her spear, rose up, walked out of the tent, and discovered that something was amiss outside. Within one night, the camp had become packed with people. Where did all these people come from? Holding onto Cirrus, she walked toward Sang Jijun, who was currently busy, and asked in a low voice, why are there so many people? Sang Jijun was both excited and concerned. Yesterday, New Light Cities and Xiaochu publicly claimed to form an alliance with us. They will be dispatching Tong Gue and Eugene's combat divisions to join the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. These fellows are just like wolves who smelled their prey and rushed over. New Light City's hard-earned savings were utilized this time since Tonggue and Eugene are their most capable division leaders. Is this how optimistic and Chaochu is about us? I wonder what spell AI we casted on him. Sure Shuemon finally understood what had happened, lowered her guard, and plainly replied, "Do you not understand him? Haven't you realized that there is nothing that he will not stoop to doing?" Sang Jijun let out a gentle laugh. Yes, they have even abducted our division leader. Sure Shuemon replied unpleasantly, "I can't be bothered with you." Sang Jijun quickly replied, "Don't go. How do we handle these people? There are so many people at the side, and it's likely to get chaotic." Sure Shuemon replied, "Inform them to retreat 10 miles and wait for AI Hui's announcement of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance's constitution. Do not allow any pitching of tents within the 10 miles radius." Sang Jijun got a little worried. Will this create any chaos? Sure Shuemon replied, "It will be better with chaos since they can't even suppress it now. Furthermore, with the establishment of the alliance, wouldn't it be even more chaotic? Sang Jijun eventually understood that Sure Shuemon wanted to punish some of the gathered fellows as an example for the others. She immediately went to announce the order. As expected, some people came to create trouble. For what reason? For what reason should we withdraw? Exactly. Does this place belong to the Spear of Heavy Cloud? This is a no man's land. A few started to create a disturbance and immediately triggered others to follow suit. Upon seeing that many people came to cause trouble, the other divisions did not immediately depart. Rather, they were engrossed in watching from the sidelines and were curious to see how the Spear of Heavy Cloud would handle this. All of a sudden, a silhouette appeared, and the complacent people in the crowd were knocked down to the ground. Just like calabashes, they all fell right by Sure Shuemon's feet. The bystanders were dumbstruck. The speed of Sure Shuemon's silhouette was too fast, and they had not managed to catch a glimpse of her actions. Yet, those masters who managed to distinctly see Sure Shuemon's actions revealed grave looks as the smiles on their faces disappeared. When an expert struck you, you would know how good he or she was. Sure Shuemon was agile, swift as lightning, and had clean technique. The masters in the crowd were pondering if they could achieve the same result, but they would absolutely not be able to do so as beautifully as Sure Shuemon had. One of them had been badly thrashed and was still in a daze. At this moment, there was a voice that came from the front half of the crowd. "Which division are you from?" He subconsciously blurted out, "The Yellow's End Division." "Oh, the Yellow's End Division has lost the opportunity to join the Pagoda Cannon Alliance." This sentence scared the confused and dizzy man until he became deathly pale. At that moment, a tall and sturdy figure who possessed a fierce and tough aura appeared from the crowd. His face was filled with anger. "I am the division leader of the Yellow's End Division, Hei Yen. My subordinate might have been slightly rude and impetuous, but you should not be so overbearing. On what basis did you disqualify us?" Sure Shuemon did not answer, but questioned him, 1 versus 1 or all versus 1? Hei Yen nearly thought that he had heard incorrectly. What? Sure Shuemon repeated once more, 1 versus 1 or all versus 1? Hei Yen's face became flushed as he fumed with rage between gritted teeth. Intolerably bullying. Intolerably bullying. This arrogant and despotic person still dares to establish the Pagoda Cannon Alliance? This sentence caused many to hesitate since everyone still wanted to join the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, but did not want to give up their authority. If the Central Pine Valley was as powerful as what Sure Shuemon had revealed, then many of them would have given up deep in their hearts. Hei Yen glanced across the crowd and felt internally complacent. Sure Shuemon remained aloof. 1 versus 1 or all versus 1? Hei Yen, who was somewhat arrogant a while ago, glared at her. You. Although he fumed with anger, he did not lose his rationality. Sure Shuemon was indeed extremely powerful. In the Mirage recording, she had battled against heavy odds when she encountered a few elementalists with the ability of God. She had displayed an extremely terrifying combat power, and he knew that he had no chance of winning. There was also a huge gap between the Yellow's End Division and the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Hei Yen was flustered and exasperated. Is it a big deal to be strong? Does being strong permit you to bully the weak? Sure Shuemon nodded her head. Yes, it does. Hei Yen was dumbfounded and could not respond in time. At this moment, someone stepped forward. Division Leader Shure's combat power is incomparable. The Spear of Heavy Cloud is indeed outstanding, but can you convince everyone if you only use your fist? Sure Shuemon nodded. Yes, I can. This person was dumbfounded as well. After a short period of time, his face flushed. But? Sure Shuemon calmly scanned her gaze all around and straightforwardly interrupted his words, who was not convinced. The people present remained silent out of fear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567, Master's Glory Selection. Chapter 567, Master's Glory Selection. Translator, YH Editor, TYZ, K. Kermit. Gong Residence. Gong Peiyao was startled when she saw Venerable Volcano, who came to bid farewell. Venerable, this is. Venerable Volcano firmly replied, I am here to bid farewell, but. Gong Peiyao's eyes turned red immediately. Did Peiyao neglect Venerable Volcano in any way? Why do you want to leave? Thunder City had managed to survive only because Venerable Volcano went all out to risk his life. Gong Peiyao felt devastated upon hearing that he was going to leave. Venerable Volcano shook his head. I have already repaid the family head's kindness. With Han Li by your side, I can also be at ease. I wish to check out the situation at the front line. Back then, it was thanks to AI Huey's porridge that my injury healed. I also wish to experience what the Pagoda Canon Alliance is like. Gong Peiyao was choked with emotion. The front line is so dangerous. Venerable Volcano laughed heartily. I already have one foot in the grave, how dangerous can it be? If not for how much I detest blood elementalists, I wouldn't have made this choice. Before Gong Peiyao could persuade him to stay, Venerable Volcano interrupted her. I have already made up my mind, do not attempt to persuade me anymore. Before I leave, I have a message for your father. Gong Peiyao resisted her tears. Please speak, Peiyao will definitely pass on the message. Venerable Volcano glanced intensely at Gong Peiyao. He was quite fond of her and knew that she had a good personality, otherwise, he would not have stayed at the Gong residence for so long. Such a pity that he really did not fancy Prince Gong or the culture at the Gong residence. If this little girl had been in charge of the household, he might have stayed on for another few years. But, these words were not necessary for the little girl to know. He replied calmly, your father and the Assembly of Patriarchs are very close. He must be careful of them, as the Assembly's people are vicious and ruthless. Associating with them is akin to asking a tiger for its skin. Okay, I have nothing more to say, so I'll be leaving, but. After finishing his message, Venerable Volcano disappeared in a burst of flames. The sea of clouds in the night sky was like a black curtain embedded with diamonds, boundless and wide. This was the most majestic and also the most enchanting view in the world. Jiang Wei was deeply moved by the sight. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the vast sky full of stars was just like the illuminated sky today. During the era ruled by the ancient dire beasts, their backs, multicolored feathers and footprints were illuminated by the stars' radiance sprinkling down from the night sky. Cultivation era, which had been reflected in this night sky, witnessed the magnificence of swordsmen. The myriad sword rays had surged through the sky, exuding an earth-shattering brilliance that eclipsed even the dazzling stars. Tens of thousands of swordsman sects were ripped up from the earth while an endless number of seals were placed across mountain ranges. The starry night sky seemed to reflect the grandeur of the swordsmen and their naive ignorance. The splendor of the earth will last for all ages, just like them. Is there anything that is immortal on this earth? Jiang Wei sighed softly. The elementalist by his side heard his sigh and teased him, old ginger, thinking of Sister Sang? Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun's intimate relationship was observed and blessed by everyone. Jiang Wei was steady and experienced, while Sang Jijun was bold and incisive. They were both Vice Division leaders and their romantic relationship was termed as the Spring of Vice Division Leaders. Jiang Wei retracted his thoughts as he was already used to being teased. He smiled. A little. On the contrary, due to his honesty, everyone felt embarrassed to tease him. In fact, they were envious of their relationship. With the rampant wars and bombardments in this era, nobody knew when they would die. It was somewhat lucky to be able to find someone who loves you and who you love in return. Jiang Wei sized up the city in front of him. It was not big and had guards standing perfectly straight in a considerably imposing manner. Jiang Wei was a little taken aback. With regards to such a small city, its combat division strength and discipline should be relatively ordinary and relaxed. As for its financial status, it would be difficult to support an elite combat division as the amount of resources one consumes is very shocking. Without strong and solid financial resources, it would be difficult to support a combat division. If Central Pine Valley did not have the support of the Snow Lava, they would also be unable to support Spear of Heavy Cloud and Sword of Lightning. As a result, Jiang Wei's heart stirred when he saw the guards at the city gate. It seemed that security was rather strict. Could there possibly be a capable person inside Windmail City? Windmail City was located neither too far off nor too close to the front line. As it was still within the range in which they could recruit, Jiang Wei and a few elementalists made a trip down. The previous battle heavily damages Spear of Heavy Cloud and they urgently needed to replenish their manpower. In addition, Sir Shuemon considered how this battle would not end anytime soon and specially relaxed the restrictions on recruitment. She hoped that they would be able to recruit a few youngsters with potential. Although these youngsters would not be able to immediately become a combat power, they would still be able to improve quickly over time spent enduring the battlefields. Most importantly, they would continue to improve while penetrating deeply into the battlefield. Only then would they become the future backbone of Spear of Heavy Cloud. Jiang Wei liked youngsters even more as they were not influenced by the bad habits of other combat divisions. With proper nurturing, they could become outstanding soldiers. When they had been recruiting fire elementalists, it was by chance that fire elementalists were at their lowest point. As a result, they were able to filter in the fire elementalists who had tenacious determination. If it had been like the current situation, they would have thanked heavens for being able to recruit any fire elementalists at all. As for the strength of these fire elementalists or whether or not they had strong determination, they completely had no choice in the matter. One of the guards came forward and asked, "Here for the selection?" Jiang Wei stared blankly. "Selection?" Another guard checked Jiang Wei from top to bottom, smiled, and told his comrade, "Maybe he's not here to take part in the selection. He's not qualified to join the selection due to his old age." Jiang Wei heard what was said and bowed politely to a few others. He curiously asked, "May I know what selection everyone is talking about?" One of the guards smiled and explained, "Ignore them. The city is currently selecting the best seeds for Master's Glory." Jiang Wei was overwhelmed with shock. Master's Glory has succeeded? The guard shook his head, "Not yet, we have not heard any news, but we did hear that they are preparing for the next generation's Master's Glory. We assume that it will succeed soon." Jiang Wei heaved a sigh of relief. They had previously discussed how Master's Glory's success would be bad news for them. There was a high possibility that a fundamental change would take place in the current situation. They were still uncertain whether the situation would take a turn for the better or for the worse, but they knew that it would be a turning point. Jiang Wei laughed. "I have yet to experience Master's Glory. Since I happened to pass by, I will have to tour around properly. I wonder which training hall it is being held at." "It's the mayor's residence, of course." The guard looked at him as if he was a country bumpkin. "They are our valued and distinguished guests, how could we degrade them and make them travel to different training halls?" Jiang Wei was not angry and nodded repeatedly. "That's true." He was a little disappointed. It turned out that the guards were being serious and conforming to standards because of the selection. There really weren't any talented candidates. He handed over a few elemental energy beans and was released. After a short while, one of the guards suddenly became suspicious. "That person from a moment ago seemed a little familiar. It felt like I had met him somewhere before." Another guard was also a little suspicious. "Now that you mention it, he did seem familiar. Maybe he came to our Windmail City before? Sigh, I just can't recall anything. Not going to care anymore. After entering the city, Jiang Wei and the rest headed towards the mayor's residence. Earlier on, the mayor's residence had already been surrounded by people until it was impossible to get through. Such a selection was a rare occasion in a small city like Windmail City. The entire city was there to enjoy the bustling scene. It was such a pity. That child almost made it. Yes, anyway, this selection is really stringent. Not a single soul has succeeded yet. If it was easy, how could it still be called Master's Glory? Jiang Wei waited to mix into the crowd as he darted his gaze towards the second-floor pavilion of the mayor's residence. The mayor looked like he was a rich middle-aged man. Beside him was a fair-skinned youngster who was lavishly dressed and had a cold and gloomy gaze. His status seemed to be rather honorable. It could be seen that the mayor was constantly expressing goodwill towards him. Jiang Wei's gaze ultimately landed on the servant behind the youngster. The man wearing servant's clothes gave off a dangerous vibe. It was as if he knew that someone was spying on him. The servant turned his head and looked in Jiang Wei's direction. Before the other party even began to turn his head, Jiang Wei had already shifted his gaze elsewhere. The official in the training hall spoke loudly, the next batch joining the selection, High Training Hall. He Min stood on the stage and was the sixth person in the queue. He was not in the least bit nervous. Frankly speaking, he was not even interested in joining this selection. If it weren't for the fact that every student in the training hall had to take part in it, he would have slipped away. He did not like Skyheart City. When did it start? As he stood on the stage, he was bored stiff and thought to himself, oh, probably because he liked Spear of Heavy Cloud. After seeing that Mirage Bean pod, he became Spear of Heavy Cloud's die-hard supporter. He had dreamed of joining Spear of Heavy Cloud countless times. Even if he was unable to qualify as a pagoda cannoneer, he was fine serving as a transport soldier. He was unsure why the gruesome battle had given all the other students nightmares. He'd thought that the battle with flesh and blood spattered everywhere, the booming sound of the pagoda cannons, and the fluttering quicksand was brimming with power and aesthetically pleasant. In Hemin's eyes, the malevolence exuded by the Spear of Heavy Cloud's members ignited a certain indescribable conviction in him. He felt as if he was possessed. In the past, he'd longed to join the Wind Mail Division, but as he looked at them, he felt that they were undisciplined, like a bunch of disorganized and uncoordinated soldiers. Skyheart City had a hostile relationship with Spear of Heavy Cloud, making Hemin detested even more. All the students in front did not succeed. This was nothing odd. Including himself, the entire High Training Hall did not have any gifted students. Windmail City and High Training Hall were respectively a small city and training hall. He was only an ordinary person. Spear of Heavy Cloud, that was where all the heroes were congregated. He looked forward, but felt even more frustrated. Next, Hemin. The voice on the stage woke Hemin from his thoughts and he returned to reality. He subconsciously walked towards the center of the stage. As he strode over the shadow backstage, the glaring light ray prevented him from seeing anything clearly. Even many years later, he was unable to forget that image. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568, Effective Reputation. Chapter 568, Effective Reputation. Translator, YH Editor, TYZ, K. Kermit. Several guards were chatting excitedly at the city gates, discussing which of Windmail City's talents were likely to be selected. Some said Yu Xiaobai of Wind Trail Training Hall and others supported Zhou Chao of Cold Ray Training Hall. Everyone stuck to their own arguments, bragging about how they had seen these amazing geniuses with their own eyes. Someone noticed that one guard had suddenly stopped moving and asked, "Hey! What happened, Old Su?" Old Su seemed not to hear anything and stood motionless. Some people panicked. "Hey! Hey! Old Su, don't scare us." One of them hurriedly patted Old Su's face. It quivered and then his whole body shivered. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief and someone shouted, "What's the matter, Old Su? How many people do you want to scare to death?" Old Su's face flushed and he stammered, I remember." Everybody was curious and yet disapproving. "What do you recall? What has surprised you?" Old Su stammered, the person just now, ... The others were confused. "Who did you see just now?" Old Su swallowed his saliva, but was still agitated. He finally found his tongue. "That guy who laughed loudly when you said he was too old to participate in the selection." Later, we realized that he looked familiar. Everyone reacted, they had a pretty strong impression of that person. "That man? What happened? Do you remember? Who is he? You're scared out of your wits." Old Su swallowed his saliva again. "Yes, Spear of Heavy Cloud." "Spear of Heavy Cloud?" Everyone was stunned. In a short while, it became completely silent. After a while, one of them looked a little unnatural and forcefully laughed. "Old Su, do not scare me. What Spear of Heavy Cloud? Why not Sword of Lightning?" Another man appeared as if struck by lightning. "Spear of Heavy Cloud." He finally recalled why he found that man familiar. He shivered and exclaimed, he is Jiang Wei. Spear of Heavy Cloud's Vice Division Leader. Jiang Wei, ... Spear of Heavy Cloud's Vice Division Leader. The others gradually changed their expressions as they finally recalled and understood why they found him familiar. Some time ago, a mirage beanpot of the overwhelming battle between a Blood Elementalist Division and Spear of Heavy Cloud had been studied and analyzed by countless masters. Every important figure in Spear of Heavy Cloud had been repeatedly mentioned. As the Vice Division Leader of Spear of Heavy Cloud, Jiang Wei was naturally not left out. Everyone expressed their disbelief and stood rooted. That was Spear of Heavy Cloud. And what more, the Vice Division Leader of Spear of Heavy Cloud. He came to such a small city like Windmail City. All of a sudden, everyone simultaneously quivered and then regained their composure. Why would Spear of Heavy Cloud come to Windmail City? Would it be disadvantageous for us? Come on, what do they see in Windmail City? Seems too good to be true. To replenish resources, ... We are so poor. What should we do now? Hurry up and report to the mayor. A few of them beckoned to each other and, without a care for the others, turned and ran towards the mayor's residence. Hemin stood uncomfortably in the middle of the stage. He was not used to having so many pairs of eyes on him, but unlike the others, he had nothing to gain or lose and thus was not as nervous as the other students. In the center of the stage was a half-man-high, 4-foot tripod. The tripod was covered with layer after layer of delicate and meticulous elemental traces, through which light flowed slowly like water. The tripod was filled with colorful liquid like a beautiful python entrenched therein. Not knowing why, the multicolored liquid in the tripod made him fearful. He turned his face away and dared not look at the tripod. The elementalist who stood beside the tripod was responsible for the testing. "Put your hand out." He-Min extended his palm. The elementalist tester grasped his palm and gently scratched it. Fresh blood seeped out immediately and dripped into the tripod. He-Min had witnessed the first few people drip a few drops of fresh blood into the tripod without any reaction. He did not expect any reaction either and was getting ready to step down from the stage. At that moment, the colorful liquid which had just engulfed the blood unexpectedly emitted dazzling lights. Multicolored lights were projected from the tripod. Together with the rotating light beam, they transformed into a 5-colored flower representing the 5 elemental energies. Each petal floating on top of the tripod represented one of the elemental energies. All of a sudden, the 5 petals broke into 5 groups of fragmented lights and combined into a glowing cocoon. A strange wave of sound burst out. 5 little dragons of different colors emerged from the broken cocoon and hovered around, chasing each other. This strange vision lasted more than 10 seconds before it faded and disappeared. The mayor and a few men were laughing and chatting in the pavilion. Instinctively, they stopped and gazed uniformly at the stage. As the flower formed into a cocoon, the servant behind the well-dressed young man suddenly widened his eyes. Even his normally expressionless face displayed surprise. The onlookers marveled that they did not know what a 5-colored flower signified, but this peculiar vision made them realize that it was extraordinary. He-Min stood blankly on stage while looking at the huge tripod in front of him, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, loud panting sounds drowned out all other noises. "Mayor! Mayor! Spear of heavy cloud is coming! Spear of heavy cloud is coming! Mayor, it is Vice Division Leader Jiang Wei!" The guard shouts plunged the audience into silence, then in the next moment, they burst into an uproar. "Spear of heavy cloud! Is it that spear of heavy cloud? Certainly. Didn't you hear him say Vice Division Leader Jiang Wei?" On the stage, He-Min heard the words Spear of Heavy Cloud and was dumbfounded. Spear of Heavy Cloud. Spear of Heavy Cloud was actually here. Upon hearing the name Spear of Heavy Cloud, the mayor became agitated and suddenly stood up. Windmill City was not near the battlefield, but neither was it considered far. His biggest worry was the possibility of a blood elementalist combat division approaching the city. The world-renowned combat division Spear of Heavy Cloud certainly could be a protective talisman in these troubled times. Previously, he had been wondering how he could make connections with Spear of Heavy Cloud, but did not know where to begin. Spear of Heavy Cloud actually took the initiative to come to Windmill City. It was a golden opportunity. The mayor was overjoyed with this chance of a lifetime and could not let it slip away. He wanted to inquire for more details, but the booming noise was just like an angry wave that could practically lift Windmill City up to the sky. Jiang Wei and several other members looked at each other and were bewildered. They were almost drowned in the noisy boom, as if they were in the midst of a stormy sea. One of his members silently mouthed the words, "Are we that famous now?" Jiang Wei was uncertain and replied the same way, "I also do not know." He really did not know. Due to time constraints, members who had previously been recruiting had all gone directly to the training halls at the fastest speed. After selecting recruits, Jiang Wei would immediately arrange another member to escort them to the camp and took the remaining members quickly to the next city. They all underestimated the far-reaching impact of the Mirage Beam Pod. They were at the front line every day, tense and busy, with no time to pay attention to the various messages coming from the rear. All of them had only seen the Mirage Beam Pod once. They could only judge feelings of the figures in the clip from their back views. They didn't experience the development of the whole incident. They had no idea that they have long been legendary in the eyes of the world. So, when the tsunami-like noise overwhelmed them, they looked dazed and did not know what was going on. Quiet. All keep quiet. The master by the mayor's side projected his elemental energy and the thunderous sound silenced everybody. The mayor anxiously asked several guards, "Where is he? Where is Vice Division Leader Jiang Wei?" The guards stuttered, they said that they are here to see the selection. Noting the situation, Jiang Wei knew he must come out to clarify. "I am Jiang Wei, glad to meet the mayor and sorry for the disturbance." All eyes in the field turned to Jiang Wei. Many were excited to see him. It was really Jiang Wei. He looked exactly the same as in the Mirage Beam Pod, As the initiator of the incident, Skyheart City had not expected this move to push the reputation of Spear of Heavy Cloud to an all-time high. Compared to any time in the past, this was the lowest point of Beyond Avalon as elementalists faced repeated defeats against the Blood Elementalists. Even the prestigious and illustrious Shur Beihai suffered a disastrous defeat to them. The survival of Beyond Avalon was at stake. The unprecedented fear and despair overwhelmed the residents. All of Beyond Avalon seemed to be drowning. In this most desperate and darkest hour, Spear of Heavy Cloud's victory had been like a ray of sunlight shining through thick clouds. It gave hope to everyone. It was just like a drowning man finally clutching a rice straw. The Mirage Beanpod, which recorded the entire battle between Spear of Heavy Cloud and Ardent Flower Blood Division, had shown everyone the enemy's ferocity and Spear of Heavy Cloud's strength. More importantly, it had been the first real head-on victory. There was nothing more convincing and reassuring than this segment of Mirage. People could now understand that Blood Elementalists were not invincible and that they themselves were not entirely vulnerable. This was how Spear of Heavy Cloud had caused such an unprecedented sensation and gained the greatest reputation. Although the people were agitated, no one said anything. They consciously made a path through the crowd. Jiang Wei was surprised by the great courtesy he received. He nodded his thanks to the crowd on both sides and walked out. The mayor was very excited, but to be able to become a mayor, he definitely was a man of some caliber. He smiled and said, "Dear Mr. Jiang, your gracious presence has brought glory to Winemail City." "What do you mean trouble?" "If it is trouble, I hope you can make it every day." "Mr. Jiang, you hardly ever come by, you should stay for a few more days." Jiang Wei bowed slightly. "Thank you for your good intentions, I appreciate it, however, given the present situation, I really have no time. If I gain a victory in the future, I shall trespass on your hospitality." "Oh. That is such a pity." The mayor sighed. He knew that Jiang Wei was telling the truth. He soon became somewhat curious and asked, "I wonder why you have made your trip here?" "As long as I can be of service, the whole of Windmail City would not hesitate to lay down their lives if needed." The man in gorgeous clothes beside the mayor took on a ghastly expression. At this moment, he had been completely forgotten. Jiang Wei thanked him again. "Thank you, Mayor. I am here to recruit some manpower to supplement the combat division." He just finished speaking. Boom! The crowd blew up again. Me. Choose me. I want to participate." Jiang Wei felt like he was standing on an erupting volcano. The ground was shaking and he was a little dazed. His mind echoed the words that had just been spoken by his comrades. "Are we so famous now?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569, To Die for a Belief. Chapter 569, To Die for a Belief. Translator, Irene. Editor, X, TYZ. Wang Rui overlooked the surging and frantic crowd, his mood completely ruined. On behalf of Skyheart City, he had come to select the best candidates for Master's Glory, but these people were only here to join in the buzz. Yet, upon hearing that the Spear of Heavy Cloud was recruiting, they became so agitated and wild. Wang Rui felt terrible, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Wang Rui was born into an aristocratic family that had a close relationship with the Yi family. The Wang family had a long history, but hadn't been illustrious for a long time. However, by riding on Madame Ye's newly gained power, the family immediately had a change of fortune. In terms of seniority, Madame Yi was Wang Rui's maternal aunt, and Wang Rui often played around in the Yi residence when he was young. Madame Yi considered visiting various cities to scout for candidates since just relying on the surveillance division wasn't enough. She needed someone who was decent in all aspects, including family background, to coordinate the selection so that the respective mayors would follow through or at least not obstruct her plans. Having followed Madame Yi for some time, Wang Rui had had his glorious moments, but it was still his first time carrying such a heavy responsibility. He truly cherished this opportunity and wanted to get things done properly. Seeing the scene before him, a rush of anger filled his heart, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Could it be that the popularity of the Spear of Heavy Cloud had already surpassed that of Skyheart City? Quiet. The master beside the mayor had no choice but to step forward to maintain order. The excited crowd gradually calmed down, but the passion and fervor on their faces had yet to fade. The mayor wanted to speak, but a tender voice broke the silence from on the stage. "I don't want to go to Skyheart City. I want to join the Spear of Heavy Cloud." The speaker was He Min, who had an agitated expression on his face. He was extremely agitated. Ecstasy filled his heart, and he felt as if he was dreaming. The Spear of Heavy Cloud had actually come to Windmail City to recruit new members. He Min's voice rang just when the crowd had quieted down, so everybody's gaze fell onto him. However, no one, including the mayor, was surprised. In fact, they urged him on. Good one. That's our boy. The crowd starting an endless cheer. Master's glory had been discussed for so many years, but nothing had come out of it yet. There weren't any masters, so people thought of it unfavorably. Plus, while Skyheart City emphasized righteousness, citizens had nothing good to say about it. Lou Bewling's satirical speech circulated more extensively than anything else, and to the ordinary citizens, the so-called general situation was simply too vague and distant. Meanwhile, the spear of Heavy Cloud grappled at the front line with real swords and spears. Wine, to them, was boiling fresh blood. Those who died were eternal heroes. What they chopped were the heads of their enemies. In the eyes of ordinary people, joining Master's glory and going to Skyheart City meant that they might gain power and become an influential figure. Joining the Spear of Heavy Cloud, however, meant that they could immediately enter battle to fight against the Blood Elementalists. The latter was for the hot-blooded. No way. An angry voice boomed across the field. Wang Rui's face was ashen, and he felt his face burning, as if he'd received a few hard slaps. He hadn't expected the Spear of Heavy Cloud to be this popular. The servant behind him whispered, "We must take Min away no matter what. So far he's the most talented candidate, second to none." Wang Rui also had no plans of letting Min go. If he were to join the Spear of Heavy Cloud, Skyheart City would reach rock bottom. Wouldn't it be an extreme humiliation if this were to spread? And how could he, Wang Rui, allow himself to become the butt of the joke? His bright future would be thoroughly thrashed. Furthermore, that servant had reminded him that he absolutely could not shrink back. He stood up slowly. With a stern expression, he walked to the edge of the pavilion and surveyed the audience. In a deep voice, he started talking. "The Spear of Heavy Cloud is the pillar of the Elders Guild and a combat division most worthy of our trust. Their outstanding performance was indeed up to the Elders Guild's expectations, but Master's glory fundamentally influences our ability to resist and claim victory over the Blood Elementalists." Terrified by his might, the clamorous crowd unconsciously lowered their voices. His tone was powerful and resonating. "Thus far, Master's glory is our greatest and strictest plan. The Elders Guild will supply endless effort and resources. Countless people are advancing dauntlessly, wave upon wave. What for? To defeat the Blood Elementalists and take the Avalon of 5 elements back. Every one of you must understand the Elders Guild's painstaking effort. Regarding the fight against Blood Elementalists, the Elders Guild is more determined and well prepared than anyone else." Min shook his head stubbornly. "I want to join the Spear of Heavy Cloud." Wang Rui suppressed his impatience, responding calmly, "If you join Master's glory, you'll be able to unleash greater potential and become a powerful master. You will become the Elders Guild's core, and they will focus on grooming you." Min refused to listen. Like a monkey drum, he shook his head. "No. I'm joining the Spear of Heavy Cloud." Wang Rui ran out of patience. Under the eyes of those present, he flew into a rage and berated, "Why are you so insensible? Do you not have any regard for the present situation? Are you able to take responsibility if Master's glory fails because of you?" Min answered righteously, "I'm a child." The crowd burst into laughter. Everyone was amused by his response. Exactly. He's just a kid. What responsibility? The Elders Guild is so useless. Ha, ha. An old man is dead in the enemy country, new soldiers are defending our territory, a lone girl is fighting at the front line, and now it's this kid's turn. Min's words made Jiang Wei smile too. This kid seemed really stubborn, but somewhat quick-witted and clever. The mocking and ridiculing turned Wang Rui's face as red as pig liver. Each verbal attack was like an iron sword that pierced right through his heart. He had never been in such an embarrassing situation. The humiliation made his body tremble uncontrollably. Finally losing control, he roared, "Enough!" The audience sank into momentary silence, but what followed after was an even more intense wave of angry reactions. "What nonsense! Too afraid to go to the front line, yet you dare shout at us? I've already said it. The Elders Guild is as useless as mud, and the inside officials are only interested in saving themselves. Don't waste the kid's time. Bullshasterisk T Master's glory. Rubbish." The crowd was absolutely agitated. Some of the stronger men were even rolling their sleeves up, ready to charge forward. Wang Rui's face was ashen, and his body shivered. He muttered to himself, "Wicked citizens. A bunch of wicked citizens." Windmail City's mayor stood at the side, his face turning gloomy. Calling his people wicked right in front of his face, was that fellow implying that he was a wicked mayor? Expressionlessly, he commented, "Wicked indeed. How could such wicked citizens be worthy of such a grand plan like Master's glory? Kindly head over to other cities to find your candidates." Wang Rui turned his head, his face distorted. His eyes spat fire as he roared like a ferocious tiger. Windmail City's mayor wasn't the least bit afraid. He asked coolly, "What? Is Prince Wang going to call me wicked too?" The servant behind Wang Rui sighed and placed his palm on Wang Rui's shoulder. Wang Rui only felt a heavy weight pressing on his body. Not only was he unable to move, but he couldn't speak a word either. A powerful elemental energy wave enveloped the whole of Windmail City, and the dark clouds overhead instantly vanished, revealing the clear, blue sky. Yet, no wind could enter Windmail City, as if the air had solidified. All noise faded in a flash. The surging clamor from earlier seemed to have frozen all of a sudden, and everybody's faces changed. They were so overwhelmed with shock that they couldn't speak. The middle-aged man bowed toward Jiang Wei, calling out, "Sir, I'm a nobody from the surveillance division and have received an order to select the candidates for Master's glory. I think we have found a very suitable prospect. Please give us that honor. My division leader will never forget this and will repay you in future for sure." Jiang Wei sighed. He was somewhat hesitant. He was a prudent and experienced man who did not wish to become enemies with the surveillance division. While the two parties did not see eye to eye, the surveillance division was very strong with the Elders Guild was behind their back, so it was best for the Spear of Heavy Cloud to not fall out with them. He Min was confined by the invisible elemental energy and couldn't speak. He felt absolutely anxious, fearing that he was going to be sent to Skyheart City. No way. He couldn't let the opportunity to join the Spear of Heavy Cloud slip away. He Min frantically engaged the elemental energy within his body. Although he was aware that his own frail elemental energy was in no way comparable to the energy that confined him, he couldn't care less. All he could think of was joining the Spear of Heavy Cloud. The elemental energy within his body attacked the invisible shackles recklessly and incessantly. His face was twisted, and the bones in his body were cracking, but the elemental energy trace rendered him immobile. He must go to the Spear of Heavy Cloud. He had never mobilized all of his energy this wildly before. Unable to adapt to such a great intensity, he started feeling dizzy as his head buzzed non-stop. Suddenly, somewhere deep within his body, a hot stream gushed from his abdomen up toward his neck, and a ball of raging flame burned in his chest. His head rumbled as he entered a fuzzy state of consciousness. He could only feel a rush of intense heat enter his throat as the invisible shackles loosened slightly. He used all his energy to shout, "I want to go to the Spear of Heavy." Before he could finish, a ball of bloody mist sprayed out of his mouth. The middle-aged man opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Upon seeing the bloody mist that he Min spewed out, Jiang Wei jolted. The doubt in his heart vanished like a puff of smoke. Jiang Wei stood forward and spoke in an unhurried, but firm as steel, tone, "Sorry, but we're taking this kid." The other members followed closely behind. As the troops spread out, everyone had solemn and resolute expressions. It would be their greatest honor to have a kid who was this stubborn, who would choose to injure themselves in order to join the Spear of Heavy Cloud. The middle-aged man sighed. As a vice division leader with an immeasurably bright future, why put yourself in danger for a kid? You only have one life, so why not use it where it matters? The divide between a master and yourself is too huge. You can't win. Jiang Wei did not stop. With determined and steady eyes, he calmly unslung the bow from his back and said in a low voice, "We were born with a belief, and we will die with it. We will not live perfunctorily, and we will die for our belief." His scattered comrades formed a miniature vanguard, walking in sync. There was no fear on their faces, only persistence and courage. They were one. Old Ginger's words had touched them, and they couldn't help but cried out in unison. "We were born with a belief, and we will die with it. We will not live perfunctorily, and we will die for our belief." Clearly, they weren't walking fast, but each step shook the earth like claps of thunder. Their voices clearly weren't loud, but they reached far and wide and into people's heart. They clearly had few people, but fearlessness spread across the field. They were invincible. With each step and sentence, their aura strengthened like a rising tongue of flame, burning the skies like fire and like blood. The middle-aged man's face changed. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 570, 3 Bunny Hairs. Chapter 570, 3 Bunny Hairs. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Jiang Wei wasn't a rash individual, he was calm and steady. In everyone's eyes, he was a reliable and trustworthy person. They did not need to worry about anything that he was in charge of. He wasn't really talented. Among the students of Central Pine Academy, he wasn't considered outstanding. As compared to other students who were more talented than him, sometimes he felt that his achievements today were largely due to the coincidental encounter with Ai Hui at the Garden of Life where the blood catastrophe first broke out. If one was to ask him what his strengths were, his answer would most likely be his trustworthiness and tenacity. Whether it was the escape from the Garden of Life, the Battle of Central Pine City, or the battle with the Arden Flower Blood Division, he was the least noticeable and seldom put up an extraordinary performance. However, he would never give up and was always a reliable force to the team. Everyone liked calling him Old Ginger because they felt that his character was too elderly for his age. He was like a 50-year-old middle-aged man. He would properly carry out the missions Ai Hui and Shueman gave him. He would not skimp on the training tasks that were given to him either. He did all his tasks meticulously. Even if he knew the camp was stationed in an absolutely safe area, he would not lower his guard and slack off defensively. He was a person who treated his job seriously and did not like to let his imagination run wild. However, after having witnessed the blood catastrophe, the death of his classmate's teacher, the collapse of the Avalon of 5 elements, and the world becoming increasingly chaotic, he felt helpless and insignificant and realized that human lives were fragile like grass. There were more and more things that he couldn't understand accumulating in his heart. He was not good at motivating people or talking. He had said these words because he was giving a serious reply to the other party. When these words left his mouth, he felt as if he was enlightened. His entire body relaxed, appearing as if he had shed the shackles that bound him. The haze that clouded his mind was completely lifted off. At this moment, his mind was in a state of clarity. He had finally expressed his desired answer. Whether an enemy was powerful or weak, whether the world was safe or dangerous, life still remained short and unpredictable. Live not an ignoble life, die an honorable death. Jiang Wei's elemental energy surged excitedly. It was as if his elemental energy was cheering in high spirits. His facial expression remained composed, he had his huge bow in his hand, and his eyes were like an abyss, deep and unfathomable. Behind him, 3 elementalists took up their positions and formed an irregularly shaped rhombus with him. Finally, there was one more elementalist standing directly behind the rhombus. The lesser arrow formation was a battle formation that was commonly used by elementalists. However, in Jiang Wei and his counterpart's hands, it displayed a terrifying might. Wang Rui's face turned deathly pale. Jiang Wei and his counterparts were only 5 people in total, yet they were able to cover his line of sight. The aura of devastation exuded by Jiang Wei and his counterparts made Wang Rui feel as if he was on a battlefield where people were blasted into pieces. Like humongous, malevolent beasts, they advanced slowly toward him. Thump! His legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. At this point in time, the middle-aged man behind him did not bother with him. He withdrew all his elemental energy and prepared to face Jiang Wei. After one entered the surveillance division, he or she would not use his or her birth name anymore. This symbolized a farewell to his or her old life. The middle-aged man was called Xiao Shan even though he wasn't young anymore. Only those who were familiar with the surveillance division would know that members who had the word Xiao in their names were the legitimate core members of the division. These core members either held key positions in the division like Xiao Lin or were powerful experts like Xiao Shan. 1. Xiao in Chinese means small or young. At this moment, there was a solemn look on Xiao Shan's face. The surveillance division was one of the 3 central divisions, so how could they not be familiar with a battle formation? Furthermore, wasn't this the commonly used lesser arrow formation? The lesser arrow formation was a battle formation that every elementalist in every combat division had to learn. The lesser arrow formation arranged in front of him looked extremely absurd and was filled with many mistakes. The biggest mistake was its arrowhead position. Xiao Shan had never seen a lesser arrow formation that put an archer at the arrowhead position. An archer was a role that needed range in order to be useful in combat. How could an archer stand at the arrowhead position where he would be put in a close combat situation with the enemy? There were a lot of other mistakes as well. For example, their formation was much more spread out than a typical lesser arrow formation. However, the imposing aura and elemental energy undulations released by Jiang Wei and his counterparts were definitely no joke. As an expert even among masters, Xiao Shan's eyes were naturally very sharp. He was quickly able to tell that there was something odd about Jiang Wei's lesser arrow formation. Jiang Wei stood at the arrowhead position of the lesser arrow formation. Behind his left and right flanks, there were 2 fire elementalists. At the arrow knot position to the rear, there was also a fire elementalist. These 3 fire elementalists formed a perfect triangle. Right behind Jiang Wei, there was an earth elementalist. The earth elementalist happened to stand in the center of the triangle formed by the 3 fire elementalists. Such an elaborate structure. In his heart, Xiao Shan exclaimed in admiration. He had not expected the commonly used lesser arrow formation to become so special in Jiang Wei's hands. Even though they had not fought yet, and he could not see all of the marvels of Jiang Wei's formation, he could sense that there was something unique about it just from its elaborate structure. However, even though the other party's lesser arrow formation lit his eyes up and he looked forward to experiencing it, he stood by the words he said just now. The strength disparity between a master and someone who had yet to become a master was incredibly wide. On the battlefield, a master wasn't invincible, but he or she had the ability to ultimately change the outcome of a close fight. Having only 5 people in total, Jiang Wei and his counterparts couldn't pose any threat to him. However, he did not want to start a feud with the Spear of Heavy Cloud. After all, both sides had no enmity toward each other in the beginning. This candidate selection trial was prepared for Master's glory, not for the Surveillance Division. Among the higher-ups of the Surveillance Division, there were many divided opinions about the division leader's decision. Many people felt that the Surveillance Division should head toward the front line like the Judgment and Dread divisions. On the contrary, another group of people felt that they should follow the division leader with resolution. Ultimately, Madame Ye's qualifications and achievements weren't enough to convince everyone. Xiao Shan looked at Jiang Wei and his counterparts with a complicated facial expression. The rise of the Spear of Heavy Cloud had caused the rift between members of the Surveillance Division to grow wider and wider. Skyheart City's performance had disappointed a lot of people. Many were disappointed that an elite force like them were hiding in Skyheart City doing dishonorable things. At the same time, they felt conflicted too. Xiao Shan belonged to the neutral party. Whatever tasks his division leader gave him, he would carry them out earnestly. He had no ill intentions toward the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Instead, he rather admired them. He had seen the mirage beanpot of that battle. If it had been the Surveillance Division, he believed they would have obtained a victory as well. The Surveillance Division was one of the 3 central divisions. Generations of trial and error were conducted and a countless amount of manpower and resources was spent before this central division was born. Every member had to undergo multiple stages of selection tests before he or she was chosen. They had gathered the most outstanding elementalists. In Xiao Shan's eyes, it wasn't easy for a regional combat division like the Spear of Heavy Cloud to obtain such a military success. Xiao Shan had made up his mind. He wanted the other party to retreat on their own accord. With an apologetic tone, he said, "This is my duty." "Pardon me then, Sir Jiang." He raised his right hand. Snap. A loud and crisp sound of fingers snapping resounded through the air. A weird elemental energy wave swept across the area like a ripple. Crack. A small ice cube formed between his fingers. The ice cube was irregularly shaped, and it was sparkling and translucent, giving off an oddly beautiful fluorescence. Crack, crack, crack. The frightening sound of ice forming echoed through the air. A irregularly shaped, dazzling ice dragon was growing thicker and longer at a terrifying speed as it neared Jiang Wei. The ice dragon grew in an expansive manner. The further it grew, the thicker and wider it became, resembling an enormous cone that was oriented horizontally. Xiao Shan's path of master, tears of amber. The demonic, yet beautiful, ice wasn't really ice. It was actually crystallized elemental energy. When the elemental energy surrounding an enemy crystallized, the enemy would become like an insect trapped in resin that slowly became amber. The seemingly weak crystallized elemental energy was actually very firm and strong. A person who was trapped by it would not be able to move at all, resembling a bug encased in amber. Jiang Wei's gaze was lowered, his feet were spread out, his straightened left arm was holding his bow, and his right hand was holding the bowstring, looking as if he had not seen what was going on. A transparent glass bamboo vial appeared in each fire elementalist's hand. Each glass bamboo container was filled with crystal clear snow lava. Crack! The glass bamboo vials shattered as the crystal clear snow lava immediately ignited into a faint blaze. The 3 fire elementalists had solemn looks on their faces. Their hand signs transformed nimbly as the faint blaze danced between their fingers. At almost the same time, a quicksand whirlpool formed beneath the feet of the earth elementalist behind Jiang Wei. Following which, the surging sand whirlpool swirled around the 5 squad members. The movements of the 3 fire elementalists were uniform and synchronized. They pressed their hands downward, and the faint blaze generated by the snow lava entered the quicksand whirlpool beneath their feet. Boom! Surging fire elemental energy gushed into the sand whirlpool. However, the weird thing was that the fire elemental energy only gathered at the outer ring of the sand whirlpool. The earth elementalist took in a deep breath of air as his face became bright red. He pointed, raised his palms upward, and roared, "Rise!" The quicksand whirlpool behind Jiang Wei began to rise from the ground, looking like a quicksand monster climbing out of a sandpit. The wiggling quicksand engulfed Jiang Wei's feet and extended upward to his waist, his upper back, and over his shoulders to his arms. Jiang Wei looked as if he felt nothing, remaining motionless. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wei was entirely covered by the quicksand, leaving only his head exposed. More and more quicksand rose from the ground and flew toward the back of Jiang Wei. Following which, the quicksand became an enormous and solid sand wall that supported Jiang Wei like a firm and hard pedestal. The frantically crystallizing elemental energy grew increasingly larger in Jiang Wei's line of sight. It was as if a huge wall had been hurled at him. A demonic, yet gorgeous, radiance flooded his line of sight. He had nowhere to run. Suddenly, violent elemental energy surged from his back. A brilliant glow erupted from Jiang Wei's eyes as he pulled the bowstring. However, there was no arrow knocked on the bowstring. Jiang Wei pulled the bowstring further back as violent elemental energy surged through his right arm. A dazzling glow blossomed from the bowstring as an arrow began to form. The arrowhead was made up of shining silvery metal elemental energy, the arrow shaft was made up of quicksand that was swirling non-stop, and the arrow fletchings were made up of scarlet feathers of dancing flame. The spear of heavy cloud's unique lesser arrow formation, 3 bunny hairs. This unique name was chosen Sang Zijin. The bunny hair arrows she used in Central Pine City had burned a huge and painful hole in her pocket, but they were very effective in battle. In her eyes, bunny hair arrows were the best arrows. Of course, they were the most expensive as well. The bowstring was released. After flying for 2 meters, the arrow collided with the frantically growing wall of crystallized elemental energy. Clink! The deafening sound of a collision rang through the air. The rain of fire released by the arrow fletchings silently entered the quicksand arrow shaft. Then, the fire elemental energy from the fletchings and the earth elemental energy from the arrow shaft entered the dazzling arrowhead. These 3 different types of elemental energy fused together. Boom! A deep and muffled explosion resounded through the air. The crystallized elemental energy wall that was growing frantically appeared as if it had been heavily struck by a dire beast. The crystallized elemental energy wall stopped 2 meters in front of Jiang Wei. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 571, Valiant Warriors. Chapter 571, Valiant Warriors. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. The momentum of the frantically growing crystallized elemental energy stopped abruptly, looking as if it had hit a wall. The arrogant Xiao Shan's eyes lit up. Interesting. Fire engendered earth and earth engendered metal. As the arrowhead, Jiang Wei happened to be a metal elementalist. The amount of metal elemental energy that Jiang Wei could utilize was plentiful, but he did not convert all the elemental energies into metal elemental energy. He still maintained a portion of the fire elemental energy and earth elemental energy as they were. This was why the previous explosion occurred. There were 2 advantages to using metal elemental energy to form the arrowhead. The first advantage was it had an extremely strong piercing ability. The second advantage was it could fuse with the other 2 types of elemental energy to create an explosion. This was indeed unique. Xiao Shan could not help but exclaim in admiration once more. This was the first time he had seen such an exquisite arrangement being utilized in a basic battle formation like the lesser arrow formation. From the excellent coordination among the 5 people, Xiao Shan could tell that they had undergone a huge number of training sessions. Actually, judging from the strength of each elementalist in the unit in front of him, they looked very ordinary. Jiang Wei's strength was rather impressive. He was the only bright spot among the 5-man squad and was not far from becoming a master. The strength of the other 4 elementalists was ordinary, especially the 3 fire elementalists. These 4 elementalists were even weaker than the ordinary members of the surveillance division. Given Jiang Wei's strength, he could only become a unit leader in the surveillance division. However, since he had many military accomplishments, he could become a middle-ranking officer instead. Of course, the position of vice division leader in the surveillance division was absolutely out of his reach. Xiao Shan's high rating of Jiang Wei's military capabilities wasn't baseless. The performance put on by Jiang Wei's low-level comrades had displayed Jiang Wei's capabilities. For example, the fire elementalists were too low-level and could not produce sufficient fire elemental energy. The glass bamboos vials that were filled with snow lava could make up for the fire elementalists' deficiency and improve their performance. The earth elementalist wasn't really powerful either. However, the huge amount of quicksand was able to act as a connection for the 5-person squad. The sand wall that supported Jiang Wei withstood significant impact and acted as protection for him. These details might seem insignificant, but it was precisely these details that displayed Jiang Wei's capabilities. It was these details that allowed his weak and ordinary-looking comrades to display extraordinary fighting capabilities. A look of admiration flashed across Xiao Shan's eyes. However, this level was not enough to win this fight. Snap! Xiao Shan snapped his fingers again. The ice dragon that was frozen in the air exploded with a loud bang. Countless crystallized fragments swept across Jiang Wei and his counterparts like a blizzard. Every tiny fragment was like a seed that caused the surrounding elemental energy to crystallize and grow. Soon, a gigantic, dazzling, transparent bell canopy covered Jiang Wei and his counterparts. The canopy bell was formed by the frantically crystallizing elemental energy. The onlookers cried out in alarm as looks of shock appeared on their faces. Jiang Wei and his counterparts had nowhere to run. Within the bell canopy, Jiang Wei's facial expression did not change. He placed his huge bow in front of him and put his right-hand fingers on the bowstring. With a deep voice, he said, "Two bamboos. Attack!" The Earth Elementalist understood what Jiang Wei meant and manipulated the wiggling quicksand beneath his feet. The quicksand lifted the 5 people up and launched an attack forward. 2 more glass bamboo vials appeared in the hands of each fire elementalist. Without any hesitation, they crushed the vials in their hands at the same time. Boom! The flames produced were much more powerful than the previous time. The 3 of them had grave looks on their faces. They used their hands and guided the flames to their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the blazing flames engulfed their bodies and turned them into 3 men who were on fire. The onlookers cried out in alarm again. The 3 flaming fire elementalists began to run around the Earth Elementalist with all their might. If one looked down from the sky, he or she would see a flaming triangle that was spinning. In front of the Earth Elementalist, the roiling quicksand transformed into a brown cauldron with 3 legs. Wisps of fire were released into the 3-legged cauldron by the 3 flaming men as they ran wildly on the quicksand. A red glow suddenly erupted from the 3-legged cauldron, making it look as if it was being heated. In an instant, the quicksand beneath their feet looked as if it was boiling, sweeping up numerous sand waves. Amid the rolling waves of sand, speckles of silvery light appeared. Like a school of fish, they swam toward Jiang Wei. The sand-made pedestal that carried Jiang Wei was as bright as snow, looking as if it was cast out of iron. Jiang Wei's elemental energy was operating at its limit. Faint silvery stars appeared in his eyes. The metal elemental energy in the sand pedestal that carried him was becoming more and more vigorous. He felt like his body was ripping apart. In reality, this wasn't a misperception. A slight moment of carelessness would cause his body to be ripped apart by the surging metal elemental energy. He carefully controlled the vigorous and fearsome metal elemental energy. The huge bow that he placed in front of him was bursting with a brilliant silvery light, appearing as if a glowing silver needle had grown out of his bow. The quicksand lifted them and continued moving forward. Xiao Shan's facial expression became solemn once more. This was... He realized that he had underestimated Jiang Wei and his counterparts. The fire elementalists, whom he previously thought were the weakest and most useless, actually had their merits. The fire elemental energy released by the snow lava was extremely powerful. From Xiao Shan's perspective, it was too much for each fire elementalist to handle all of the fire elemental energy from the 2 glass bamboo vials of snow lava. But the 3 of them managed to do it. They distributed the flames around their bodies proportionally. By doing so, they could reduce the amount of flames they had to control at any given moment. However, Xiao Shan had not initially thought of this method because he knew the agony that he would have had to face if he allowed the flames of snow lava to engulf him. Under such agony, the 3 fire elementalists could still synchronize their movements and release the flames into the 3-legged cauldron at the same speed. Xiao Shan could not help but feel surprised. Such an aggressive execution. Each combat division had certain moments where they would fight with all their might. However, this was the first time that Xiao Shan witnessed the ubiquitous lesser arrow formation being executed with such aggression. From their excellent coordination, Xiao Shan could tell that they had practiced this formation many times. Was this done to make up for the deficiency in their strength? Xiao Shan's gaze became slightly complicated. The theory behind it was easy to understand, yet very few combat divisions could implement it. It was akin to how the fire elementalists allowed their bodies to be engulfed by flames. This could only be done with an extremely high endurance, steel-like willpower, and strict self-discipline. In front of him, there wasn't just 1, but 3 fire elementalists who possessed such characteristics. Wasn't the Spear of Heavy Cloud scared of a mutiny occurring? Suddenly, he thought of an interesting fact about the Spear of Heavy Cloud's recruiting process. Fire elementalists had to pass the fire reservoir test before they could enter the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Previously, everyone had not thought much about it. They merely felt that Shuaman valued individuals with high willpower. After the rise of pagoda cannons, the value of fire elementalists skyrocketed, and everyone felt that the Spear of Heavy Cloud was too lucky for taking the best fire elementalists all for themselves. Who would have thought that the Spear of Heavy Cloud designed their battle formations based on the exceptional willpower of their fire elementalists? Xiao Shan no longer looked down on the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Not only did he admire the perseverance of the fire elementalists, he also admired the ingenuity of the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Suddenly, his mind trembled. While he was distracted by his thoughts, the quicksand that carried the entire lesser arrow formation was just about to collide with the expanding crystallized canopy. The statue-like Jiang Wei began to move as he pulled the bowstring with his right hand. His huge bow suddenly erupted with a brilliance. The space between the bow and its bowstring was covered with a silvery light, resembling a glowing silver fan. The silvery light then converged toward the horizontal line formed by Jiang Wei's fingers on the bowstring. The glowing silver fan that had previously been open was now closed. Following which, a thick glowing silver arrow that was the size of a javelin appeared on the bowstring. Clink! The bowstring twanged as a silvery light streaked through the air. Jiang Wei's face remained emotionless as he pulled and released the bowstring with lightning speed. An arrow was released again. Boom! The arrow beam blasted a huge hole in the ice-like, crystallized elemental energy. However, the edge of the hole began to regenerate almost immediately. The second arrow beam struck the crystallized elemental energy again, deepening the hole by a few meters. Clink, clink, clink! Boom, boom, boom! In the midst of the brilliant silvery light, Jiang Wei moved extremely fast. The onlookers couldn't clearly see the action of him pulling the bowstring. Only once in a while could they catch a glimpse of him doing so. The glowing silver arrows that appeared on the bowstring remained the same. However, the onlookers quickly realized that the hand which Jiang Wei used to pull the bowstring was dripping with blood. Razor-sharp metal energy gathered on the bowstring, making it as sharp as a knife. Even so, Jiang Wei's facial expression remained emotionless. It was as if he couldn't feel anything at all. The bowstring was pulled and released mechanically. Amid the dazzling streaks of silvery light, the explosions, and the fluttering fragmentary light, they advanced with aggression. Xiao Shan finally understood why the fire elementalists were fighting with all their might and why they could endure such a painful battle tactic. It was because Jiang Wei took the lead. However, how many combat divisions could actually implement this simple principle? It had been ages since the surveillance division had last set foot upon the battlefield. All of a sudden, Xiao Shan felt a sense of embarrassment. These weak and low-level individuals were fighting with all their might. To secure a victory, they were willing to use a battle tactic that filled them with agony. Valiant warriors like them should be in the surveillance division. Division leader, you should look at these people. Live not an ignoble life, die an honorable death. Xiao Shan suddenly became very excited. Jiang Wei and his counterparts, who were advancing frantically, did not know what was going on outside at all. All of their facial expressions were distorted as they advanced with all their might. The moment Jiang Wei's shooting speed slowed down, the hole would regenerate. Jiang Wei did not care about anything else and shot the arrows intensely. There were no more distracting thoughts in his mind. He only had one thought now. Attack! Attack! Separated by the pure and gorgeous crystallized elemental energy, the figure of the middle-aged man appeared distorted. However, Jiang Wei's bloodshot eyes did not blink at all. He was getting closer. 10 meters, 7 meters, 2 meters. Jiang Wei was becoming more and more excited. He did not know whether or not he could obtain victory. All he knew was that if his attacks got closer to Xiao Shan, his chance of winning would be higher. Boom! Breaking out of the elemental canopy, Jiang Wei felt his body become lighter and his vision become clearer. The figure of his target was exceptionally distinct now. He was within reach. Without any hesitation, Jiang Wei pulled the bowstring with all the strength he had left and placed all his attention on his bow. Locked on. Snap. Suddenly, his hand became empty. The bowstring had snapped. He was stunned. Like the sharp blade of a sword, the bowstring hit his body and created 2 lacerations, but he couldn't feel anything. Wang Rui, who hid far behind Xiao Shan, suddenly yelled, "Kill him!" The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. Wang Rui kept on yelling, "Kill him! Quickly kill him!" Snap! Xiao Shan snapped his fingers without turning back. Wang Rui's voice abruptly came to a halt. He had been imprisoned by Xiao Shan's elemental energy. Xiao Shan looked at the unconscious He-Man, the dazed Jiang Wei whose palm was badly mangled, the exhausted earth elementalist who was scowling at him, and the 3 fire elementalists whose bodies were still ablaze with flames. "You're more suitable for this kid, so nurture him properly," Xiao Shan said indifferently. Jiang Wei raised his head abruptly. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Xiao Shan turned around and flew up into the air. A lingering voice spiraled through the air. We will meet again on the battlefield in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 572, The Utter Defeats at the Front Line. Chapter 572, The Utter Defeats at the Front Line. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. When Kuning retreated along with the Blue Flag Division, he discovered that the area around the Spear of Heavy Cloud's encampment was packed with people. The Blue Flag Division had suffered heavy losses. Less than one-third of its troops had made it back alive. One could say that they had completely lost their ability to fight on the battlefield. However, Kuning did not want to go back with his tail between his legs. He brought the remnants of his combat division and encamped at a location that was far away from the Spear of Heavy Cloud's camp. Now that the Blue Flag Division finally had a chance to take a breather, everyone in the combat division heaved a sigh of relief. However, they had suffered heavy casualties, so the soldiers were low in morale and dejected. Before they headed toward the battlefield, they were grandiose and smug. They felt that they had obtained the key to victory after modifying the pagoda cannons. However, during their first battle with the Blood Elementalists, they watched their comrades being mowed down like fragile grass. It was then that they realized how wide the strength disparity between them and the Blood Elementalists was. Anguished wails and groans filled every corner of their camp. The survivors were crestfallen and dejected. Kuning felt stressed and walked out of the camp alone. Li Hotang noticed Kuning's irregular behavior, stopped working, and walked out of the camp as well. Kuning sat beside a brook not far away from the camp. When Li Hotang walked closer to the brook, he heard Kuning stifling his crying. Li Hotang sighed and sat beside Kuning. Then, he consoled him, "It's not your fault. You don't need to blame yourself." Kuning was like a nephew to him, and he had watched him grow up. Kuning had been a very arrogant individual from a very young age. This defeat had dealt a huge blow to him. Li Hotang was very worried that Kuning wouldn't recover from this setback. Li Hotang continued to console him, "There are not many combat divisions that can contend with the Blood Elementalists. Therefore, there's nothing embarrassing about losing to them. This place isn't safe, so it's better if we retreat as soon as possible. Given the advancing speed of the Blood Elementalists, they will reach here very soon." Kuning stopped crying and wiped the tears off of his face. Then, he raised his head and said, "I'm not leaving." Li Hotang sighed. "Do you think now is the time to throw a tantrum? This time around, all of the God Nation's combat divisions have been activated. Who can stop them? Even the Spear of Heavy Cloud, which has God-subduing peaks, might barely hold them back, but if the Spear of Heavy Cloud can't hold them back, where can we go even if we retreat?" Kuning asked. Li Hotang was speechless. What Kuning said was true. The Spear of Heavy Cloud was the last line of defense. If they couldn't hold back the flood of Blood Elementalists, then no one could. "We have to stay," Kuning said as his tone became more solemn, "and join the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. In reality, our Pagoda Cannons do cause damage to the enemy forces and are really useful, but our level is too low. By joining the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, we can learn how to really use the Pagoda Cannons and will definitely increase our offensive power. But I heard Sure Shueman is domineering and arrogant. What if she wants us to hand over the command of our combat division to her if we join the Pagoda Cannon Alliance?" Li Hotang said in a worried tone. "Then we will hand it over." Kuning's tone was determined. Following which, he muttered, "What's the point of holding on to the remnants of this combat division?" Li Hotang did not try to persuade Kuning anymore. He was right. Their combat division had been broken, while the morale of their troops had reached rock bottom. The devastating defeat had caused many of them to lose the courage to fight the Blood Elementalists ever again. "So many of our brothers have died. There's no way I can go back and hide from this fact," Kuning said as he stared at the brook. "There are so many combat divisions that want to join the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to do so." Li Hotang was slightly worried. "Very soon, there won't be that many combat divisions," Kuning muttered. "What do you mean by there won't that many combat divisions very soon?" Li Hotang could not help but ask. "What does Uncle Li think of our Blue Flag Division?" Kuning asked. "It can't be compared to the Spear of Heavy Cloud, but it's definitely much more powerful than the ordinary combat divisions," Li Hotang replied with pride. Kuning nodded his head. Apparently, he agreed with what Li Hotang said. However, his tone then changed as he continued, "If we suffered such a devastating defeat, what makes you think that the others won't suffer the same fate as us?" Li Hotang was stunned. Kuning continued, "Uncle Li, you shall see. Soon, there will be a lot of bad news, and more than half of the combat divisions here will run away." Li Hotang was astounded. He could not help but examine Kun Ning closely. Kun Ning's previously young and tender face seemed to have aged and matured significantly overnight. The arrogance that he used to possess had completely disappeared and was replaced by maturity. Li Hotang felt very glad. Kun Ning's words came true. The Green Heavy Division was defeated, the Golden Feather Division was defeated, the Poplar Division was defeated. More and more combat divisions were utterly defeated. The record for news of these defeats was 5 different combat divisions being defeated in one day. Currently, the true strength of the enemy forces was gradually surfacing. The enemy troops were split into 3 separate forces and advanced at the same time. The God Tiger Division, which led the Radiance Blood Division and the Bluster Blood Division, and God Tiger Division, which led the Birth Blood Division and the Death Blood Division, served as the left and right wing forces. The God Wolf Division, which led the Silverfrost Division, served as the central force. Beyond Avalon's combat divisions that stationed to oppose these 3 forces were obliterated. The pagoda cannon technology, which everyone placed their hopes on, did not bring about victories. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and grave. The retreat of the defeated combat divisions from the front line dealt an extremely huge blow to the morale of Beyond Avalon. According to the survivors, the God Nation's combat divisions were invincible like God himself. The members of various combat divisions felt panic. Various versions of rumors were spreading everywhere. Some combat divisions had already sensed that something was wrong and began to retreat. This created a chain reaction and caused an upsurge in the number of retreating combat divisions. Every day, there were combat divisions that decamped and retreated. The surrounding area of the Spear of Heavy Clouds camp, which was previously packed, was now spacious and empty. The atmosphere in the Spear of Heavy Cloud became tense as well. Jiang Wei, who had just returned to the camp, did not even have the chance to allow his injuries to recover. He had already begun to prepare for battle. The newly recruited members had been sent to training as well. Originally, these newly recruited members were intended for future deployment, but due to the sudden critical situation, they had to be immediately trained and prepared. Inside the camp, the one with the most stress was Fatty. Initially, Fatty was filled with enthusiasm. This was especially the case after he learned that Ai Hui would arrive soon. He acted as if he was on steroids. Being able to show off to Ai Hui was a dream that he had had since the days he worked in the wilderness as a laborer. However, as the situation worsened, his intention of showing off to Ai Hui had been thrown to the back of his mind. Pagoda cannons were the key weapons they used against Blood Elementalist combat divisions. This weapon was also the cornerstone for their battle formations and tactics. If something went wrong with the pagoda cannons, they would have to redesign their battle formations and tactics. Fatty, who had never taken on such a huge responsibility before, felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders now. Unfortunately, the process of building the pagoda cannons had currently gone astray. There was an area in the camp that was specifically converted into a smithy and buzzed with activity. A huge number of blacksmiths that had been conscripted with snow lava as payment were trying to forge real beehive heavy cannons at the moment. The heavy cannon that Fatty had previously used for demonstration was a scaled-down prototype. He envisioned the true beehive heavy cannon to be 18 meters in length and 3 meters in diameter. Everyone was unfamiliar with forging pagoda cannons, let alone building the high-level beehive heavy cannons. Up until now, they had yet to succeed. Fatty was so anxious that his mouth developed ulcers and his eyes became bloodshot. Master Fatty, what kind of pagoda can hold such a heavy cannon? Master Fatty, how about we make it smaller? It's okay if the power is lower. The blacksmiths kept on trying to persuade Fatty. The consecutive failures had dealt a huge blow to everyone's morale. All of you, shut up. Fatty's eyes were inflamed. Whenever Fatty flew into a rage, a cold shiver would go down everyone's spine. All of them lowered their heads in fear. Currently, Fatty missed Blind He terribly. Even though Blind He always looked cold and unfriendly, his skills were superb. Zhu Yan walked over and squatted down to examine the scrapped heavy cannon. Swiftly, he discovered that the problem laid in the beehive-shaped inner chamber. There were many small tiers in the inner chamber. This was the main reason why the blacksmiths could not forge an actual beehive-heavy cannon. Zhu Yan also racked his brain. His injury had yet to recover completely, and he knew the current situation was critical. There wasn't much time left for them. If they could not produce enough beehive-heavy cannons, their strength would be greatly reduced. However, Zhu Yan wasn't a weaponsmith, and he knew nothing about forging weapons. He was not able to gain any further insights even after he stared at the cannon for a long time. After he left the smithy, he still could hear Fatty's thunderous roars. This was the first time Zhu Yan had seen Fatty care so much about something. In his eyes, Fatty was someone who never set his heart on doing anything. His tyrannical behavior made him look like an entirely different person now. Fatty had saved Zuyan's life before. As such, he was also racking his brain to think of a solution for Fatty. He remembered that Fatty had said there wouldn't be any problems with forging the beehive heavy cannons as long as they had an outstanding blacksmith. Unfortunately, their blacksmiths were conscripted and weren't really high level. Furthermore, the level of a blacksmith couldn't be increased in a short period of time. Should he go and find a formidable blacksmith? But where could he find one? Their camp wasn't near any cities or villages, so how could there be blacksmiths available? Suddenly, Zuyan's eyes lit up. He knew where he could find blacksmiths, but he soon felt apprehensive. After all, the pagoda cannon forging process was confidential. After thinking it over a second time, he changed his mind. If they were to lose this battle, they would have nothing left. Thus, there was no point for them to keep anything confidential. The current situation was exactly what Kuning expected. He had not remained idle. These past few days, he had been encouraging his troops and had given pensions to those soldiers who had lost the will to fight, letting them return home. After carrying out this reorganization, he was left with over 100 men in his combat division. His camp was rather empty, but the morale of his men had completely changed. Those soldiers who stayed were hungry for vengeance. There was no news from the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Kuning remained patient and did not seek out Shueman. He was waiting for a chance. Kuning had been observing the Spear of Heavy Cloud from the side. When he saw an elementalist from the Spear of Heavy Cloud walking in his direction, he became energized. Taking the initiative, he asked this elementalist, "Has the Pagoda Cannon Alliance begun the recruiting process?" The other party was stunned. Then, he shook his head and answered, "No." Kuning felt slightly disappointed, but he maintained his patience. Upon seeing that the other party had an anxious look on his face, Kuning asked, "Can I be of any help to you? Do you have any blacksmiths?" "We need outstanding blacksmiths," the other party replied. Kuning was surprised. The other party was actually looking for blacksmiths. He couldn't help but ask, "May I know what the problem is?" The other party did not want to answer his question. Kuning's mind jolted. They needed blacksmiths at this moment, but did not want to answer his question. Could it be? He forced himself to stay calm and said, "Give me a moment." He turned around and yelled for Li Hotang. The person examined Li Hotang and said politely, "We need outstanding blacksmiths." "May I know your honorable name?" "My name is Li Hotang." "I'm a master weaponsmith," Li Hotang replied with pride. He was extremely proud of his qualifications. The shock that the person initially felt rapidly turned into ecstasy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, Fishbone. Chapter 573, Fishbone. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. The situation was worsening much faster than Shueman and the rest expected. Shueman, Silver Soldier, and Karakoram Polaris convened an emergency meeting. Important generals from the three combat divisions gathered and discussed how they were planning to deal with the current situation. Everyone had grave looks on their faces. "I have just received news that the Poplar Division and the Green Heaven Division suffered heavy losses and that the Northfield Division was completely destroyed. Up until now, there have been more than 20 combat divisions that are out of action and more than 6 combat divisions that have been annihilated. According to the survivors, the enemy forces seem to purposely allow our allies to withdraw when they could have annihilated them," Silver Soldier said solemnly. "Purposely allowed them to withdraw?" Sang Jijun was shocked. "They are trying to use the defeated soldiers to overwhelm and swamp our defensive line." Shueman looked worried after thinking about it. Silver Soldier let off a bitter laugh behind his mask and said, "That's correct. Right now, the combat divisions at the front line are scared out of their wits and are retreating with all their might. Looking from their positions, the three enemy forces are like a huge cloth bag with our location as the only opening. Every day, numerous combat divisions are retreating through our location. The number of combat divisions around our camp has already reduced greatly." "Those opportunists have already run away," John Wei said. "It's good that they ran away. They were just a ticking time bomb." Silver Soldier nodded his head. The rest nodded their heads as well. Silver Soldier was right. Those combat divisions were nothing but trouble. Not only were they weak, they were insubordinate as well. Just 2 days ago, Shueman had to personally teach a lesson to a few troublesome combat divisions before they retreated obediently. By not impeding Shueman and her counterparts, these combat divisions were already helping them. There was a huge number of such combat divisions. There were different types of people from various cities, and they were unruly. Sure Shueman and her counterparts couldn't kill them. It was better that they retreated now. Even though everyone knew the strategy of the blood elementalists, they could not come up with a solution for the time being. Can we open up a passage for these combat divisions to retreat through? Karakoram Polaris asked. Everyone shook their heads. To establish a defensive line, they purposely chose narrow terrain that was easy to guard and hard to attack. On the two flanks of this locations, there was a canyon of unfathomable depth. Violent metal winds blew within this canyons all year round. This location was the famous Windy Pearl Bridges. The canyon was very long, and the surging metal winds formed a barrier that was very difficult to pass. Above the canyon, there were more than 10 naturally formed stone arches that were not affected by the metal winds. This location was called Windy Pearl Bridges because the natural stone bridges were covered with long and narrow cracks, resembling pearl necklaces. The width of each stone bridge was different. The narrowest was only a few hundred meters wide while the widest one was a few kilometers wide. To reduce the area they had to defend, Silver Soldier purposely used a god-subduing peak to destroy the other windy bridges and left only the most suitable bridge for them to defend. Their defensive plan was built around this Windy Pearl Bridge. The canyon was approximately 500 kilometers long. If the enemy didn't attack through the remaining bridge, they would have to make one very large detour through arduous terrain in order to advance. If it was a typical situation, Sure Shueman and the rest would be worried that the blood elementalists would take the detour and attack them from their rear. However, the blood elementalists were eager to seek revenge. Therefore, Sure Shueman and the rest felt that the blood elementalists would try to attack through the Windy Pearl Bridge by force. Thus, they felt this place was most suitable for defending. As they had expected, the enemy forces chose to forcefully attack and advance toward the Windy Pearl Bridge. However, they had not expected the blood elementalists to use the weaker elementalist divisions as a tactic to attack them. It's highly likely that the enemy forces will stick close to the retreating forces and use them as cover to get close to us. This way, our offense will be restricted, Sure Shueman muttered. We can only strengthen our defensive line for the time being. Silver Soldier could not think of a better solution. When he saw the discouraged looks on everyone's faces and felt that the atmosphere had become tense, he changed the topic and asked, we should be arriving soon, right? Even though Sure Shueman tried her best to restrain her emotions, she still displayed the excitement of a young girl while replying to Silver Soldier, yes, he should be arriving soon. We will definitely have a solution, Sang Jijun said. When Silver Soldier swept his gaze across everyone, he surprisingly discovered that all of their faces had relaxed. It was as if they had a type of absolute confidence in Hui. He suddenly looked forward to Hui's arrival. Just a while longer before we reached the front line. Xiao Meichi was very excited. He had placed all his material goods and family members on the fishbone. After discarding all his worries, he looked as if he had been reborn and appeared much younger. Fishbone was the name given by Hui to the floating landmass comprised of Blackfish Mouth Volcano and the Central Pine Valley. The shape of Blackfish Mouth Volcano looked like a leaping black fish with the top half of its body out of the water. In order to make it fly, Hui had to shave off the outer layer of the volcano, making it skinnier than before. Therefore, Hui renamed it Fishbone. As usual, everyone disdained this name. Let's look at the name God-subduing peak. So domineering. The size of Blackfish Mouth Volcano was much bigger and mightier than any God-subduing peak, yet its name was so ordinary. Hui should have given it a better name. However, Hui had not done so. After they set off, they had not stopped to take a single break. They did not try to cover their tracks either. They swaggered in the direction of the Spear of Heavy Cloud's camp. The journey was so smooth that it seemed as if they weren't in times of chaos. How come no one asks about us? That's true, our big black fish is so impressive. How can there be no reactions toward it? No one even bothers to record an image of it. It's too weird. When Huode heard the members' mutters, he was slightly amused by them. The members of the Sword of Lightning were basically youngsters who were filled with passion and ambition. Even Huode felt very happy being around them. Quickly, Huode regained his concentration and humbly asked for guidance from Shi Ziguang, who was training by himself on one side. Ziguang, I still don't quite understand this embroidery technique. Shi Ziguang stopped what he was doing and replied, reversal embroidery technique. This is quite difficult. The key is to create a reversal and move side by side along with it. He provided a voluminous answer and did not hide anything from Huode. Meanwhile, Huode listened to Shi Ziguang attentively and nodded his head every now and then. Initially, when Huode came to ask Shi Ziguang for guidance, the latter was slightly nervous. After all, Huode was a master. When a master came and asked him for guidance, he felt insecure. However, as they became more familiar with each other, Shi Zhiguang gradually loosened up. Subsequently, Shi Zhiguang fell in love with providing explanations to Huode. This was because he realized that when he was explaining to Huode, some of his thought processes became clearer. It was unknown whether or not the skills of operating the pinwheel sword were related to embroidery. Shi Zhiguang was very talented in embroidery and progressed at lightning speed. Sometimes, even Ai Hui was surprised. In the future, if Shi Zhiguang no longer wanted to be a sword operator, he could open an embroidery workshop with his embroidery skills. In the past, everyone teased Shi Zhiguang about embroidery and called him Embroidery Lady Shi. However, when they saw that Huode was also addicted to embroidery, they did not dare to mock Shi Zhiguang anymore. Huode was a master and highly revered. Hence, Shi Zhiguang's image improved significantly in everyone's eyes. Shi Zhiguang did not feel pleased with himself because of this. Master Huo might seek guidance from him, but it was because of this that he understood the might of a master. Even though Huode had just started learning both embroidery and how to operate the pinwheel sword, he did not look like a newbie at all. Shi Zhiguang merely mentioned some complicated moves and Huode was able to execute them on the spot. During the previous battle, they had killed a few masters. All of them felt unconcerned about masters. What was so great about a master? Those masters were still killed by a single sword move. Initially, Shi Zhiguang thought like the others. However, after getting to know Huode, he felt just how ridiculous the rest of the division members were. They might not have heard of Huoda's name, but he was still a master after all. A master would always be a terrifying entity. A master's understanding and control of elemental energy was on a completely different level from theirs. Huode had a different perspective from them. In this place, he had experienced many brand new things. The thing that shocked him the most was the Sword of Lightning's battle tactics, which completely defied the traditional elemental energy channeling technique. He wished to be able to soon operate the pinwheel sword. It was a pity that there was only one pinwheel sword. They would arrive at the battlefield shortly, and Shi Zhiguang had been training with everyone else. Huode had not found a sparring partner yet. Meanwhile, Ai Hui sat on a boulder and looked at the glowing Duanmu Huanghun in the bamboo forest nearby. Duanmu Huanghun had yet to wake up, and Ai Hui was feeling slightly worried for him. However, after taking a closer look and realizing that Duanmu Huanghun's breathing and elemental energy undulations were very stable, he felt significantly relieved. Lu Lan ran over and yelled cheerfully, Ai Hui, we are entering the front line zone and are going to see Shuaman soon. Wow, that was fast, Ai Hui said as he stood up. Lu Lan, let's go up to the mountain. Ai Hui and Lu Lan went up to the mountain peak and gazed into the distance. Evening soon descended. The color of the setting sun resembled blood, causing the vast earth to be bathed in a bright red luster. The trees looked as if they had been dyed with the color of blood. The wind became stronger and colder, seemingly bringing forth the sound of war from the distant horizon. The vast earth was filled with desolation. White bones could be seen scattered throughout the grass and thickets. The joy of seeing Iron Lady instantly and unknowingly disappeared. When he returned to his senses, he realized that all the division members had gathered behind him. He turned around, looked at his soldiers, and yelled, Assemble! Swoosh! Everyone looked as if they had woken up from a dream and quickly stood neat and orderly in front of Ai Hui. Ai Hui glanced at Huode, who stood to one side. Like the other members of the Sword of Lightning, he stood upright and at attention. Ai Hui was surprised. He had not expected the position of sword operator to be such a strong enticement for Huode. Ai Hui withdrew his emotions and said, From today onward, we will be entering the front line zone. I declare that the Sword of Lightning is entering standby mode now. The glow of the sunset shone on the youthful faces of the division members. Their young and tender faces exuded hope and ambition, completely devoid of fear. The Sword of Lightning's members had been waiting for this day to come. They were like a bunch of hungry tigers that were finally allowed to enter the battlefield. Unfortunately, Ai Hui knew that the Sword of Lightning was more likely to become prey than predator when it set foot upon the battlefield. This was war. Ai Hui felt disheartened instead of hopeful or ambitious. If it weren't for the circumstances, he definitely would not have wanted to go to the front line. At least not so soon. Now that he brought his men to the front line, how many of them would actually survive? He did not know the answer to this question. He did not even know whether or not he, himself, would survive. Simultaneously, he also did not feel any fear. When he thought of the fact that he would shortly be battling the blood elementalists, he felt an eagerness as well. He had never forgotten the blood that Central Pine City had bled. He had never forgotten the vengeance he needed to seek for his master and mistress. The depression and the eagerness were two completely different emotions. They intertwined in his heart, causing him to fall silent. The members looked at Ai Hui, seldom looking at him like this. After thinking about it, Ai Hui said, "We are going to reach the battlefield soon. The enemy forces are very strong, much stronger than us. Everyone will face death at any time. I can't promise that I will lead all of you out of the battlefield alive, but I can promise that I will definitely not forsake you and run away by myself." The members quieted down. The hope and ambition displayed on their faces had disappeared and were replaced by solemnity. Ai Hui took in a deep breath of air and said with a serious tone, "Listen to my commands. Everyone, board the pinwheel sword now. Sword of Lightning, prepare to set off for a patrol mission." "Yes," everyone replied in unison. The neat and orderly members of the Sword of Lightning scattered in an instant as they boarded the pinwheel sword from all directions. The five-colored pinwheel at the back of the pinwheel sword began to spin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 574, The Yellow Sand Division. Chapter 574, The Yellow Sand Division. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Along the way, the fishbone did not cause too much of a commotion. People thought that it was a god-subduing peak. In the past, the appearance of a god-subduing peak would evoke alarmed cries from onlookers. Nowadays, however, everyone was used to seeing this. In the past, the god-subduing peak was seen as the mightiest war machine. From its name, one could tell how much hope the Elders Guild had placed in it. At the beginning, the god-subduing peaks were indeed quite useful. The enormous role that they played was what allowed the Wall of North Sea to withstand the Blood Elementalists for such a long time. Currently, however, those who had some rationality clearly understood that one or two god-subduing peaks would not overturn the present situation. Ai Hui sent the pinwheel sword out on patrol to allow everyone to have a feel for wartime tension. The Sword of Lightning consisted of a bunch of brand new rookies and paled in comparison to the current Spear of Heavy Cloud. The core members of the Spear of Heavy Cloud had had a lot of real combat experience. The only battle that the Sword of Lightning had experienced was merely dealing with sneak attacks from a distant mountain peak. Ai Hui was very worried about placing a bunch of rookies on the cruel battlefield. As such, he decided to give them a warm-up first and let them experience the atmosphere of the battlefield. Ai Hui did not know whether or not this method would work, but he had no other ideas currently. Luckily, the pinwheel sword flew very fast, so it was very easy for it to escape. The patrol mission continued as usual. However, this time around, Gu Xian brought back an unconscious captive. "Boss, we discovered that many combat divisions are retreating from the front line. Something huge seems to have happened. This fellow was bad-mouthing Big Sister, so we captured him," Gu Xian reported to Ai Hui. "Good job. Be brave and don't restrain yourself. Interrogate him first," Ai Hui praised Gu Xian. He let Gu Xian be the vice division leader, the Sword of Lightning, because he knew Gu Xian was a veteran. Other than having experience, a veteran was bold and cunning. Everyone else was pure and naive like Shi Jiguang. Gu Xian carried the captive into a room and slapped him repeatedly until he woke up. Initially, Gu Xian just wanted to ask him about the current situation, but it just so happened that this fellow was bad-mouthing Shi Shuaman. Without hesitation, Gu Xian knocked him out and brought him back. When the captive woke up, he was at a loss. After seeing that he was surrounded by unfriendly gazes, he returned to his senses and stuttered, Who are all of you? May I know how have I offended you? Which combat division are you from?" Gu Xian interrupted with a scowl on his face. "The Yellow Sand Division. My division leader is Sir He Yen. You must have heard of him." The captive replied hurriedly. The captive feared that the other party might kill him. Since the other party asked him about his background, his chances of surviving were higher. A look of realization dawned upon Gu Xian's face. His ice-cold face defrosted as he became extremely amiable. "Oh, so you are the subordinate of Sir He Yen of the Yellow Sand Division. I met Sir He Yen a few years ago. Even now, I still have a deep impression of him. Sorry for this misunderstanding." The captive could not help but smile. In his heart, he heaved a sigh of relief. So they are familiar with Sir He Yen. It seemed like it was a misunderstanding after all. Even though he was knocked out for no reason, he did not dare to pursue the matter. All he wanted was to safely return to his combat division. The captive beamed and said, "The moment I saw you, I knew you were an extraordinary and friendly individual. So you're a friend of Sir He Yen. I will not hesitate to swim through water and tread on fire just for you." The captive did not know the other party's intentions. However, since he was in other people's territory, he did not dare to try anything funny. Gu Xian smiled and replied, may I know what the current situation is at the front line? I heard that the spear of heavy cloud is very domineering. Can brother tell me more about this? Previously, the captive found this person in front of him to be slightly familiar. He seemed to have seen him somewhere before, but couldn't recall where. When the captive learned that Gu Xian was a friend of his division leader, he began to trust him more. Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, the captive became agitated and said, "That's right. She's arrogant, really arrogant. Pagoda Cannon Alliance my foot. I think she just wants a group of obedient dogs." I couldn't take it anymore and denounced her in front of everyone. Can you guess what happened next? She attacked me. Everyone left on the spot. If we were to enter the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, wouldn't we be ordered around by her every day? Sir, you better not get tricked by her. All of us have seen through the Pagoda Cannon Alliance's true colors. The smile on Gu Xian's face became wider. He nodded his head and asked again, I have seen many combat divisions retreating. What's going on at the front line? What's going? We have suffered countless defeats. The Blood Elementalist combat divisions are too powerful for any of us. They boasted so much about the pagoda cannons, but they are bloody useless in reality. 5 combat divisions were defeated in one day. How are we going to continue fighting? Aren't we seeking death if we fight? Since the Spear of Heavy Cloud has God-subduing peaks, who can do a better job defending the front line than them? From the look of it, I don't think they can defend for long. The captive was talking non-stop with excitement. He did not know the elementalists behind him had murderous looks on their faces. Gu Xian nodded his head and replied, Brother, your words hit the nail on the head. Then, he patted the captive's shoulder and continued, Brother, please wait here for a while more. The captive looked on blankly as Gu Xian walked out of the room. When he saw everyone else looking at him fiendishly, he became slightly nervous and did not dare to move at all. Following which, he bowed in a servile manner to everyone, but none of them bothered with him. Gu Xian returned to Ai Hui and told him everything that the captive said. Ai Hui touched his bandage-covered chin and muttered, It seems like the situation is running amok. Gu Xian did not dare to say anything for the fear of disrupting Ai Hui's thought process. Even though he had traveled extensively and had a lot of worldly experience, he knew nothing about fighting a war. After thinking for a short moment, Ai Hui suddenly asked, He said a lot of combat divisions are retreating? Yes, there are a lot, Gu Xian replied hastily. A cold glint flashed across the red crystal chips that covered his eyes. He smiled and said, Let's pay a visit to the Yellow Sand Division. At the Yellow Sand Division, He Yan was listening to a report from his subordinate. When he was told that a unit leader had gone missing, he did not care all. That unit leader might have run away or encountered a dire beast. Even if he encountered bandits, that was normal as well. Even though He Yan particularly admired this unit leader, who was very keen-eyed and often took the initiative to share his worries, he had no time to care about him at this critical moment. Due to the righteous speech he gave at the camp of the Spear of Heavy Cloud Division, he now had a slight reputation. The division leaders of a few small combat divisions had already paid him a visit. He Yan was actively promoting his plan. The Spear of Heavy Cloud definitely can't hold back the Blood Elementalists. The combat divisions of the Blood of God are too powerful. They are attempting the impossible. Previously, the Blood Elementalists were not familiar with them, and that was why they managed to secure a victory. This time around, the Blood of God has fielded all of their forces, and they are coming forth with invincible might. There is only one Spear of Heavy Cloud, so how would it be possible for them to overturn the situation? A worried look appeared on other division leaders' faces. He Yan's words had hit the nail on the head. That's why we need to make preparations sooner rather than later. He Yan said profoundly. Brother He Yan is shrewd and insightful. Speak your mind, one of the division leaders said. Upon seeing that it was the right moment, He Yan replied with a glib tongue, Since Beyond Avalon is bound to be defeated, why must we hang ourselves on a single tree and wait for our deaths? A shift of environment makes a tree dead, but a person prosperous. A division leader's face flushed with anger as he roared, Brother He Yan, don't tell me you want to surrender to the enemy forces? I rather die than to become a blood elementalist. He Yan was shocked. He replied angrily, Sir, what kind of person do you think I am? I would be the first one to object to surrendering to the blood elementalists. Upon hearing these words, the facial expressions of the others relaxed. We definitely can't surrender to the blood elementalists. Elementalists and blood elementalists can't exist together. He Yan declared with righteousness. Then, he changed his tone and continued, However, has everyone thought about the other side? All of them looked at each other. The person who previously chided He Yin hesitantly asked, "Is Brother He Yin talking about the Jadeite forest?" He Yin clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That's right. Everyone, Grandmaster Dai was still born in the Avalon of 5 elements at the end of the day. He parted ways with the Elders Guild merely because of ideological differences. From the look of it, Grandmaster Dai was indeed wise. He knew the Elders Guild was decadent and incompetent. He did not want to follow them and established independence for the Jadeite forest. Grandmaster Dai is the only Grandmaster left among the Elementalists. He is the last hope for our war against the Blood Elementalists. The Yi family is incompetent. Right now, Beyond Avalon is on the verge of collapse, but does that mean we have to die with it? Why can't we seek another way out?" Everyone hated the idea of surrendering to the Blood Elementalists. Many of them had deep grudges against Blood Elementalists. However, none of them rejected the idea of surrendering to Grandmaster Dai, unlike before. Then, someone said hesitantly, "Of course, everyone knows about Grandmaster Dai's greatness. However, he is someone beyond our reach. If we want to surrender to the Jadeite forest, we must find the right connection." He Yin did not say anything, but merely smiled confidently. Brother He Yin has the right connection? Everyone's eyes lit up. He Yin remained silent and kept on smiling. Immediately, everyone became excited. He Yin saw everyone's reaction and felt pleased with himself. He shook his head and said, "I can't answer your question. I can't answer your question." Everyone broke into a commotion. "Brother He Yin, don't be so selfish. Don't tell me Brother Yin wants to see us die?" Everyone talked at the same time. When He Yin saw that it was the right opportunity, he began to talk. "It's not that I don't want to help all of you. I have to respect all of your opinions as well. Even though I have the right connection, and there won't be any problem with me going over, I am not willing to stay there as a mere decorative item. After all, 2 heads are better than 1. What can I achieve by going there alone?" As a matter of fact, I called everyone over to devise an idea together. There is success and safety in numbers. With more people going over together, we have a larger say as well. Some people nodded their heads while some looked hesitant. Upon seeing this, He Yin continued, "Everyone has to seize the moment and identify where the wind is blowing. We are not the only ones who want to join the Jadeite forest. If someone else does it first, our value will drop significantly. If you feel that the spear of heavy cloud can stop the Blood Elementalists, then I have nothing to say." The few hesitant individuals were convinced by He Yin as they looked each other in the eye. "All right, I will listen to Brother He Yin. Since everyone is here, Brother He Yin should tell us what's the plan now." "That's right." When He Yin heard everyone's words, he knew the matter was half accomplished. He coughed softly and said, "The Pagoda Cannon Alliance is a joke. However, the concept of an alliance is still rather useful. We can create a combat division alliance. Of course, I am too ignorant and uneducated for the position of alliance leader. I don't deserve it." He was purposely retreating for the sake of advancing. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. At this moment, a soldier suddenly barged into the tent with a look of panic on his face. "Sir! Sir! God subduing peak. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 575, AI Huey's Belief. Chapter 575, AI Huey's Belief. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. When He Yin and his counterparts walked out of the meeting tent, they were stunned momentarily and their facial expressions changed drastically. The enormous shadow was cast down from the sky and covered their entire camp. A terrifying mountain was hovering about their heads, exuding a powerful aura of pressure that caused their hairs to stand on end. Some people couldn't even breathe. All of them were worried that it might drop down. It was really a God-subduing peak. The radiance released by the God-subduing peak's glowing surface was being emitted endlessly, preventing the onlookers from clearly seeing what was inside it. He Yin and his counterparts looked at each other in disbelief. Everyone was feeling uncertain. Some people silently questioned whether or not this was a trap set up by He Yin. Not too long ago, they were still talking about seeking refuge with Grandmaster Dai. Minutes later, the God-subduing peak suddenly appeared. It couldn't be a coincidence. An elementalist descended from the God-subduing peak and said, "Is division leader He Yin here?" He Yin's eyelids twitched violently. He summoned his courage and stepped forward and replied, "I'm He Yin. May I know who oversees this God-subduing peak?" "Who do you think you are to ask about Sir's identity?" The elementalist chided He Yin. The rest shivered in fear. Who was the overseer of this God-subduing peak? At this point of time, Surveillance Division was the only powerful combat division. Could it be Sir Nian? Or was it Madame Yi? Everyone was puzzled. He Yan knew that things weren't going the right way. Clearly, the other party had come with ill intentions. However, there was nothing much he could do now. He could only ask, "How can I be of help to Sir?" Sir has given an order. All retreating combat divisions have to leave behind their resources and blacksmiths, the elementalist said sternly with a cold look on his face. He Yan's face flushed with anger as he replied furiously, "Even Skyheart City has no right to detain our resources and blacksmiths. I want to see who it is that dares to commit such a heinous crime. Division leaders, who is with me?" No one said anything. None of them were willing to speak out before they could clarify what was going on. The elementalist remained emotionless as he said indifferently, "So you are disobeying the order now?" Deep down, He Yan was crying. He had expected at least one person to support him. He clenched his teeth and replied, "This order is really too much for me to accept. Yellow's Inn division is willing to offer a portion of our resources but..." "So you're really disobeying the order," the elementalist said plainly. Suddenly, his tone changed as he roared with a stern voice, "Whoever defies Sir's order will be killed without mercy." When he finished his sentence, a snow-white sword gleam streak shot down from the god-subduing peak and flew towards He Yan. "How dare you!" He Yan was furious. He felt as if he was being locked onto by a terrifying dire beast. All his hairs were standing on end. An extremely strong sense of danger engulfed his entire body. In the life-or-death situation, he channeled his elemental energy frantically. A deep glow was emitted from his body. His skin became black in color and turned as hard as a rock, giving off a gentle, crystallic luster at the same time. It was his path of master, lithification. Lithification allowed its user to use elemental energy to change the nature of his flesh into various rock types. In that moment, He Yan had changed the nature of his flesh to one of the hardest rock types in the world, black crystal metallic rock. It was very difficult to create a scratch on the black crystal metallic rock even with weapons, as it was extremely hard and sturdy. He Yan had used this move to escape death countless times before. As long as he did not die, he had no fear even if he was injured. The sword gleam was as fast as a lightning bolt. Within seconds, it was in front of He Yan. PFFF. He Yan's body turned stiff while his facial expression froze. A bull-sized hole appeared on his chest through to his back. The sword gleam continued on its path and hit the ground. Then, it cleanly pierced through the ground as if it were made of tofu, creating a pit that was of an unfathomable depth. A dead silence descended upon everyone. All the division leaders were dumbstruck. They already knew the other party might use some extreme methods to punish someone as an example to others. However, the scene that had just unfolded still shocked them. The decisiveness and ruthlessness of the other party had utterly stunned them. The streak of sword gleam was horrifying. As a division leader, He Yan definitely wasn't a weak individual. His lithification was famous for its ultimate defense and ability to ensure survival. Because of his path of master, He Yan had survived countless bitter battles. Thump! He Yan, whose eyes were wide open with rage, fell to the ground on his back like a wooden stake. He was dead. The faces of the division leaders turned deathly pale as their minds buzzed. They were dumbstruck. The other party had killed He Yan, the other party actually killed He Yan. The attack was direct and efficient, and they killed him with one strike. Was the other party insane? Wasn't the overseer of the god-subduing peak scared of infuriating all of them into attacking him from all directions? Doesn't he know that such bandit-like behavior will cause his reputation to hit rock bottom? Doesn't he? There was no point for them to ask any more questions now. The ice-cold corpse of He Yan on the ground had answered all of their questions. At this moment, two elementalists flew down from the god-subduing peak while holding a man in their arms. The man's limbs were trembling and his face was pale white. When he saw He Yan's corpse on the ground, he shivered in fear. He had witnessed the entire process of how his division leader was killed from inside the god-subduing peak. Even now, he still could not believe that they had really killed division leader He Yan. His mind was completely blank. A strong sense of fear dominated his mind and body. He did not even know how he had arrived on the ground. Is that clear? The voice seemed to come from a distant place. He stared at the other party with his mouth agape. The moment the sword of lightning swordsman saw the captive's facial expression, he knew he had forgotten what he said just now. The swordsman snorted and repeated impatiently, "Hand over all of your resources and blacksmiths, is that clear? If you miss anything, you know what the outcome will be." He spoke the last sentence with ruthlessness. The captive shivered and replied incoherently, "Yes, yes, yes." I understand. What are you waiting for then? The captive scrambled away to carry out his task. He knew his combat division like the back of his hand. He knew clearly what resources they had and who the blacksmiths were. At this point of time, no one from Yellow's End division dared to step out and say anything. After witnessing their combat division's most powerful individual, Hei Yen, having been killed by a single strike, who still dared to argue with the other party? The elementalist who came down first was Gu Xian. He turned around and looked at the frightened division leaders. Just now, when he'd heard Hei Yen say division leaders, he became excited. An opportunity. Initially, they planned to capture a fat sheep. He didn't expect to capture a flock of fat sheep in the end. Being an experienced individual who had traveled extensively, Gu Xian was very good at capitalizing on opportunities. He said, whoever hands over the greatest amount of resources and the most number of blacksmiths will be allowed to go back first. All the division leaders looked at each other. Then, they turned around and gave instructions to their subordinates. On the fishbone, Xiao Meiqi was dumbstruck. He was a businessman, since when had he ever seen such a blatant robbery? Is this all right? Xiao Meiqi looked worried and hesitant. What's not all right about it? Ai Hui replied plainly. Xiao Meiqi swallowed his saliva with difficulty and replied, aren't you scared of infuriating the masses? Ai Hui chuckled and replied, those who have retreated from the front line have completely lost their fighting spirit and willpower. They are just a mob of cowards. We only asked for their resources and blacksmiths, not their lives. They will not resist us. But is Beyond Avalon only our home? No, it is everyone's home. Since it is everyone's home, everyone has to put in their effort and resources to defend it. These resources are going to be wasted in their hands anyway. They should be used on the combat divisions at the front line. We are making the best use of everything, Ai Hui said lazily. When Xiao Meiqi saw carts of resources being transported to the fishbone, he felt delighted and embarrassed at the same time. Doing this will still hurt our reputation. Reputation? Ai Hui sneered, let's talk about reputation after we survive this ordeal. If we can't even survive the war, what's the point of having a good reputation? If we succeed in defending Beyond Avalon, we will be known as great heroes and no one will care about what we are doing now. If we fail in defending Beyond Avalon, all of us will be dead. Do you still care about reputation when you're dead? Xiao Meiqi was stunned. He suddenly came to a realization, looking as if he was enlightened. An excited look immediately appeared on his face. He rubbed his palms and said eagerly, I will go and help them out now. Ai Hui stood on the peak of Blackfish Mouth Volcano and looked at the camp beneath him. The smile behind the bandages that covered his face disappeared. The information obtained from the captive allowed him to conclude that the situation had worsened. He did not know much about war strategies, but he could tell whether a situation was good or bad and he knew what he should do. In terms of war-related things, he paled in comparison to Iron Lady. However, he also knew Iron Lady's weaknesses. Iron Lady was too righteous, too compliant and too honest. In the current time of chaos, someone like Iron Lady was easily taken advantage of. Unlike her, Ai Hui had experienced the evilness and cruelty of this world. He knew how greedy, cunning, and unscrupulous people in this world could be. All along, he had never cared about his reputation. Just like how the name Master Killer did not distress him, or make him feel regretful for his decision back in the day. He did not care about what other people thought of him. All he cared about was his master and mistress. The feeling of sorrow and yearning for his master and mistress had never left him. He was silently enduring the sorrow, and silently yearning for them. Along the way, he had clearly determined what he wanted to achieve in this war. He wanted to lead everyone out of it alive. Very soon, the resources on Fishbone were piled up like a mountain. A team of blacksmiths stood on the mountain with fear written all over their faces. They did not know what was awaiting them. On the contrary, the members of Sword of Lightning were jubilant. Countless mini Lulans were climbing up and down the pile of resources, happily and busily checking the resources. The resources taken from other combat divisions had been handed over as well. Upon seeing that the amount of resources and number of blacksmiths they'd received was rather plentiful, Gu Xian did not make things difficult for the division leaders and let them off. Upon returning to Fishbone, Xiao Meiqi was ecstatic. When he saw Ai Hui, he yelled at the top of his voice, "We are rich! We are rich! This time around, we are really rich!" The other members roared with laughter. Ai Hui chuckled and said with a lazy tone, "This is only the beginning. We will do the same to every combat division that we encounter along the way." Xiao Meiqi was stunned by Ai Hui's words. He stuttered, "Along. along the way. We will do the same? That's right. Why? You can't bear to do so? AI Hui cast a glance at him. Xiao Meiqi felt a burst of blood gush into his head. He became so emotional that he started to talk incoherently. We are rich. We are rich. We are really rich. He finally calmed himself down after a while. Then, he laughed bitterly. I feel like the business I have done over the years was all a waste. What kind of business is more profitable than doing this? AI Hui restrained his urge to roll his eyes. Annoyed, AI Hui replied, You're considered lucky if you manage to do this kind of thing even once. But you still want to do it every day? If we do it once in a while, we'll be thought of as taking a drastic approach in response to a critical situation. If we do it every day, we are no different from bandits. I have only heard of businessmen becoming rich, I have never heard of bandits becoming rich. Xiao Meiqi returned to his senses and nodded his head. He looked slightly dejected as he said, It's such a pity. Everyone burst into a laughter. Gu Xian looked at those combat divisions that were retreating in panic and said, After what has happened this time around, no one will dare to stay in this area anymore. Isn't that good? Don't tell me you feel relieved letting these people watch your back? AI Hui said plainly. Gu Xian could not help but look at AI Hui in astonishment. Had division leader done this on purpose? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576, Lightning Razor. Chapter 576, Lightning Razor. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Majestic, has swagger, pragmatic. At the start, AI Hui passed them off as a group from Skyheart City, but his sword ray was quickly seen through by everyone. After all, other than Sky Edge Division, where Karakoram Polaris was, only AI Hui's Sword of Lightning could execute such a powerful sword ray. So AI Hui might as well do it openly. While Fishbone didn't fly very fast, it could cover an extremely wide scope and few combat divisions would be able to escape its radar. Xiao Meiqi took the front position. He was a businessman and good at dealing with people. When he engaged in extortion and blackmail, he could also quickly grasp the secrets among them. Safety's the most important. Everyone must be united. See, what's your division plan? To supply man, or power? Don't worry, this isn't embezzlement. Where did it go? Did you swallow it into your stomach? Elders Guild will remember everybody's contributions. That isn't much, brother. Look, we've already worked so hard and you're giving us so little. Are you trying to chase beggars away? Do you want us to take action? When finally exiting the battle region, everyone in Yellow Sand Division cried tears of joy upon seeing the closest city after their long and difficult trek. And the citizens who saw these shabby, skinny as bones and haggard-looking division members were astonished. The reporters who came upon hearing the news immediately filled the city up. Combat divisions arrived one after another and all the soldiers were like beggars, having no money for even a meal. For a while, Sword of Lightning became notorious for its evilness. AI Hui had, too, become the most well-known villain and bandit, an abrupt change in terms of people's impressions of him. Mirage bean pods containing all kinds of criticisms and condemnation flooded every shop. Denouncing blood and tears, lawless lands under heaven, death of Yellow Sand Division's leader, Hei Yen. How did the formula for God-subduing Peak fall into the hands of this villain? Skyheart City in collusion with Central Pine Valley? Yet another combat division stopped. Innumerable crimes by the Lightning Razor. AI Hui's conduct had exceeded people's imaginations and was absurd to them. The name Lightning Razor spread like wildfire and left a deep impression on people as they immediately caught on to it. Even New Light City, which had just formed an alliance with Central Pine Valley, was now involved and people were running to Xiaochu to protest. The Mirage Bean Pod left Xiaochu dumbstruck. He felt as though his heart had been trampled on by thousands of galloping horses. Has this fellow gone mad? He muttered repeatedly, and the responses he received from people around him carried the same disbelief. Skyheart City. This is vile and damnable. I've never heard of a deed so preposterous and nasty. Not even in the whole of the Avalon of Five Elements history. This is a shame to Avalon of Five Elements, a disgrace to us elementalists. AI Hui is despicable. Through and through a liar, scoundrel, gangster, hoodlum, bandit. An impassioned division leader who'd survived shouted himself hoarse in a meeting hall. When he was done, Madame Yi nodded with an indifferent expression. Got it. The division leader was stunned and fell into a long daze. He had come so far to make a complaint against AI Hui's crime and all he received was a got it? Before he could speak, two guards grabbed onto him on both sides and pushed him out of the hall. The other officials looked at each other in dismay. They did not know what Madame Yi was thinking. Wasn't she full of hatred toward AI Hui? With a gentle laugh, Madame Yi said, AI Hui's giving it his all. Initially I didn't think much of this battle, but it seems like things are getting interesting. This fellow has his ways and has foresight. He doesn't stick to a pattern. He's stronger than Shi Xueman and Silver Soldier. It really is surprising how that inflexible old man, Wang Shoushuan, could produce such a powerful disciple. No one else dared to speak. Madame Ye's expression turned stern. In the name of Elders Guild, appoint AI Hui as the head commander of the front line. He will have the authority to conscript individuals and all divisions must cooperate. No one could believe their ears. Someone anxiously advised, resentment is surging. Shut it! Madame Yi berated coldly. She stood up from her seat and swept her gaze across the room. Short-sighted fools. Our priority now is to guard the defensive line. Don't talk about cutting off the supplies to these people. If killing all those idiots is what it takes to keep AI Hui guarding the front line, why not? Everyone was stunned and kept quiet out of fear. She turned to Nian Tingfeng. Go mediate the situation. Keep the public under control. I don't wish for anyone to be a drag at this point. Yes, replied Nian Tingfeng respectfully. Madame Yi then asked casually, how's the Windmail City matter coming along? Nian Tingfeng shuddered, clenching his teeth. Openly disobeyed an order and is to be beheaded on the spot according to military discipline. Don't kill as you please, we're not AI Hui. He's pretty capable, would be a waste to behead him. She said in a light voice, the front line lacks good players now. Let him go. Heard there are some members from surveillance asking to be drafted? Loyal and brave. Send them all. Nian Tingfeng bent his head. Yes. It is their duty to stay loyal to Elders Guild. Madame Yi responded amiably, sometimes, you can't expect everyone to understand you. Some will, but some won't. If you need to cut them off, what's there to wait for? Look at AI Hui. He has a small team, little power, an insignificant name, but when he starts working up a storm he does it well. Why? He is not restricted by conventions and regulations. He just wants to win. Does he care about criticism from the masses? Not at all. Nian Tingfeng replied respectfully, you're right, madam. Madame Yi sighed. One must have a steady heart to accomplish things. How else would you get things done? Unable to make demands, but also unable to blindly connive. I've seen the hard work you have been putting in these few years and I will not forget. Nian Tingfeng shed tears of gratitude. They might not be able to understand your efforts, but having followed you around every day, I know how much you've done for Elders Guild. I'll tidy up surveillance properly when I get back. Infantry Division. This fellow is really reckless, absolutely unrestrained, said Karakoram Polaris in amazement. Silver Soldier seemed to be forcing a smile as he shook his head. I also have no idea what he's been through in these past years for him to become so extreme. I heard that people outside are calling him Lightning Razor, a name that will probably stick for quite some time. Karakoram Polaris could hear the concern and worry in her senior's tone. Silver Soldier just shook his head and smiled. Forget it, we'll talk when this is over. A sigh followed, then he said, Spear of Heavy Clouds formed its own system, there's no need for us to worry about them. These last few days I've been thinking about our cooperative battle tactics and how everyone can train together. Karakoram Polaris responded simply, okay. Her clear voice carried a tinge of happiness. Being able to train with her senior made her happy. Spear of Heavy Clouds' encampment door was shut tight, its security strict. All the combat division leaders stood outside the entrance. Encampment still closed today? Does she not care? AI Hui's gone berserk, how disappointing. Care? How could she? AI Hui's always been the boss of Central Pine faction, so even division leader sure has to listen to him. Hush, quieten down. You dare talk bad about him here, are you tired of living? 2 days back a fellow was grumbling a little, talking bad about Razor AI, and got his legs broken by leadership. Is that true? Why so ruthless? I also don't think she can control him. Just give me some discount points and I'll hand over half. Half? Stop dreaming. Razor AI. Do you know what a razor is? He's not going to give you even a strand of hair. Shortly after, the door opened. Sang Jijun walked out and said coldly, our leader has given orders. Craftsmen who hand over 70% of supplies on their own accord will be registered and can get 1 Spear of Heavy Cloud battle flag to ensure a smooth and safe journey back. Those who are dishonest and fraudulent will be punished for concealing military intelligence. Informers will be rewarded with half the earnings. A clamor broke out. Concealing intelligence meant instant beheading according to military law. The fact that snitches would be rewarded sent a chill down the spines of those who were interest-driven. The surrounding faces immediately turned grave. Even more people started yelling. 70%. How demanding? Exactly. 50% at most. Give us a way out, leadership. We have elderly and young children. Sang Ji-jun remained expressionless. She said coldly, those who stay to fight with us will not need to hand anything over and we will return the supplies, but... Everyone shut up immediately. Sometime later someone spoke up, albeit weakly, but 70% is simply too harsh. Yeah, it is. Sang Ji-jun couldn't be bothered arguing. Go tell boss Ai Hui yourselves. Hearing Ai Hui's name made their hearts jump. Someone clenched his teeth, shouting, I'll hand it over. But is the flag really useful? Sang Ji-jun answered, our leader has already written a letter about the situation, to Ai Hui. Those who hand over the supplies are considered as contributors who are feeding the front line. As for the effectiveness of the flag, try and you'll know. But note that Ai Hui has a fiery temper and it wouldn't be as easy talking to him. The audience looked at each other in dismay. I've been admiring leadership for a long time now. It's only natural that we offer a little something. That right. She's beyond Avalon's tower of strength. With our supplies in her hands there's nothing for us to worry about. Sang Ji-jun kept a cool face and instructed the military materials official to start taking inventory and names. Returning to the camping ground, Sang Ji-jun plopped onto the chair. Having a mental breakdown she cried out, don't make me do something like this again, oh my god. I've never said anything so shamelessly and self-righteously before. I almost couldn't go on. Without even raising her head Sir Shueman responded, now you know how heartless that guy is. Somewhat puzzled Sang Ji-jun asked, why are we doing this? Time. Sir Shueman continued staring at the map. We must make full use of our time. It takes time to cast the pagoda cannons and practicing how to use it takes time too. Getting them to hand over the supplies themselves would save us a lot of time. Ai Hui's heart must be aching. Such a huge loss. Sir Shueman replied indifferently, I'm the creditor anyway. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, Camp of the God and Blood Divisions. Chapter 577, Camp of the God and Blood Divisions. Translator, Irene Editor, TYZ, KLKL. The whole world had been monitoring Ai Hui's preposterous behavior. As commander of Sword of Lightning, Ai Hui had become the lightning raiser and while everyone was raising a storm of protest, no one was really that shocked. Although Ai Hui was a reputable leader in Central Pine faction, he had always remained low-key and no one knew much about him. Skyheart City's appointment and attitude had caused a huge commotion, and later on Spear of Heavy Cloud's new tax regulation left the people speechless. It seemed as though the world had suddenly become incomprehensible. Such perverse events just kept happening one after another. Openly robbing an ally? How was that any different from what bandits do? Many thought that for such a righteous division leader like Sir Shueman to get involved, she must have been brainwashed by Ai Hui. Although Skyheart City was trying hard to control the public's opinion, people's interest toward this matter was shocking. Long-standing families and the mayor absolutely abhorred Lightning Razor and were fuming with rage. Citizens at the bottom, on the other hand, clapped their hands in favor. To them, the combat divisions that had pulled back from the front line were all cowardly and only interested in saving themselves. While Ai Hui was greedy, he had never stopped advancing toward the front line. Sir Shueman, too, was like a nail, hammering her way to the front without ever retreating. It was obvious at a glance who the reliable ones really were. Razor Ai and his new victim became the talk of the town as everybody discussed it enthusiastically over food and tea. Even the Blood Elementalist's combat division was shocked upon receiving the news. However, it also boosted their morale. From what they saw, Elders Guild had already completely decayed and was unable to unite even when the big war was approaching. Basically, they had rotted to the core from punitive expeditions and internal strifes. There were even Blood Elementalist officials calling for soldiers and weapons to fight directly against Skyheart City. The situation was favorable. All that was needed was a spurt of energy to take down the Windy Pearl Bridge defensive line and the rest would be smooth sailing, like a horse galloping straight across flatland. However, danger often surged within the shadows cast by the sunlight, just as how thistles and thorns often hid among brightly colored flowers. In the lush forest, people were densely packed. Their faces and disheveled looks revealed the hardships they had been through. Yet, they remained calm. They either leaned on the tree trunks or sat on the ground. Some chewed their food quietly while others sipped on their water. They moved gently and the enormous camp was dead silent. Only bird chirps could be heard. The short pine trees planted by the exploring wood elementalists were covered with pine cones that emitted an alluring fragrance, which was effective for attracting birds. The birds happily pecked at the cones as if they didn't see the figures sitting on the ground. After surveying the terrain, the explorers would plant a short pine tree. The pine cones had a special attractive force that drew birds to them, and the birds would ignore the troops entering the jungle. This way, the birds wouldn't be alarmed and the patrolling blood elementalists wouldn't notice anything amiss as well. Shiman Saijua sat on the moist moss, not minding that her clothes were stained with mud despite having mysophobia. She was like a stubborn, mischievous little girl, but only coldness and harshness filled her tender face. Wan Shunwei sat opposite her while military officers and powerful players from both divisions surrounded them. Everyone looked apathetic, but occasionally, as they blinked, excitement for the upcoming war could be seen in their eyes. Between them, amid a ball of gentle light, a camp could be seen clearly. If blood elementalists were found here, they would definitely be shocked since it was their camp. Wan Shunwei said in a deep voice, "God Spirit Division as well as Dawn and Dusk Blood Divisions are guarding the big camp. When dealing with them, just fight normally." His tone was very calm, as if he was facing a regional combat division and not God Spirit Division, one of the 6 God divisions. The rest appeared as usual, not sensing anything strange, as if everything was natural. Be it God Spirit Division or the 2 Blood Divisions, they're not our targets. We have 2 targets, Yi Bai and Nangong Wulian. When mentioning Yi Bai, Wan Shunwei's voice trembled slightly, but only his old subordinate caught it. He continued, "Yi Bai is still unconscious. He's been planted with the heart of God. Beast Venom Temple's master, Nangong Wulian, is also an important target, so there must be a specialist in charge." "You'll be in charge, Song Yen." The middle-aged man, who looked rather feeble, nodded. "All right." Song Yen was one of the most outstanding members in Dread Division. He was also one of the most competent assistants of Wan Shunwei. Shiman Saijua added, "Tai Dao, partner with Song Yen." A plain-looking man, who looked like a blacksmith, nodded his head simply. "Okay, old Song. I'll listen to your directions." No one seemed to have any regard for this unremarkable-looking person, but he was one of Saijue's 3 knives. Even Song Yen was quite excited. They had joined hands over 20 years ago and hadn't expected to be able to fight alongside each other once again. Powerful players shared a common sense of understanding, which made them look forward to this upcoming battle. Wan Shunwei looked at both of them. "Your target is Nangong Wulian. Capture him alive if possible, but otherwise kill him." "Understood." "Okay." Wan Shunwei turned toward Shiman Saijua. "As for Yi Bai, are you going or should I go?" Shiman Saijua replied mildly, "I'll go, you're busy." "All right." He added, "The plan is simple. We'll kill our way in. Till this point." He tapped his finger on the north point of the big camp before drawing a straight line down to a tent in the heart of the camp, where security was the tightest. Wan Shunwei continued, "Everyone go to rest now and the whole army shall execute a surprise attack in 12 hours. The rest nodded their heads indifferently before turning around and leaving. The former wall of North Sea had long vanished without a trace. Blood of God's camp had also been emptied out and all the blood fiends had disappeared. God Spirit Division led both Dawn and Dusk Blood Divisions to guard the camp. Continuous reports of success arrived from the front line, bringing joy, but also restlessness, to the people. It wasn't the first time subordinates had tried to persuade He Nanshan to lead the army. What credit could he get by defending the big camp? There was an uncountable number of people who complained every day. He Nanshan understood how his subordinates felt, and this, too, wasn't his first time considering that proposal. His Majesty emphasized on contributions. Contributors would get rewarded definitely, no exceptions. Defending the camp really wasn't desirable. If anything happened, they would inevitably be held accountable. If nothing happened, that was just a given, and when His Majesty gave out rewards, the most he would do would be to grace them with words like reliable and wise. It was nothing comparable to the combat divisions that charged out in front. Yet, He Nanshan forced himself to remain in the camp. He remembered how Dread and Judgment divisions were nowhere to be found. Everybody thought it was possible that Dread and Judgment ran off somewhere to become independent, so there was nothing to worry about. Elders Guild had long been corrupted, still obsessed with riches right before the big war. How unbelievable. Their consecutive victories also made everyone look down on Elders Guild. To the blood elementalists, Spear of Heavy Cloud was the last barrier they had to cross. Once that was done, beyond Avalon would be a delicate woman, stripped bare. Only Spear of Heavy Cloud could give them trouble now. But they were only just a little stronger than a blood division. Once God divisions were dispatched, nothing would be too difficult to handle. But everyone felt more uneasy the more this was so. How could they feel fairly treated seeing that others could easily gain credit while they weren't able to benefit from anything? He Nanshan could only continue placating them. No matter what, Handsome Ye's safety was top priority. He Nanshan's coaxing was actually very effective. Not only was Handsome Ye everybody's commander-in-chief, he was their superior. He had a good personality and was capable, hence he was well liked and respected by people. As such, people put the blame on Nangong Wulian again, and until now Handsome Ye still hadn't woken up. Nangong Wulian never was kind toward the soldiers, so no one was happy to begin with. If not for the fact that he had a high status and great power, they would have spoken up out of anger. But since they weren't able to do that, they could only complain in private. Although Nanshan had repeatedly warned everyone to raise their guard, no one cared. No one believed that anyone would dig their own graves by coming over here. And if they did, even better. As everyone was feeling frustrated over the lack of credit they were getting, anyone who attacked the camp would basically be giving them free credit. Nangong Wulia's tent was right beside the center tent. Other than making daily trips to Yibai's tent, he would also hide in his tent to study whenever he had time. Of course he knew about the general complaints, but he did not care. Even Yibai had to mind his manners in front of him, so what rights did these lowly soldiers have to whine? The front line's victory temporarily eased his worry over the destruction of Ardent Flower Blood Division. What worried him was Yibai. The Heart of God had obviously wielded together with Yibai perfectly, so why wasn't he awake yet? Nangong Wulian was losing patience while staying at the front line. There was nothing there and he couldn't conduct much of his research. It was a complete waste of time, but he couldn't go back unless Yibai woke up. It looked like he would have to nourish Yibai with more nutrients today. He went into the tent in the middle and Yibai was still lying unconscious in the ice coffin. Yibai had an indistinct heartbeat, but it had the power to absorb people's souls. Even Nangong Wulian, the creator of Heart of God, was immersed in the heartbeat that seemed to contain boundless might. It was as if an enormous dragon was lying in the ice coffin, deep in sleep. He asked the person beside him, "Whose turn is it today?" Shortly, a youth, not older than 20, entered the tent. Nangong Wulian said with a smile, "I remember you. So it's your turn today, how is it? Prepared well?" He had a deep impression of this youth. He recalled the youth saying that Yibai had advised him to leave before he'd made the decision to join God Nation. The youth did not leave, but instead followed Yibai and had been ready to offer his life to him. Looking rather tense, the youth said with much effort, "All prepared." In these past few days he had seen his companions using fresh blood to feed Boss and it was his turn today. Everyone said he was the youngest and so they placed him right at the end. Nangong Wulian felt envious that there were actually so many people who were willing to die for Yibai. How many of his people in Beast Venom Temple would do the same? His face turned ugly as he said coldly, "You can start now." The youth plopped his knees onto the ground and made 3 bows to Yibai. His forehead was red and tears were falling down his face. He choked, "Sir, I'm unable to follow you any longer. You must live long. I have no regrets left, and will conquer the world with you in my next life." He took a deep look at Yibai and wiped the tears off his face before leaping into the blood pool beside him. The blood pool glowed brightly and roared like angry waves. Yibai's faintly discernible heartbeat became lower and more powerful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, Set Off. Chapter 578, Set Off. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Dawn was approaching and a slight glimmer could be seen through the forest on the azure horizon. Everyone was done with their preparations and the forest was dead silent. They were still very far away from their enemy's camp. Even if they were to sprint and fly, they would need about a day or so. If they did not fly at full speed and kept stopping, they would need about 2 to 3 days. As such, they found no scouts from the enemy side and even their enemies felt that this region was safe. No one had ever launched their attack from so far away. A long day of flying would be a rigorous test of the soldiers' physical strength and elemental energy. Ordinary combat divisions would have been too exhausted and unable to battle by then. But they could do it. Wan Shinwei swept his gaze across his people, his heart filled with pride. They were the most elite elementalists in the whole of the Avalon of 5 elements. Every single one of them had been carefully selected and had been through the harshest trainings. People only knew that they were defending old territory, and other than that felt that they were very mysterious. No one knew what kind of hardships they had been facing. They were fighters. Real fighters that had been through countless close-quarter battles. Everyone was calm and steady, thanks to their experience from being in hundreds of battles. Wan Xinwei spoke up suddenly, his voice deep. Glorious footprints, the old man is dead in enemy country. From Shi Beihai's family, the lone girl is fighting on the front line. New soldiers from infantry and Sky Edge are defending our territory. The so-called best of the elite congratulate and celebrate victories. The originally quiet forest became exceptionally suffocating as the air seemed to have congealed, leaving no wind at all. The birds in the forest tried effortfully to flap their wings but were confined to their spots and unable to fly. Wan Xinwei's gaze swept across the stone-cold faces, causing them all to blush a deep red, gasp loudly for air and clench their fists tightly while trembling all over. The humiliation and shame has settled. If word spreads, it will go down in history for many years. The red on their faces deepened, as if there was a ball of fire in their chests, unable to be released. They were prideful people, so being nailed onto history's wall of shame was worse than death. Expressionless, Wan Xinwei said faintly, words will continue to spread and historians will remember what the best of the elites are for many years to come, but... The suppressed fire exploded in their chests as the fresh blood within their bodies boiled like lava. Everyone started breathing heavily. It was like the practically frozen forest was hit by a rising windstorm as countless leaves rolled up and branches crackled and rattled. Their fighting spirit and battle lust rushed out of their hearts like flowing fire, able to engulf all. Lightning struck every inch of flesh in their bodies and the blaze made them feel the pain. A satisfying pain. A pain that carried pride. It felt as if they were going to burst out of their chests and pierce through their bodies. There was fire, light, a knife, a sword. The blazing fire and lightning was roaring and bellowing. Kill all the enemies. Obstruct them all, burn them to ashes. The azure wings on Wan Xinwei's back appeared. They were wide and deep black in color, effectively accentuating his heavily built body. The agitated soldiers started spreading their azure wings and all kinds of bright colors instantly lit up the forest. Dread set off. He took the lead and soared high into the clouds. Judgment set off. Shiman Saijue transformed into a green light and flew up into the sky. She was resolute, her light ray was like a sword that pierced through the blue dome of heaven. Countless light rays whizzed up into the sky like rain and illuminated the deep earth and the swaying forest. A few rust plumes could be seen gliding steadily in the sky. Rust plumes were standard equipment for God Nation's scouts. They looked like blood eagles, but were in actual fact a hybrid form of blood eagles and blood vultures. Beast Venom Palace had successfully produced them after years of breeding. They were ash green in color and had a very tactile quality to their bodies. They had a bright red feather at the back of their neck, hence their name. Their wings stretched over 15 meters and could fly very well and stable even for long distances. It was like gliding on ice, which allowed the scouts to better conserve their energy. Rust plumes had another major gift, their eyes. They could see very far away, making it difficult for enemies concealed within the forest to escape them. This was a small scout team from Dawn Blood Division. At that point, the rust plumes were in pilot mode and the scouts on board were all lazing around and chatting. Have you heard? Yet another fellow offered himself to Commander Yi. Yes. What a good fellow. He's already an old man but people are so devoted to him. What a pity. They are all outstanding fellows. Could it be that the higher-ups want to remove his authority? Do you think they're all people who stand by Commander Yi's side? The leader was frightened by this statement and hurriedly chided, don't talk drivel. Is His Majesty that kind of person? Is this something we should discuss? Keep in mind not to speak like that anymore or I'm not going to let it go. He took out a few jade fruits to feed his own rust plume wings, intimately caressing its solid feathers. The rest knew that they had taken it too far and quickly diverted the topic. When can we go to the front line? It's so boring to go patrolling every day. Yeah. Not a single soul can be seen in this stupid place. Why's there a need for so many people to defend the big camp? I think one blood division is sufficient. Seems like there's not going to be any credit for us this time. We're done for. Won't there only be jadeite forest left after Skyheart City is taken down? People conversed fervently, all talking at once. They had been patrolling around this district every day and had yet to notice anything. As the scouts in charge of the outermost circle, they covered the furthest distance every day. Suddenly, the rust plume beneath the leader emitted a sharp hiss. Everyone was stunned and stopped talking. Something's wrong. They diligently kept their eyes in front, but it was completely empty and they couldn't find anything amiss. However, they did not let their guard down since the rust plume's eyesight was far superior to their own. The leader was about to speak up, but his pupils shrank suddenly. An arrow wrapped in green light appeared in his field of vision, its speed quickly accelerating, rendering him unable to react. Clap! The green light flashed and the leader's brain burst open like a watermelon. A few arrows landed swiftly and more brains exploded simultaneously. A wave of arrows rained down and wiped the whole scout team out before they could even get a clear look at the arrows. The rust plumes called out sadly upon realizing that their owners were dead. They were rather intelligent and knew to return to the camp to inform the others. They flapped their wings hard, turned and flew toward the direction of the camp. The sky buzzed and trilled, as if the air was trembling. Specks of light rays lit up one after another, filling up the sky like stars. The specks magnified at an alarming rate, and in the blink of an eye they appeared right before them. A deafening whistle drowned all sounds. The surging air was sharper than the tip of a sword. Without even looking at the rust plumes that were flapping their wings with all their might, they whizzed overhead. Even though rust plumes were known for their speed, amid these light flows they were as slow as tortoises. The surging airflow was like a very sharp sword. Though stronger than steel, the rust plumes' bodies were sliced into pieces in an instant. With unspent momentum and power, the airflow whipped onto the ground ruthlessly. The figures in the sky broke in like lightning, causing the mud to fly up, the forest to shatter and the river to stop flowing. It was as if there was a terrifying and invisible iron plow that was plowing a path over a mile wide. It created a pencil-straight ravine that seemed to have been drawn by a ruler, extending forward unceasingly. The Three-Forked River Camp was a more important defense spot. There were no towns located there, and it didn't have a name because it was where the river separated, so guards from Dawn Blood Division had named it the Three-Forked River Camp. Whether it was the God Divisions or Blood Divisions, many of the battle tactics they followed originated from the Avalon of Five Elements. Ibai used to be the division leader of Cold Flame Division, so he was very familiar with the combat divisions in Avalon of Five Elements. He knew their weaknesses and flaws, but also their advantages. Before Ibai reorganized God Nation's combat divisions, they were inadequate and weak. Outsiders regarded them as mobs. Other than implementing battle tactics according to the unique characteristics of God Elementalists, Ibai did not avoid the Avalon of Five Elements' combat divisions' areas of strength, but instead integrated them perfectly. For example, Dawn Blood Division scouts used equipments which was exactly the same as those of combat divisions in Avalon of Five Elements. In fact, their equipment was even more perfect than those belonging to legitimate combat divisions, like infantry and Sky Edge. It wasn't that Dawn Blood Division simply dispatched a few small teams. It was a whole security network constructed with many nodes. These randomly scattered nodes differed in size, and Three-Forked River Camp was a bigger node. Its scope could reach 40 small surrounding nodes to form a big web. There was a total of 6 big nodes like Three-Forked River Camp. The nodes of different sizes formed a big, tight web that could resist an infiltration by elementalists. If enemies invaded from the front, they could transmit the information to the base camp at top speed. Ibai was very clear about the importance of the scouts and guards. Their job wasn't to obstruct and delay the enemies, but to report the situation back to base camp as quick as possible in order to give them sufficient time to strategize and react. The person in charge of the Blood Elementalist guards was Tang Jingrong. He was a godly blood elementalist, so it was clear how important Three-Forked River Camp was to Dawn Blood Division. Tang Jingrong was experienced, careful, reliable and powerful. Tang Jingrong started setting up defense perimeters upon arriving at Three-Forked River Camp. He also sent full scouts out for daily patrols. He did not feel that enemies would raid the camp because that wasn't any different from seeking death. However, he knew that he mustn't let his soldiers slack off or all sorts of incidents would occur. Instead, if they got busy, disturbances were less likely to happen. He held onto a cup of tea and landed on a floating sentry. He asked the soldier on duty, "What's the situation?" The soldier answered helplessly, "Not even a fly, boss." Tang Jingrong laughed. "That's the best. We would be in trouble if there was anything." Suddenly he crinkled his brows, as if sensing something. He focused his gaze far away, but noticed nothing. Was it his imagination? Suddenly an arrow wrapped in green light appeared before his eyes. His expression changed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 579, The Bloody Battle at the God Encampment, 1. Chapter 579, The Bloody Battle at the God Encampment, 1. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. We had been humiliated, and we had been shamed. These words will be passed on through the generations, and history will remember them for many years. History will also remember what the strongest elite unit in the world was like. Wang Shunwei. Tang Yingrong did not know where this glowing green arrow came from, but he was a blood elementalist that possessed an ability of God after all. At this critical moment, he was able to activate his terrifying potential. A deep, angry, and beast-like roar was exploded from his throat. He reached out his right hand abruptly and tried to grab the arrow. Mysteriously, his right arm was covered with a layer of thick hair as traces of bloody glow twined around his piercingly sharp fingernails. He caught it. A look of joy appeared on his face. However, the next moment, the smile on his face froze. Pop! A deep pain erupted from his right hand. His palm had exploded into a bloody mess. A huge chunk of minced flesh and blood hit his face and chest, making him look extremely horrifying. His right palm and wrist had completely disappeared, revealing his ghastly white forearm bones. Tang Yingrong could not bother with the pain. He knew this was the moment to fight for his life. In front of him, the soldiers' heads were exploding like shattered watermelons. He turned around and flew into the air. With his body surrounded by a red glow, he flew toward the main camp with all his might. He was overwhelmed with shock. Who was it that attacked them? The enemies were so powerful. He was already severely injured before he could even see their faces. Skyheart City still possessed such formidable experts? Suddenly, he thought of the two combat divisions that had disappeared, and his face turned deathly pale. Dread. Judgment. A feeling of extreme danger engulfed him. All his hair stood on end, making him look like an alarmed cat. Without turning around, he gathered a ball of bloody glow in his left palm and swung it behind his back. Put! His left palm exploded. His entire left forearm was severed. It was as if Tang Yingrong knew his death was imminent as he let out a heart-wrenching shriek. No! An arrow shot into his back, through his body, and flew out from his chest, releasing a burst of bloody mist. He watched blankly as his body fell from the sky powerlessly. He saw speckles of light spark up in the horizon, resembling the stars of the night sky. Following which, a deafening hiss flooded over him like a tidal wave. With his own eyes, he witnessed the fortifications of his camp being destroyed as if they were made of paper. The Three-Forked River camp that he had spent a countless amount of effort and time building was annihilated in the blink of an eye. His vision began to blur. Streaks from glowing figures hurtled past him in the sky above him. One of them stopped for a while and shot a glance at him. Then, he conveniently swiped the blade in his hand once. A blade gleam devoured Tang Yingrong's line of sight before darkness descended upon his vision. Nangong Wulian came early in the morning to check on Yi Bai. He was still not awake. Nangong Wulian was so angry that he pulled out a few strands of hair from his head. He realized the amount of blood spiritual force that the heart of God needed was terrifying, so much so that it exceeded what he had expected. Theoretically, this was a good thing. The only thing that gratified Nangong Wulian was that Yi Bai's heart rate had changed. This proved that he was on the right track. Should he continue to sacrifice people to provide blood spiritual force him? Nangong Wulian was slightly hesitant. He did not know whether or not Yi Bai would find trouble with him after waking up. Alright, maybe not. After all, he was doing this to save his life. Nangong Wulian was still uncertain. Those sacrificed subordinates of Yi Bai seemed to possess a mysterious power that caused Nangong Wulian to feel worried. He had seen many gory scenes before. It was very normal for the Beast Venom Temple to use blood elementalists as ingredients. For a cold-blooded individual like him, he actually felt scared when he saw Yi Bai's subordinates jump into the blood pool to sacrifice themselves. He did not know why he felt this way. He decided to wait for 2 more days. Once Yi Bai woke up, there would an incredible change to his strength. Nangong Wulian did not know exactly how much Yi Bai's strength would grow, but he was certain that it would be a significant growth. In the blood of God, strength was status. Yi Bai's status in the blood of God would definitely rise. If Yi Bai woke up, became unhappy with Nangong Wulian, and wanted to find trouble with him, His Majesty would protect him. However, Nangong Wulian would definitely still have to undergo some suffering. He had better be careful. Nangong Wulian walked out from the tent and saw He Nanshan, who had been keeping watch outside. Sir Nangong, has General Yi woken up? He Nanshan asked with concern. Not yet. Nangong Wulian shook his head with an indifferent look on his face. A disappointed look appeared on He Nanshan's face. Without General Yi, everyone felt that they lacked a pillar to support them. Being the division leader of the God Spirit Division, He Nanshan definitely wasn't an ordinary individual. He clearly knew that the current situation was only this smooth and perfect because the enemy was weak. If things did not turn well at the front line, they would most likely be thrown into an adrift situation. This was an extremely deadly time bomb. As long as General Yi was unconscious, this time bomb would continue to exist. The 4 God divisions were equally ranked, so no one would listen to each other. Fortunately, the war at the front line had been smooth so far. They had been crushing the enemy combat divisions effortlessly. From the look of it, the only remaining threat was the defensive line at the Windy Pearl Bridge. The 3 deployed God division leaders had already identified the weakness of the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Therefore, they chose to drive the retreating enemy combat divisions to the Windy Pearl Bridge and use them to crush the defensive line. This was a rather good idea, but the enemy wasn't simple either. They only saw the avaricious appetite of Ai Hui in the Spear of Heavy Cloud. He Nanshan, however, saw something different. The number of defeated combat divisions that were previously stationed at the Windy Pearl Bridge's defensive line had been reduced greatly. These defeated combat divisions could be either a helping hand or a time bomb for the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Due to this avaricious appetite, those good-for-nothing and weak-willed combat divisions were scared away. Only the determined and fervent combat divisions remained. He Nanshan wasn't sure whether the enemy forces had really identified the potential time bomb or if it was a fluke. This was because a future sea of trouble had been created using this type of method. Suddenly, a deafening alarm resounded through the air. An attack on the camp. He Nanshan shivered as his facial expression changed drastically. He was enraged. Were all the sentries dead? How could they fail to discover the enemy forces until the enemy had already reached the main camp? He rose up in the air and flew toward the sky. Vibrating speckles of light appeared in the distant horizon, resembling the stars of the night sky. Even though they were very far away, he could still sense the terrifying aura of death that was coming his way. He Nanshan lowered his head and looked at the main camp beneath him. Soldiers gushed out of the tents like flowing water while commanders gave out orders clearly and orderly. He Nanshan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that the daily training sessions had worked. As long as they were calm, the enemy forces had no chance of success. Even though the enemy forces came with a mighty momentum, they only had around 1,000 soldiers. He was slightly curious how these elementalists had avoided his tight surveillance network. After a while, his facial expression turned solemn. He saw that the scouts in the sky were killed on the spot before they could even escape. An incredible idea appeared in his mind. Were all the scouts slain like this before they could even escape? Buzz, buzz, buzz. A vibrating sound came from the distance. The air seemed to throb at this moment, appearing as if a surging flood was approaching. This terrifying might caused He Nanshan's facial expression to change. The enemy forces had already reached the edge of the main camp. To protect the main camp, densely packed fortifications were set up on the perimeter. A huge number of blood fiends were also stationed there defensively. The soldiers in the fortifications hurriedly broke down the fences surrounding the blood fiends to release them. If one looked down from the sky, hordes of red blood fiends were gathering. Whoosh! A sea of avian blood fiends flew up into the sky. The bloody glow around their bodies merged together, seemingly forming a red blood wall that whizzed toward the enemy forces. Wall of bloody sky. This was in unique blood elementalist battle formation. It used the powerful impact of blood fiends to block and disrupt the enemy forces' charge. Those blood fiends were fierce and violent. During peacetime, drugs were used to restrain them. Otherwise, they would fight among themselves until all of them were dead. The pure elemental energy from an elementalist had a deadly enticement over them. They would recklessly hunt down elementalists and eat them. They did not understand the concept of fear and would not care about their own lives. Within the camp, all the blood elementalists had gathered while orders were passed frantically through the chain of command. He Nanshan calmed himself down. With 1 God division and 2 blood divisions stationed in the main camp, he felt rather confident. These divisions were meticulously formed by General Yi, and they knew the weaknesses of elementalist combat divisions like the back of their hands. From the number of the enemy forces, he knew they were the Dread Division and the Judgment Division. In reality, blood elementalist combat divisions were afraid of the Dread and Judgment Divisions since they were so few in number. The Dread Division only had 500 men total. However, they seldom came out in full force and only had at most 300 men at the moment. The Judgment Division had 1,000 men at full force, but they presently only had 700. In total, these 2 combat divisions had at most 1,000 men. Even if they were very powerful, what impact would they have on the battlefield with so few soldiers? A God division and a blood division had a standardized strength of 5,000 men each. With 1 God division and 2 blood divisions, they currently had a total of 15,000 men. With 15,000 blood elementalists against 1,000 elementalists, why should he be afraid? Unless an elementalist could kill 15 blood elementalists? As long as they did not panic, the enemy forces had no chance of victory. After thinking it through, He Nanshan regained his composure. This was a God-given chance. Not too long ago, he was still worrying about not accumulating enough meritorious services, but now, the enemy forces delivered themselves to him personally. If he missed this opportunity, he would be letting himself down. He Nanshan made a firm resolution. Not only must he win this battle, he must do it in a stylish manner. Wang Shunwei was apathetic. He wasn't surprised that he had alarmed the enemy forces. The enemy was no ordinary army after all. It was already very fortunate that they alerted the enemy forces only after reaching the main camp perimeter. It could have been worse. Even the flying blood wall was still very far away, he could smell a weird, but strong, fragrance coming from it. He could see the sinister-looking appearances of the blood fiends. Pungent saliva dripped from their deathly white teeth. Their bloodshot eyes were filled with bloodlust and insanity. The closer the blood wall was, the more he could feel a sense of danger and invincibility from it. The corner of Wan Shenwei's mouth slightly twitched. A cold and disdainful look flashed across his face. He shifted his gaze to the distant horizon. The rising sun was bright red in color, exuding liveliness and vitality. They had flown for a day and a night. After setting off at daybreak, flying in the direction of the rising sun, enduring the scorching afternoon heat, saying farewell to the setting sun, finding themselves in the dark night, and immersing themselves in the splendor of the stars, here they were, encountering the rising sun once again. The beautiful scenery along the way and the despair in the enemy soldiers' eyes before they died were heartwarming and pleasing to his eyes. The scenery before a great battle took place was the most beautiful. He gripped the heavy sword in his hand, and his black azure wings erupted with radiance. Following which, his flying speed increased sharply. Behind him, the other soldiers simultaneously increased their speed. Streaks of brilliance drew an elegant arc in the heavens. They began to rise higher and higher into the sky. They pierced through the clouds and the metal winds. In the heights of the desolate upper atmosphere, they immersed themselves in the sunshine and suddenly dove down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580, The Bloody Battle at the God Encampment, 2. Chapter 580, The Bloody Battle at the God Encampment, 2. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. They were like a gorgeous meteor shower. Leading the charge, Wan Shenwei smiled silently. Each of his hands grasped a sword raised high above his head. The swords were unusually flashy under the sunlight. Wan Shenwei, who dual-wielded swords, was relaxed, natural, and looked as if he was performing an ordinary leaping overhead slash. He swung his swords down vertically. No sword gleams or sword chimes were produced. Suddenly, the center of the roaring blood wall caved in. Countless fragments of bones and flesh erupted from the blood wall, resembling a torrential rain of gore. The blood wall was split into two, revealing a gap that was more than 30 meters wide in the middle. Beside Wan Shenwei, Shiman Saijue was emotionless. She was holding a toy-like miniature bow. The bow was very small, but it was of an unusually excellent quality. Its body was green in color and formed by two green snakes intertwining together. The two snake heads happened to be biting each end of the bowstring. The bowstring glistened red in color. She followed beside Wan Shenwei and had no intentions of attacking. Watching from afar, He Nanshan's facial expression changed. He could not believe what he had just seen. That slash just now. That person was Wan Shenwei. He Nanshan suddenly felt his mouth go dry. He was overwhelmed with shock. Beyond Avalon still had such a powerful expert. Among all the experts today, the Holy Emperor and Dai Gang were evenly matched. Right beneath them were Lu Buling and Red Devil. Lu Buling's greatness was obvious. Even though he had suffered numerous defeats, His Majesty felt that he was the third strongest individual in the world. As for Red Devil, General Yi had personally told him that Red Devil's strength was surpassed only by His Majesty's in the God Nation. Hence, he was the second strongest individual in the God Nation. Generally speaking, his strength was most likely beneath Lu Buling's. However, after He Nanshan witnessed Wan Shenwei's might today, he realized there were a lot more experts in this world than he had imagined. He felt slightly uneasy. No two masters were exactly the same. Different masters had different impacts on the battlefield. If that slash from Wan Shenwei was to strike a battle formation, it would deal heavy casualties. A master was a disruptor on the battlefield. The destructive power of an expert among the masters was even more terrifying. He Nanshan suddenly felt that the assembling speed of his troops was slight slow. He could not help but yell, faster. At this moment, approximately 1,000 men who were diving down from the sky with streaks of light trailing behind them collided squarely with the blood wall. He Nanshan could not help but widen his eyes. He looked at the collision with expectation. The blood wall was very huge and thick. Breaking through the blood wall would not be an easy task even for blood elementalists. Furthermore, the blood birds weren't afraid of death. As long as they were still alive, they would continue to tangle with their enemies in an insane manner. More than 200 men at the front of the charge suddenly roared in unison, "Dread!" The bodies of more than 200 men lit up with a dazzling glow, resembling over 200 suns. The weapons in their hands buzzed loudly, appearing as if they were echoing each other. If Ai Hui was to see this sight, he would be astonished because this charge produced the same outcome as his Sword of Lightning division, but through a different approach. These 200-plus men used different weapons, but their elemental energies resonated with each other and at the exact same rhythm. The 200-plus weapons were brandished in a top-down direction at the same time. The blood wall exploded with a loud bang. Like an enormous burst of blood-colored fireworks, countless torrents of scarlet blood sprayed in all directions. One could see mangled bloodbirds, numerous broken bones, and dismembered limbs in every torrent of blood. The blood wall was shattered to smithereens in one hit. The Dread Division soldiers continued to advance with momentum and landed on the ground like a gigantic hammer. Boom! If one looked down from the sky, the ground surrounding the position where the Dread Division had landed undulated like water ripples. Due to the undulating ground, the blood fiends that were frantically dashing toward the Dread Division lost their balance and fell into chaos. When the blood fiends picked themselves up from the ground, the sinister looks on their faces had disappeared. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread as they whimpered softly, turned around, and suddenly escaped in all directions. These blood fiends were violent and unintelligent, but their senses were sharp. Instinctively, they could sense the small group of people in front of them was extremely dangerous. These people were a terrifying entity that lived at the top of the food chain. He Nanshan's facial expression turned extremely ugly. The uneasiness in his heart became stronger, and he could sense an imminent danger. Inside the main camp, streams of soldiers continued to gush out from the tents. Only 50% of the soldiers had been assembled. They were too slow. Initially, He Nanshan thought that the blood wall could delay the enemy forces for a while and that they would have enough time to assemble all soldiers. All of his soldiers were well trained. As long as they had enough time, they could be fully assembled. There were over 200 men in the Dread Division. To be exact, there were 274 men. They moved as one and stomped the ground together. A perfect crater was formed in the ground with a diameter of 150 meters, as though an invisible hand had pressed into the ground. It was smooth and impeccable, as though gently stamped from a mold. 274 figures rose into the air at the same time and drew an elegant arc in the sky. Like stone pellets released by a catapult, they flew toward the fortifications at the edge of the main camp. "Stop them!" He Nanshan blurted out. Even though the blood elementalists were alarmed, they were able to maintain their composure and order due to their arduous daily training sessions. A blood elementalist captain at the fortifications roared, "Attack!" Pitch-black spheres were shot out of the fortifications and into the air. Following which, they exploded into clouds of blood mist that gradually diffused in the air. Instantly, the concentrated blood mist engulfed the zone in front of the fortifications. Blood mist bombs were created by the Beast Venom Temple. The blood mist that diffused in the air contained a deadly poison. Blood elementalists were unaffected by it, but it was extremely deadly to elementalists. However, the Dread Division shocked the blood elementalists once again. They flew out of the blood mist safe and sound. Boom! Just like before, they landed heavily on the fortifications like a mighty hammer. A breach that was 150 meters long appeared in the continuous line of tall fortifications. The two ends of the breach were extremely neat, making the breach look like it had been cut out with scissors. A huge pit that was several meters deep was created at the breach. One could see bloodstained tiles and bricks in the pit. Holding his swords, Wan Shunwei smiled at the fearful blood elementalists. Then, he began to walk toward the inner camp. He wasn't walking at a very fast pace and looked more like he was strolling through a park. Absolute silence descended upon the entire camp. It was as if everyone's throat was tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Indifferent-looking figures followed Wan Shunwei and strolled toward the inner camp. Ping! A loud and crisp sound of glass breaking broke the silence. The glowing bloody screen that covered the sky above the main camp shattered. Countless blood-colored fragments drifted through the air, resembling a heavy snowfall that was dyed crimson. A cold and somber atmosphere descended upon the main camp. Their camp had been invaded just like that, and they were scared stiff by the enemy forces just like that. Furthermore, the enemy forces were the Dread and Judgment divisions that they had mocked countless times. Everyone's eyes became bloodshot. They did not lack courage, and similarly, they did not lack pride. They weren't rookies who had just set foot upon the battlefield. The concept of failure had never come across their minds before. "Kill them," roared the captain of an unit that had just finished assembling. He took the lead and charged at the strolling Wan Xinwei. They knew that they were overestimating their abilities, but they still had their comrades who were mustering behind them right now. They did not have any lofty beliefs. All they had was fighting spirit and a deep sense of pride. They could be defeated or killed, but they definitely could not tolerate being humiliated and trampled on by the enemy forces. A few other troop units also lunged at the Dread Division at the same time. All they could do now was to slow down the enemy forces, even if it was only for a minute. A look of admiration appeared on Wan Xinwei's face, but he did not stop, continuing to stroll forward. The two elementalists beside him stepped forward to face the incoming blood elementalists. Side by side, the two elementalists charged toward the blood elementalists like two bulls. The elementalist on the left used a scythe. Right now, he looked like he was reaping wheat as the self-proclaimed elite blood elementalists collapsed effortlessly before the scythe. In an instant, the unit was annihilated, leaving corpses and wounded soldiers scattered everywhere on the ground. The elementalist on the right used a silver spear. Spear gleams appeared and disappeared unpredictably at the blood elementalists' throats and hearts. Even the powerful bodies of the blood elementalists could not stop the deadly attacks from this silver spear. Wan Xinwei looked as if he couldn't see the corpses around him or the enemy soldiers that were lunging for him. His gaze was fixated at the distant Henanshan. With a steady gait, he walked toward Henanshan. There were blood elementalist units constantly charging at him from all directions. The elementalists that surrounded him pounced at the incoming enemy units like tigers released from their cages. Only the braves would win this battle. At this point in time, both sides were engaged in close-quarters combat. The outcome was unusually devastating. Quickly, Wan Xinwei realized that the surrounding enemy forces were increasing in number non-stop. They had been completely surrounded. The enemy forces had abandoned their battle formations and were simply surging at them like a tidal wave. Wan Xinwei stopped in his tracks. Then, he raised the two swords in his hands and roared, "Dread!" But the elementalists who were fighting the flood of blood elementalists suddenly withdrew and gathered around Wan Xinwei. All of them raised their weapons and roared in unison, "Dread!" Their weapons chimed in unison as the glows around their bodies suddenly intensified. The incoming blood elementalists looked as if they had collided with an iron wall. Immediately, they felt that they had been struck by an invincible force. Their minds went blank as their bodies flew back in the air. "Dread!" Wan Xinwei and his comrades roared in unison as they swung their weapons in a downward vertical motion. 274 streaks of elemental energy gathered and became a terrifying sword gleam that shot forward. Blood elementalists were everywhere, but the ones in the front were the most densely packed. By now, everyone knew that Wan Xinwei's target was Sir Henanshan. The densely packed blood elementalists took the full brunt of this mighty sword gleam. Boom, dot. The gigantic, thick, and cold sword gleam crashed into the crowd of blood elementalists. Along with soil, broken limbs and flesh splattered on both sides of the moving sword gleam. The sword gleam created a deep trench in the ground. Everywhere it passed by, flesh and blood would fly into the air. A bloody path with a width of more than 15 meters was formed in front of Wan Xinwei. The sword gleam had pierced through the area in front of them. All the blood elementalists in the path of the sword gleam were dead. The surrounding blood elementalists were stunned momentarily. However, in the next moment, they frantically lunged at the Dread Division. Various forms of bloody glow blasted toward the Dread Division like a torrential downpour. Suddenly, Wan Xinwei slightly bent his knees. His soldiers looked as if they had received an order and slightly bent their knees in unison as well. They then exhaled together, dot. When the 274 men exhaled together, it sounded like a deafening thunderclap. Their surging elemental energy undulations gathered and formed a ring-shaped shock wave. The surrounding blood elementalists froze, looking as if they had been struck heavily by a rod. Like an ancient dire beast that had broken free from its chains, Wan Xinwei and the Dread Division rose into the air and surged toward Henanshan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581, The Bloody Battle at the God Encampment, 3. Chapter 581, The Bloody Battle at the God Encampment, 3. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Before today, Henanshan was confident that he could defeat any combat division from beyond Avalon. General Yi had clearly explained to them the characteristics and weaknesses of every combat division from beyond Avalon. Their daily training sessions were focused on dealing with elementalist combat divisions. It wasn't a fluke for the God divisions and Blood divisions to win so many battles in a row. Other than the physical superiority that Blood elementalists had over elementalists, the appropriate adjustments and optimizations made by the God and Blood divisions also made them stronger. On the contrary, elementalist combat divisions did not have any substantial improvements and were still stuck with their traditional battle tactics and stratagems. The only so-called progress they had made was the Spear of Heavy Cloud's pagoda cannon technology. Due to this progress, the Spear of Heavy Cloud division was the only elementalist combat division that could win battles against Blood elementalist combat divisions. The tidal wave of a new era always came silently and without any signs, but in reality, no one could avoid being swept away by it. Those who were sharp would either search for a high mountain and live a life free of worries or drift with the tide and follow the crowd blindly. Those who were stubborn would struggle and drown, eventually disappearing into the depths of the sea. He Nanshan strongly believed that the Blood elementalists were on the right track. He had absolute confidence in dealing with elementalist combat divisions. However, when he faced the terrifying Dread division, his confidence wavered. This was especially the case when Wan Shenwei led the Dread division into the heavens and surged toward him. He felt as though a mountain was flying toward him and would crush him to smithereens. The terrifying might caused the air around He Nanshan to freeze. As the division leader of a God division, He Nanshan did not lack strength and courage. Even though he was intimidated by the might of Wan Shenwei and the Dread division, he was able to regain his composure quickly. He extended his right palm as his eyes suddenly lit up with a faint red glow. Beneath him, the Blood elementalists who had remained motionless all this time immediately erupted with a bloody glow. Following which, their bodies projected streaks of bloody glow. The faint red glow in He Nanshan's eyes spun like a whirlpool. The air around him became distorted abruptly, resembling an inflating air bubble. The slash attack of the Dread division landed on the air bubble like a heavy hammer, shattered it, and struck He Nanshan heavily. The attack's momentum carried it all the way to the Blood elementalists beneath He Nanshan. Boom! An earth-shaking impact caused the soil to fly up more than 30 meters into the air like a fountain. Wan Shenwei furrowed his eyebrows slightly and let out a soft gasp of surprise. He felt that the slash attack had not hit the right spot. Even though the scene of soil flying up into the air was spectacular, there seemed to be something wrong with it. Subsequently, the soil fell from the sky like raindrops. Other than a horrifyingly deep trench, there weren't any corpses on the ground. Torrential attacks subsequently flew at Wan Shenwei and the Dread division from all directions. Wan Shenwei looked as if he expected to be attacked. Without any hesitation, he led his soldiers and charged forward. The storm of attacks from the Blood elementalists missed their targets. Even though the continuous slash attacks from the Dread division had produced remarkable results, Wan Shenwei did not indulge in the pleasure of massacring the enemy forces. Even though his actions looked rash, his mind was unusually calm. Having been through countless battles, he was able to maintain his rationality and composure in any situation. He had not forgotten the original plan. He did not care about killing He Nanshan or investigating the odd-looking bubble. Along with the Dread division, he charged and killed his way toward the central camp like an invincible sword. In an unremarkable corner of the camp, an enormous blood bubble suddenly rose from a blood pool. Following which, the blood bubble popped and revealed He Nanshan and his subordinates. A fearful look appeared on all of their faces at the same time. Even though they managed to escape, they felt as if they had just taken a trip to the gates of hell when they were locked on by the Dread division. He Nanshan heaved a sigh of relief. They had narrowly escaped. The Dread division was unimaginably powerful. The confidence he had in the God Spirit division was derived not only from the usual training sessions, but from the unique structure of the God Spirit division as well. Among the 6 God divisions, there were 2 that were slightly special. One was the God Spirit division, while the other was the God Shaman division. A God elementalist's training emphasized an individual's body constitution and innate skills more so than an elementalist's. A person's potential for success could be determined at the start of his or her training. Among God elementalists, there were many God guards. Compared to the number of God guards, there were much fewer God shamans. The rarest type of God elementalist was the God priest. Therefore, in the God nation, God priests had the highest status, followed by God shamans. God guards had the lowest status. He Nanshan was a God priest. His personal escorts were the famous Lesser Nanshans. The Lesser Nanshans were the only unit in the God nation that was entirely made up of God priests. When he saw the Dread division charge toward the central camp, he felt happy instead of fearful. The central camp was of the utmost importance and would always be the first target of the enemy forces. Therefore, he had set up a huge number of defensive arrangements around the central camp. There were layers of protection and countless traps set up around it, making it impregnable. The Dread Division was really too powerful. However, they wouldn't last long. The constant depletion of their strength would cause them to reveal their weaknesses. God priests were not meant to be sacrificed. He and the surrounding god priests descended into the blood pool and disappeared. The entire encampment was like a surging sea of blood. Roars resounded everywhere. Some contained insanity, some contained hysteria, and some contained resentment, but all of them contained zeal. Some faces were sinister, some were solemn, and some were cold, but none of them were without fear. The splattering blood and the flares from explosions were equally dazzling. No one avoided the collisions between the gorgeous elemental energy glows and the demonic bloody glows. One by one, the blood elementalists fell like reaped wheat. Shimen Saijue's childlike face was cold and emotionless. She pulled and released the bowstring of her small bow with lightning speed. No one could see her movements clearly. An arrow surrounded by a green glow flew through the densely packed blood elementalists and appeared at the side of a god priest's forehead. Pop! The god priest's head exploded like a shattered watermelon. The blood elementalists around him were stunned. Following which, they frantically looked for the sniper who had assassinated the god priest. Shimen Saijue had long since disappeared from the scene. She was like a swift-moving wisp of mist. No one could track her down. The toy-like bow in her hand was like death itself. It specifically targeted enemy commanders, blood elementalists with an ability of god, and god priests. Until now, the number of enemy commanders and blood elementalists with an ability of god who she had slain totaled more than 20 people. When a unit of blood elementalists lost their unit leader, their formation would fall into disarray. Even though they still possessed a numerical advantage, the threat they posed was reduced significantly. Blood elementalists with an ability of god had immense destructive powers, especially when ordinary soldiers were helping them. The most sinister blood elementalists were the seemingly delicate god priests. They were hidden among the crowd, making it very difficult to spot them. Their sudden psychic attacks would cause her soldiers misjudge and make tactical errors. In such an intense battle, where they were severely outnumbered by the enemy forces, tactical errors were enough to cost them their lives. Shimen Saijue's killing efficiency was terrifying, greatly affecting the enemy forces' operations. Even so, the soldiers of the Judgment Division continued to die one by one. The enemy had far too many men. Shimen Saijue's face was ice cold. The Judgment Division had never suffered such heavy casualties before, but she wasn't blinded by anger or grief. They had not invaded the enemy encampment with great difficulty just to commit murder and arson here. With her peerless speed and skills, she wasn't at all worried about being targeted by the enemy forces. Soaring high in the sky, she clearly oversaw the entire battlefield. The Dread Division was piercing through the enemy forces like an invincible sword while the Judgment Division protected the flanks like wings. With their flanks protected, the Dread Division was able to push forward with all its might. The elementalist who was in charge of protecting the Dread Division's left flank was an elemental master who dual-wielded swords. He was like a high-speed spinning top that destroyed everything in its path. Meanwhile, the elementalist protecting the Dread Division's right flank was surrounded by light streaks. The light streaks moved so fast that they blurred. They resembled a school of nimble-moving fish that swam around the elementalist. Every now and then, a light streak would shoot out and someone from the enemy forces would collapse to the ground. These people could only see the blurry tail of a light streak before they died. Ring Pommel Saber, Glabella Saber, and Iron Saber were the three sabers of the Judgment Division. Looking down from the sky, she could see that the blood elementalists continued to gather in front of the Dread Division. There were also many places illuminated by a faint bloody glow. Nothing could escape Shimen Saijue's sharp eyes. Was it a trap? However, when Shimen Saijue recalled that the enemy leader had hidden himself, her lips curled into a sneer. Suddenly, she disappeared. The streaks of bloody glow flitted across the position where she had previously been and missed their target. The next moment, Shimen Saijue's high-pitched and cold voice suddenly rang out in the sky above the Judgment Division. Judgment, Aerial Seal. The Judgment Division soldiers heard Shimen Saijue's order and roared in unison, Judgment, Aerial Seal. Following which, a spectacular scene appeared on the battlefield. Countless light beams rose into the air from the left and right sides of the Judgment Division and arced toward the sky above the Dread Division. In a flash, a sharp whistle engulfed the battlefield. Hiding in one corner of the encampment, a feeling of extreme danger rose in Hinanshan's heart. However, it was now too late for him to react. A petite figure suddenly appeared at the rear of the Judgment Division. Twang! 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 The sound of a bowstring being pulled and loosed echoed throughout the encampment. 3 green arrows pierced through the countless light beams in the sky. The chaotic light beams suddenly gave off a buzz before forming an enormous disk. Within the disk, there were complicated-looking veins. The disk, which resembled a gigantic seal that was carved with utmost care, landed on the densely packed blood elementalists in front of the Dread Division. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Then, intertwining cracks appeared on the bodies of the blood elementalists within the glimmering seal. Pfffff. There was a very soft sound of blood spurting, yet an extremely horrifying and gory scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Blood fountained out of the cracks on the blood elementalists' bodies like a water jet. The few thousand people in the glimmering seal were dismembered piecemeal by the razor-sharp elemental energy. Like statues that had been sundered, the body parts of those few thousand people fell to the ground as a lake of blood began to pool. This scene, reminiscent of the river Acheron, rendered the surrounding blood elementalists dumbstruck. A momentary dead silence swept across the enormous encampment. The blood elementalists had been through countless battles, but had never seen such a gory, frightening, and hellish scene before. The Dread Division seized this opportunity and advanced a few hundred meters. They were getting closer to the central camp. Hinanshan was stunned. However, his mind jolted, and he quickly yelled, "Protect the camp! Stop them!" Currently, he no longer wanted to withhold the fact that his plan had been completely foiled by the Dread Division's earth-shaking offensive. Could he hold back the Dread Division? He was not sure and did not dare to think about it. All he could do was keep on sending soldiers to stop them. Shiman Saijua locked onto Hinanshan. However, she had expended too much energy to execute the aerial seal just now. Furthermore, Hinanshan was heavily guarded as well. Her gaze shifted to the battlefield. The aerial seal had not only expended a huge amount of her energy, it had also caused the Judgment Division to suffer heavy losses. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 soldiers had been sacrificed. Shiman Saijua remained calm. The merciful couldn't take command of an army. Deaths were bound to happen on the battlefield. Furthermore, this mission was supposed to be perilous. Dying was considered normal while surviving was considered fortunate. A good leader, however, had to make sure the sacrifices were meaningful. When she saw that the blood elementalists who had surrounded the central camp were now surging toward the Dread Division like a tsunami, her eyes lit up. She had accomplished her goal. After regaining some of her strength, she entered the battle again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582, Hostage. Chapter 582, Hostage. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Everyone's attention was caught by the frantically advancing Dread and Judgment Divisions. They had never seen such an unstoppable offensive. Hinanshan had tried various methods, but still could not stop their advance. The central camp was facing imminent danger. At this point in time, every blood elementalist could only think of one thing. They must not let the enemy forces reach the central camp. If they could not think of a solution, they had to sacrifice their lives to hinder the Dread and Judgment Division's progress. All out. The immense pressure caused the blood elementalists to make deadly mistakes. The blood elementalists who previously provided strict security at the other end of the central camp were now heading toward the position of the Dread Division to provide reinforcement, leaving only a few units back there to stand guard. An unnoticeable wisp of black smoke silently drifted into the central camp through an unguarded area. The central camp did not consist of just one tent. It was a circular area where rows of tents were set up. The central camp was where Yi Bai spent his daily life, where meetings took place, etc. Nowadays, many tents were occupied by Nangong Wulian. He had brought a lot of equipment and various ingredients with him. In an isolated corner, the wisp of black smoke touched the ground and Song Yen and Tai Dao appeared. Both of them had changed into the attire of a blood elementalist commander. Both of them looked at each other excitedly. In the central camp, the Beast Venom Temple's god priests were like a bunch of headless flies that were frightened easily. Their faces were filled with panic and fear. Usually, they lived like kings in the Beast Venom Temple. Since when had they ever been in such a situation? All of their legs became like wet noodles as their faces became pale white. Nangong Wulian also felt very anxious, but when he saw his subordinates' behavior, he chided them, "What are all of you panicking for? Humph, the number of men that the Dread and Judgment Divisions have is so few that they will burn out very soon. As long as they don't break through the defensive line, we are safe." On the surface, he appeared strong-willed, but deep down he regretted coming to the front line. However, he could not defy His Majesty's order. After thinking about it, he could only blame himself. He shouldn't have sought credit from His Majesty at that time. The roars and sounds of battles from outside set off his fear and trepidation. Suddenly, he discovered that his surroundings were empty. There were no blood elementalist guards around him, which immediately enraged him. Where is everyone? Where have they gone? How come there is no one protecting me? One of his subordinates hesitated for a while before replying, "Sir, you have instructed them not to get close to this tent." It was at this point that Nangong Wulian remembered what had happened. He felt the patrolling soldiers were too noisy and that they were disturbing him from doing his research. Therefore, he had set this place as forbidden area. He allowed only a few soldiers to guard the central camp. He Nanshan and his counterparts were allowed to enter the central camp only if they had something urgent to report to Nangong Wulian. The invasion came too abruptly and too aggressively. He Nanshan and his counterparts had been struggling under the immense pressure that the Dread and Judgment Division exerted. They could not execute the usual reactionary plan and had no time to worry about the central camp. Nangong Wulian felt more and more uneasy. With a stern voice, he said, "Go and find someone to protect me. Tell He Nanshan that if anything happens to me, His Majesty will sentence him and his family to death." The few god priests quickly appeased Nangong Wulian and left the tent in a hurry. Not far away, Song Yan and Tai Dao were searching the central camp. They were surprised at how empty the central camp was. Previously, they were still worried that the enemy forces had set up a vacant central camp to trick them. However, when they heard the words, "Go and find someone to protect me," their eyes lit up. The two of them looked each other in eyes. With perfect coordination, they silently crept in the direction of the voice. Subsequently, they saw Nangong Wulian. Previously, they had already memorized the face of Nangong Wulian. Therefore, they could recognize him with a single glance. Both of them were overjoyed as they had not expected their mission to proceed so smoothly. Nangong Wulian was panting heavily. The sounds of battles were getting closer to him. The feeling of fear in his heart was growing stronger as well. He felt like he was a fish that had been thrown ashore and was having more and more difficulty breathing properly. That goddamned He Nanshan. Nangong Wulian had to survive and teach him a lesson. How dare He Nanshan fail to send people to protect me? Suddenly, the head of his subordinate dropped to the ground in front of him as blood spurted out of the severed neck like a fountain. Nangong Wulian's pupils dilated. He wanted to scream, but couldn't do so as a chilly tinge flowed down his neck. The sharp blade of a sword made of all his hair stand on end. Then, a ghost-like voice came from behind his back, "If I was you, I would keep my mouth shut." The scream that was about to leave his mouth became a whimper. Nangong Wulian's face was pale white. He feared that a slight movement of the other party's fingers would cost him his life. "Where is Yi Bai?" Even though he couldn't see who the other party was, his voice was so cold that it resembled the voice of a devil from hell. Nangong Wulian swallowed his saliva with difficulty and pointed shakingly to the largest tent. He is there." Song Yan held Nangong Wulian at sword point and walked toward the tent. Tai Dao grasped a broadsword with a vigilant look on his face. As they walked into the tent, Song Yan and Tai Dao's facial expressions changed. Yi Bai was lying unconscious in an ice coffin that emitted traces of cold air. However, his deep and terrifying heartbeat made him appear like a huge dragon that was hibernating. Even if a huge dragon was in a deep slumber, one could not ignore its might. "What's the situation with Yi Bai? When is he going to wake up?" Song Yan asked. Nangong Wulian whimpered, "I don't know when he will wake up either. Grant me amnesty and I am willing to pay any price and will surrender to you. As long as you give me amnesty, I will join Skyheart City. I am the Palace Master of the Beast Venom Temple. I have conducted a wide range of research, and you will definitely be interested in them." Nangong Wulian stopped talking all of a sudden. His eyes were wide open as he couldn't believe what had just happened. He wanted to talk, but only a muffled and incoherent sound came out of his mouth. His neck had been sliced open. Blood gushed out of his neck as immense pain flooded him like a tidal wave. He really couldn't believe what had just happened. He was the Palace Master of the Beast Venom Temple and possessed so many secrets. How could they bear to kill him? Were they not interested in the secrets of the God Nation? He still had so many research results. Why? These mad men. Song Yan casually threw Nangong Wulian's corpse to the ground. "One hostage is enough," he said emotionlessly. "All right," Tai Dao replied. A glass bamboo vial appeared in Song Yan's hand. He crushed it and poured the snow lava over Nangong Wulian's corpse. Flames quickly rose from the snow lava and devoured Nangong Wulian's corpse. In the blink of an eye, his corpse was reduced to nothing but ashes. Tai Dao then dug up the charred soil and threw it into a blood pool. This incursion was a perfect start, but it was only the beginning of the entire war. The Beast Venom Temple's countless methods had stricken fear in them. A slight moment of carelessness would result in devastating consequences. By destroying Nangong Wulyan's corpse in this manner, the enemy forces would not know whether he was alive or dead. Plus, Yi Bai would be in their hands. Nangong Wulyan's value in this war paled in comparison to Yi Bai's. Whether Nangong Wulyan was dead or alive, his impact on the frontline blood elementalists wasn't huge. However, with Yi Bai in their hands, the blood elementalists at the frontline would definitely descend into chaos. Yi Bai had an unrivaled impact on the blood elementalist combat divisions. He had single-handedly formed the 6 God divisions and the 12 blood divisions. His prestige among the blood elementalists was matchless. Not even Red Devil's reputation could be compared to his. As long as they could take down Yi Bai, the tides would shift in this lopsided war. Neither of them let their guard down. Tai Dao swung his broadsword heavily on the ice coffin. The ice coffin shattered with a loud bang, and Yi Bai fell to the ground. Tai Dao carefully placed his sword against Yi Bai's neck, but Yi Bai remained unconscious and motionless. At this moment, they could hear hurried footsteps getting closer to them. They immediately picked up Yi Bai and ran in the opposite direction of the tent. The blood elementalists who rushed over were Yi Bai's personal guards. When they saw the empty tent, their facial expressions changed drastically. Then, they saw an opening on the other side of the tent. "Chase them," the leader of the personal guards yelled anxiously. He Nanshan was under immense pressure since their defensive line was thinning. There were a few times that Shiman Saijue's cold arrows almost struck him, and it had been the 2 experts beside him that warded off the arrows. One was dead while the other was severely injured. Before today, he had never thought that there existed such a terrifying combat division in the world. Even though the blood elementalists outnumbered the elementalists 15 times over, He Nanshan had never once obtained the upper hand. The enemy forces had taken control of the rhythm of the battle. Whether it was the level of the leadership or the level of the soldiers, they had been completely outclassed by the enemy forces. Suddenly, the Dread and Judgment divisions changed directions, as if they wanted to attack from another angle. "Defend!" He Nanshan roared at the top of his lungs. Countless blood elementalists gathered to form a thick defensive line, preparing to withstand the onslaught of the Dread and Judgment divisions. However, no one expected for these 2 divisions to suddenly turn around and retreat. All the blood elementalists were stunned before cheering at the top of their lungs. They had defeated the enemy forces. Even though the enemy forces barely had 1,000 soldiers, the suffocating pressure they exerted was able to destabilize any defensive line. When the Dread and Judgment divisions retreated, the physically and mentally exhausted blood elementalists felt as if they had won a battle. One could tell how much pressure the Dread and Judgment divisions had given them. He Nanshan's facial expression changed drastically, however, as he felt a strong sense of unease. "It's not good. General Yi and Sir Nangong have been kidnapped by the enemy." He Nanshan nearly blacked out as he almost fell to the ground. His brain buzzed loudly, resembling someone who had been punched in the temple. His face was deathly pale. The fact that General Yi and Sir Nangong had been kidnapped under his nose would definitely earn him a death sentence. An intense fear engulfed his mind. Not only him but all the officers around him had their faces turned pale at this moment. He Nanshan bit the tip of his tongue, causing a sweet bloody taste to pervade his mouth. The pain calmed him down. Chase them! He knew if he didn't save General Yi and Sir Nangong, they would not need to return to the God Nation anymore. Dying on the battlefield would not implicate their family members, but if they returned to the God Nation now, they would be trialed as sinners and their families would also be charged. At this point, he threw all his worries to the back of his mind. Everyone knew that this was the time for them to go all out. This was the only chance for them to survive. No, it wasn't a chance for them to survive, but rather, a chance for them to redeem themselves. The fear instilled by the Dread and Judgment division just now had completely vanished. Currently, they were in dire straits. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 583, Reunion. Chapter 583, Reunion. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. The Surveillance Division Camp. Xiao Shan was packing his luggage. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. Without turning around, he answered, "Come in." It was Xiao Lin. He looked at Xiao Shan with a complicated expression on his face. The two of them were extremely familiar with each other. Xiao Shan knew it was Xiao Lin without even turning around. He continued to pack his luggage and asked, "Are you here to send me off?" With a heavy heart, Xiao Lin replied, "You're going to the front line soon, so how could I not send you off?" After fastening the last rope of his luggage, Xiao Shan turned around and replied plainly, "I am merely going to the front line. It's not like we are never going to see each other again." Xiao Lin did not reply to Xiao Shan. It was ominous to talk about death when one was packing his or her luggage. He changed the topic and said, "Sir will not be coming to send you off. He said that since all of you have decided to go the front line, fight with all your might and don't be cowards." Xiao Shan had already expected that the division leader wouldn't personally send him off. He replied calmly, "Of course we won't. Tell him that I'm really sorry for implicating him this time around." The more Xiao Shan appeared calm, the more uneasy Xiao Lin felt. He very much missed the time spent in the old territory. Even though they led an arduous life back then, they were like a big family without any barriers between each other. The current surveillance division had become divided. The harmonious and united atmosphere no longer existed. "How many people are going with you?" Xiao Lin asked. 352, Xiao Shan replied with an exact number. Xiao Lin remained speechless. The surveillance division had a total of 1,500 troops. Now they were only left with 1148 soldiers. Nearly one-third of them chose to follow Xiao Shan to the front line. They were utterly disappointed in Nian Tingfeng. Xiao Lin had a lot of words to say, but the moment they reached his mouth, they simply became just one sentence: "Make sure they survive." When Xiao Shan heard this sentence, the calm look on his face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn look. "I will try my best. You should know that I am not really good in war-related matters, so I can't promise you that. No one can make any promises now." Xiao Lin shook his head. Everyone is well aware of the situation. All of them just want to die at the right place. "The best elite unit in the world shouldn't die at home," Xiao Shan replied. Xiao Lin felt extremely ashamed. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Xiao Shan patted his shoulder. "I'm leaving now." The war banner of the Spear of Heavy Cloud Division became the most eye-catching symbol for the combat divisions that had retreated from the front line. Fearing that they would be plundered by the Lightning Razor, all of them carried the war banner of the Spear of Heavy Cloud in every city they traveled through. The Spear of Heavy Cloud's war banner became the war banner that everyone was most familiar with. After entering the wilderness, the number of combat divisions had been declining. There was no other singular combat division that had its war banner appear in so many cities, and this phenomena was discussed many people. After receiving Iron Lady's letter, Ai Hui immediately knew her intentions. He no longer cared about the combat divisions that he encountered along the way and headed for the defensive line at the Windy Pearl Bridge at full speed. The size of the fishbone was too large, so its flying speed wasn't that fast. Besides this, Ai Hui also had to do something with the abundance of resources they now had. The fishbone bustled with activity. Under Lu Lan's leadership, countless blacksmiths were forging the bases for pagoda cannons, refining snow lava, and making various mechanical components. These components would be used to modify and improve the fishbone. Back in the day, when Ai Hui and Lu Lan were constructing the fishbone, they lacked manpower and had to deploy the children living in the central Pine Valley. Now that they had enough manpower and resources, they could fulfill Ai Hui's original design for the fishbone, which had been previously uncompleted. The current fishbone was an ugly and simple prototype. Other than flying and some defensive capabilities, it had no other functions. These mechanical components would allow the fishbone to become more powerful and exquisite. Nowadays, Kening was extremely busy. After joining the Spear of Heavy Cloud, he had been tasked with an important responsibility. Shi Shueman felt that he was a talent and let him travel around as a new recruit to contact those elementalists who wanted to seek revenge. Kening was originally a division leader. After his combat division was decimated, he wasn't willing to return and pledged to seek revenge. His background and experience allowed him to bond with the other survivors who wanted to seek revenge as well. He had contacted a batch of survivors to settle the preparations for the establishment of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Shi Shueman had explicitly told Kening that the Spear of Heavy Cloud had completed its recruiting process and that the newly established Pagoda Cannon Alliance would be entirely led by Ai Hui. Kening's mission was to pave the way first. However, Kening felt this was the most troublesome issue. Kening believed that if Shi Shueman had been the one who established the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, the survivors would not hesitate to join. However, when they heard that Ai Hui was the founder, they became hesitant. Nowadays, Ai Hui was an absolutely infamous individual. The Lightning Razor was his new nickname. It was hard to get people to believe in someone who was plundering innocent people at such a critical moment. Kening had put in a lot of effort, but the outcome was still undesirable. Those survivors begged him to ask Division Leader Shi for a favor and to let them join the Spear of Heavy Cloud Division. Kening had mentioned this issue to Division Leader Shi a few times, but was mercilessly rejected by her every time. He had long heard that division leader Shi and Ai Hui were lovers. Now, he was 100% certain that this was definitely not a rumor. The thing that stunned him the most was that division leader Shi transferred him to the Pagoda Cannon Alliance just so that he could focus on the preparations for the establishment of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. This implied that, from now on, Kuning no longer belonged to the sphere of heavy cloud, but rather, to the currently empty Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Kuning felt like he had been struck by a lightning bolt. He finally recovered after being depressed for a few days. However, this blow had helped him a lot with his task. Those people who begged Kuning felt guilty over his transfer to the Pagoda Cannon Alliance and decided to join the alliance. Some people felt that Kuning was a loyal and trustworthy individual, so they felt that following Kuning to fight against the Blood Elementalists wasn't a bad idea after all. Unknowingly, the Pagoda Cannon Alliance that Kuning was preparing had grown to around 800 people. Right now, they were waiting for the arrival of Ai Hui, but generally speaking, none of them felt excited. Suddenly, someone rushed into the room and yelled, "He has arrived, he has arrived. The lightning razor is here." Everyone, who had been resting, rushed out of the room. No matter what, Ai Hui was directly linked to their future. With regards to Ai Hui's leadership, some were indifferent, some were unhappy, and some were hopeful. However, no matter what attitudes they had, they could not ignore Ai Hui's existence. As the colossal fishbone gradually approached, an absolute silence descended upon the entire encampment. Everyone's mouths fell open as they stared at the sky with blank looks on their faces. Everyone was used to seeing the god-subduing peaks. After all, the Spear of Heavy Clouds camp wasn't far away, and they could see the two god-subduing peaks every day. However, when an enormous mountain that was a few times bigger than a god-subduing peak approached them, they were awed by its repressing aura. Every combat division that stood in the path of the lightning razor had had all their resources and manpower seized. As such, there had already been many discussions on the oversized god-subduing peak analog. The blueprints for the god-subduing peaks were the Elders Guild's absolutely classified information. Given the relationship between Skyheart City and the Central Pine Valley, the former would definitely not give these blueprints to the latter. Looking at the fishbone, one could tell that Ai Hui had a deep understanding of elemental traces. One could also tell that the Central Pine Valley's wealth was far greater than what everyone had expected. The cost of building a god-subduing peak was huge. Since it was larger than a god-subduing peak, the cost of building the fishbone was definitely sky-high. After a while, surprised gasps broke out in the encampment. "It's really huge. So this is the fishbone? I heard the Central Pine Valley is part of it as well. It is a colossus." The doubt in everyone's eyes had disappeared. The fishbone, which was even larger than a god-subduing peak, was a stark symbol of strength. No one who saw it doubted the destructive power that it possessed. Being the person who had designed and built it, Ai Hui's image in everyone's heart had improved significantly. Kuning's eyes lit up. How many pagoda cannons could be deployed on such a gigantic mountain? When he thought of equipping the fishbone with numerous pagoda cannons and transforming it into a pagoda cannon porcupine, his blood raced through his veins. Things that were massive in size would always give people a sense of power and security. When Kuning saw such a gigantic entity hovering above his head, he felt much more at ease. Shi Shuemon and the rest had already reached the fishbone. They examined it and clicked their tongues in wonder. Every now and then, they would touch it to get a feel for it. Previously, when they heard that Ai Hui was heading to the front line, they were worried about what was going to happen to the Central Pine Valley. They had not expected for him to bring the entire Central Pine Valley and Blackfish Mouth volcano over. Everyone tacitly left Ai Hui and Shi Shuemon alone. Both of them sat on a huge boulder at the peak of Blackfish Mouth volcano as they looked at the soaring wind canopy of the distant Windy Pearl Bridge. This sight was extremely spectacular. "Your injury hasn't healed yet?" Shi Shuemon glanced at Ai Hui and asked. "I have no solutions for the time being." Ai Hui glanced back at Shi Shuemon. He had an unusually sharp perception, furrowed his eyebrows, grasped Shi Shuemon's hand, and asked, "Are you injured?" Shi Shuemon was slightly panicked when Ai Hui held her hand. She tried to force herself to stay calm. Humph, what was there to be panicked about? She quickly regained her composure and felt a warmth coming from the bandages that covered the hand which was holding her palm. Ai Hui nodded his head and said, "Oh, you can't get rid of the impurities that were caused by forcibly absorbing natural elemental energies into your body. This is indeed troublesome. I already have a solution. It's effective, but it will take some time," Shi Shuemon replied. "Let me see if there are any better solutions." Ai Hui then changed the topic. "You have done a great job with the last few battles, especially the one against the Ardent Flower Blood Division. That one is a classic." "Really? It is difficult to hear praise from your mouth." Of course. If you had fought even better, I would not have to come. Ha, it's not good for the debtor to sleep while the creditor is busting her ass off. The debtor is always the boss, and a boss gets sleepy easily. When are you paying back the money? Wow, the texture of your hand is quite good. Why are you still holding my hand? I am checking your injury. Have you finished checking? We have to be prudent with injuries. Come, let me see your other hand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584, Treatment. Chapter 584, Treatment. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. He had not touched her hands in vain. Both of them sat cross-legged facing each other. With his head lowered, AI Huey's left hand held Sir Shuemon's right hand and his right hand grasped the hilt of his sword. Small, fragmented lightning streaks swam around his body. Every now and then, a cracking sound would pop off. Opposite him, Sir Shuemon's eyes were tightly shut, her face was flushed, and traces of mist rose from her body. AI Huey's solution wasn't very complicated. He directed the sword cloud in his body to Sir Shuemon's 5 residences and 8 palaces. The lightning attribute of the sword cloud could remove elemental energy. This solution carried a very huge risk as well as side effects. First, it required Sir Shuemon to be totally relaxed. In such a state, the elemental energy in her body would not reject AI Huey's sword cloud, allowing the sword cloud to enter her 5 residences and 8 palaces. Second, AI Hui needed to have precise control over his sword cloud. Only by having meticulous control over his sword cloud could he then remove the impurities without damaging Sir Shuemon's 5 residences and 8 palaces. The side effect was that the lightning from AI Huey's sword cloud would not only remove the remnant impurities, but would also remove some of Sir Shuemon's water elemental energy. This would cause her 5 residences and 8 palaces to degenerate. However, at this point in time, such small side effects were insignificant. Sir Shuemon was already a master. It was not very difficult for her to strengthen her 5 residences and 8 palaces. Furthermore, with Lu Lan's customized elemental soup, she could quickly and fully recover after spending some time cultivating. Like a white wall that was accidentally smeared with other colors, AI Huey's solution was to remove the entire layer of paint on the wall and repaint it white again. Even Sir Shuemon was surprised by AI Huey's solution of using a minor injury to heal a major injury. Frequently, she wanted to pry open this fellow's skull to see what was inside. How could he always come up with so many weird ideas? AI Huey's ideas were always illogical, leaving people flabbergasted. At the same time, they were awe-inspiring. Without a doubt, this was a good solution. Of course, other people couldn't think of this solution since they weren't like AI Hui, who could control the sword cloud and the lightning streaks with great precision. Sir Shuemon was a decisive individual. Without any hesitation, she agreed to this idea. Even though the remnant impurities were very difficult to remove, the severity of their corrosion on her 5 residences and 8 palaces wasn't high. Sir Shuemon was very curious about what exactly AI Hui would do. AI Huey's sword cloud was a soft cloud. It engulfed Sir Shuemon's water elemental energy and caused her to carry out circulatory cycle revolutions automatically. To Sir Shuemon's surprise, this soft sword cloud did not affect her control over elemental energy. This was the first time she had encountered such a freakish phenomenon. AI Hui, this fellow, was simply filled with eccentricity. As her body carried out circulatory cycle revolutions, the impurities that corroded her 5 residences and 8 palaces were slowly removed. The sword cloud was extremely sharp like a razor. It shaved away Sir Shuemon's corroded elemental energy as well. To Sir Shuemon, this was a test of willpower. Time silently passed. Alright, it's done, AI Huey's voice was hoarse. Sir Shuemon opened her eyes. Opposite her, AI Hui was drenched in sweat with his body on the verge of collapse. Are you okay? Sir Shuemon was worried. I will be fine after taking a break, AI Huey's voice displayed his weariness. Sir Shuemon suddenly stood up, picked up AI Hui, and carried him in her arms. The tottering AI Hui widened his eyes abruptly. With a terrified voice, he said, Hey, what are you doing? Let me down. Quickly let me down, Sir Shuemon turned a deaf ear to AI Hui and replied, You can't even move your fingers right now. Even though AI Hui was a shameless individual, his face still burned with embarrassment when a girl carried him in her arms. Out of humiliation, he raged, Hey, you are an ungrateful girl. Quickly let me down. I can walk on my own. Don't worry, no one is looking, Sir Shuemon replied casually. At that moment, the door flap of the tent suddenly flipped open. Dazzling sunlight shone into the tent. Sure Shuemon froze. Ai Hui froze. Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun, who were here to invite Ai Hui and Sure Shuemon over for a meeting, stood at the entrance with flabbergasted looks on their faces. They widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Time and space seemed to have frozen at this moment. Sang Jijun stammered, "What? What are the both of you doing?" Jiang Wei pulled Sang Jijun away and left the tent. Without turning around, he said, "Continue what you were doing." "We never saw anything." Sure Shuemon felt her face burning. She wished she could find a hole and hide in it. What had just happened? Ai Hui's eyes as wide as the eyes of a cow. At this moment, he felt as if 10,000 cows had just trampled over him. He felt like dying. Thump. Sure Shuemon threw Ai Hui onto the bed like a burlap bag. Ai Hui felt a wave of pain sweep through his body and blurted out, "Ouch." The blushing Sure Shuemon escaped in a panic. Hey, how can you treat your benefactor like this? Hey. Come back. Let's talk about it first. How much money do I owe you this time?" Ai Hui's yelling almost made Sure Shuemon go back to give him a good beating. With a bright red face, she gritted her teeth and ran off. This affection was brief. Of course, whether or not they were affectionate would have to depend on the person who was looking at them. Everyone saw things according to their own perspective. In everyone else's eyes, they were considered affectionate when they were not fighting. Only Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun knew that there was more to it when they saw them. The current situation was dire. Everyone had responsibilities and numerous daily tasks. The next morning, Ai Hui was awakened by Lu Lan's energetic shout. "Everyone, mealtime." Ai Hui felt the entire fish bone shaking. Cheers could be heard coming from every nook and cranny of the fish bone. Lu Lan's cheerful voice made everyone realize how beautiful this world was. After checking his body, Ai Hui was surprised to find his body wasn't damaged much. As for Iron Lady's injury, she would be fully healed after a few more sessions. When Ai Hui thought of this, he felt slightly pleased with himself. Such a troublesome injury was easily taken care of in his hands. Nowadays, he was already used to his weak and delicate body. Indeed, he had to face the reality sooner or later. Crying and whining wouldn't solve the problem. As he walked out from his tent, the warm and cozy sunlight shone on his body. Filled with contentment, Ai Hui stretched out. When he saw some people crying piteously for food, he was stunned. Almost all the core members of the Spear of Cloud division were here, and they were looking blankly at Lu Lan. When Lu Lan saw Ai Hui, his eyes lit up. Immediately, he took a bowl of elemental soup and dashed over to Ai Hui. "Ai Hui, it's mealtime." Under everyone's jealous gaze, Ai Hui grinned and felt extremely pleased with himself. "Thank you, Lu Lan." Ai Hui bluntly took the bowl of elemental soup, downed it in one gulp, and wiped his mouth. He still wanted more, but he currently couldn't drink that much elemental soup. After his 5 residences and 8 palaces were destroyed, the elemental energy system within his body was completely warped. Without the 5 residences and 8 palaces, he couldn't absorb the huge amount of elemental energy in the elemental soup. Why is everyone here?" Ai Hui asked. Everyone rolled their eyes at him and continued wolfing down the elemental soup. "Lu Lan belongs to everyone," someone yelled. Immediately, a commotion broke out. Everyone drooled when they thought of Lu Lan's elemental soup. None of them could restrain themselves and began to refill their bowls. Currently, the fish bone had an abundance of ingredients. They were no longer poverty-stricken like in the past. The elemental soup was now free-flowing. As long as one could digest and absorb the elemental energy in the elemental soup, he or she could drink as much as he or she wanted. Being unable to absorb the elemental energy in the elemental soup wasn't as simple as a digestion problem caused by overeating. The accumulated elemental energy would negatively impact one's body. Ai Hui chuckled and did not raise any objections. He looked around and asked, "Where's Iron Lady?" "Shuemon said she is busy today and will not be coming," Lu Lan replied. Ai Hui rubbed his chin and thought of the scene yesterday. He felt slightly regretful and sighed. Why had he not flirted with her more when he had the chance to do so yesterday? He really shouldn't have cared so much about losing face. He had to be thick-skinned like Fatty. "Ahui! Ahui!" Fatty ran toward him excitedly. Ai Hui shuddered. Had he accidentally spoken out his thoughts? He coughed softly and tried to maintain his composure. Then, he examined Fatty with a melodramatic look on his face and said, "Not bad, Fatty. You have become a master. I underestimated you in the past." All along, Fatty wanted to show off to Ai Hui. When he heard AI Huey's words, he felt extremely pleased with himself, but did not display it. Instead, he replied with a solemn tone, "I can't always embarrass you. Come, let me show you my beehive heavy cannon. Don't be surprised when you see it." AI Hui was also filled with curiosity regarding Fatty's beehive heavy cannon. Even though the Hellfire Pagoda cannon was created by AI Hui, it was popularized and brought to greater prominence in Fatty's hands. Even AI Hui was shocked by Fatty's transformation. AI Hui was looking forward to the pagoda cannon created by the first ever pagoda cannon master. When AI Hui saw the beehive heavy cannon, his eyes lit up. "Interesting, Fatty." "Of course." Fatty smirked. As AI Hui walked around the beehive heavy cannon and examined it, his eyes became increasingly bright. From many aspects of the beehive heavy cannon, he could tell that Fatty's understanding of pagoda cannons had exceeded the original scope of the Hellfire Pagoda cannons. Li Hotang stood at one side and looked at AI Hui with disdain. He was an old-school individual and wasn't used to seeing AI Hui's weird appearance. Li Hotang was someone who valued reputation a lot. The nickname Lightning Razor AI made him dislike AI Hui even more. Li Hotang felt that AI Hui had created the Hellfire Pagoda cannons through luck. After completely circling around the beehive heavy cannon, AI Hui spoke with a pompous tone, "There are no major problems. It looks rather good. The work of a master is indeed extraordinary." Getting praised by AI Hui made Fatty beam involuntarily. He replied joyfully, "How can I not improve after spending so much time with you? Feel free to tell me any areas that need to be improved. I am a humble man." Ha ha ha. The last tinge of apprehension in Fatty's heart disappeared. If AI Hui had not taken a look at it, Fatty would still be uncertain. Since AI Hui said there were no major problems, then there definitely were no major problems. Fatty trusted AI Hui with all his heart. Even if he had become a master, he still trusted AI Hui like before. Speaking of becoming a pagoda cannon master, Fatty still did not understand what happened back then. Li Hotang was annoyed as he snorted, "There aren't any major problems? So you are saying there are some minor problems then? Sir AI Hui, please give us 1 or 2 pointers." AI Hui shot a glance at Li Hotang. He did not remember provoking this old fellow before, but why had he been given such an annoyed look? He waved his hand at Blind He, who was standing to one side, and said, "Old He, come and take a look. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 585, The Dread Divisions Plan. Chapter 585, The Dread Divisions Plan. Translator, Irene Editor, X, TYZ. Li Hotang gazed doubtfully at Blind He. From what he could see, the young man before him was very feeble and even blind. How could a blind person become a weaponsmith? Li Hotang had been a weaponsmith for many years and had never heard of a blind man becoming one. Blind He kept quiet. He extended his palm, and the eye in the center opened up suddenly, emitting a beam of light. Like a solid light ray, it swept across the beehive heavy cannons one by one. The light ray disappeared, and the eye on his palm closed. Li Hotang opened his eyes wide in shock. He had never seen such a strange inheritance. Blind He's current standard was far beyond that of when AI Hui first found him. Just by looking at the items he forged, one could feel the power contained within. From the initial cluster white flames to the Hellfire Pagoda cannon, from the Sword Pagoda to the Pinwheel Sword, from Pear Blossom dazzling silver to the Unity Sword and the Fishbone, his scope of knowledge had only been increasing while his abilities skyrocketed. Blind He flicked his finger gently, causing a peanut-sized speck of light to fly out. The speck of light flew to the front of the beehive heavy cannon's tube, transforming into an eye-catching light hoop. Blind He said faintly, "Cut from here." While Li Hotang felt that the eye in Blind He's palm was really strange, Blind He's words angered him. He had never heard of such a careless and baseless modification suggestion. His anger turned to laughter. "And why's that?" Blind He acted as if he had not heard him. He was an arrogant person to begin with who only smiled when facing Lu Lan. He did obey AI Hui's instructions, albeit with a cold face. As for Li Hotang's question, who was this fellow? Fatty had utter confidence in Blind He's abilities. He hurriedly asked, "How do we cut it, Old He?" Blind He snorted and flicked his finger. With a clang like the sound of a chime, the front portion of the cannon barrel fell onto the ground. The incision was smooth and seamless. Li Hotang's eyes opened wide once again. The beehive heavy cannon's barrel wasn't easy to make. It had to be of extremely high quality in order to endure the high-temperature snow lava. It was a cannon barrel that he had created after racking his brain for a long time. Yet, it shattered like fragile glass in Blind He's hands. Fatty, unable to endure any longer, had already started to prop the beehive heavy cannon up. The internal beehive chamber was flushed red as it buzzed rapidly. Bzzzzz. Red light beams sprayed out continuously, agitating Fatty. The beehive heavy cannons he had controlled in the past were always somewhat sluggish, but he just couldn't identify the cause. Now, the sluggishness had completely disappeared, and the hefty beehive heavy cannon actually felt light and nimble in his hands. Fatty couldn't help but shout, "This is great! So amazing!" Sure, Shuemon had handed complete responsibility of the pagoda cannons to him, causing him to feel enormous pressure. He had never been under such great stress and feared underperforming the most. When he faced problems with the forging of the beehive heavy cannons, he burned with anxiety, like gunpowder on the verge of exploding. On the other hand, any improvements to the beehive heavy cannon filled him with wild joy. Li Hotang was dumbstruck. Of course he could recognize quality goods. He had been involved in the creation of the beehive heavy cannon, hence its success and his familiarity with it. But, he stuttered, "This, how?" Blind, he snorted. "Why must I tell you?" At that he walked away, ignoring Li Hotang, who was as still as a statue at this point. Aihui waved his hands, expressing his innocence, before leaving as well. In a valley. The Dread and Judgment divisions were resting, their members' faces filled with exhaustion from executing a long-distance surprise attack, raiding the enemy's central camp, and escaping afterward. The enemies chased closely behind like zealots. Only after 2 days of continuous retreat had they managed to throw off the pursuers and finally get a chance to take a breather. Even if they had willpower made out of steel, they were completely spent. Wan Shunwei promptly decided to stop escaping and let everybody rest instead. They only had a short period of time before the enemies would catch up. The officers of both combat divisions gathered for a meeting. "I feel that Nangong Wulian was very dangerous. Although he looked weak, he was the palace master of the Beast Venom Temple after all. I didn't know what he had with him, so I just killed him. I was worried that he might revive or live in another organism as a parasite, so I burned him to ashes with snow lava." Song Yan and Tai Dao gave a detailed debriefing of the scene at that time, and it went smoothly. There weren't too many suspicious points. Wan Shunwei nodded. "It's good that you killed him. We only need Yi Bai for the following operation. The Beast Venom Temple is very unpredictable. It's better to be more cautious." The others nodded their heads in agreement. In their eyes, Nangong Wulian was completely different from Yi Bai. Yi Bai used to be their comrade, but had chosen to betray the Avalon of 5 elements, thus angering everyone. Yet, his gift and talent impressed them greatly. A person like that had chosen to betray the Avalon of 5 elements. Everybody looked at Yi Bai with complicated gazes. There was anger, hatred, reverence, and doubt. On the other hand, Nangong Wulian was merely a dangerous enemy to them. Value-wise, the success of their following operation depended on Yi Bai. Nangong Wulian had his value of course, but he wasn't crucial. Everybody surrounded Yi Bai, who was still in a deep sleep, looking at him curiously. Shiman Saijue asked, "Will he wake up suddenly?" Wan Shunwei shook his head. "No idea." Song Yan added, "Should we just get rid of him? He Nanshan and the rest don't know if he's dead or alive anyway." "They might know. Blood elementalists have many strange things." Wan Shunwei added, "Plus, we can't kill him now." "Can't kill?" Everyone was stunned. Song Yan's dagger appeared out of nowhere as he drove it toward Yi Bai's thigh. Just as the dagger was about to enter his thigh, a red glow appeared with a crisp ding sound. Song Yan's dagger couldn't actually penetrate his skin. Everybody's faces changed. Tai Dao muttered, "What exactly is the heart of God?" No one was able to answer him. A powerful force was hibernating within Yi Bai's body. The moment he was in danger, this force would explode, effectively protecting him. This force was the heart of God. Wan Shunwei and his comrades had fought quite a bit with the blood elementalists. Recently, there were more battles, but the power of the heart of God seemed to be very different from the blood spiritual force of ordinary blood elementalists. They could even feel an ancient, boundless aura radiating from the heart of God. The pulse of the heart of God contained an indescribable power that could travel very far. This made them an attractive target, and they had nowhere to hide, which explained why He Nanshan was pursuing behind them so closely and unwilling to let go. The Dread and Judgment divisions had to travel at their maximum speed in order to increase the distance from the blood elementalists and gain time to catch their breath. Wan Xinwei said in a low voice, "To be honest, I had not expected us to succeed. This plan seemed very pessimistic from day one. Now that Yi Bai is here, we have already half succeeded. However, everyone should be prepared because our days are only going to become more arduous and dangerous, but..." The others kept quiet and had solemn looks on their faces. Attacking the camp was quick and very successful, but they paid a heavy price. More than 100 soldiers had perished. It was a first in the whole history of the Dread and Judgment divisions. And this was just the beginning. Everyone knew that Wan Shunwei wasn't just frightening them. Wan Shunwei took a deep breath. Now that Yi Bai is in our hands, what's going to happen next? He Nanshan's combat division will definitely continue chasing us. Also, the 3 god divisions attacking the Spear of Heavy Cloud will receive the news and obstruct our path from another direction. No matter what, they need to rescue Yi Bai, but we don't know how many combat divisions are on their way. Of course, the more the better. That's our goal. We must lead them in circles. Initially, we were afraid that they would not be able to catch up, but there's no need to worry now. With the heart of God's pulse, there's no way they can't find us. This is also why I said that things will only become tougher from now on. We will have shorter periods of rest as the number of enemy combat divisions increases. We will feel increasingly tired and worn out, but for each additional day that we persevere, the higher the chances of success for the defensive line. This is also why we can't kill him. He looked at his audience before continuing. I know that everyone here hates him. I do too. I would like to ask him why he chose to betray the Avalon of 5 elements if he wakes up, but we need him to stay alive at the moment. We can only disorientate the Blood Elementalist combat divisions, lure them over to us, and effectively lessen the burden on the Spear of Heavy Cloud if he stays alive. A dead Yi Bai would only agitate them more, and we don't need that. Wan Shunwei said dully, comparing strengths, it is very difficult for us to win this battle. Even if we have him as a hostage, everything goes smoothly from now on, and our plan succeeds. I don't know if we can win this battle. No one knows. Everyone kept quiet, keeping their gazes on Wan Shunwei. While Wan Shunwei looked indifferent, his tone was mild like water. We will fall one by one. Yi Bai might also wake up and kill us. Maybe nothing will change even if all of us are sacrificed. Nevertheless, a ball of fire burned within his eyes. He looked around and asked, "Are you all afraid?" "Ha, are you kidding, boss?" "So very afraid. Afraid that they will lose sight of us. We've earned more than enough. Our attack was beautifully executed. Who could compare with us? Our names are going to go down in history and will be taught in textbooks. Oh gosh, as a future historical figure, should I change my name now? To make it sound more aggressive in future exams, students will be asked how they would execute a raid, how they would choose their attacking direction, and how to assist their comrades if they were an elementalist from the Dread Division. They will be asked to describe their battle tactics and attacking strategy. Oh my, luckily we're done with exams. I must help you live on so you can become a teacher in the future and create exam questions that would wreck the students. Get lost. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 586, Do It Thoroughly. Chapter 586, Do It Thoroughly. Translator, Cynthia Editor, X, TYZ. Is this the Pagoda Canon Alliance? Is AI Hui here? A chilly voice woke Kuning up. Drowsy and sleepy, he looked up to see a tall and strong figure in front of him. Standing beside this figure was a tall and thin lady whose eyes also seemed cold. She wore her hair in a high bun with throwing knives inserted into it. Feeling the pressure from the 2 people in front of him, Kuning swallowed nervously and stood up. I'm Kuning, the manager of the Pagoda Canon Alliance. May I know who you are? He actually felt uncomfortable, as he always associated the word manager with something bad. But what could he do? When AI Hui suddenly left everything related to the Pagoda Canon Alliance to him with an appreciative look, but without any explanation, Kuning was dumbfounded and couldn't believe his ears. When he came to his senses, AI Hui had already disappeared. Who was the one who had promised righteously to found the Pagoda Canon Alliance? Kuning felt a bit regretful. He had not expected for AI Hui to be so irresponsible. It was ironic that he had had some illusions toward the Pagoda Canon Alliance. The idea of leaving had occurred to him more than once, but he couldn't speak it out when facing the hundreds of people who followed him. Having struggled for 2 days, he made up his mind. The worst result was death anyway, which was no different from his choice at the very beginning. After he figured this out, he felt like a totally different man who was full of vigor. More surprisingly, although AI Hui didn't show up, the spectacular fishbone was absolutely convincing. The elementalists, who had been hesitating and struggling, now flocked to join them. The Pagoda Canon Alliance was expanding rapidly, making Kuning terribly busy. It was not easy for him to find some time to take a nap. Tong Gue. Eugene. The man and the lady answered coldly. Kuning was shocked and totally sobered up. The names of the two reputable division leaders from New Light City struck his ears like a clap of thunder. Although he knew that New Light City had expressed its full support for the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, it was beyond his expectation that they sent two of their strongest combat divisions here. In terms of status and position, Kuning was far inferior to them. This made him nervous, but excited at the same time. As long as Sir Tonggue and Lady Eugene were here, the strength of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance would be far greater than other ordinary combat divisions. He replied at once, "Please have a seat." "Are you looking for Sir Ai Hui?" "He is surveying the terrain at the moment." "I'll call him back now." Tonggue said in a rough voice, "We should pay him a visit." "Manager Ko, would you please lead the way?" Manager Ko sounded harsh, but Kuning was also surprised by the respect the division leaders showed toward Ai Hui. After all, in Kuning's mind, Ai Hui was already regarded as unreliable. He immediately said, "No problem. This way please." Ai Hui stood at the side of the great rift and watched the howling metal wind. It was like a transparent wind wall with a metallic luster, obscuring the scene on the other side. This reminded Ai Hui of the suspending golden pagoda outside of central Pine City. He was lost in thought. Everyone was busy preparing for the big battle ahead. Ai Hui was the only one who looked unoccupied. Having thrown all duties related to the Pagoda Cannon Alliance to Kuning, all he did every day was idly top and go along one side of the canyon, as if enjoying the scenery. No one knew what he was thinking. Surveying the terrain was only an excuse Kuning found for Ai Hui. Assessing the terrain was completely unnecessary. The metal wind had isolated the two sides, and the other windy pearl bridges had all been destroyed. Kuning led Tonggue and Eugene to Ai Hui. Tonggue saluted and said, "Long time no see, Sir Ai Hui." Eugene saluted too, but didn't say anything. Their feelings were complicated. Years ago, they looked at Ai Hui like their junior, but now they needed to address him respectfully as a sir. On the other hand, however complicated they felt, they were not envious or unconvinced. It was a common rule that strength was the most important. The achievements Ai Hui had accomplished over the years were enough to win their respect. As for Ai Hui, some appreciated him, some criticized him, but no one would ignore him. Ai Hui nodded. "It must have been a tough journey." "Is Mayor all right?" Tonggue replied reverently, "Yes, everything is fine with the mayor. He misses you very much, my sir. Before we left, he asked us to obey your commands. No matter what the task is, and whether it is dangerous or not, Tonggue and Eugene will do the best and never flinch." Ai Hui smiled. "Thank you for your support." Tonggue said, "You are welcome. This is what we should do." Ai Hui nodded. "I happen to have a task that may require your help, but..." Tonggue said, "At your request." Ai Hui said, "I want to establish the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, which will be our next goal. Currently, I'm fully occupied, so everything is being done by Manager Ku. I now want to ask a favor from you guys to help him build up the framework of the alliance." Tonggue and Eugene looked at each other in surprise. Before they arrived, they both thought that Ai Hui would keep a vigilant watch over them and even marginalize them. They never expected that Ai Hui would entrust them with such an important task at the very beginning. It was natural that they had these doubts in mind since they had interacted with Ai Hui years ago and were fully aware of his cunning. Ai Hui could see their doubts, but he simply ignored this and asked, "Any problems?" Tonggue couldn't figure out if Ai Hui was genuine, but for the moment he had to reply, "We will spare no efforts, but what is our strategy for the Pagoda Cannon Alliance?" Ai Hui touched his jaw and said, "Our time is too limited, so I cannot ask too much. You can organize them and drill with the pagoda cannons. The Spear of Heavy Cloud has forged a new type of pagoda cannon called the Beehive Heavy Cannon, and he will find craftsmen too. Your task is to familiarize everyone with the new cannons. I won't ask for a high standard. It will be fine as long as they can use it proficiently and shoot the shells out." Hearing what he said, Kuning couldn't help but interject, "But we don't have a single Beehive Heavy Cannon yet." Ai Hui smiled, "We will soon." Kuning was suspicious of what Ai Hui said. He knew Ai Hui even better than Tonggue and Eugene, and he didn't trust Ai Hui at all. Ai Hui didn't explain further. Tonggue and Eugene looked at each other again. They were also full of doubts. Knowing how to use the pagoda cannon was just the basic requirement. If that was enough, then what fighting capacity would the Pagoda Cannon Alliance have? Yet, it seemed that Ai Hui had other implications. Besides, they knew that Ai Hui was definitely not a fool. Tonggue said solemnly, "We won't dishonor your commission." At the camp of the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Sang Jijun was reporting to Shi Shueman, these days, the goods and materials we are seizing is shrinking sharply. The day before yesterday, we had 5 combat divisions that passed through, but today there was only 1. Shi Shueman was writing rapidly at the desk. Hearing Sang Jijun's words, she looked up and asked, why? Sang Jijun smiled bitterly. Because we are too notorious now, even worse than bandits. In their words, we are the worst villains. Many combat divisions are not willing to withdraw through here. They would rather go the long way around and retreat along the rift than pass through our defensive line. We are really infamous now. Shi Shueman suddenly asked, you mean they are withdrawing along the rift to avoid us? Sang Jijun said, yes, our scouts found that many combat divisions are marching toward either end of the rift. Although it will be a long march, at least they won't lose their assets and possessions. She was worried about their bad reputation. It had to be extremely terrible, else they wouldn't be willing to spend several extra months on their way back. Shi Shueman couldn't help laughing. Sang Jijun marveled, gosh. Shueman, why are you still laughing? The education she had received since she was young required her to stick to the regulations of combat divisions and not commit the slightest offense against people. What she was doing now was totally different. Not only she, but many others in the sphere of Heavy Cloud had the same feeling. No one wanted to turn from a hero into a villain. They would not hesitate to execute Ai Hui's command, but they felt uncomfortable. Shi Shueman murmured to herself, this guy was so cunning to think up of this solution, but... Sang Jijun was confused. Shueman, what are you talking about? Shi Shueman came to her senses and said, you see, the problem has been solved. Sang Jijun was still in confusion. What problem? Shi Shueman explained patiently, we were worried that our enemy would attack our defenses with the defeated troops as their shield. Now, no such troops are coming toward us. Isn't this problem solved? Sang Jijun paused for a while and said, yes, it seems so. Then the problem has indeed been solved in this way. So this is the real purpose of that guy? Then we have misunderstood him. Shi Shueman said coldly, you didn't. He wanted to make a profit down the road. This guy's heart is black. Sang Jijun coughed lightly and said jokingly, yes, his heart is black, but someone just happens to like black-hearted guys. Shi Shueman's face immediately flushed. She pretended to be angry and said, how dare you be so rude? You definitely need a spanking. Sang Jijun was not afraid of her at all. She blinked mischievously, you two only hugged? Didn't do anything else? What a pity. Miss Division Head, you cannot lose the good reputation of the Spear of Heavy Cloud. If he is too shy, force him to. If he refuses to obey, beat him. Ah. Sang Jirua covered her head and crept away to avoid Shi Shueman's fist. Now, Shi Shueman was in the tent alone. Her face was red, looking shy and cute. After a while, the flush gradually faded away as Shi Shueman calmed down and became as cold as she usually was. Sang Jijun was right. She was the creditor. Why should she feel guilty? Even if they started a fight, she was not afraid of Ai Hui anyway. She went out of the camp and walked toward the camp of the Sword of Lightning Division. On her way, she happened to come across Ai Hui. Both of them became a little embarrassed to see each other. Soon, however, Shi Shueman returned to normal and said, let's go into the camp, Sang Jijun, who took Jiang Wei along to peep at the two, gasped with surprise and couldn't believe her eyes. They were so direct. Ai Hui paused for a while and asked, why? Shi Shueman said, last time we did not finished. Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun were totally dumbstruck. They couldn't help remembering the scene last time when Shi Shueman held Ai Hui in her arms and walked toward the bed. What they had not finished. Ai Hui realized that Shi Shueman was talking about healing her injury. He nodded. Then let's do it thoroughly. Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun looked at each other. Do it thoroughly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587, Going Steady. Chapter 587, Going Steady. Translator, Cynthia Editor, X, TYZ. Although Ai Hui had promised that there would be enough beehive heavy cannons, Kaning didn't believe him. Furthermore, he felt that Sir Tonggue and Lady Eugene seemed to be too respectful toward Ai Hui. He couldn't understand why a guy who was nicknamed Razor was respected. In Kuning's eyes, Ai Hui was greedy, contemptible, and did nothing useful. The last feature was what he couldn't bear the most. Why had he stayed to join the Pagoda Cannon Alliance? Because he wanted revenge. But Ai Hui's idleness and irresponsibility made him very disappointed. If it were not for Division Leader Sher who had asked him to handle the alliance, and if it were not for the group of people he had brought into the alliance, he would have left this alliance which was unworthy of the name. The participation of Sir Tong Gui and Lady Eugene cheered Kuning up. At least they had reputation, prestige, and were familiar with military life because they had been division leaders for years. They were far better than the amateur Ai Hui. However, he didn't know that Tong Gui and Eugene spoke highly of Kuning in private. Young as he was capable and experienced. He was not bad-tempered and could always think logically. Such a person was a talent at any position. Besides, he was particularly familiar with pagoda cannons and would become extremely talkative at the first mention of pagoda cannons. They marveled in their hearts that Ai Hui was as extraordinary as they had expected. Even his subordinate was so capable. Their study of pagoda cannons was far inferior compared to Kuning. Kuning indulged in studying pagoda cannons. Although he was stationed at the Pagoda Cannon Alliance camp, he could still walk in and out of the other camps. Due to his connection with Li Hotang, he could watch how Master Fatty practiced from a short distance, and sometimes even had the opportunity to communicate with him. He had his own understanding of pagoda cannons. When organizing the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, he had already begun to think of how to set it up and how to train the elementalists by himself. This was merely his interest. At that time, he had not thought that he would take on this responsibility. Therefore, when Tong Gui and Eugene finished reading his proposal, they gasped in admiration and planned to follow it. Kuning was dumbstruck. When he came back to his senses, he felt encouraged and perturbed at the same time. He was young, energetic, and eager to earn achievements, so it was unsurprising that he felt excited when his proposal was recognized. However, he didn't have the relevant experience and was unsure whether his ideas were right or wrong. Tong Gui and Eugene didn't think so much. On one hand, Kuning's proposal was thoughtful, detailed, and very practical, which demonstrated that his understanding of this subject was better than theirs. On the other hand, they had not forgotten Ai Hui's command either. What Ai Hui said was to help Kuning build up the framework of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Since they were here to help Kuning, Kuning should lead the project. Neither of them was shrewd or sophisticated. They were typical elementalists from combat divisions and highly obedient. Since they had already agreed, then they would follow Ai Hui's command and do their best to execute it. Their existence made up for Kuning's shortcomings, as the latter had ideas, but no experience, while the former were experienced combat division leaders. They could perfectly deal with any training issues. "Excuse me. Is Sir Ai Hui here?" An indifferent voice interrupted Kuning. He looked up and saw a nonchalant man standing in front of him. Behind him, there were about 200 to 300 men. Somehow, Kuning felt that this crowd of people was dangerous, maybe even more dangerous than Sir Tong Gui and Lady Eugene. He swallowed nervously and asked, "He is in the camp." "Who are you?" The middle-aged man said lightly, "We would like to pay Sir Ai Hui a visit. Can you lead the way?" This guy's behavior was very polite, but somehow Kuning was still very alert. He could feel the danger, but could not refuse, so he said subconsciously, "Okay, this way please." When he came back to his senses, the group of people had entered the camp under his guidance. He suddenly realized that he even didn't know what these people wanted to do. How could he bring them into the camp so rashly? On the other hand, there were many experts in the camp. When this thought occurred to him, he was more or less relieved. Then, he saw Sir Tong Gui and Lady Eugene, so he quickly walked toward them. In a dim tent, a man's gentle voice asked, "Get up now? Lu Lan's elemental soup is ready." A girl's lazy voice responded, "I want to sleep for a while." The gentle voice, "Then shall I bring the soup here?" The girl said drowsily, "I want to sleep." The man carefully covered her with a quilt. Then, he kissed her gently, put on his clothes, and walked out of the tent. The sun was warm outside, and everything seemed to be different from before. He walked into the camp of the Sword of Lightning with an unconscious smirk on his face. The passers-by saw his vigor and broad smile, and they began to make fun of him. "Hey old ginger, you finally did what you should have done, huh? As I said, this should have been done long before. We are men of the battlefield. There's no need to care so much. You see, old ginger is now a totally different man. Spring is coming. Congratulations. When will young ginger be born?" At times, Jiang Wei was so embarrassed that his face would flush while being teased, but more often he would only smirk. His maturity and composure were all gone. The amorous glances between Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun were within the sight of everybody else. They were all happy for this relationship. The ties between comrades in arms were always pure and genuine. In the war-torn years, all they saw was the aftermath of deaths, massacres, bloodshed, and the fragility of their tiny lives. Under such circumstances, the new couple was like a sprouting green plant in the middle of a desolate desert. Everyone sent their sincere blessings from the bottom of their heart. As if he was drunk, Jiang Wei hobbled to the camp of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Now, the news about the relationship between the Vice Division leaders was known to everyone here at the campsite. People came to congratulate Jiang Wei from time to time, making the campsite very tumultuous. Suddenly, someone shouted that they should have a celebration, which immediately gained the support of everyone else. Ai Hui and Shi Shueman were drinking elemental soup. They glanced at each other and agreed with a smile. The healing last night was much better than the previous time because Ai Hui had at least not collapsed due to fatigue. After a busy night, they went to have elemental soup together in the morning and learned this unexpected good news. The whole defensive line, especially the Spear of Heavy Cloud, were immersed in great joy. After the tough battle with the Ardent Flower Blood Division, they experienced victory, but also suffered heavy casualties. Under such depressing circumstances, they sincerely cherished the joy and happiness the new couple brought. Lulan cheered loudly. Lulan will make arrangements. Ai Hui looked Jiang Wei up and down and said, "Not bad, bro. No wonder they say that a wise head makes a closed mouth. It's really beyond my expectation that you two went steady so fast on the sly. I thought you were introverted, but it turns out that you are quick enough when doing this." Jiang Wei was a bit embarrassed. "I should thank you and Shueman, but..." It was the straightforward communication they overheard between Shi Shueman and Ai Hui that greatly impacted Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun. Seeing how direct their division leaders were, the two figured that there was no need for them to be shy any longer after seeing each other for such a long time. No one knew what hardships they would go through in the next battle or whether they would survive. It was better not to leave regret for tomorrow. Their division leaders were so wise. As a result, Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun, who had already dated each other for so long, no longer had any other concerns. Ai Hui said casually, "Of course you should thank me and Iron Lady. Otherwise, how would you meet each other? They all say that less talkative guys are the most cunning. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. You are not bad, really." Shi Shueman nodded too as a smile appeared on her cold face. "Jijun is a good girl, and you are also outstanding. Congratulations, Dot." No one said anything like, "May you two live together until you are old and gray," because they knew that in wartime, such blessings were as unrealistic as the flowers in a mirror in the moon's reflection in water. Suddenly, Ai Hui looked Jiang Wei up and down in surprise. Seeing Ai Hui's actions, Jiang Wei looked at himself and asked, "What?" Ai Hui said with surprise in his tone, "It seems that you will achieve a breakthrough soon." Jiang Wei paused. He closed his eyes to examine the status of his body. After a while, he opened his eyes, feeling pleasantly surprised. Last time during the conflict in Windmail City and under the great pressure from his enemies, he had felt that he was close to a breakthrough. However, after they returned, he was too busy to notice any changes in his body. It was beyond his expectations that the elemental energy in his body had now become perfectly fused and vigorous. He could feel that the elemental energy was about to gush out at any time. Ai Hui was very happy for him. Good things come in pairs. Shi Shueman smiled, stood up, and said, "I'll go to find Jijun." When Shi Shueman walked out of the campsite, Jiang Wei suddenly grabbed Ai Hui and asked in a low voice, "Senior, when will you celebrate?" Ai Hui was a bit confused. "We?" Seeing Ai Hui's puzzled look, Jiang Wei suddenly became flustered. If the division leaders knew that he and Sang Jijun had been eavesdropping, would they beat them? He immediately changed the topic. I mean Shueman looks very good today." Ai Hui understood what he meant and said, "You mean her injury? She has almost recovered. Don't you know who the healer is? Okay, I'm going out, and you can get to your work." Then he told him as a superior, as the saying goes, indulging in your lust is equivalent to hanging a knife above your head. What is a man? A man should be strict on himself. Come on and push yourself. You will soon become a master. Then he patted Jiang Wei's shoulder and left. Tong Gui and Eugene also came to congratulate him. Their feelings were complex when they faced Jiang Wei. They had regarded him as a rare talent in the early years, but he was determined to follow Ai Hui, and they had not expected for him to grow so fast. Sometimes, they wondered whether he would be what he was today had he followed them to New Light City back then. The conclusion they reached made them disappointed. Aggressive as they were at the very beginning, the new citizens were gradually worn down, attempting and accomplishing nothing in the end. Jiang Wei was expressing his gratitude when he noticed a group of people coming toward them behind Kening. The moment he recognized the leader who walked at the front, the smile on his face froze. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588, Former Members of the Surveillance Division. Chapter 588, Former Members of the Surveillance Division. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, X, TYZ. Vice Leader Jiang, how have you been? Xiao Shan looked at ease, as if nothing had happened between them. Tong Gui and Eugene didn't know who these newcomers were, but could feel the dangerous atmosphere they carried. They were a bit relieved after they learned that Jiang Wei knew these people. Jiang Wei had not been afraid of him even when in Windmill City, let alone in their own campsite. He said in a deep voice, after the farewell in the Windmill City, I never expected that we would meet again. What are you doing here? Xiao Shan looked at Jiang Wei carefully. Then, against everyone's expectation, he burst into laughter and said, within such a short period of time, Vice Leader Jiang has made great progress. Jiang Wei replied emotionlessly, thanks to you. At first, the others only thought that these people and Jiang Wei knew each other. Only now did they realize that something unpleasant must have happened between them. The atmosphere immediately became tense as everyone became vigilant, especially Kuning who led them here. Were they here to assassinate Ai Hui? Although Kuning despised Ai Hui, he had to admit that Ai Hui had an enormous influence over the Pagoda Cannon Alliance and the Spear of Heavy Cloud. If Ai Hui was injured or killed now, Kuning didn't dare to think further. Xiao Shan was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, no discord, no concord. I sincerely admire your conduct and strength. Even Jiang Wei began to feel weird. As the saying went, never hit a smiling face. It appeared that he had not come to look for trouble. To be honest, Jiang Wei was not really angry with him. At least last time Xiao Shan had left when he was at an absolute advantage. From this, Jiang Wei could tell that Xiao Shan should be a righteous gentleman. Jiang Wei directly asked, what are you doing here? You can cut to the chase. Xiao Shan said casually, we want to join you and fight together against the blood elementalists. The eyes of Tong Gui and Eugene lit up. The strength of this middle-aged man was unfathomable, while the agility and courage of his compatriots also indicated they were an elite force. At first, they thought the newcomers were here to find fault with them and were a bit worried. Now, they were overjoyed to hear that these elites wanted to fight against the blood elementalists. Kuning was also relieved. Jiang Wei was surprised as well. The identity of this man was a mystery, but he was more influential than ordinary masters. If these elite were to join, they would be a strong influence that could not be ignored. He looked Xiao Shan in the eyes and asked in a deep voice, Skyheart City has agreed to this, Xiao Shan's smile disappeared at once upon hearing Skyheart City and said with disdain, we have nothing to do with the yes. Tong Gui and Eugene had not expected to hear Skyheart City, and were even more surprised to hear Xiao Shan's words. Their minds were working fast, trying to figure out who this guy was who dared to call Lady Yi the yes. A smile appeared on Jiang Wei's face. He stretched out his hand and said, welcome. How about joining our Spear of Heavy Cloud? I can resign and leave the position of Vice Division Leader to you. Jiang Wei believed that Xiao Shan was a proud man since Xiao Shan had taken the initiative to lead even when holding an advantageous position. Such a proud man would not lie. Tong Gui and Eugene's eyes opened wide. How had things changed so quickly? A minute ago they were like enemies, but now Jiang Wei was drawing them over to his side and was even willing to give up his position as a Vice Division Leader. Tong Gui and Eugene were anxious. Since Ai Hui was not here, they could not stop Jiang Wei from doing this. Kuning didn't feel surprised. That guy was not a fool, so of course they would join the Spear of Heavy Cloud. After all, the Spear of Heavy Cloud was an elite squad and far superior to the Pagoda Cannon Alliance that consisted of stragglers and disbanded soldiers. Even in his dreams, Kuning wanted to return to the Spear of Heavy Cloud and was very regretful for his decision to join this crap. In the Spear of Heavy Cloud his Pagoda Cannon expertise was also useful. Plus, Master Fatty was also in their combat division. Why had he made such a stupid decision back then? Although the combat divisions brought by Tong Gui and Eugene greatly increased the level of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, it was still far inferior to the Spear of Heavy Cloud. The Spear of Heavy Cloud was a legendary combat division and the only elementalist combat division that had defeated a blood elementalist division. Xiao Shan shook his head and said, no, we want to join the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Everyone was shocked, especially Kuning. He couldn't believe his ears. Jiang Wei was surprised too, explaining, I invited you to the Spear of Heavy Cloud because our defensive position is closer to the enemies and therefore under greater pressure. Thus, we need an expert to assume overall command. Xiao Shan still shook his head and said lightly, we will join the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Kuning wanted to pry open their skulls and see if their brains were made of tofu. Abandoning the Vanguard Elite Squad to join the Rearguard Combat Divisions to fight against Blood Elementalists? Were they here to play around? Oh, in addition, the head of the Rearguard Combat Divisions was completely unreliable. Jiang Wei was curious, can you tell me why? He had interacted with this man before. If such a proud man decided to fight against Blood Elementalists, he was definitely not afraid of difficulty or death, so had to have a reason for making this decision. Xiaoshan didn't want to hide anything, because we are more optimistic about AI Hui and think that he is the key to victory. What? Kuning wondered if his ears were still functioning. More optimistic of that unreliable guy? Currently, he would rather be an onlooker. There was nothing joyous because these newcomers who wanted to join them were only fools. Tong Gui and Eugene's expression indicated their confusion since this reason was just nonsense. Jiang Wei, however, didn't think so. He asked with surprise and solemnity, what do you mean? Xiaoshan seemed to know what Jiang Wei was thinking and said with a smile, we know the Central Pine Valley well. A shudder swept over Jiang Wei. His face turned gloomy as what he had just been thinking was that these guys seemed to know them very well, and now his thoughts were laid bare. Actually, although AI Hui didn't do much in either the Spear of Heavy Cloud or the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, the key members of the Central Pine faction firmly believed that AI Hui was the key to success. Such confidence was blind, but it was due to their experience accumulated over a long period of time. However, this was the first time that their blind confidence was exposed by someone else. Xiao Shan's smile disappeared as he made a formal salute. Please let Sir AI Hui know that Xiao Shan, former member of the Surveillance Division, together with 352 men, applies to join the Pagoda Cannon Alliance to fight against Blood Elementalists. We wait for assignment at any time. The Surveillance Division. Jiang Wei's eyes widened as he finally learned where Xiao Shan was from and why he was such a strong opponent. Also, he discovered why Xiao Shan was so familiar with the Central Pine faction. Tong Gui and Eugene were also struck dumb with amazement. They knew much more about the Surveillance Division, such as the level of the Xiao generation in the division. They also knew that 352 people was about 1/3 of the whole combat division. Were they really that determined to leave? Kuning's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He was totally dumbstruck. The personal charisma of AI Hui was beyond his imagination. Xiao Shan remained self-possessed. He was not a fool. Before he left, he told Shaolin that he knew he didn't know how to fight in a war, so he wanted to find someone who did. In others' eyes, the best strategist in the Central Pine faction had to be Shi Shuaman, but with the Surveillance Division's powerful information network, they concluded, after careful analysis of the extensive information they had collected, that all the victories were directly connected to AI Hui. Shi Shuaman's Spear of Heavy Cloud might be able to confront a Blood Division or a God Division face to face, but there was no chance of winning when facing the main forces of the Blood Elementalists who were numerically superior. Even if he joined them with his 352 comrades, it wouldn't help much. The only possibility of winning depended on AI Hui and the Pagoda Cannon Alliance he was setting up. Although faint, this was the only hope. Jiang Wei was the first to come back to his senses. No wonder they were familiar with AI Hui. Whether or not they were willing to join the Spear of Heavy Cloud, having former members of the Surveillance Division on their side was a great boost for them in the fight against Blood Elementalists. He smiled and said, Sir AI Hui will be glad to know you are here. Please wait for a moment. I'll inform him of this good news now. Xiao Shan nodded. Thank you. All of a sudden, he looked up and into the distance before calmly saying, we have a guest. Just as he finished his words, a point of light appeared in the remote sky with a rumbling sound. Then, they saw a fireball flying at their campsite like a shooting star with trailing black fumes. The fireball moved extremely fast. As a former member of the Surveillance Division, Xiao Shan was sensitive to any secret intelligence. Seeing the fireball, he shouted, disperse. Boom! The fireball crashed into the open field in front of the campsite, making the earth tremble and lava splash. When the fire died out, an old man who looked like a drunk appeared in front of everyone. He murmured to himself, so tired, so tired. This time I'll ask that boy to give me enough lava to drink. Seeing the face of the old man, Tong Gui and Eugene were greatly shocked and blurted out at the same time, Venerable Volcano. Venerable Volcano shook his head and turned back. After recognizing them, he laughed out loud. Little Tong Gui and little Eugene. Why are you here? Is old Yuchi all right? Tong Gui and Eugene hurriedly saluted him. Tong Gui said reverently, I am honored to meet you, Venerable Volcano. Elder Yuchi is still secluding himself from the world to train. Venerable Volcano snorted in contempt and said, still in closed-door training? Doesn't he know how old he is? He just doesn't know how to deal with the inner devils. What a waste of his fighting capacity. He puts too much in his heart, not like me. Tong Gue smiled and didn't say anything. The status of Venerable Volcano was high enough to comment on Elder Yuchi. Venerable Volcano looked around. His pupils contracted when he saw Xiao Shan. Who are you? Xiao Shan saluted and said in a polite and decent tone, I'm a former member of the surveillance division. It's my honor to meet you. A subordinate of Nian? Venerable Volcano paused for a while. When he came back to his senses, he said with admiration, not bad. You are more courageous than him. Doesn't he feel vexed to have a group of masters crouching in Skyheart City? Hearing his words, even Xiao Shan and the others who had left felt embarrassed. Venerable Volcano looked around and asked, where is Ai Hui? Ask him to meet me. I'll depend on him from now on. Didn't he set up some Pagoda Cannon alliance? I'm in, as long as there's enough snow lava. Tong Gue and Eugene were shocked. Kuning had not recovered from the previous shock. He used to regard the Pagoda Cannon alliance as an alliance of cannon fodder. However, all of a sudden, masters showed up out of nowhere and were actively seeking to join it. Why couldn't he understand the world anymore? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589, Metal Wind Curtain. Chapter 589, Metal Wind Curtain. Translator, Cynthia Editor, X, TYZ. The news that former members of the Surveillance Division and Venerable Volcano had joined the Pagoda Cannon Alliance encouraged the elementalists who had been watching and waiting. They were not afraid to go to war, but they didn't trust Ai Hui's Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Now, however, the enlistment of masters facilitated the expansion of its reputation and strength. Ai Hui still had not supervised the Pagoda Cannon Alliance at all, and left everything to Tong Gue, Eugene, and Kuning. Xiao Shan followed Ai Hui as he walked back and forth along the Great Rift every day. At last, he couldn't help but ask, are you thinking of how to deal with the metal wind curtain? As far as I know, no one can break through it. Even if a master enters the wind curtain, he or she will only be shredded into pieces. Once upon a time, a master tried to walk through it, and the result was that not even a single part of his body remained. Ai Hui smiled, human beings cannot break it for sure, but... Xiao Shan paused. Ai Hui's words seemed to indicate something else. He asked, you mean things other than human beings can break it? Ai Hui smiled again, but didn't explain. Xiao Shan was so eager to understand that he felt as if there was a cat scratching his heart. So had Ai Hui thought up of a solution? Blind, he never thought that one day he would have to manage so many craftsmen. The lightning razor plundered over 2,000 craftsmen and over 20 weaponsmiths along the way. Blind, he was shocked to hear the number. Then, when he learned that the number of craftsmen conscripted by the Spear of Heavy Cloud was similar, he didn't know what to say. Even the Elders Guild in Skyheart City would yield to such a tremendous amount of craftsmen. If this number was announced, the rest of the world would be astounded. The scene of thousands of craftsmen forging weapons at the same time was spectacular. The flames rose up in an endless line and lit up the sky. All the craftsmen were trying their best to make beehive heavy cannons, although not all of them were truly willing to do so because Ai Hui had resorted to extreme methods which were not at all open and aboveboard. In terms of the remuneration, however, none of them were badly treated. Plus, everyone understood that if this defense was broken, Beyond Avalon would completely fall. By then, even if they and their families didn't die, they could only convert to blood elementalists. No one wanted to become a blood elementalist. That was a totally different world to them. The world of craftsmen was very simple and straightforward. They only trusted the one with the best skills. Since Blind He's level was high enough to convince the others, no one had any objection to him being their leader. The white cluster flames and snow lava had greatly widened their horizons, while even a glimpse of the mountain-like piles of materials would bring them happiness. What craftsmen worried about the most was a lack of materials, which would lead to the failure of many of the ideas they conceived. In reality, this used to be a very common problem. Therefore, almost all craftsmen had severe supply shortage phobia, especially the higher level ones. Now that they had free-to-use materials, the unprecedented satisfaction made them joyful. Blind He was totally dumbfounded when he received this task and didn't know where to start at all. If it had not been Ai Hui who assigned him this task, he would have already fallen out with whoever appointed him to such a position. Since it was Ai Hui's request, however, he didn't dare to do so. He wouldn't mind raging at Ai Hui, but as for falling out with him, Blind He didn't have the courage. He didn't want to experience any of Ai Hui's methods. Fortunately, they had Lu Lan. Lu Lan was almost omnipotent. The mountain-like piles of materials were sorted out and arranged by Lu Lan alone. It was amazing that Lu Lan finished this vast workload quietly. During the first cannon forging stage, Lulan also played an important role in coordination. Numerous mini Lulan went around busily in the manufacturing district. The heating duration has to be a little bit longer. Oops, there's an error in its length. Keep going. We will succeed soon. Soon, every craftsman became fond of Lulan, who was always happy. They all wondered how Lulan could be so kind-hearted and lovely while Lightning Razor AI was so wicked and merciless. Many beehive heavy cannons had been produced. They were lined up neatly, looking majestic and impressive. When Kaning caught sight of so many beehive heavy cannons, his eyes lit up as he almost pounced on them. Currently, all the important figures were gathered at the Great Rift because AI Hui said they were going to test the cannons. Beside the rift, a beehive heavy cannon had been set up with Fatty as the test gunner. Fatty shot AI Hui a glance, and AI Hui nodded. Try it. Fatty didn't reply. He controlled the cannon to fire into the fierce wind curtain. Streaks of red light exploded on the wind curtain, making a huge roar. Flames were gathered by the wild wind and splashed crazily. A deep hole appeared on the wind curtain after the explosion. It lasted for only 1 second before it was devoured by the metal wind. In front of the power of nature, even an elementalist's strong weapons were so tiny. AI Hui stared at the wind curtain attentively and said, "Continue." Fatty took a deep breath and fired continuously at the wind curtain. With deafening roars, balls of red light kept hitting the wind curtain, leaving huge holes in it. The scene of metal wind and flames combining was a feast for the eyes, but the holes in the wind curtain disappeared instantly like raindrops falling in the river. When the beehive heavy cannon stopped firing, the wind curtain had not changed one bit. Many people were witnessing the power of the beehive heavy cannon for the first time and were shocked. Yet, when faced with the metal wind curtain, it was still not enough. Silver Soldier asked curiously, AI Hui, do you want to attack the enemies across the wind curtain? Many people's eyes lit up. If they could do so, then this was definitely a good idea, especially for the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, which was advantageous in its number of people. Xiao Shan shook his head. It's not powerful enough to pierce the wind curtain. The depth of the hole left by the cannon was 6 to 10 meters, while the narrowest part of the rift was over 100 meters. Venerable Volcano sighed, since the fire restrains metal, I don't dare to intrude into the wind curtain either. It's a road that leads to death. Fatty said while thinking, or let me try to see if we can make heavy cannons that can pierce the wind curtain? AI Hui shook his head and said, no need. Even if we can do so, not much power will remain, so it cannot do much harm to our enemies. Besides, we can't waste time on this. Hurry up, and teach everyone how to control the beehive heavy cannon. Then he clapped, okay, enough of the flashy part for today. Get back to what you were doing. The curious crowd dispersed, wondering what AI Hui's plan was. However, AI Hui called Sher Shueman, Silver Soldier, and some others back, saying, for several days, not a single combat division has passed through. I believe our enemies are coming. Are you interested in joining me to go and watch? Silver Soldier laughed out loud. I've heard that the pinwheel sword is as fast as lightning. It's a rare chance to experience it in person, so I'll go. The others also agreed. Even Sher Shueman had never been on the pinwheel sword, and the other division leaders were also curious. Meanwhile, it would indeed be helpful if they could spy on their enemies in person. Gu Xian and others never stopped training. As the war drew near, the intensity of their training also increased. The supplies were abundant, so they didn't need to worry about consumption and just focused themselves on training. The pinwheel sword suddenly rose up into the sky to the exclamation of the riders. The experience of the unparalleled speed was totally different. Within a limited time, it had conquered everyone. Silver Soldier marveled, I guess the pinwheel sword is the fastest thing in the world. Is there anything that can compete with it? Xiao Shan answered affirmatively, definitely not. The gorgeous eyes of Karakoram Polaris lit up, and she asked, can we borrow it? This is a supreme weapon for swordsmen. AI Hui smiled bitterly, this pinwheel sword is not hard to make, nor is it expensive, but it's very hard to control. First of all, there must be a sword operator. So far, we've only trained one qualified sword operator, Zhiguang. Secondly, the swordsmen in the sword pagodas are totally different from ordinary swordsmen. You will understand this if we encounter any enemies. Karakoram Polaris nodded. She didn't feel angry at AI Hui's refusal. During these days, she got to know AI Hui better. The more they interacted, the more they trusted each other. The feeling of flying in the sky while as fast as a flash was fascinating. Not a single person could be seen in the wildland. Their expressions gradually became solemn. This abnormal phenomenon indicated that the enemy was not far away from them. The members of the Sword of Lightning were on guard for any possible dangers. The God Wolf Division was holding a meeting. The members were in a heated discussion. It's so weird. How can AI Hui be so shameless? Even the Elders Guild didn't say anything? What can they say? The Elders Guild has to yield as long as he agrees to go to the front line. They are willing to give him whatever he needs. Okay, great. Our plan has completely failed. The defeated combat divisions have not traveled through the Spear of Heavy Cloud's defensive line at all. Then their return will take them months, right? Those people are on their side. AI Hui is cruel enough to treat them like this. Now the elementalists are scared out of their wits when they hear AI Hui's name. Shit. Who on earth are their enemies? Currently, AI Hui is more like their enemy than us. Song Xiaoqian, who used to be bright and brave, now looked very gloomy. Those goddamn defeated elementalists would rather face the vast wilderness and unpredictable dire beasts than withdraw through the windy pearl bridges. Moreover, the reason was ridiculous: they were afraid to be plundered by their ally. This meant that her plan was a complete failure. She had never failed so completely before. Damn the Sword of Lightning. Damn AI Hui. Helian Tianxiao's face was as peaceful as the surface of water. He wasn't very angry because he knew it was common for tactics to fail in the actual combat. A war would never go as they expected. Or it wouldn't be called a war. He was still calm because their advantages had not been weakened at all. As long as they were on the superior side, they could win by overwhelming the opponent in a simple and crude way. Suddenly, someone came and reported, "Sir, there was a letter sent by the God Spirit Division." Helian Tianxiao was immediately overcome by an uneasy sense of foreboding. The noisy tent became silent at once. They looked at each other in surprise and bewilderment. In the next moment, their hearts sank when they saw the blood all over the messenger's body. The messenger delivered the letter to Helian Tianxiao so quickly that he did not even have time to salute. Helian Tianxiao's hand shivered slightly when he took the letter. Then, he tore it open, his face paled, and his dizzy mind spun as he read the contents. The tent was so quiet that they could even hear the sound of a pin drop. Seeing Helian Tianxiao's pale face, they all realized something horrible had happened. In the following instant, a furious and desperate roar from Helian Tianxiao could be heard from inside the tent. "He Nanshan! You piece of trash! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 590, First Confrontation. Chapter 590, First Confrontation. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, X, TYZ. Silence. Dead silence. The news was like thunder from a clear sky. Their faces were pale, while their brain buzzed. Yi Bai and Nangong Wulian had been kidnapped by the Judgment and Dread divisions. Everyone's hands and feet were cold as the news chilled them to the bone. They felt like they were falling into an abyss without any preparation, and their future suddenly became hopeless. No one said a word because they hadn't recovered from the shock. The messenger from the God Spirit Division knelt on the floor and felt ashamed. This time it had been the God Spirit Division that made a blunder. Even when Division Head Helian shouted abuse at their division, the messenger didn't dare to refute this. For half an hour, no one spoke in the command tent. They were all in a trance. Finally, Helian Tianxiao came to his senses. His face was still gloomy, but his eyes returned to normal. He said coarsely, "Have all the other combat divisions been informed?" The messenger from the God Spirit Division said, "Yes, messengers were sent to all combat divisions." Helian Tianxiao then asked, "To His Majesty too?" "We haven't had the time to." Hearing his words, Helian Tianxiao became furious. He suddenly stood up and said, "You are still thinking of hiding this fact from His Majesty even at this time? Do you think he is a fool?" The messenger shivered and didn't dare to speak. Helian Tianxiao sat back in his seat in disappointment. Suddenly, he felt at a loss. At the very beginning, they were on the advantageous side. How on earth had they fallen into a situation like this? Back then, they were mighty and overwhelming like a tiger. What could the wall of North Sea do to them? It could only vanish under their feet. Since when had the state of the war become so unpredictable? The North Sea Division. Ever since the explosion of the God-subduing peak, General Yi had been in a coma due to injuries. His Majesty sent Nangong Wulian to help them implant the heart of God. Even so, they were practically certain that they would win the war. Even after the Ardent Flower Blood Division was destroyed by the Spear of Heavy Cloud, they still believed it wouldn't have much influence on the overall situation. They laughed at the depraved and decadent Elders Guild, but never expected that the Judgment and Dread divisions, which they had also derided countless times, would kidnap General Yi and Nangong Wulian. The war situation suddenly changed. Cornered beasts would put up a desperate fight. Helian Tianshao suddenly had this thought. The Elders Guild was corrupt and decayed, but with thousands of years' worth of accumulation, its final counterattack was surprisingly impressive and aggressive. He suddenly became furious. They were a strong, powerful army that was braver than anyone else. How could they allow others to lead them by the nose? Inform the whole army. Attack the Windy Pearl Bridge at full speed. He stood up, looked around, and said in a low voice, "Leave the rescue to the others. As the vanguard, we should initiate the attack." Seeing the confusion from all the generals and soldiers, he said coldly, "It's time for you to put up the most desperate fight. Get ready to die on the battlefield. On the pinwheel sword." Standing shoulder to shoulder, Ai Hui and others felt the sword's lightning velocity and watched the ground fly by at such high speed. The pinwheel sword was like a sharp blade that could cut the wind and chop the clouds. Silver Soldier marveled, "I never knew that anything could fly so fast. Previously, I saw on a Mirage Beam pod clip and already felt shocked. Now, after a first-hand experience, I'm even more certain that this speed is incomparable in the world." Venerable Volcano added, "Even Azure Wings will lag behind in comparison." Xiao Shan looked indifferent, but he was shocked too. The Surveillance Division once analyzed the speed of the pinwheel sword and concluded that it was about 5 times faster than Azure Wings, but if they were to experience it themselves, they would know just how ridiculous this was. This terrifying speed was historical. Would the people in Skyheart City still be able to sleep soundly if they knew the real speed of the pinwheel sword? Speed was a constant pursuit for humans. Whether it was individuals or combat divisions, they never spared any efforts in such a pursuit. As the saying went, being fast was the only move that couldn't be dealt with. Although he hadn't known the real fighting strength of the pinwheel sword, he had a hunch that the appearance of the pinwheel sword would profoundly influence modern warfare. He didn't know what this influence would be, but his feeling was strong. With shining eyes, Shi Shueman suddenly turned her head. "In the future, we need pinwheel swords in the Spear of Heavy Cloud as well." Ai Hui coughed slightly and drawled, "The pinwheel sword is expensive." Suddenly, he caught sight of Iron Lady stretching her wrists and flinched. If he was beaten by her in front of so many people, it would be shameful. Therefore, in the next breath, he immediately said, "But if you want it, Iron Lady, it won't be a problem. After all, we are so poor that we have nothing but money now." Hearing his words, Kuning immediately added, "My lord, we need it in the Pagoda Cannon Alliance too." Kuning felt like he was in a dream. His biggest nightmare now was that he would suddenly wake up and find out that it was all a fantasy. The current amazing personnel of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance were beyond his wildest imagination. He had previously been worried that they would only be an army of cannon fodder. Kuning was clever. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become so infatuated with pagoda cannons. The experience on board the pinwheel sword not only astounded him, but it also caused him to think further. What if the pinwheel sword was equipped with pagoda cannons instead of sword pagodas? Ai Hui restrained his impulse to kick Kuning off of the pinwheel sword and said carelessly, "There aren't enough sword operators." Abruptly, he yelped in surprise and shouted to Shi Ziguang, who was at the tail of the sword, "Turn left." The others were intrigued by Ai Hui's behavior and all looked left, but they saw nothing. Even Xiao Shan, who was one of the strongest individuals on board, didn't feel anything either. The pinwheel sword drew a beautiful arc in the sky. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. About 200 miles away from the camp of the God Wolf Division, one of their scout teams was on patrol. They were sitting on the backs of their rust plumes, looking pleased, but alertness flickered across their narrowed eyes now and then. "I candidly admit my defeat. How can the Lightning Razor be even more scary than us? Look at those fleeing combat divisions. I feel like we are actually saving Skyheart City. Yes we are indeed. Someone suddenly grunted, "What good are elementalists? We God elementalists are definitely superior." The atmosphere immediately became awkward. Although they were all blood elementalists now, previously almost everyone was an elementalist. It had been long enough for everyone to accept their new identity, but the process was cruel, bloody, and full of miserable memories. The topic was always mentioned accidentally, revealing seemingly long-forgotten scars. The captain noticed the change in atmosphere and said, "There's no difference in levels between elementalists and God elementalists, but there is between the Elders Guild and His Majesty. It's not wrong to say that we are saving them. The Elders Guild is stupid and incompetent and Beyond Avalon is near its end, but our God nation is thriving. This world should be ruled by someone with the appropriate ability so that everyone can live a happy life. As for the Elders Guild, even the Lightning Razor's combat divisions have become their pillar. You can see how corrupt they are now. His words boosted the morale of the team. Willing or not, their identity as blood elementalists couldn't be changed, just as wounds could be forgotten, but scars would never disappear. They simply needed a reason to live and a reason to fight. The dazzling brilliance of the thriving God Nation covered up all the scars. Everyone in the God Nation believed firmly that the world belonged to them, just like the loyal soldiers and generals believed that the appearance of the blood of God was to create a new world. The growing pains were just an inevitable part of this creation. The captain was pleased with his encouragement. Suddenly, his rust plume quivered abruptly. He looked up and saw a flash of light far away from them and therefore shouted, "Careful!" The light rushed at them at an astonishing speed. The pupils of the captain contracted. "It's a sword ray!" "Dodge!" he shouted. His rust plume stretched its wings and rolled quickly in the air. The howling sound brushed past him at a shocking speed, causing all of his hair to stand on end from the icy stimulus. Next, he heard a scream behind him. One soldier couldn't dodge and was cut in half together with his mount. The captain's eyes immediately became red with anger. Without saying a word, he urged his rust plume to fly forward, and the other team members followed him closely. Everyone was furious. They had never encountered any resistance like this before. This was their squad's the first casualty. Soon, an oddly shaped object appeared in front of them. What was this? While the others were perplexed, the captain suddenly remembered that this thing had appeared in a mirage beam pod they captured before. He blurted out, "The Sword of Lightning." The others paused. They had just been talking about the Sword of Lightning division and then they encountered it. Regardless, they had to get revenge for their teammate. The flying object had a weird shape, but they were not afraid at all. Scout teams consisted only of elites from a combat division. All of them were outstanding and experienced. The previous easy victories had made them confident too. They had once attacked an elementalist combat division and defeated the whole division with just their one team. The captain said in a deep voice, "Attack separately." All the members dispersed at once and approached the Sword of Lightning from different directions. On the pinwheel sword, Gu Xian was severely scolded by Ai Hui. "With such a massive strike, you only hit one guy? How on earth did you practice recently?" With a spur-of-the-moment improvised idea, Ai Hui decided to let Gu Xian take command of the combat division because this was a perfect opportunity for actual combat training. Although the Sword of Lightning had improved and was much better than before, the members didn't have many chances to experience real combat. However, seeing that Gu Xian only hit one guy with the last strike, Ai Hui couldn't bear it. Cold sweat ran down from Gusu's forehead, and other members were nervous too. Ai Hui's prestige was now much higher, and they held him in awe and veneration. They were very afraid to hear him say the word practice because this would usually be accompanied with punishment. Gu Xian shouted loudly, "Everybody stay focused." When Gu Xian observed Ai Hui commanding, he felt that Ai Hui was doing it easily. On the other hand, when he was in charge, he realized how difficult it was. If he screwed up and lost face for Ai Hui in front of so many people, Gu Xian couldn't help shivering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591, The Sword Aura. Chapter 591, The Sword Aura. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. The pinwheel sword was a brand new weapon that no one had ever seen before. No one knew how it fought, what it specialized in, or how powerful it was. Karakoram Savant had been examining how the sword pagodas worked. Being a swordswoman herself, she was very curious about the pinwheel sword. Previously, Ai Hui told her that the pinwheel sword swordsmen were different from conventional swordsmen. This certainly piqued her interest. Similarly, Shi Shuaman was very curious about the pinwheel sword as well. When she last left the central Pine Valley, the pinwheel sword was just a bunch of metal frames put together in a hideous manner. Xiao Shan and Silver Solder had widened their eyes as they waited for Pinwheel Sword's performance. With everyone's gaze gathered on Gu Xian's back, the pressure on him gradually increased. At the back of the Pinwheel Sword, Shi Ziguang was also on high alert and 100% focused. Gu Xian maintained his composure. When he saw the enemy forces striking at them from all directions, he did not brandish his sword immediately. He merely yelled, "Push forward. Prepare for 7 stars." Shi Ziguang's eyes widened as his sword hand transformed into a flurry of afterimages, dazzling those who were looking at it. Not far away, Huada's eyes lit up. This was the only move that he couldn't execute as perfectly as Shi Ziguang. The difficulty of this move was not due to the speed of the hand movements, but rather, the speed of the change in hand movements. The speed at which the elemental energy was being channeled had to be precise and steady as well. The most difficult part was channeling the elemental energy steadily while changing the hand signs extremely quickly. Sometimes, one had no choice but to admit that innate skills were indeed scary. Sure, Ziguang's base level and understanding of elemental energy paled in comparison to Hua Da's, yet his performance as a sword operator was much more outstanding than Hua Da's. The God Wolf Division's scout captain saw the pinwheel sword tremble slightly. Suddenly, it blurred and turned into a light streak that flew at them. It was really fast. In the blink of an eye, the glowing pinwheel sword appeared right in front of the blood elementalists who were unable to dodge in time. Bang! 3 blood elementalists were sent flying through the air. Everyone on the pinwheel sword were veterans with rich combat experience. They could tell from the sound of the collision that every bone in those 3 blood elementalists' bodies had been shattered. They had no chance of surviving. The pinwheel sword was ferocious. Silver Soldier, who favored the fighting style of meeting force with force, began to fantasize about the pinwheel sword bashing through blood elementalists as it sent their flesh and blood flying into the air. It was a deadly weapon. It was much deadlier than the God-subduing Peak. The God-subduing Peak was larger in size and had many offensive capabilities, but in terms of force of impact, it paled in comparison to the pinwheel sword. Silver Soldier immediately fell in love with this kind of deadly weapon. He was pondering whether or not he should buy 1 or 2 of them from AI Hui. The pinwheel sword effortlessly cut through the encirclement of blood elementalists. At this moment, Gu Xian roared, "Raise your swords!" A buzz rang through the air. It sounded like countless tuning forks ringing together. The onlookers on the pinwheel sword felt their heads become heavier. Despite the fact they were able to recover shortly, their facial expressions still changed involuntarily, displaying shock and amazement. Buzz! An electric noise resounded through the air. A thick, irregularly shaped sword gleam shot out from the pinwheel sword's tail. This was. The onlookers opened their eyes wide out of the fear of missing out on any detail. With a thunderous boom, the sword gleam exploded into 7 dazzling spots of light that flew in different directions. Boom! The 7 light spots ruptured into 7 bursts of radiance, resembling 7 blossoming flowers. 7 different sized nets formed from sword gleams appeared and scattered in the sky. When the scout captain saw the brilliant burst of white light in the sky, he knew something was wrong. Before he could react in time, the surging burst of sword gleams had already reached him. In an instant, his muscular body was ripped into pieces by countless streaks of sword gleam. When the dazzling burst of white light dissipated, the sky was empty. Every blood elementalist had been annihilated. Gu Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally killed all the enemies without screwing up. Even though the 7 stars technique had a very wide attack range, there were still loopholes. If they were unlucky, 1 or 2 enemies might be able to dodge the attack and escape. Fortunately, Lady Luck was smiling upon them today. He wiped off the beads of sweat from his forehead and stole a glance at Boss. When he saw that Boss did not show any reactions, he heaved a sigh of relief again. At this moment, everyone on the pinwheel sword was silent. The engagement between the pinwheel sword and the blood elementalists had dealt a huge blow to them. They needed time to digest what they had just seen. AI Hui did not feel anything. What Gu Xian had just done was nothing out of the ordinary. However, he knew Gu Xian's progress couldn't be rushed and that Gu Xian would be more proficient after a few more battles. AI Hui almost forgot that he, himself, wasn't a battlefield veteran either. Everyone gradually regained their composure. After all, everybody was an extraordinary individual. Only Karakoram Polaris failed to regain her composure. This time around, she finally understood what AI Hui meant when he previously said that their concepts of swordsmen were different. She received the most shock out of everyone. Gu Xian and his counterparts completely defied her understanding of swordsmanship. Were Gu Xian and his counterparts still considered swordsmen? They did not pursue a swordplay style of variations, but rather, a style of synchronization with each other. She had never seen or heard of such swordsmen. If she had not witnessed the powerful might of the Sword of Lightning's sword gleam with her own eyes, she would think of them as being unorthodox. Since ancient times, there had been no such swordsmanship. Since ancient times, there had been no such swordsman. A mere scout unit dared to charge at us. This shows how unafraid of us they are, said Venerable Volcano while sighing. Currently, the blood elementalists are unstoppable. They feel that we can't withstand a single blow. There are several cases where an entire combat division was annihilated by a few blood elementalists, Silver Soldier added. Everyone felt complicated emotions. Initially, both sides' strengths were balanced. Within a short period of time, the elementalist strength suffered a devastating decline. Nowadays, few elementalists felt proud of themselves. The marvelous spear of Heavy Cloud Division only magnified the vulnerability of modern elementalists. All of them returned to their senses. After the shock they received from the pinwheel sword wore off, their hearts became heavy. The pinwheel sword was indeed powerful, but sword operators were very hard to train. This limited its usefulness in the war. Could one or two pinwheel swords make any fundamental changes to circumstances of the war? Aivui noticed everyone was feeling down, but he couldn't think of any way to cheer them up. This wasn't something that could be resolved with a few words. The difference in mentality between elementalists and blood elementalists was caused by the number of victories and defeats each side went through. The only way to raise morale was through victories. Other than victories, there were no other methods. Aivui also realized this war was tougher than he expected. If the generals and masters around him now were so pessimistic, he could imagine how low the morale of the rest of the troops would be. Aivui remembered which direction the enemy scouts came from. He passed down the instruction to continue moving forward. The fact that they encountered the enemy scouts implied that they were not too far away from the main enemy force. Indeed, they quickly encountered a second batch of scouts. Aivui did not do anything and continued to let Gu Xian command the pinwheel sword. This time around, Gu Xian's performance was much better. He did not let a single scout escape. However, their current location was too close to the enemy encampment, their battle had alarmed the other scouts, and a third squad of scouts arrived shortly, depriving them of any time to catch their breaths. This time around, Gu Xian failed to kill every single scout. Of course, other than the fact that Gu Xian needed to improve his skills, the enemy scouts also took the initiative to retreat this time around. When they saw that the pinwheel sword had reached this area, they knew that the other two scouting forces were most likely dead. As such, they did not choose to fight to the death and escaped in different directions instead. At this point in time, the most important thing for them to do was to alert the main force. Wisps of blood-colored signals blossomed in the air. From these signals, one could tell how professional the blood elementalists were. Compared to elementalist combat divisions, the blood elementalist combat divisions had more combat experience and were better trained. Everyone had solemn looks on their faces. This was the first time Shaoshan, Venerable Volcano, Tongui, Eugene, and the rest made contact with the blood elementalist combat divisions at the front line. The proficiency of the blood elementalists far exceeded their expectations. The main forces of the enemy are coming, Silver Soldier reminded Aivui. They have already arrived, Aivui replied calmly. Just as he finished his sentence, the distant horizon undulated like rippling water. A faintly discernible boom resounded through the air. Even though they were separated by a vast distance, they could feel an invincible aura coming their way. Aivui turned around and walked toward the sword pagoda. His pace was neither fast nor slow, resembling an ancient mummy who was taking a stroll. At the beginning, everyone had found his weird mummy costume to be irksome. By now, they were already used to seeing him like this. What was Aivui trying to do? Everyone felt uncertain. As Aivui walked up the flight of stairs, his body exuded an indescribable aura. The members of the Sword of Lightning became instantly excited. Boss was going to operate the pinwheel sword personally. Ever since the day of the one-sided slaughter from the Blackfish Mouth Volcano Peak, they all viewed him as a god, but the subsequent training sessions were led by Gu Xian. Boss seldomly led the training anymore. Aihui's aura intensified with each passing day. In everyone's eyes, his aura had become increasingly unfathomable. Gu Xian was also very excited. Not only was he the vice division leader of the Sword of Lightning, he was also an expert whose strength was second only to Aihui in the combat division. However, he clearly knew how wide the strength disparity between him and Boss was. Every time Boss displayed his skills, it was an excellent chance for him to observe and learn. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Aihui. Many of the gazes contained a tinge of uncertainty. This was the first time they had seen such a weird situation. Aihui's body did not emit any elemental energy undulations at all. Nonetheless, for some unknown reason, his body appeared to be unusually pristine and transparent, like a crystal. An indescribable invisible aura surrounded his body. Karakoram Polaris's beautiful eyes lit up. She could not believe what she was seeing. Other people might find that invisible aura unfamiliar, but for Karakoram Polaris, she found it unusually familiar. It was sword aura. An extremely pure sword aura. Attaining this realm of swordsmanship was something that she had dreamed about. Such phenomenon could only be found in the swordplay manuals from the cultivation era. Oh God, how did he do it? From a young age, Karakoram Polaris had always been fascinated by swordsmanship. Creating a swordsmanship encyclopedia was one of her biggest wishes. She had always thought that she was the strongest swordsman of the present era. Today, she finally realized there was someone ahead of her. No elemental energy was involved, only a sword was used. Ai Hui did not realize that everyone felt shocked at this moment. When he took up his position at the sword pagoda and held the hilt of his sword, he devoted all his concentration to his sword, appearing as if he had become an entirely different person. His sensory perception extended to the heavens. The howling metal winds, clouds, and sunshine rapidly brushed past the pinwheel sword's light screen shield. The distant imposing mountain range and the blue dome of heaven above his head seemed to be staring at him. A heroic spirit was born in the vast earth. Shi-ying. He unsheathed his sword. Buzz. Every sword of lightning member's sword chimed in unison, producing a sword chime that cut through the air in all directions. A tremble came from the sword in his hand. It resembled a fine strand of electric current that flowed through every member's body, causing every strand of hair on their bodies to stand on end. The blood flowing in their bodies was boiling silently, resembling surging, scorching red lava. A cold voice drifted through the howling wind. Target the enemy forces. Advance at full speed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592, Charge. Chapter 592, Charge. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. What Helian Tianxiao said made sense. Now that General Yi and Nangong Wulian had been kidnapped, they were in dire straits. He did not know how to appease His Majesty, neither did he know how to obtain victories. Even his determination was wavering at this point of time. After he became a blood elementalist and got promoted, there had never been a crisis as dangerous as this time. He did not dare to think about the outcome. Other than making him scared and worried, thinking about the outcome would not help him in any way. Only by having a do-or-die attitude could he then see a glimpse of hope. His hawk-like eyes were flickering with a cold glint, displaying a strong killing intent. Helian Tianxiao exuded the air of an outstanding leader. Whenever he encountered dangers, he could clearly determine the gains and losses within a short period of time. He swept his gaze across his generals. When he saw the despair and fear in their eyes turn into an insane battle fervor, he was extremely gratified. The current God Wolf division was like a wolf that had its back to the wall. They were unprecedentedly ferocious and insane. Helian Tianxiao strongly believed that no one could stop them. Just as he was going to give the order for his army to set off, a deafening alarm suddenly sounded off. Helian Tianxiao had been suppressing the blazing flames within him. When he heard the alarm signaling an enemy raid, he wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled, strode out of his tent and said, "Let's see who paid us a visit today. From today onwards, we will kill any elementalist that puts up resistance." His ruthless voice sent a cold shudder down every general's spine. They knew their chief was really furious this time around. No one stepped forward to appease him. All of them were filled with a frantic killing intent. The fire in their hearts was lit up by despair. Now that their lives were at stake, why would they still care about comradeship? Just as Helian Tianxiao stepped out of his tent, his eye pupils dilated abruptly. It was dazzling outside of the tent. The ground was as bright as snow. The wobbling brilliance was demonic and pierced his eyes. The leg that he extended out of his tent cast a trembling shadow on the ground, resembling a wiggling puddle of ink. Helian Tianxiao had never seen such a weird phenomenon in broad daylight. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the sky. A light ball, like a shooting star, was flying towards them at a terrifying speed. The dazzling brilliance was being released by that light ball. The encampment became increasingly bright. Everyone and everything looked as if it were plated with a layer of shiny silver. The light ball was devouring the light from every light source. Helian Tianxiao couldn't even determine the position of the sun at this point of time. A premonition arose in his heart. He snarled, "Defend." Actually, there was no need for him to remind his subordinates. When the alarm for enemy raid sounded off, the soldiers that were in charge of the encampment's defense had already set up the defenses. The soldiers of God Wolf Division were very well trained. Back in the day, Yi Bai had repeatedly adjusted the combat divisions that fought at the front line. Having been through countless battles, the 6 God divisions and 12 blood divisions were thoroughly sharpened. Furthermore, they had maintained their numbers all this time. Therefore, the overall standard of their combat divisions was very high. The shooting star-like light ball came very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the encampment. The blood canopy had just risen up. The demonic and glaring light collided heavily against the blood canopy. Boom! An enormous explosion erupted. The sound wave devoured everyone's sense of hearing in an instant. The rays of light discharged from the explosion engulfed everyone in whiteness. The ground beneath their feet shook violently, causing them to lose their balance. Helian Tianxiao shook his head to regain his senses. The impact from the collision was very powerful. He managed to close his eyes at the moment when the collision took place. As such, he wasn't affected by the outburst of dazzling light. When the dazzling light dissipated, Helian Tianxiao could see that the glow of the blood canopy had dimmed and its thickness had reduced significantly. Suddenly, his pupils dilated once more. A shooting star-like light ball shot down from the sky and flew towards them again. The demonic and glaring white light appeared once more. Helian Tianxiao was overwhelmed with shock. This shooting star seemed to appear out of thin air. Boom! Another explosion resounded through the air. There was an outburst of dazzling light once again. This time around, everyone had learnt their lessons. They closed their eyes and were not affected by the glaring white light. Clink! A soft, shattering sound rang across Helian Tianxiao's ears. His mind jolted. Oh no! The blood canopy is going to shatter. Before he could react in time, a rumbling shockwave crashed on his head like a huge hammer. Helian Tianxiao's body swayed as he tried to stabilize himself. When he saw his surroundings, his face had turned ashen. It was as if a hurricane had swept through the encampment. The encampment was in chaos. The tents had been ripped from the ground and the soldiers were lying haphazardly all over the place. Luckily, no one was injured. The blood canopy had absorbed most of the force from the shooting stars. Even though the last shock wave was extremely powerful, its force had been dispersed and it was not enough to injure everyone. However, since when had God Wolf Division ever suffered such humiliation? Helian Tianxiao was startled and angry at the same time. Based on the energy undulations from the explosion, he could tell that the shooting star was actually a sword gleam. Swordsman! Could it be Sky Edge Division? Suddenly, Helian Tianxiao noticed there was a rice grain-sized speckle of light rising in the distant sky. It's there! He widened his eyes and watched on blankly as the speckle of light rose higher and higher, and then suddenly it disappeared. Almost in an instant, he thought of the shooting stars that appeared out of thin air just now. He roared at the top of his voice, "Defend!" Even in such a sorry state, God Wolf Division still demonstrated the skills of an elite unit. The soldiers in charge of the encampment's defense had received the greatest impact just now. Many of them had blood seeping out from the corners of their mouths and their bodies were shaking. However, the moment they came to their senses, they frantically returned to their defensive positions without any instructions given. The boundary of the encampment lit up with a red glow. The red glow kept on rising and formed a blood canopy. The blood canopy was drawing close to a point above the center of the encampment. The sword gleam was coming at a speed faster than before. The shooting star-like sword gleam collided with the blood canopy before it could fully close up. The defensive power of the partially closed blood canopy was much lower than when it was fully closed. In an instant, the blood canopy shattered into smithereens. The blade-like fragments fell from the sky like raindrops. Helian Tianxiao and his counterparts had put up a bloody glow to surround their bodies. As such, they weren't hurt by the fragments. In a moment of desperation, the more ordinary soldiers could only protect their vital body parts. Their bodies were spurting out blood. Meanwhile, the muscular blood elementalists knew how to make use of their physical advantages. Non-deadly injuries would not have too much of an impact on them. Under the powerful impact, those blood elementalists that were in charge of the encampment's defense were knocked flying back and became unconscious. Since when had God Wolf Division ever suffered such humiliation? Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Roars and snarls could be heard throughout the encampment. Silverfrost Division's division leader, Song Xiaoqian, clenched her teeth and said, "Chief, allow me to launch a counterattack." However, Helian Tianxiao was unusually calm at this moment. He shook his head and replied, "The enemy is coming." The dazzling speckle of light in the distant sky kept on quivering as it increased in size gradually. On the pinwheel sword, everyone was silent. All of them had different facial expressions. Some were bewildered, some were incredulous, and some were terrified, but none of them were calm. Blazing shooting star. Ai Hui's cold voice seemed to linger in the smoke emitted by the shooting star. His swordsmanship was incredible. No, was this still considered swordsmanship? Karakoram Polaris, who was the most eligible person to answer this question, did not know the answer. With their own eyes, they witnessed the powerful might of Ai Hui's swordsmanship and how the blood canopy of the God Wolf Division's encampment was destroyed. What aroused them the most was Ai Hui's willpower and fighting spirit. Their enemy was a God Division. It was the God Division that had yet to be defeated. It was the God Division that had a few members who dared to attack an entire combat division. It was the fearsome God Division that defeated numerous combat divisions like a hot knife slicing through butter. Pinwheel Sword increased its speed instead of reducing it as it charged towards the enemy's encampment. When everyone had realized AI Hui really wanted to charge towards the encampment, a thought appeared in all of their minds at the same time. Was he seeking death? The next thought they had was, he was crazy. However, the metal wind that was brushing past their ears had reached an incredibly high speed, so much so that it was ear-splitting. The scenery around them had become blurry. The glow that surrounded the pinwheel sword had intensified. The pinwheel sword was rapidly increasing in size in the fearsome and invincible God Division's field of vision. An unimaginable situation was happening right now. What they were doing now was insane, reckless, illogical, and insufferably arrogant. All of them had grown out of their reckless teenage youth years and they were obviously used to seeing death. However, at this point of time, why was the blood in their bodies boiling and racing so? And what exactly caused the blazing fire in their hearts? Sure Shueman was holding Cirrus in her hand tightly as her fingers turned pale. Xiao Shan's face was flushed, lacking the usual indifference. Venerable Volcano's beard was swaying and his lips were trembling. Eugene subconsciously grabbed Tong Gui's elbow. She did not realize how tightly she was holding Tong Gui's arm, and she never realized how much Tong Gui's body was trembling. Kaning's mind was blank while his mouth was mumbling incoherent words non-stop. The members of Sword of Heavy Cloud had descended into a state of insanity. Usually AI Hui was calm and cool-headed. However, the current AI Hui was like surging lightning bolts in a cloudy sky, reckless and domineering. His cold voice rang across everyone's ears once more. Shi Zhiguan, prepare for Heavenly Chime of Sword Vortex. Veins were popping out of Shi Zhiguan's neck. With an intense excitement on his face, he roared, yes. The rest, prepare for Great Sword Gleam. No one replied to him. The sword pagodas did not need to reply to AI Hui's commands. An unusual flush appeared on every member's face. Their backs were slightly bent, their eyes were widened, and they were holding their breaths, resembling tigers that were waiting to strike at any moment. The howling of the metal winds was becoming increasingly violent. The pinwheel sword was still increasing its speed. The image of the enemy encampment was increasing in size and clarity in their line of sight. Atop the pinwheel sword, everyone was unusually quiet. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. Shi Shueman and the rest could not help but hold their breaths. A silent killing intent was brewing in the frozen air. Shi Zhiguan's eyes were widened while his muscular body remained stationary. However, the palm that he used to hold the sword was still gentle like water. He brandished the sword gently and smoothly without any aggression or urgency. Shi Shueman, Xiao Shan and Venerable Volcano were the first ones to notice something weird was going on. Something seemed to be moving. After a while, a rustle that resembled the sound of the tide flowing through the sea rang across their ears. This was... Xiao Shan and the rest looked around but didn't notice anything. However, at this point of time, they could not be bothered with anything else. The enemy encampment was almost within reach. The chime-like unity swords hanging at the bottom of Pinwheel Sword were swaying like water plants. They all pointed in the same directions and their swaying motions were synchronized. A mysterious aura was forming but the rustling sound was becoming unnoticeable. It was as if fragmented lightning bolts were gathering in the depths of the layer of cloud. AI Hui's gaze landed upon Helian Tianxiao, who was standing in the middle of the encampment. Similarly, Helian Tianxiao noticed AI Hui, who was positioned at the core of the Pinwheel Sword's aura. Their eyes met. An unconcealable aura of death swept across the air silently. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on Helian Tianxiao's face as he roared, "Kill them!" Behind the layer of bandages, AI Hui's lips curled into a cold smile as he slightly turned the sword in his hand. Angry roars and a sword chime rang through the air at the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593, Silver Frost's Resistance. Chapter 593, Silver Frost's Resistance. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Without any probing attacks, the battle instantly escalated into a climax. Song Xiaoqian, whose request to launch a counterattack was denied, mysteriously appeared in Silver Frost Blood Division. With an ice-cold face, she sat on the back of a snow-white Silver Frost wolf. Beside her, there was a flagbearer who held the war flag of Silver Frost Blood Division high in the air. Behind her, approximately 1,000 soldiers had gathered and they stood in neat and orderly formations. Units of soldiers continued to gather behind her like streams of water. The enemy had arrived too fast, so fast that they couldn't assemble in time. 1,000 soldiers was enough. A cold glint flashed across the beautiful eyes of Song Xiaoqian. The Silver Frost Wolf beneath her suddenly raised its front limbs. Behind her, the Silver Frost Wolves beneath every soldier followed suit as well. When Helian Tianxiao's angry roar resounded through the sky, the 1,000 silver frostwolves' thick and solid front limbs slammed heavily onto the ground. A snow-white icy mist suddenly pervaded the area. A thick and gigantic ice wall rose from the ground in front of the encampment. It was right in the way of Pinwheel Sword. After the ice wall was set up, icy mist and frost swept up from the ground and gathered around it. Helian Tianxiao's God Wolf division suddenly moved. They separated into two groups and ran adjacent to each other, brushing past the two ends of the ice wall. This entire process was completed in one go without any hesitation. The sudden appearance of the ice wall did not seem to affect Ai Hui at all. He merely turned the hilt of his sword slightly. The movement of one sword caused hundreds of swords to move. Beneath Pinwheel Sword, the chime-like unity swords were whirling slowly, resembling water plants that were caught in a vortex. Suddenly, they erupted with a burst of radiance and synchronized sword chimes. Like a fully filled reservoir with its dam lock opened abruptly, the radiance gushed out like surging floodwater. The deep and low sword chimes converged into one single sword chime. It was loud, clear, and melodious, resounding through the sky like the cry of a crane. Heavenly Chime of Sword Vortex was inspired by Sword Chime, but it was several times more powerful than the latter. The ice wall trembled and the icy mist rose into the air. Countless straight, crisscrossing sword scars appeared on it. Song Xiaoqian's facial expression changed, but she couldn't yell in time. Pinwheel Sword did not try to dodge the ice wall. Instead, it collided into it directly. The ice wall shattered with a loud bang, causing countless ice fragments to fly in all directions like torrential rain. The charging God Wolf soldiers collapsed like wheatgrass that was being reaped. They looked as if they were hit by a heavy hammer as the glow around their bodies dimmed. The terrifying power from the collision caused them to lose their balance and fly off the backs of their wolves. Song Xiaoqian reached out her hand and caught one of the ice fragments as it shot out from the icy mist. The fist-sized ice fragment had a shiny surface that made it look like a shard of mirror. It appeared as if it had been cut and polished by an extremely sharp sword gleam. Her face turned solemn. After it shattered the ice wall, Pinwheel Sword entered the icy mist. Its speed suddenly slowed down. When the icy mist brushed against the glowing screen surrounding Pinwheel Sword, sparks were created and flew in all directions. The glowing screen around Pinwheel Sword was thinning visibly. The icy mist had an odd, corrosive ability that seemed to be effective against Pinwheel Sword's glowing screen. Ai Hui was unconcerned about this. Blood elementalists practiced blood spiritual force. In the spiritual force system, blood spiritual force was considered a low-tier spiritual force. However, it was still a type of spiritual force nonetheless. Therefore, it was still much more powerful than elemental energy. However, a battle was never fought on paper. Pinwheel Sword was as fast as a lightning bolt. The icy mist could not stop it at all. Pinwheel Sword jolted and the hindering mist disappeared. A snow-white combat division stood silently in front of them. Without any hesitation, Ai Hui moved the sword in his hand. Like a silent command, every member's sword moved at the same time. Looking down from the sky, one could clearly see the 7 sword pagodas erupting with a brilliant radiance at the same time. The radiance was produced by the glow of sword gleams shooting out of the 7 sword pagodas. They were scattered uniformly, resembling the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Song Xiaoqian held her breath. She felt that her heart was being gripped by an invisible hand. An intense feeling of danger engulfed her body. Her instincts, which she developed from countless battles, allowed her to channel all her blood spiritual force instantly. All of a sudden her body emitted an enormous amount of mist. At this moment a thick, dazzling streak of sword gleam traveled with lightning speed and struck her directly. Crash! Ice fragments flew through the air in all directions. Having a powerful sense of perception and a clear mind, Ai Hui knew that he'd struck an ice statue the moment he unleashed his attack. At the same time, he had already locked onto his target again and he lashed out his sword once more. Another gigantic streak of sword gleam was unleashed. Song Xiaoqian, who had just appeared amid the mist, felt an intense sense of danger. She was overwhelmed with shock. How could the other party lock onto her position? However, she had no time to think about it now. She clenched her teeth, channeled all her blood spiritual force and transformed into a cloud of mist once again. Crash, dot. Ice fragments flew through the air in all directions again. The spot where she was standing previously was empty now. However, this time around, the ice fragments were stained with blood. At this point of time, the blood elementalists from Silver Frost Blood Division had already risen into the air and lunged for Pinwheel Sword. Every one of them was holding an ice spear. As they reached their maximum height in the air, they arched their lower backs, exhaled and hurled the ice spears in their hands. The ice spears spun at an extreme speed and transformed into streaks of light that whizzed towards Pinwheel Sword. Each unit of blood elementalists hurled out more than 100 ice spears. Like a bone-shattering rain of ice, the ice spears blasted Pinwheel Sword's glowing screen. The glowing screen vibrated violently. The piercing power of those ice spears was extremely terrifying. Just as the first wave of blood elementalists hurled the ice spears in their hands, the second wave of blood elementalists was already in the air throwing their ice spears. One wave after another, the ice spears flew towards Pinwheel Sword like a torrential storm. Pinwheel Sword's glowing screen was on the verge of collapse. Ai Hui locked onto Song Xiaoqian's figure once more. However, this time around, Pinwheel Sword's glowing screen was facing imminent danger. Admittedly, his attack could hit Song Xiaoqian, but he would put Pinwheel Sword in danger. In a split second, Ai Hui had made his move. The 7 sword pagodas lit up once again. The sword gleams released a glow and shot out from the 7 sword pagodas. 7 stars. 7 bursts of sword gleams erupted like fireworks around Pinwheel Sword. Without any warning, Silver Frost soldiers were caught in the sword gleams from 7 stars. They fell from the sky like dumplings in an instant. However, the icy mist seemed to have a mind of its own. It transformed into a soft mattress and caught the fallen soldiers. The soldiers weren't severely injured. Other than 10 unlucky soldiers who were hit in their vital body parts, the rest were only lightly wounded. They did not care about their injuries at all. Their first reaction after getting hit was to continue lunging for Pinwheel Sword. The strength of 7 stars did not lie in its power, but rather its attacking radius. Like a huge broom, it swept every blood elementalist down from the air around Pinwheel Sword. Shi Ziguang seized the opportunity and pressed the hilt of his sword abruptly. Pinwheel Sword conveniently flew out of Silver Frost Blood Division's encirclement and its glowing screen restabilized. Those fallen Silver Frost soldiers that had frantically lunged for Pinwheel Sword missed their target. Shi Ziguang clearly understood that Pinwheel Sword's most formidable strength did not lie in its sword gleams, but rather, its speed and maneuverability. Boss had warned them more than once that Pinwheel Sword was not used to fight enemy forces head-on. Fighting head-on was more for weapons like hammers and rods. Swords were used to fight nimbly and swiftly. Touch and go, attack the enemy's weak spot, strike where it hurts the most. Shi Ziguang wasn't confused at all. At this moment, he was unusually excited and yet his brain was extremely calm. Ai Hui did not stop attacking. His sword continued to fly through the air swiftly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than 200 sword gleams were dancing in the air. Like an enormous whip, a huge and thick sword gleam landed on the enemy encampment. Tents were ripped apart and blood and flesh flew in all directions, forming a bloody road on the ground. The blood elementalists who had assembled into their formations were able to withstand the huge sword gleam through various methods. Even if they could not withstand it, they still tried their best to lessen the damage done. However, those blood elementalists that had yet to assemble into their formations did not have the ability to withstand the huge sword gleam. Like a fish on a chopping board, they were readily slaughtered. A war was as such. Sometimes, blood elementalists with ability of God or who were masters were very limited in their usefulness. It was every division leader's responsibility to give orders and ensure their combat divisions were in order. Song Xiaoqian's face turned ashen. Half of her body was drenched in blood. The huge sword gleam had injured her severely. However, even so, she continued to give commands to the soldiers and made sure they finished assembling into their formations. Pinwheel Sword whizzed through the air and released 3 more huge sword gleams. 3 enormous bloody gouges were left on the ground of the encampment. More than 30 blood elementalists died on the spot. More than 50 blood elementalists were lying in a pool of blood while groaning in agony. Helian Tianxiao's facial expression did not change at all. A few hundred casualties was insignificant to Silver Frost Blood Division and God Wolf Division, despite the fact that this was the largest number of casualties they had suffered since they arrived at the battlefield. Helian Tianxiao already knew who the invader was. Ai Hui's Sword of Lightning. Having sharp eyesight, he could see Shi Shueman, Silver Soldier and the rest of the Elementalists' core members on Pinwheel Sword. Disrespect. He could feel that God Wolf Division was being disrespected. All the enemy division leaders had arrived at God Wolf Division's encampment. If they weren't disrespecting them, then what else were they doing here? However, Helian Tianxiao was still able to maintain his composure at this moment. He was thinking of only one thing. He couldn't let the enemy leave this place. The oddly shaped weapon and the astonishing fighting tactics had lit up his eyes. All of his defensive tactics had failed because of these unprecedented and odd fighting tactics. They had been in a disadvantageous position all this time. They had more than a few hundred casualties and yet the enemy did not even have a single casualty. Helian Tianxiao, however, was unconcerned. All of the enemy's important leaders were atop this weird-looking weapon. As long as he could take down this weapon, he would make up for all the losses he suffered. Even if the whole God Wolf division was annihilated, this deal was still worth it. Pinwheel Sword broke through the half-raised blood canopy and penetrated the encampment. Don't run! They are escaping. The surrounding generals were cursing loudly. Suddenly, Heli and Tianxiao yelled, "Get ready, the enemy is coming back!" The rest were stunned. Soon after, a furious look appeared on their faces. Heli and Tianxiao could maintain his composure, but his generals could not do so. They failed to stop the enemy's raid. Their encampment was wrecked and the ground was filled with corpses and wounded soldiers from their side. It was as if the enemy had just trampled on their faces. Every soldier of God Wolf Division was prideful and valiant. How could they take this lying down? Every unit split up now and focus on slowing the enemy down. You must entangle the enemy in order to slow it down. Once the enemy's speed is reduced, it will become a fish that is trapped in a net, Heli and Tianxiao instructed. Yes, roared everyone in unison. God Wolf Division scattered into separate units. Every unit had approximately 100 men and they cruised forward slowly. Atop Pinwheel Sword, everyone felt like they were dreaming. They could not believe what they had just seen. Were they penetrating the enemy encampment? They actually penetrated the encampment of the enemy forces. The encampment of God Wolf Division and Silver Frost Blood Division. AI Huey's facial expression remained as usual and his mind was calm. He lowered his sword as his cold voice resounded through the air. Sure Zhiguang, peeling tactic. Yes. Sure Zhiguang's eyes lit up. Moving the hilt of the sword in his hand, Pinwheel Sword drew an elegant arc in the sky and went back for the blood elementalists. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594, Helpless. Chapter 594, Helpless. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Heli and Tianxiao continuously adjusted his defensive arrangements. The enemy's speed was terrifying. If he did not reduce the enemy's speed, there was absolutely no chance for him to obtain victory. He was very prudent because he did not know whether or not the enemy still had other trump cards. Previously, the Spear of Heavy Cloud's pagoda cannons had already given them a huge shock. Now, this odd-looking flying machine of the Sword of Lightning gave them another huge shock. The God Wolf Division felt extremely humiliated after seeing their encampment so easily invaded. Shame and anger arose in their hearts. However, due to the impact of the previous incisive attack, they had no choice but to maintain their composure. Heli and Tianxiao predicted that the Sword of Lightning would charge their encampment once more. Everyone felt infuriated, and all of them were waiting to give the Sword of Lightning a good beating. Sure Shuemun, Silver Soldier, and the rest observed the enemy forces closely. Soon, they were going to fight the God Wolf Division. A chance to observe them beforehand like this was hard to come by. The God Wolf Division was like a blood-colored whirlpool. Every unit had over 100 men, and all of them were slowly cruising around the encampment, looking like routed soldiers. On the surface, their formations looked unorganized, but in reality, they were concealing their killing intent. The distance between each cruising unit was very small and faintly discernible. When a unit was in trouble, the nearest unit would immediately provide reinforcement to it and block the enemy. Meanwhile, the other nearby units would spring into action and outflank the enemy. Members of the Silver Frost Blood Division were mixed among them. Their feet released surging traces of mist that would not dissipate. At this moment, the Pinwheel Sword finished making its U-turn and began to increase its speed. Its glowing light screen became bright once again. Sure Zhiguang's eyes looked as though they were surging with snow-white tidal waves under the sun. Due to exerting too much strength, his facial expression could not help but turn sinister. Coupled with his tall and muscular body, he looked like a furious wild beast that was filled with energy. However, his movements were smooth and gentle like water, looking as if he was afraid to break the sword hilt. The buzzing produced by the Pinwheel Sword resonated once more. With a long trail of light behind it, it flew toward the enemy encampment. Even though Heli and Tianxiao had seen the Pinwheel Sword in action before, he still could not help but feel surprise when he saw it in action again. Such terrifying speed. Such fearsome might. The distance between the two parties was reducing rapidly. Prepare to receive the enemy. Heli and Tianxiao roared. The mist from the Silver Frost Blood Division shot up into the sky like countless frigid white palms. These white misty palms acted as the first line of defense. Previously, the sound wave attack had left a deep impression on them. This time around, they had prepared a thicker ice wall and frosty mist that possessed a stronger restrictive ability. The members of the God Wolf Division were also prepared. As long as the speed of the pinwheel sword was slightly reduced, they would pounce on it like a pack of hungry wolves. Just as the pinwheel sword was about to charge into the encampment, it suddenly changed its direction and flew along the edge of the encampment at an extreme speed. As it flew along the edge of the encampment, each of the 7 sword pagodas lit up with a dazzling radiance. A streak of great sword gleam shot out from the pinwheel sword. The thick and shining sword gleam landed heavily on the encampment. The sword gleam traveled at a lightning speed, and its momentum was unstoppable. It almost reached the center of the encampment. Everyone who stood in its path was ripped into pieces of flesh and blood. The encampment was split into 2 with blood elementalists either injured or dead at the line of demarcation. No one could withstand its sharpness. The God Wolf Division's members were scattered, so they did not suffer heavy casualties. Even so, 12 of their members still died on the spot and 6 of their members were severely injured. The number of wounded blood elementalists was fewer than the number of dead blood elementalists. This showed how powerful the sword gleam was. Helian Tianxiao did not care about the casualties. His heart skipped a beat as he realized Ai Hui's intention. Indeed, the pinwheel sword drew another arc in the sky and charged at the encampment again. Halfway through, it suddenly changed its direction and flew at an oblique angle to the encampment. As it neared the edge of the encampment, it shot out another streak of sword gleam into the encampment. The previous scene was reenacted, causing more than 10 casualties. Damn it! Helian Tianxiao's face turned extremely sullen. For a period of time, he did not know what to do either. The pinwheel sword was like a sharp fruit knife that pared the encampment bit by bit. Even though he knew Ai Hui's intention, he could not think of any good solution. The pinwheel sword was too fast, too nimble, and it only flew along the edge of the encampment. Suddenly, Helian Tianxiao found that this battle tactic looked unusually familiar. Wasn't this the tactic that the God Wolf Division frequently used? They used speed and maneuvering to cruise around the edge of the enemy forces. Whenever the enemy forces relaxed, the God Wolf Division would pounce and take a bite of them. By the time Helian Tianxiao realized what was going on, he turned even more sullen. The pinwheel sword was using his favorite tactic against him, yet he was helpless against it. Helian Tianxiao was a shrewd and calm individual, but he was flustered and exasperated by this point in time. After a while, the other party had already charged them 5 times. There were almost 100 casualties. Calm down. Calm down. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger within him. Defend. Raise the defenses. Strengthen the defenses. When Helian Tianxiao saw the blood canopy rising up slowly, the veins on his neck popped while his fists were clenched so tightly that they turned pale white. In the past, the God Wolf Division would always laugh at its enemies for being a tortoise that hid in its shell. He had not expected that he would now be the one who hid in a tortoise shell. The blood canopy rose and covered the entire encampment once more. Every blood elementalist heaved a sigh of relief. The pinwheel sword's continuous sorties had caused them to bleed. Even the bravest soldiers would feel fear when stuck in a situation where they could get hit, but couldn't retaliate. The distant pinwheel sword stopped in its tracks. Following which, it turned around and looked at the encampment from a distance. Helian Tianxiao's gaze was fixated on the tallest sword pagoda on the pinwheel sword. There was a skinny figure whose body was completely covered in bandages. Ai Hui. This name popped up in Helian Tianxiao's mind. A nobody whom he had completely disregarded in the past had become his nemesis now. The killing intent in his eyes was unconcealable. He had to seek revenge for the humiliation he suffered today. Atop the sword pagoda, Ai Hui stood in front of a pagoda window, seemingly looking at Helian Tianxiao too. Suddenly, Ai Hui raised the sword in his hand, a sword that was mysteriously covered with cracks. Ai Hui then pointed the sword at Helian Tianxiao. This provocative action enraged the entire God Wolf Division. All the soldiers flew into a frenzy. Curses, roars, and requests to launch a counterattack flooded the encampment. Ai Hui suddenly let go of the sword hilt. In the midair, the sword shattered, and its fragments fell all over the ground. Following which, Ai Hui dusted his hands. This action caused the God Wolf Division to explode. Even the most honest-looking soldier flew into a fury. Helian Tianxiao suddenly smiled. He raised his voice and said, "Brother Ai is indeed powerful and talented. Furthermore, the Sword of Lightning Division truly deserves the reputation it has. I admire you. However, in the current times of chaos, Brother Ai's effort alone will be futile. Why not join the God Nation and undertake the mission of bringing peace to this world with us? His Majesty is eager for talents." Atop the pinwheel sword, Ai Hui did not care about Helian Tianxiao at all. He turned around and said to Shi Zhiguang, "Go back, Upon hearing these words, Shi Ziguang quickly operated the pinwheel sword. Following which, the pinwheel sword drew an arc in the sky and flew toward the Windy Pearl Bridge. Inside the God Wolf Division's encampment, Helian Tianxiao gazed at the distant pinwheel sword. For a moment, he was dazed. When he returned to his senses and saw the low morale of his soldiers, he silently shivered in fear. The Sword of Lightning came at a really inopportune time. Just before a win-or-die battle, the Sword of Lightning delivered a devastating blow to them. The momentum that he had gathered for his army disappeared in an instant. Helian Tianxiao pretended to be calm and laughed, "We are going to win for sure." The rest were stunned and looked at their division leader. The fighting capabilities displayed by the Sword of Lightning had just injured them, and they could not do anything about it. They could not understand what their division leader meant by win for sure. But when Helian Tianxiao saw that he had succeeded in getting everyone's attention, he said calmly, "The Sword of Lightning is powerful, but what has it achieved today other than revealing its weaknesses? If the Sword of Lightning division was my trump card, I would keep it a secret and use it only at the critical moment to obtain victory. I would definitely not use it to scout my enemy and alert them against me. Do you all think that this makes sense?" The voice of a woman rang through the air, "Sir, you're right." The voice belonged to the Silver Frost Blood Division Song Xiaoqian. She continued, "By revealing his trump card, AI Hui clearly knows that he can't use it to obtain victory." The other generals weren't fools. They were merely shocked by the might of the Sword of Lightning division. Now that the two division leaders had unraveled the reason behind AI Hui's raid, they returned to their senses and nodded their heads. When Helian Tianxiao saw that the dejected looks on everyone's faces disappeared, he felt at ease. Then, he turned around and asked Song Xiaoqian, "How's your injury?" Half of Song Xiaoqian's body was covered in frost. One could see some bloodstains within the frost. She shook her head and replied, "I will be fine after resting for a few days." A blood elementalist had a very strong body. As long as the injury was not deadly, he or she would recover rapidly. Helian Tianxiao nodded his head and continued, "Since AI Hui already knows our position, there's no need for us to hurry. We can advance at normal speed while taking this opportunity to let your injury heal as well." "Yes," Song Xiaoqian replied. She turned around and left. Helian Tianxiao looked around him. The soldiers were repairing the encampment and tending to the wounded. Deep down, he wasn't as optimistic as he portrayed. Previously, he had felt that the defensive line at the Windy Pearl Bridge would be unable to withstand a single blow. He had not expected for AI Hui's Sword of Lightning division to deal him a head-on blow. How could he not understand AI Hui's intention? AI Hui was doing this to raise the morale of the elementalists. He wanted to prove that blood elementalist combat divisions weren't invincible. And AI Hui had succeeded. No matter what, this was a successful raid by the elementalists. The Sword of Lightning division had pierced through the encampment of the God Wolf division, able to come and go as they pleased. Meanwhile, the God Wolf division was helpless against them. This raid would boost the morale of AI Hui's subordinates greatly. However, what Helian Tianxiao told his soldiers wasn't a lie either. A mere Sword of Lightning division wasn't really scary. Helian Tianxiao did not tell them the full story. He did not tell them that AI Hui was using this raid to boost the morale of the elementalists. This was a most troublesome issue. From this day forward, not only did he need to face the Sword of Lightning, he also needed to face tenacious combat divisions which had their morale boosted. Defensively, the enemy forces had a newfound willpower and fighting spirit that would significantly impact the future battles as well. Previously, Helian Tianxiao only knew of AI Hui as Lightning Razor AI. AI Hui was supposed to prove the Elders Guild's decadence. Now, he knew how unreliable those rumors were. They had made an extremely huge mistake. This fellow, whom everyone felt was merely avaricious, was able to create such a significant impact the moment he set foot on the battlefield. Such a formidable individual. Helian Tianxiao exclaimed in admiration in his heart. He knew he, himself, wouldn't be able to pull off such an earth-shaking move. If AI Hui's means weren't so weak, he might have been able to overturn the situation. It was a pity both sides had nowhere to retreat to. In terms of determination and willpower, both sides were evenly matched. The upcoming battle was destined to be a tough one, but victory would ultimately belong to them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595, The Morale of an Army is Important. Chapter 595, The Morale of an Army is Important. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. I really couldn't imagine AI we would choose to assault the enemy encampment at that point in time. Even now, when I think about it, I still can't believe the Sword of Lightning assaulted the encampment of the God Wolf Division and the Silver Frost Division. I have to admit that my mind was blank at the instant he charged the encampment. I feel really ashamed. All along, I felt that I was braver than anyone else, but now I know that I am a coward deep down. Before we charged into the enemy encampment, I still did not understand why Ai Hui became the leader of the Central Pine faction. Now, I think I know why. One is always willing to follow a person who can bring confidence and courage to everyone in a hopeless situation. The writing brush in Tong Gui's hand stopped in its tracks. He was in somewhat of a daze. He was writing this letter to Xiaochu. After a while, he returned to his senses and continued writing the letter. The pinwheel sword is a miraculous masterpiece. It has peerless speed and terrifying offensive capabilities. The only thing that limits it is the position of sword operator. I heard that one needs talent and a unique training system to become a sword operator. Even so, the profession of sword operator has potential and a bright future. The skies of the future belong to the pinwheel sword. The combat tactics of the sword pagodas will also redefine the combat styles of elementalists. A bunch of second-rate swordsmen were able to unleash a first-rate attack. Even Karakoram Polaris was surprised. I named the Central Pine Valley's unique combat style as the pagoda style. Pagoda cannons and sword pagodas follow this style. Ai Hui has found the answer to the question of how to use a group of low-level elementalists on the battlefield. The pagoda style is innovative and defies conventional battle stratagems. It will even affect the training methods of elementalists in the future. The need for individual technique and absolute arts will reduce gradually. There will be a greater need for elementalists to have compatibility, synchronization, and endurance. This is the beginning of a new era. It's my honor to be able to witness and participate in this mission. New Light City must increase its research on pagoda-style military strategies. You have an acute foresight. I believe you have already understood what I am saying, and there's no need for me to give you more details. Tong Gui's writing brush stopped in its tracks again. Countless thoughts appeared in his mind. He sighed with sorrow, but felt hopeful and optimistic. Logically speaking, the strength of both sides did not change much. The enemy's strength still far surpasses ours. Even so, our side is filled with optimism and fighting spirit. Compared to the dead atmosphere of the past, even though our sky is still covered by dark clouds, we can now see a silver lining. This silver lining is not enough to illuminate the path in front of us, but it's enough to motivate everyone. Everyone has begun to believe that Ai Hui's arrival will bring some changes to the current situation. Even though victories are not guaranteed, no one is scared of fighting blood elementalists anymore. Tong Gui carefully sealed up the letter and instructed someone to send it to New Light City. When he walked out of his tent, he saw a group of people surrounding Kuning. They were listening attentively to Kuning's narration of the Sword of Lightning's raid at the enemy encampment. This incident had become the hottest discussion topic of the entire defensive line. Initially, no one believed it. Fortunately, there were many witnesses. When everyone discovered that it was true, the whole Pagoda Cannon Alliance exploded. Due to this incident, the number of elementalists who joined the Pagoda Cannon Alliance increased significantly. When Kuning discovered this trend, he exaggerated the incident without restraint and recruited a huge number of elementalists. Along the way, there were people occasionally greeting Tong Gui, and he returned their greetings. As he walked through the encampment, he could sense the obvious change in atmosphere. Previously, the encampment had a lifeless atmosphere that was rife with pessimism. Nowadays, he would see burly and tough men smile with exultation, looking as if they had excess energy. Good job. We have to let those blood elementalists know that we are not a bunch of weaklings. It's a pity I didn't go along. If I could have seen it with my own eyes, I would die with no regrets. Sir Ai Hui might really be able to overturn the situation. Sir is a true man. Unparalleled courage. Upon hearing these words, Tong Gui could not help but smile. However, when his smile disappeared, he scolded them, "What are all of you doing here? The Pagoda Cannon Alliance doesn't need useless people. The blood elementalists are coming and all of you are still slacking here? Go and train now." Everyone scurried away in panic. Even Kuning had a look of embarrassment on his face. Tong Gui strode forward and bowed solemnly, "Sir Kuning, time is precious, and the enemies might arrive at any moment. We need to speed up the training process and make sure everyone is accustomed to using the pagoda cannons." In terms of strength and experience, Tong Gui far surpassed Kuning. However, since Ai Hui assigned him and Eugene to assist Kuning, he could not complain about anything and considered himself as the subordinate of Kuning. Kuning broke into an embarrassed smile. Just as he was about to say something, a blacksmith walked over and asked, "Who is Kuning?" "I am," Kuning replied. 12 beehive heavy cannons. Please sign the receipt, the blacksmith said. In an instant, Kuning's embarrassment disappeared. He asked joyfully, "Where are the beehive-heavy cannons?" When Kuning saw the 12 beehive-heavy cannons, he almost drooled. Previously, the forging process of the beehive-heavy cannons had encountered a hitch. After the arrival of Li Hotang, the problem was solved. Furthermore, because of the team of blacksmiths led by Blind He, the production speed of the beehive-heavy cannons began to increase. The newly produced beehive-heavy cannons needed to be supplied to the Spear of Heavy Cloud first. The Spear of Heavy Cloud's defensive line was closer to the enemy, and the pressure they faced was larger. Therefore, they needed the beehive-heavy cannons more urgently. The daily training sessions of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance involved training with the pagoda cannons that were phased out by the Spear of Heavy Cloud. This was also why Kuning only now saw the beehive-heavy cannons. The thick bodies of the heavy cannons were bright red in color. They looked unusually eye-catching and were filled with an aura of might. Blind He has made some modifications to the beehive-heavy cannons. The length of the barrel was reduced, the amount of snow lava that can be delivered was increased. And the capacity of the fire reservoir has been augmented. Overall, its power has been boosted. This is the first batch of beehive-heavy cannons, and they will be replenished in the future. I am here to build the fire reservoirs. Where should we set up the pagoda cannons? Kuning returned to his senses and quickly replied, "I will go and ask Sir." He did not know AI Huey's exact plan. Where the pagoda cannons were set up was directly linked to their next battle. He did not know what AI Huey's arrangements were for the alliance for the next battle. As such, he did not dare to make decisions for such matters. Ouch! AI Huey's scream could be heard even from the tent next to his. After Lu Lan examined AI Hui, he said, "AI Hui, you have to be more careful next time. Now, the elemental soup is no longer effective for you. Luckily, your body possesses the life force from the vitality branches. Otherwise, you would be in danger." AI Hui laid on the bed and whispered, "Next time? Is there still a next time? Since I have done my best, the rest is up to them. Lu Lan, help me up and bring me out to bask in the sunlight. Lying on this bed makes me feel like I am becoming moldy." "No problem, AI Hui," Lu Lan nodded his head and yelled cheerfully. With a bang, Lu Lan transformed into a ball of soft sand and carried AI Hui out of his tent. When AI Hui left his tent, the dazzling sunlight caused him to squint his eyes. Compared to the tent, he preferred to be under the sun. Lu Lan moved very carefully. He placed AI Hui in a comfortable position before leaving to do his work. The warm and cozy sunlight shone on AI Huey's body. It was a form of pleasure for him. Previously, after they had returned to their encampment, he looked as if he was going to collapse after he stepped out of the sword pagoda. During the raid on the enemy encampment, he was overly focused and forgot about his condition. Why did he regret acting like a hero only when he was at his last breath? Sigh, one has to think before acting. Drowsiness crept over AI Hui. "Sir! Sir!" Kuning's voice disrupted AI Huey's nap. He could not help but open his eyes and ask, "What's wrong now?" Kuning arrived beside AI Hui like a gust of wind. With a fawning look on his face, he said, "Sir, the beehive-heavy cannons have arrived. Where should we deploy them?" The Sword of Lightning's raid on the enemy encampment had completely changed Kuning's impression of AI Hui. In the past, Kuning was the one who badmouthed AI Hui the most behind his back. Kuning used to yearn to return to the Spear of Heavy Cloud day and night because he had not wanted to join this Bullshasterisk T Pagoda Cannon Alliance. In contrast, he worshipped AI Hui nowadays, and his loyalty was unswerving. Whatever AI Hui said was definitely right. AI Huey's insane actions and the miraculous battle had established a divine position in Kuning's heart. Some people might ask, wasn't it just a raid? What? Was that a joke? Had anyone done it before? Who could do it? No, no one could do it. Other people wouldn't even think about it. Initially, Kuning thought AI Hui was crazy and felt he was going to die. Subsequently, he was so nervous that his mind blanked. Eventually, after leaving the enemy encampment safe and sound, he felt incredulous, fearful, and emotional. Kuning behaved respectfully toward the sick and lazy-looking mummy in front of him, like how a student faced his teacher. "Oh, the beehive-heavy cannons," AI Hui casually replied, feeling slightly sleepy. Kuning nodded his head and said, "Yes, sir. Once the beehive-heavy cannons are set up, it will be very hard for us to move them again in the future. Should we decide on the defensive positions first before we set them up? Just set them up anywhere you want and train with them first. Given the Pagoda Cannon Alliance's current level, none of you can go to the front line yet," AI Hui replied lazily. With his face flushed in embarrassment, Kuning said, "I'm sorry for not doing a good job. I will definitely supervise and urge everyone to train with the pagoda cannons." If it had been in the past, he would think that Ai Hui was intentionally nitpicking and trying to shirk responsibility. However, he now believed in everything Ai Hui said. He felt that he, himself, never really did a good job. He was determined to properly train the Pagoda Cannon Alliance and not implicate Ai Hui. Ai Hui acknowledged him and continued, "Don't scrimp on the snow lava. Train as though you're in a real battle." "Yes. Subordinate will not let Sir down," Kuning said solemnly. After finishing this sentence, Kuning left with his head held high. Ai Hui was stunned by Kuning's behavior, staring blanking as Kuning left. He did not know what had happened to this fellow. It looked as if he had become another person. The morale of an army is important. Xiao Shan appeared out of nowhere beside him and said plainly. Ai Hui returned to his senses. All this time, he was annoyed by Xiao Shan's mysterious behavior and the know-it-all look on his face. He curled his lips and retorted, "We must have a practical solution. What's the point of solely depending on morale?" "That's true," Xiao Shan nodded his head. Then, he turned around and walked away. Ai Hui was stunned. He walked away just like that? What kind of reaction was this? Why didn't you ask me what solution I have come up with? Suddenly, a mournful alarm echoed through the encampment. Ai Hui sat up straight and looked at the defensive line near the metal wind curtain. The most brutal battle was about to begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596, Pearl Defensive Line. Chapter 596, Pearl Defensive Line. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Atop the god-subduing peak, everyone gazed into the distance. The God Wolf Division had stopped 25 kilometers away from them and started to pitch camp. "It seems we really scared Heli and Tianxiao last time," Silver Soldier said while laughing. The rest could not help but laugh as well. The God Wolf Division was no longer as cocky as they were in the past. Now, they were very prudent. Not only did they set up defenses outside of their encampment, they also had several units patrolling the sky. The defensive structures in their encampment were built with diligence as well. Compared to last time, there was a significant increase in the number of defensive structures they built. One could tell that the Sword of Lightning's raid on their former encampment had greatly impacted them. However, the smiles on everyone's faces disappeared rapidly. The more prudent the enemy, the harder the battle would be. The elementalists possessed an absolute numerical advantage. There were the Spear of Heavy Cloud, the Infantry Division, the Sky Edge Division, the Sword of Lightning, and the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Furthermore, with the defensive line behind their backs, they could keep on replenishing their manpower. Meanwhile, the God Wolf Division and the Silver Frost Blood Division only had a total of 10,000 troops. It was a pity that a battle did not solely depend on the number of soldiers. The Blood Elementalists' strength far surpassed theirs. The Sword of Lightning was rather powerful, but there was only one pinwheel sword, and they only had a few hundred men. The most powerful combat division was the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Its strength was comparable to the Blood Elementalists, but it had suffered heavy casualties during the last battle and had to replenish their manpower with many rookies. Their offensive strength had decreased significantly. Then again, when one considered the fact that they had got subduing peaks and were fighting a defensive battle, they should be able to contend with the Blood Elementalists. The Sky Edge Division and the Infantry Division were traditional combat divisions. Their strength paled in comparison to the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Nonetheless, since they had got subduing peaks and were fighting a defensive battle this time around, they could definitely put up a good fight against the Blood Elementalists as well. As for the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, its members were not even proficient in using the pagoda cannons yet. They simply would not be of any help in the battle. Of course, the terrain was still advantageous for the Elementalists, consisting of a narrow passageway. If it weren't for the Windy Pearl Bridge's unique terrain, Ai Hui felt that they should just forsake this battlefield and escape. Jiang Wei furrowed his eyebrows and said, "They are waiting for the other two God Division forces." Everyone felt distressed. The more cautious and prepared the enemy was, the more stress they felt. The God Wolf Division and the Silver Frost Blood Division had a total of 10,000 men. The God Tiger Division Army and the God Devil Division Army had 15,000 men each. If the other two God Division forces arrived in time, they would have a total of 40,000 men. The feeling of facing 10,000 men and the feeling of facing 40,000 men were completely different. The former made them feel confident in winning the defensive battle. The latter, however, made them feel despair, especially when the enemy's strength far surpassed theirs. At this stage, we shouldn't expect the other party to make any mistakes. They need time, and we need time, AI, we said. The rest nodded their heads. Once the Pagoda Cannon Alliance members could operate the Pagoda Cannons proficiently, they would definitely be a great asset for the Elementalists. This was the advantage of being on the defensive. The difficulty of operating the Pagoda Cannons on the God-subduing peaks was much lower than having to engage in close-quarters combat. Everyone was heavy-hearted. No one felt confident that they could win this defensive battle. Even though none of them were confident in victory, their morale wasn't as low as it was in the past. The Sword of Lightning's raid on the God Wolf Division's encampment had debunked the myth of invincible blood elementalist combat divisions and had a significant positive impact on the elementalists' morale. Nothing was more devastating to an army's morale than being unable to deal any damage to the enemy. Nowadays, even though the elementalists at the front line knew their probability of winning the battle was very low, they still could make the blood elementalists pay a devastating price. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. While Ai Hui and his counterparts were observing the encampment of the God Wolf Division, Helian Tianxiao, Song Xiaoqian, and their counterparts were observing the elementalists' defensive line as well. The magnificent metal wind curtain was a colossal wall that linked the heaven and earth together, blocking their line of sight. In the middle of the wind curtain, there was a small air tunnel. In the past, there were many such tunnels created by the naturally formed bridges. They used to resemble a string of pearls, which was how the Windy Pearl Bridges got their name. Eventually, the other bridges were destroyed and this air tunnel was the only one left. The bridge had a width of 2.5 kilometers. The metal winds rose from the rift below to the two sides of the bridge and then converged at a point 1.5 kilometers above the bridge. This was how the 2.5 kilometers wide and 1.5 kilometers tall tunnel was formed above the bridge. There were 3 God-subduing peaks hovering above this bridge. Every now and then, the God-subduing peaks would flicker and glow. It's so spectacular. The Elders Guild is incompetent and feckless. Only their God-subduing peaks can be considered a peerless invention, Song Xiaoqian exclaimed in admiration. Not only the God-subduing peaks, but the arrangement of their defensive line is at a high standard as well, Helian Tianxiao said with a wary look on his face. The generals around Helian Tianxiao were veterans who had rich war experience. At this point in time, all of them had solemn looks on their faces. When they saw the elementalists' defensive line, they felt vexed. These 3 God-subduing peaks formed a balanced inverted triangle. The Spear of Heavy Cloud was positioned at the top left and furthest back. Hellfire Pagoda Cannons could unleash powerful long-range attacks from this position. The infantry division was situated below at the position closest to the ground and most forward. They would be the first line of defense. Their soldiers specialized in close-quarters combat, and their main task was to withstand enemy soldiers who broke through the defensive line. The Sky Edge division was situated on the right side. They were positioned higher than the infantry division and lower than the Spear of Heavy Cloud. They were also closer to the infantry division so that they could provide reinforcement to the latter if needed. In the center of these 3 God-subduing peaks, there was nothing but darkness, resembling a gateway to hell. Everyone knew that a huge number of pagoda cannons were certainly stationed in the darkness. Attacking this area would cause them to face a devastating retaliation. The 3 God-subduing peaks had sealed the small air tunnel tightly. What would happen if they attacked the God-subduing peaks head-on? After the Battle of the Wall of the North Sea, they knew how terrible this decision would be. However, the unique terrain of the Windy Pearl Bridge only allowed them to attack the God-subduing peaks. For the past few days, they had been thinking about how to break through the defensive line, but every plan required a hefty price. Should we wait for the God Tiger Division Army and the God Devil Division Army to arrive? A general spoke up. The God Tiger Division Army and the God Devil Division Army are hunting down the Judgment and Dread divisions. Right now, the most important thing to do is to save General Yi. The rest aren't important, Helian Tianxiao explained. So we are the only ones? Even Song Xiaoqian was overwhelmed with shock. The other generals froze. That's right. The situation will be terrible if we can't save General Yi. However, if the Dread and Judgment divisions bring General Yi back to Skyheart City, the situation will be even worse. It will be completely over for us then. We can't solely depend on bomb known as Henanshan. The God Tiger Division Army and the God Devil Division Army have to go and save General Yi. If it weren't for the fact that we are far away from them, we would have reinforced them as well. But we only have 10,000 men. Everyone's face turned extremely ugly. With only 10,000 men, no one had the confidence to break through the horrifying defensive line. Don't worry, when I received the news from Henanshan, I immediately sent for the beast battalions, Helian Tianxiao assured them. Upon hearing these words, the tense faces loosened up. Every God division had 4 beast battalions. Every beast battalion had 10,000 men, and all of them were reserves for the God divisions and the blood divisions. The soldiers of a beast battalion weren't powerful, but they could bolster the numbers. They were very suitable for sieging defensive positions. With the 40,000 men from the beast battalions, everyone felt confident regarding the future battle. Helian Tianxiao saw the facial expressions of every general and sighed in his heart. He wasn't worried about this siege battle, but was instead worried about why His Majesty had not reacted to this incident yet. Compared to His Majesty getting angry, Helian Tianxiao was more scared when His Majesty did not have any reactions. However, Helian Tianxiao's face remained calm. He snorted, "No matter how costly the price we have to pay, we have to overrun the Windy Pearl Bridge and invade Skyheart City." This was their only chance. To survive, everyone else had placed their hopes on saving General Yi. Helian Tianxiao, however, placed his hopes on obtaining a victory in this battle. As long as they could take down this defensive line, they would have a smooth road ahead. Beyond Avalon had no other powerful combat divisions except for the surveillance division. Once he reached Skyheart City and forced the Yi family to submit to him, he might be able to avert disaster with this merit. Helian Tianxiao's decision was to try to atone for his mistake with a meritorious deed. He wasn't sure whether or not this would work. No one knew what His Majesty was thinking, but this was his only chance. The probability of successfully razing Skyheart City to the ground was higher than the probability of successfully saving General Yi. The generals knew that this was the only way. All of them replied solemnly, "Yes. By sunset, our encampment should be completed. Have a good rest tonight. From tomorrow onward, we will attack them in small waves to get a feel for their defenses," Helian Tianxiao instructed. Yes. The next morning, Ai Hui was roused awake by the sounds of battle. He was slightly surprised. Had the enemy's reinforcements arrived? After a while, he saw Iron Lady, so he asked shockingly, "Aren't you guys fighting? Why are you here?" Shueman shook her head and replied, "It's just a small attack wave. They are trying to probe our defenses." A look of realization dawned upon Ai Hui's face. What the enemy did made perfect sense. Shueman blinked her eyes and said, "I let Fatty use the old Hellfire Pagoda cannons." Ai Hui acted as if he was resigned. Even our Iron Lady knows how to deceive people. This world is really hopeless. He was looking forward to seeing the enemy forces face the Beehive heavy cannons when they attacked the defensive line head-on. They would be in for a huge surprise. When Shueman saw Ai Hui reclining on the bed, she said, "I don't think it's right for the Commander-in-Chief to lie in bed right now, but I am injured, and the most important mission for the injured is to rest and recover." "Is the sun out?" "Basking in sun helps the body to recover faster," Ai Hui replied lazily. "That's true." Shueman nodded her head and walked toward the Ai Hui's bed. Ai Hui froze. After a while, he returned to his senses as a premonition arose in his heart. Hey, what are you doing? What are you trying to do?" Shueman picked Ai Hui up from his bed and carried him in her arms. As she walked toward tent exit, she said, "I am bringing you out to bask in the sunlight." "Let me down. Let me down." Ai Hui's voice was filled with fear. To him, the exit of the tent resembled the gateway to hell. He tried to struggle, but his weak and frail body lacked the strength to escape from Iron Lady's evil clutches. "Let me down. I can walk on my own." Big sister, Iron Lady." No. Shueman. Both of us are notable individuals. If there's anything you're unhappy with, we can talk about it. Don't just resort to violence. Hey, I still owe you money. Do you still want me to pay you the money or not? All right. I will pay you back the money. That's not what I really meant. Do you really think I am that kind of person? Hey, put me down first. Shueman turned a deaf ear to Ai Hui and continued to stride toward the exit of the tent with him in her arms. The sunlight was dazzling. Ai Hui's exceptional sensory perception allowed him to sense that his surroundings were quickly becoming silent. He shut his eyes, completely disheartened. It was over. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597, The Sick Tiger and the Red-Dressed Girl. Chapter 597, The Sick Tiger and the Red-Dressed Girl. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. No matter what time it was, the cold palace would always look icy and unwelcoming. Even the scorching afternoon sunlight seemed to turn pale white when it shone into the palace. The palace seemed to contain the chill of winter. Towering statues stood silently in various corners in the palace. Layers of vermilion doors separated the majestic inner palace from the outside world. Shi Yu felt anxious. Her relationship with Bei Shuisheng was rather good, so she could visit and leave the cold palace as she wished. Bei Shuisheng seldom meet visitors. Without his permission, no one could get near the cold palace. Even so, every time she came to the cold palace, she still could not help but feel nervous. The sick and frail Bei Shuisheng had a pair of eyes that looked as if they could see through the world. After Shi Yu passed through the vermilion doors, she came to the huge and spacious inner palace that was devoid of people. In the face of the imposing palace, her petite body made her look insignificant. Bei Shuisheng sat beside a door basking in the sunlight. Only sunlight from the midday sun could shine into the palace. Every day at this time, Bei Shuisheng would put down all his work and bask in the sunlight while sipping tea. "You have come." Bei Shuisheng's voice was always so comforting, like a breeze blowing in her face. "Sir, good afternoon," Shi Yu replied as she kneeled on a praying mat outside the inner palace. She did not know why she had been summoned to the cold palace. Bei Shuisheng smiled. His face was sickly white. Furthermore, since he stayed in the cold palace for such a long period of time, it was very hard for him to see the sun, causing his entire body to look pale and weak. One would not be able to link this person to the sick tiger of the god nation. "It has been a very long since I last chatted with you." Bei Shuisheng took an empty cup and poured some tea into it. Following which, he pushed the cup of tea through the doorway to Shi Yu. "So how are you? How have you been recently?" Shi Yu respectfully took the teacup and replied, "I'm still the same. Nothing much has changed. Time passes really fast. So many years have passed unwittingly. If my memory serves me right, you belong to the first batch of seeds." Bei Shuisheng sighed. Shi Yu did not understand what Bei Shuisheng was trying to say. Therefore, she replied with prudence, "Yes. Then we started serving His Majesty at around the same time. When His Majesty found me, he initially wanted me to join the seeds. It's a pity my body was too weak, and His Majesty dropped the subject." Bei Shuisheng continued, "You are the only one left from the first batch of seeds, right?" "Yes," Shi Yu's hands froze. These so-called seeds were a group of elites who were cultivated by the blood of God from a young age. Most of them were orphans, and they began to practice blood spiritual force at an early age. At that time, the blood of God's training system for blood spiritual force was still at the initial stage. They had tried various training methods and even passed the task to the Beast Venom Temple. Eventually, the Beast Venom Temple developed a mature training system for blood spiritual force. The competition among the seeds was extremely brutal and devastating. The Holy Emperor valued the seeds very much. He felt that they were the cornerstones of the blood of God. They had done a lot for the blood of God, and their loyalty for their nation was unparalleled. When the blood of God was just starting out, the seeds were used as soldiers, they fought at the front line, and they did not let the Holy Emperor down. Due to this, the death rate of the seeds was terrifying. Shi Yu was the only survivor of the first batch of seeds. Shi Yu's position in the blood of God was a special one. She was viewed as the princess of the God nation, which was why she was addressed as Her Highness. However, that period of time wasn't exactly a beautiful memory for Shi Yu. All of her companions and rivals were gone, and she was the only one left. Shi Yu did not know why Bei Shuisheng would talk about this matter. Bei Shuisheng's gaze was fixated on Shi Yu's face. Even though she had put a lot of effort on her makeup, Bei Shuisheng could still tell that she looked wan and sallow. He sighed in his heart and asked, "When was the life and death flower sacrificial art cast on you?" Shi Yu was overwhelmed with shock as her petite body trembled violently. With a pale white face, she asked, "How? How did you know? Previously, when you came and asked me about the heart of God, I knew there was something up with you. However, I was still not too sure at that time. The life and death flower sacrificial art is a profound spell that not many people know about. I only recalled the details after reading about it when I was bored. I didn't expect that I would witness it with my own eyes. If you were the flower master, why would you ask me about the heart of God? You were so anxious only because you're the flower slave," Bei Shuisheng replied calmly. Bei Shuisheng's voice was calm like water, but it was able to stupefy Shi Yu. However, she was able to calm down very soon, feeling as if she had been relieved of a burden. She was not fearful, but rather, bitter. Even if His Majesty knew about it and wanted to punish her, so what? She had been searching for solutions to release herself from the life and death flower sacrificial art, but to no avail until now. She had no more hope left in her heart. Bei Shuisheng continued, "Initially, I thought it was done by His Majesty. However, after I asked His Majesty, I realized he had not studied the life and death flower sacrificial art before. War God Yi and Red Devil joined the blood of God not too long ago, so they definitely don't know anything about it. Was it Palace Master Nangong? At this point in time, Shiyu had already calmed down. She shook her head and replied, Sir, thank you for your concern. The life and death flower sacrificial art was not cast by someone else. I am just reaping what I have sowed. You did it to yourself? Bei Shuweisheng was startled. He thought of something, and his dull eyes lit up abruptly as he asked, the flower master and the flower slave have swapped positions? Yes. Shiyu's eyes dimmed. I see. A look of realization dawned upon Bei Shuweisheng's face. He was amazed by Shiyu's talents. The life and death flower sacrificial art was profound and unpredictable. Out of the many spells of the God Nation, it was one of the most mysterious ones. He had not expected Shiyu to be able to learn it. He certainly also had not expected her to encounter the rare event of the flower slave and flower master swapping positions. Bei Shuweisheng slowly digested the shock he felt. After a while, he asked, May I know who the other party is? Shiyu hesitated for a while and blurted out two words, Ai Hui. Bei Shuweisheng's face was filled with astonishment. His body froze, looking as if someone had cast a freezing spell on him. After a long while, he exhaled deeply. There was still a remnant of shock in his eyes. He then muttered, So it's him. He absolutely had not expected the other party to be Ai Hui. When did you cast the life and death flower sacrificial art on him? In Central Pine City. The last tinge of doubt that Bei Shuweisheng had disappeared. He recalled that when the blood catastrophe first broke out, Shiyu was near Central Pine City. He was slightly amazed at Shiyu's foresight and courage. To be able to see Ai Hui's potential and cast the life and death flower sacrificial art on him without any hesitation at that time was not something that ordinary people could do. Bei Shuweisheng was even more surprised that Ai Hai could swap positions with Shiyu even though he was the one whom the life and death flower sacrificial art had been cast on. This incident verified one idiom, which was that only a powerful dragon was capable of crossing the river. When Bei Shuweisheng raised his head, his facial expression had already regained its composure. There might be hope for you. Shiyu's mind jolted as she cried out in alarm. She could no longer maintain her composure. With a trembling voice, she said, Sir, enlighten me. However, Bei Shuweisheng turned silent once more. After a while, he replied with a solemn tone, There is a chance that this solution might fail. I can't promise you anything, At this point in time, even if the solution has only 1% chance of success, I'm still willing to try it. Shiyu smiled sadly. Sorrow arose in Bei Shuweisheng's mind. He definitely knew how tragic the fate of a flower slave would be. He understood what Shiyu was feeling now. Suddenly, he changed the topic and said, General Yi and Palace Master Nangong have been kidnapped by the Dread and Judgment Divisions. Shiyu, who was unprepared for the news, was dumbstruck. After a while, she returned to her senses and cried out in alarm, What happened? She was utterly shocked by this extreme news that suddenly came to her. Yi Bai and Nangong Wulian's importance to the God Nation was second only to Bei Shuweisheng's. Yi Bai had trained 6 God divisions and 12 blood divisions by himself. Nangong Wulian's Beast Venom Temple affected various aspects of the God Nation. Other than the miraculous Heart of God and the research on blood refinement, Beast Venom Temple also cultivated various species of blood fiends and blood plants. These two important figures had been kidnapped. She did not dare to imagine how devastating this news would be for the God Nation. The situation at the front line was going so well, yet how had they committed such a foolish mistake? Upon hearing this news, Shiyu was dumbstruck. For a period of time, she fell into a stupor. His Majesty can't accept such heavy losses. After his battle with Enmuta, His Majesty has yet to recover from his injuries, so he can't save the two of them personally. Red Devil is stationed at the border of the Jadeite forest and can't leave his post to save them. When His Majesty asked me for my opinion, I thought about it and recommended you, Bei Shuweisheng muttered. Shiyu was stunned and thought she had heard Bei Shuweisheng wrongly. She shook her head and replied, Sir, you should know about my strength. This matter is of utmost importance, and I am incapable of handling it even though I really want to offer my help. Bei Shuweisheng smiled. We will talk about your strength later. Initially, I thought that Palace Master Nangong was the one who cast the life and death flower sacrificial art on you and that if you saved him, he would release you from the spell. However, now that I know the other party is Ai Hui, I feel truly surprised, but that does not mean you have no chance of surviving. Shiyu looked as if she was listening to a story. Bei Shuweisheng seemed to be certain that she could save Yi Bai and Nangong Wulian. If the one in front of her wasn't Bei Shuweisheng, she would have stormed off in a huff after hearing such absurd words. The Dread Division and the Judgment Division were filled with experts, and Wan Shunwei and Shiman Saijue were powerful entities. Her strength paled in comparison to theirs. With a relaxed tone, Bei Shuixing said, "Just like what I previously said, I don't know whether or not this method will work." A magnificent golden box, cast entirely out of gold, appeared in his hand. Beautiful decorative designs were engraved on it. Clearly, it had been forged by a reputable blacksmith. Bei Shuixing pushed the golden box through the doorway. Countless doubts ran through Shiyu's mind. She did not know what Bei Shuixing was up to. She took the golden box and carefully opened it. The interior of the golden box was lined with a black silk fabric that resembled flowing water. A resplendent piece of transparent crystal laid inside. Inside the crystal, there was a drop of golden liquid. Shiyu seemed to have thought of something as her brain buzzed and went into a daze. His Majesty has bestowed you with a drop of God's blood. The heart of God, which was inspired by God's blood, has yet to be completed, and there are still many flaws with it. You will develop a telepathic connection with the heart of God. Perhaps you can rouse Yi Bai? All our combat divisions will be under your command. I believe you can bring Yi Bai and Nangong Wulian back. As for how God's blood will affect the life and death flower sacrificial art, I currently don't know. However, I am really looking forward to see what will happen. Bei Shuixing smiled at Shiyu with a warm look in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598, Training During Real Battles. Chapter 598, Training During Real Battles. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. In the sky in front of the god-subduing peak, there were more than blood elementalists wearing rust plumes. They gathered and dispersed in an extremely nimble and random manner, looking as if they were cruising around the defensive line. However, if one did not pay attention to them, they would suddenly pierce through the defensive line from odd angles like sharp knives. When they were close to the defensive line, they would throw various weird weapons, such as rupture bombs that released blood poison smoke or blood arrows that possessed terrifying penetrative power. In the beginning, they caused the soldiers on the god-subduing peak to panic. However, everyone soon got used to them and were now able to maintain their composure. Atop the god-subduing peak, Fatty's roars were like thunderclaps that exploded through the air every now and then. What are all of you shooting at? Li Kuei, Ma Xiao, what is going on with your units? Why are you so weak? Bums! How many times have I told all of you, don't panic, don't be anxious, observe their rhythm, and don't be deceived by their rhythm? Look at all of you. What are you shooting at? You have missed every single target. Unit C. Extra training. No food for any of you until you have finished this training. A wave of groans swept across the god-subduing peak immediately. The members coming down from the pagoda cannons had an ashen look on their faces. Fatty did not care about them at all. He continued to bellow, Unit D, take up your positions. Wake up. Shoot properly. Unit D's members looked as if they were about to face a formidable beast. Their facial expressions were tense. The previous 3 units were punished with extra training sessions, hence the pressure on Unit D was enormous. The captain of Unit D was Wu Feng. He was the fire elementalist who had almost burned to ashes in the fire reservoir at Lemon Camping Ground without uttering a word and went into a coma afterward. After Lu Lan treated him, he was able to recover promptly. However, horrible scars were left on his body. His left cheek was bright red, resembling a ball of flames. Lu Lan told Wu Feng that he could help him remove the scars, but Wu Feng refused because he wanted to keep the scars to remind himself of his past every now and then. Among the fire elementalists in the Spear of Heavy Cloud, Wu Feng was one of the most hard-working ones. Even though he wasn't gifted, he was extremely meticulous with the duties given to him. He had never disappointed anyone who gave him a task. After the pagoda cannon crews were handed over to Fatty, he quickly got into Fatty's good graces. Eventually, he was promoted to the position of captain. After his promotion, he worked even harder. Whether it was his training sessions or his daily responsibilities, he would put in all his effort to carry them out without slacking off at all. Wu Feng had observed the previous 3 units during their combat mission and had developed some ideas. The previous units missed their targets because their skill level while operating the pagoda cannons was too low. Plus, the enemy units were elites. Although the enemies looked as if they were flying around aimlessly, they maintained a very precise distance between each other in reality. Their rust plumes were very nimble as well, making it difficult for the pagoda cannon gunners to predict their flight paths. As a result, the previous 3 units had missed their targets. Before taking up their positions, Wu Feng had already discussed with his members about what to do. In the end, they came with an idea that was not the best, but it all they could come up with. All of them would aim at a single target and engulf its potential escape directions with their shots. Even though this idea was somewhat foolish and inefficient, Wu Feng felt that it was a rather good one. They had also discussed the many small details regarding this idea. Now was the time for them to see if their idea worked or not. Wu Feng licked his lips and instructed his unit, all pagoda cannons, target the third from the left, but were. All the pagoda cannons pointed at a single target in an instant. The target could sense that he was being targeted. He began to change his aerial direction repeatedly. His flight path was very weird and unpredictable. Wu Feng's pagoda cannon started to move up and down accordingly. The rest of the pagoda cannon gunners could not see the target in the sky at all. All of them were just staring at Wu Feng's pagoda cannon. They tried to make sure their pagoda cannons were pointing at the same direction as Wu Feng's at all times. Snow lava poured into Wu Feng's pagoda cannon, and the cannon barrel turned bright red. However, he did not fire his pagoda cannon immediately. He realized there were two pagoda cannons which were not ready yet. The cannoneers for these two pagoda cannons were rookies who were not skilled enough. They couldn't fire their pagoda cannons yet. If a pagoda cannon was filled with fire elemental energy, but was not fired, the pagoda cannon gunner for that pagoda cannon had to direct the fire elemental energy into his or her hands. Otherwise, the pagoda cannon would explode. Wu Feng's face twitched, but he remained unconcerned. A red flush extended from his shoulders to the rest of his body, making him look like he was being boiled. He did not utter a single word or move his body at all. Fatty did not roar this time around. He stared at Wu Feng with an amazed look on his face. This fellow had high endurance. Previously, he promoted Wu Feng because he was cautious and conscientious. Fatty had not expected this fellow to have such outstanding endurance. This was a pleasant surprise for Fatty. The conventional training system for elementalists seldom focused on endurance. On the contrary, the new training system valued endurance a lot. Back in the day, AI Hu used the sword pagodas to select swordsmen for his combat division because he wanted to test their endurance. The pinwheel sword had clearly shown that endurance was an important factor in the pagoda-style combat system. After Fatty became a master, his understanding toward endurance became deeper. Finally, the last two pagoda cannons were ready. Wu Feng roared, "Fire!" Boom! The 6 pagoda cannons thundered in unison. 6 beams of light swiftly engulfed the target in the sky. The targeted blood elementalist had already sensed something wasn't right and tried his best to dodge the incoming attacks. However, the incoming attacks covered such a wide radius, so how could he possibly dodge them all? A beam of light brushed past his left chest. The left side of his body disappeared, revealing charred flesh and internal organs. He lowered his head and looked blankly at his body. Following which, he let out a blood-curdling scream and fell from the sky. Good job. One more time. Fatty's roar rang through the air. Wu Feng's blood was racing. He replied loudly with excitement, "Yes." Everyone was encouraged by the success of their first salvo, and they became more confident and adept when they fired their second one. Once again, they shot down another enemy. After seeing that 2 of their comrades were shot down in a row, the rest of the blood elementalists dispersed and escaped in a panic. A wave of cheers erupted from the god-subduing peak. Fatty was very excited. His thunderous voice resounded through the air, "Unit D, you will have twice the usual amount of elemental soup." Wu Feng and his unit let out an earth-shaking cheer while the other units looked at them with envy in their eyes. Next to Fatty, Zhu Yan said in a low voice, "There are 2 pagoda cannons that are more powerful than the rest." "You realized it too?" Fatty was slightly surprised. "Yes, they have achieved elemental energy resonation, which caused their power to increase significantly." Zhu Yan's eyes brightened. However, only 2 pagoda cannons achieved elemental energy resonation. The others just barely failed to do so. How can we make sure they are completely synchronized? It's already pretty good that 2 pagoda cannons resonated. Fatty looked slightly vexed. Elemental energy resonation could increase the power of pagoda cannons. Fatty was extremely interested in this discovery, but it was very difficult to achieve elemental energy resonation. To do so, he would need all the pagoda cannons to be completely synchronized. Wasn't this logic the same as the principle behind the sword pagodas on the pinwheel sword? A look of realization flashed across Fatty's face, but then he furrowed his eyebrows again. There were 3 factors as to why the 7 sword pagodas on the pinwheel sword could be synchronized completely. First, the members wielded unity swords which could react to each other simultaneously. Second, the 7 sword pagodas were built on the 7 unique star positions. Third, the members simplified their sword moves and repeatedly trained these moves. Fatty and the Pagoda cannon gunners could only achieve the third factor. They had no way of pulling off the other two factors. 7 cannon positions? Different elemental energies had different characteristics. The 7 star positions were suitable for sword gleams and could combine 7 swords into one. On the other hand, pagoda cannons used another type of elemental energy. The sword method might not work for pagoda cannons. I might have a solution, Zhu Yan said hesitantly. You have a solution? You better not lie to me. Fatty looked at Zhu Yan with a face full of doubt. If we want them to be synchronized, we need to have a unifying command system. My Earthfire Heavenly Spider transformation technique can set up a huge spider web of Earthfire. As long as the pagoda cannons are set up on the nodes of the spider web, I should be able to transmit commands to them, Zhu Yan replied to Fatty after thinking for a while. Fatty briefly froze before responding, that seems like it would work. Do you want to give it a try? Zhu Yan asked. We have to give it a try. We have to give it a try. Fatty nodded his head repeatedly. Then, he continued, but we can't try here. We have to try it behind the defense line. Zhu Yan did not understand why Fatty did not want to try from their forward position. What if it succeeds? We can't alert the enemies. We have to give them a surprise, Fatty said while chuckling. A look of realization dawned upon Zhu Yan's face. Atop the god-subduing peak, at the highest point, Shi Shuemon looked at the incensed Fatty and smiled. No one would expect this impatient and irascible Fatty used to be a coward in the past. Nowadays, one could no longer see the old shadow of the original Fatty. As time passed and one experienced more things, he or she would keep on growing. Everyone grew old, but they went through different experiences. Due to these diverse experiences, they improved themselves differently and succeeded in variety of ways. Fatty said that since the enemies are trying to get a feel for our defensive line, we might as well treat them as target practice. He has been commanding pagoda cannon units one after another to shoot at the enemies. There are many rookies, and it's a good opportunity for them to experience the atmosphere of real combat, Jiang Wei said. Fatty is like that fellow and never wants to lose out on anything. They are like mosquitoes that will suck every ounce of your blood until you have dried up, Shi Shuemon said. Sang Jijun knew Shi Shuemon was talking about Ai Hui and smiled. Besides her, Jiang Wei was smiling as well. Ever since Jiang Wei became a master, he became more reserved and unfathomable, like an abyss. He continued, Helion Tianxiao does not seem anxious, he might be waiting for God Tiger Division forces and God Devil Division forces to arrive. Logically speaking, they should have arrived by now, but why have we not detected their presence? The rest did not know the answer either and came up with various speculations. Perhaps they encountered other enemies on the way here? No, that can't be. After all, who is capable of hindering them? Perhaps they are lost? Or maybe they had a change of plan? Who knows? It's better for them to come later. I think Grandpa Fatty's idea of training during real battles is very effective. The enemies aren't anxious and neither are we. Ah, that's right. Everyone broke into a lively discussion, but they still could not come up with a proper conclusion. Before the God Wolf Division arrived, the atmosphere at the defensive line was very tense. Now that they were here, everyone threw their worries to the back of their minds and focused on the present battle instead. As such, the atmosphere had lightened up significantly. Shi Shuemon also did not know what the enemies were up to. She muttered, we will wait and see. Suddenly, she asked Sang Jijun, isn't today the day that the selection process for sword operators is taking place? Yes, it's today, but I am not sure what's going on. I did not send any combat elementalists over and only sent the reserves, Sang Jijun nodded her head and replied. They are still very young and have a lot of potential. We must seize the opportunity to train more sword operators. Pinwheel swords are the future, Shi Shuemon said. Yes. Sang Jijun quickly nodded her head and replied. Both of them were familiar with warfare. After raiding the enemy encampment with a single pinwheel sword, they immediately realized its colossal value. They also understood the importance of sword operators. Sang Jijun shot a glance at the enemy encampment. She felt that the enemies most likely wouldn't attack them for the time being. Then, she said, let's go and take a look at the selection process. The others felt curious as well and followed her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599, Selection of Sword Operators. Chapter 599, Selection of Sword Operators. Translator, Irene Editor, X, TYZ. He Min stood among a crowd of youngsters who were about his age. When selecting new blood to replenish its forces, the Spear of Heavy Cloud emphasized its desire to recruit youngsters with potential. These youngsters were like sheets of blank paper, free from bad habits and able to quickly get used to the Spear of Heavy Cloud style. As long as they were properly nurtured, they would definitely serve as the backbone of the future. Regarding talent, the Spear of Heavy Cloud could care less. It focused more on the candidate's nature. The Central Pine faction was now reputable and famous, but in the past, they had been very ordinary students. Jiang Wei, Wang Xiaoshan, and the rest were all average students, and the Central Pine Institution was also an average and secluded academy. Who would have thought that they would gain such fame and recognition? As for the replenishment of combat strength, they could select the elites from the defeated troops at the front line. Plus, they had already established and prepared reserves. Although Shi Xueman did not have much expectation in terms of talent, youngsters yearned to join the Spear of Heavy Cloud due to its prestige. Whenever Jiang Wei went to recruit from the students, there would always be a huge commotion as the youths were all eager to join. As such, the members they had recruited were all intrinsically outstanding. Hearing the ongoing chatter, Hemin felt fidgety. He had absolutely no interest in the sword operators. He wanted to be a pagoda cannon gunner. Unfortunately, he wasn't a fire elementalist. Alright, even if he couldn't be a pagoda cannon gunner, he didn't mind joining one of the other small combat teams. With a determined heart, he had come to the Spear of Heavy Cloud and hadn't been disappointed. The Spear of Heavy Cloud had countless powerful experts, and its practice sessions were strict. No one was even the slightest bit defiant. Windmail City's combat division wasn't even worthy to be compared to the Spear of Heavy Cloud. This was a first-class combat division. If I can become a sword operator, I could dash into enemy camp on a pinwheel sword, but I heard that the pinwheel sword is as fast as lightning. I'm looking forward to it. Hearing his companion's discussion, Hemin felt even more frustrated. Pinwheel sword, pinwheel sword. These fellows only talked about the pinwheel sword. Of course, Hemin had heard about the battle where the pinwheel sword charged directly into the enemy camp, but he didn't care for it. Ever since Sir Jiang Wei insisted on bringing him back, and ever since he had heard those passionate cries, "We were born with a belief, and we will die by it," he had determined that this was the combat division for him and that there were no other heroes. He would only fight for the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Even if he knew that the Spear of Heavy Cloud and the Pagoda Cannon Alliance were a family, that Ai Hui was the leader of the Central Pine faction, and that his perseverance seemed ridiculous, it was still how he felt and thought. Humph, he was different from those who groveled before the powerful figures. Hemin kept silent. A tall and sturdy fellow who looked like an iron tower appeared, and everybody immediately closed their mouths. This was Shi Ziguang's first time facing so many kids, so he was rather awkward. He greeted them lightly. "Hi everyone, I'm Shi Ziguang, a sword operator of the pinwheel sword. We're here today to test if you guys have what it takes to be a sword operator." Someone raised his hand and asked, "Sir, what does it take?" This was the first time anyone had called him sir. Shi Ziguang blushed, feeling somewhat pleased, yet at a loss. Nevertheless, he was a sword operator, and even Master Huode asked him for guidance, so how could he lose his cool in front of a young boy? He forced himself to remain calm, puffing his chest out. A keen sense of speed and meticulous control of elemental energy. Seeing that Shi Ziguang was rather friendly, the other students started raising their hands. "Sir, how does it feel to fly while piloting the pinwheel sword?" "Sir, what were you thinking when you were charging toward the camp?" "Sir, were you afraid at that moment?" Hemin's eyelids drooped as he sighed inwardly at this bunch of novice kids. How embarrassing. Shi Ziguang was a very tolerant person to begin with, so he smiled and answered all the questions, quickly getting familiar with the students. Out of the corner of his eye, Hemin noticed the division leader and her officers approaching and instantly stood up straight in a flash. He searched through the crowd, quickly spotted Jiang Wei, and received a jolt. Jiang Wei also noticed Hemin's glance. He had a deep impression of the young lad. With a slight smile he called out, "Work hard, Hemin." Hemin only felt a gush of hot blood rush to his brain. He shouted loudly, "Yes." Shi Ziguang hurriedly bowed to Shi Xueman and called out, "Madam." He was an honest, straightforward person and had seen division leader Shi walking out of the tent while carrying boss. At that point, everyone had started to discuss how they had done what they were supposed to do and how Shi Xueman would definitely be boss's wife in the future. Shi Ziguang felt that their conclusion was correct, so calling her division leader Shi seemed too formal. Madam sounded more friendly. Shi Ziguang had been under Ai Hui's care and guidance, hence he was devoted and loyal toward Ai Hui. Shi Xueman blushed a deep red. The surroundings became quiet as Jiang Wei, Sang Jijun, and the rest looked on, somewhat embarrassed. They were impressed by Shi Ziguang and shocked that he had actually dared to call her that. A sword operator indeed. Shi Shueman only felt her face burning. Even her neck and ears were red. If there was a hole in the ground, she would be more than glad to stuff her head inside. Shi Ziguang's seriousness and genuine expression caused her to be at a loss. She bit her lips and forced herself to calm down. We are just spectators and curious about how you guys select sword operators. Ignore us, Ziguang. Shi Ziguang hurriedly responded, then I'll continue. Shi Shueman acted as if nothing had happened. What was the big deal about being called madam? Why was her heart beating so fast? Out of the corner of Shi Shueman's eye, she caught a glimpse of Sang Jijun giggling while covering her mouth and couldn't help but glare at her. Yet, she did not realize that she hadn't actually refuted Shi Ziguang. Shi Ziguang's attention was placed onto the kids once again. He said seriously, "Come, let's start the test." Everybody became alert. Min, especially, had his eyes wide open. Initially, he had not been interested in becoming a sword operator, but having been encouraged by Sir Jiang, he felt his blood racing. He had to perform well and not let Sir Jiang weigh down. Shi Ziguang took out a rolled-up cloth bag and spread it open in front of everyone. The test is very simple. Everyone pricked up their ears. Even Shi Shueman, Jiang Wei, and the others looked on curiously with their full attention. Shi Ziguang threw a word at them, embroidery. The open bag revealed rose-glistening silver needles that were neatly arranged. Everyone had a sluggish expression on their faces. The word embroidery had taken them aback. Min stared blankly at the shiny needles, his jaw dropped so wide that an egg could fit inside. Shi Ziguang spoke sincerely, an outstanding sword operator is inevitably an outstanding elemental embroidery expert. Both have a lot in common, and one has to be proficient in embroidery in order to be a good sword operator. Embroidery can test the precision of your elemental energy control and your ability to maintain focus over a long period of time. Only those with excellent embroidery skills are fit to become sword operators. Everybody was speechless and silence fell over the field. Only Shi Ziguang's voice echoed. Shi Ziguang looked very serious. Don't think I'm over-exaggerating the effectiveness of embroidery. Master Huode is trying hard to study the techniques of embroidery so as to pilot a pinwheel sword soon. If even a master is doing so, all of you should work hard too. Alright, come try. It's simple. There are 3 sections. Controlling the needle to make it fly straight, to fly in circles, and finally to fly slowly. The slower the better. First person. Already in a working state of mind, Shi Ziguang operated strictly and meticulously. He had even dared to guide a master, so of course he wouldn't have stage fright. Min was muddle-headed. He never would have thought that the aptitude test for aspiring sword operators was actually embroidery. Furthermore, from what Shi Ziguang had said, a sword operator's daily training would most definitely include embroidery. Oh God, how terrifying. Just the thought of holding an embroidery needle and making the woven cloth fly made him feel cold all over. He would definitely become a target for ridicule. A man doing embroidery was simply too. He had never heard of a male embroidery master. Your turn, Min. With an O, the muddle-headed Min walked forward subconsciously. An embroidery needle was brought to him. Come try to make it fly straight. Seeing that Min wasn't in the right state of mind, Jiang Wei felt rather worried. He didn't know what Min was thinking. For people with rich combat experience, they might be shocked and surprised by embroidery, but definitely would not be repulsed. Any method of increasing their combat abilities was a good method. Min hadn't regained his senses. He grasped the needle blankly and started channeling his elemental energy subconsciously. Shi Ziguang's voice sounded from the side. Not bad. Try making it fly in circles. It's simple, just add a little spin while channeling your elemental energy. Add a little spin. Min moved the elemental energy in his hands. Not bad, not bad. Shi Ziguang's voice carried a tinge of excitement. Now try to make it fly slowly. It's very simple, just contain and hold your elemental energy. Cram it forward slowly like how you would with an awl. Slower. That's right, even slower. Good. Excellent. Shi Ziguang was full of smiles. You've passed. You're selected. A good seedling. Min's performance was the best out of all students so far. Jiang Wei felt happy for Min. Nicely done, Min. Still unaware of the situation, Min instantly became happy upon hearing Sir Jiang Wei's praise. You're Min? Shi Ziguang smiled while patting his shoulder. Report to the sword operator department tomorrow. I'll bring you around later. Alright, next. Shi Ziguang had a lot of strength. His shoulder pat made He-Min's body sway and brought him back to his senses. Wait. Report to the sword operator department tomorrow? He panicked. An image of him waving and directing an embroidery needle floated in his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 600, Judgment, Step Forward. Chapter 600, Judgment, Step Forward. Translator, YH Editor, X, TYZ. The thick metal wind curtain blocked the line of sight of the blood elementalists. They could not find out what was happening behind it. If they could see what was happening behind the defensive line, they definitely would not be so calm. An endless blaze of light in the camp made it as bright as daylight, and voices could be heard everywhere. Even the lights coming from the sky filled with stars were overshadowed by it. It was late at night, but the camp was bustling and full of life. The blacksmiths were restless with bloodshot eyes. Everybody knew that battle was imminent and that the enemy had reached the defensive line. There was no need to supervise because everyone was motivated to work. Each smelting furnace produced infernos which soared to the skies. With each slogan shouted by the blacksmiths, flowing flames and red-hot molten metal discharged dazzling sparks. We looked down at the radiant scene from the top of the fishbone. He was a little lost in thought. The supplies were piled up like a continuous mountain range, and the blacksmiths shuttling to and fro looked like hard-working ants. He could not help but laugh at himself. This was probably his most rewarding moment. So many blacksmiths, so much supplies, and so many people. This scene just gave some confidence to face the next battle. Bring it on. Since we cannot retreat, let's fight. Use up all the supplies, and fight to the last man for this battle. This was Huey's decision. There was no other choice. Piece by piece, the newly forged and still warm beehive heavy cannons were sent to the Pagoda Cannon Alliance and set up within the first hour. The Pagoda Cannon crews, which were well prepared, immediately swarmed in and learned how to operate these beehive heavy cannons. This was probably the world's craziest and extravagant training because it involved only beehive heavy cannons and live ammunition. In another corner of the camp, the beehive heavy cannons were bellowing endlessly. Kuning patrolled back and forth between the different teams. His throat was already hoarse, while his hair and entire body were messy and dirty. He seemed as if he was surrounded by flames and smoke, yet he exuded an indescribable aura. Even Li Hotang would be surprised by Kuning at this moment. Back then, he was seen as rich and spoiled, but now, it was as if he had completely changed. Kuning was not the only one who changed. Tong Gui and Eugene were also quietly changing. They had served in combat divisions for many years and experienced many events which gradually honed their characters. Although both of them were capable and well versed in the art of war, their passion had long since disappeared. The Pagoda Cannon Alliance was a fledgling alliance, and the circumstances they faced may have forced them to be more focused. Deep inside, there might have been certain overlooked areas, and they were quietly developing new ideas. Even their subordinates had a bright, new outlook. The majority of the soldiers in the Pagoda Cannon Alliance came from the routed troops from previous battles. They refused to leave and had revenge on their minds, hoping to have a good fight with the blood elementalists. They were most worried about being recruited into the official combat divisions because they discovered that the officers did not sincerely want to fight with the blood elementalists. Instead, these leaders were just doing perfunctory duties and secretly preparing to escape or planning to fight for power and status. These vengeful soldiers held a wait-and-see attitude toward Hui at the beginning for this reason. Later, they found that Hui sincerely wanted to fight this next battle. Moreover, the raid on the enemy's encampment had changed their opinion about him. Their emotions also unknowingly influenced the rest. Venerable Volcano said emotionally, "Initially, I thought the Pagoda Cannon Alliance was only a temporary coalition. Morale was low and expectations were not great. In contrast, morale is pretty good now." His experience was rich and diverse, but a unique combat division like the Pagoda Cannon Alliance was a first for him. It was a makeshift combat division which consisted of mostly routed troops, but was fearless and consequently had great fighting spirit. Xiaoshan said plainly, "How could the Avalon of 5 elements exist for thousands of years if its people were simply willing to be slaughtered?" Venerable Volcano nodded. "It is rare for a defeated army to still be extremely brave. If everyone else can do so, what is there to fear about the blood elementalists?" Ivy responded with a sneer, "Everyone can do so?" What a beautiful thought. Some people say that the Avalon of 5 elements was a piece of rotten wood, but these people are part of the last bit that is not rotten. However, it is wishful thinking to depend on this small piece of good wood. Furthermore, people are not hoping for resurrection, but just hoping to linger on. Xiaoshan felt Hui's words were harsh and said, it is not as hopeless as you think, and the elders have to consider the whole situation. But he felt guilty about what he had just said and promptly shut up. Hui stopped arguing since he was not the type to quibble. The reason he had said these words was due to the fact that he felt everyone still saw the glimmer of an illusion, but it was only a fig leaf that covered their embarrassment. Besides, it had nothing to do with him, and he was not fighting for the sake of the Elders Guild. He turned toward Venerable Volcano. The results of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance's live ammunition practices are pretty good, but because the consumption of snow lava is too large, we need to prepare in advance. Venerable Volcano was feeling the pinch. I was just going to remind you, how can you train your combat division this way? Goodness, how much snow lava is going down the drain in a day? All that money. I used to think you were stingy, but now I realize I have misjudged you. You're actually a spendthrift. Hui said, the lava inside the fishbone is certainly not enough. To replenish the snow lava, we are going to need lava of earth fire. Hui eagerly asked, can it be done? Not a big problem. Venerable Volcano bloated, many people think only volcanoes have earth fire. In fact, there is earth fire deep underground. However, it is usually buried relatively deep down, but this is not a problem for me. Hui replied with admiration, in that case, thank you for your trouble, Venerable. The reason he was looking for Venerable Volcano was because he had heard in Thunder City that Venerable Volcano could summon a volcano. This left a deep impression on him. He had not expected that Venerable Volcano could actually solve the problem and felt relieved. All of a sudden, he felt a sharp pain from his left arm. It was like a scalding iron was burning him. He could not restrain a cry of pain. An extremely strange and overbearing force came out from the blood plum blossom on his arm and drilled into Hui's body. He could not control his body, and all of it tensely locked up. Xiaoshan and Venerable Volcano, who were beside Hui, saw him acting strangely and their expressions changed. The exclamations from Xiaoshan and Venerable Volcano had become very distant and vague, as if coming from the clouds. The sword cloud in his body sensed danger, exploded like a covered wok, and spontaneously circulated while roaring like thunder. Hui felt several strands of power in his body separating, and his body felt like it was being torn to pieces. A never-before-experienced pain made him black out. He fell down to the ground and lapsed into a coma. In all corners of the blacksmith camp, the tiny mini Lulans who commanded and coordinated all materials suddenly stopped. They all made the same move, looking up at the top of the fishbone as their small eyes flashed with a red gleam. They dashed away as if by mutual consent and gravitated toward the fishbone like the tide. Countless mini Lulans ran while shouting uniformly. Hui, there is danger. Lulan is coming. At a temporary camp. The soldiers of the Dread and Judgment divisions were gasping after experiencing a painful battle and finally getting rid of the enemy. No one talked. Everybody snatched whatever time there was to rest and restore their physical strength. Their situation was getting tougher, as could be seen from the frequency of the fights. In a short span of 3 days, they fought with blood elementalists about a dozen times. Such high-intensity battles were taking a toll on them. The deterioration of the situation could be seen from the casualties. Their casualties were constantly increasing, especially in the Judgment Division, which had lost almost half their manpower. Of course, the casualties inflicted on the enemy were even greater, and they had killed at least 5 times more than their own casualty count. However, the advantage of the enemy forces was far too great. The losses suffered by the God Spirit Division were devastating and its 2 supporting Blood Divisions were hit even harder. Nevertheless, emergency reinforcements in the form of 2 more God Divisions and 4 more Blood Divisions were enough to form a large net that surrounded them in all directions. In such a difficult situation, the Dread and Judgment Division showed their toughness to the fullest. They seemed to be tireless and unaware of despair. The Blood Elementalists failed and entrapped them. From that point forward, no one from the Blood Elementalist combat divisions dared to mock the Dread and Judgment divisions. If not for the Heart of God constantly releasing energy waves that exposed the position of Dread and Judgment divisions, even with a task force of 3 God divisions and the 6 Blood divisions, the Blood Elementalists were not certain that they could overtake the Dread and Judgment divisions. Shiman Saijua said, "We can't go on like this." Wan Xunwei looked at her, "We can't give up halfway." Of course not. Shiman Saijua raised her young, feminine, apple-shaped face and looked icily arrogant. These days, I have been studying the energy waves released by the Heart of God and thinking of ways to suppress them. The weather-beaten face of Wan Xunwei was full of surprise. Suppress the Heart of God's energy waves? You have a way? Shiman Saijua said, "I have to try it to know." Wan Xunwei was impatient. Let's try. They were now in such a passive position due to the energy waves of the Heart of God which actively exposed their position. If these waves could be sealed, then their concealment would be greatly improved, and the enemy would find it more difficult to discover them. They could delay the enemy for a longer time by playing hide-and-seek with them in the mountains. Shimon Saijua looked calmly at Wan Shunwei. If anyone can survive, leave some seeds for the Judgment Division. She stood up after speaking. Wan Shunwei's body shivered. He opened his mouth, but did not make any sound. Shimon Saijua looked at the decimated and injured Judgment soldiers. A trace of unbearable sadness flashed in her eyes, but it was immediately replaced by a firm and determined look. At this stage, what was there to hesitate about? In any case, she had never felt regret, but hoped that this was something worth sacrificing for. With her petite body floating in the air, she unslung the delicate small bow from her back and coldly said, "Judgment Division, step forward. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."